In the realm of martial arts, Xuan is a sword-wielding deity of slaughter, capable of slaying millions, with the power to send emperors to their watery graves at a whim. In the grand realm of immortals, he is the revered Xian Tiandao ancestor, imparting teachings and suppressing the rulers of the 7 great fated dynasties, rendering them unable to raise their heads that in the primordial universe. A single sword strike from Xuan shatters the heavens. With his left hand, he wields the myth of the Great Luo, and with his right, he forges the fruits of creation, causing saints to bow their heads and Hongjun to flee. Xuan declares, "In adverse winds, I shall endure. In favorable winds, I shall revel. If I cannot prevail, I shall retreat. If I can, I shall annihilate your entire family." This is a tale that begins in the world of martial arts, as he gradually pierces through the heavens to become the Dao Sovereign of Hongjun. Chapter 1. Father, brother is watching adult content. In the Grand Zhou dynasty, in the imperial capital, an estate nestled in the eastern outskirts, the sound of clinking bells echoed early in the morning. "Brother, rise and shine. Today is the day of the Xuan Iwei assessment." Song Qian, with skin as luminous as snow and a face both charming and sweet, donned her agile attire, with a token hanging at her waist, accentuating her graceful figure. As she stifled a yawn, she eagerly pushed open a certain door. Upon finding her elder brother already dressed and seated at his desk, engrossed in a book, she felt a twinge of disappointment and greeted him. "Brother, still reading the spring and autumn annals?" Indeed, the study of history fosters wisdom. Reading more books can never be detrimental. Xuan discreetly placed the book into a drawer and then gently pressed his sister's head down, pushing her out. "You are no longer a child. How can you recklessly invade a man's chamber?" Song Qian scoffed, casting a glance at the word Jean Pingmei in the desk drawer, a smile playing on her lips as she began to shout, "Father, brother is reading adult content." Before she could finish, Xuan covered her mouth with one hand while embracing her neck with the other, glaring at her, murmuring, "One skewer of Tonghulu." Song Qian wiggled her delicate fingers, shaking them side to side. "2 skewers. Deal." Her face lit up with joy as she glanced at the desk again, lowering her voice, "Brother, when can I borrow your spring and autumn annals to read?" Xuan shot her a look, knowing that with her carefree nature, the ancient text would be discovered by their parents within 3 days if it fell into her hands. He cared not for his image in her eyes, but he certainly did not wish to face embarrassment before their parents. Their father, Song Yuanshan, was practicing martial arts in the yard. Hearing his daughter's call, he wiped the sweat from his brow and stepped inside. "What shenanigans are you two up to?" "Nothing." Xuan casually exited the room, smiling. "Today is the assessment for the Xuan Wei. I told Qian to stay by my side and not act recklessly, but the little girl refuses to. Accept it. This is something you must heed your brother's advice on." Song Yuanshan stretched his limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he turned a serious gaze towards Song Qian. "Although our family has long been part of the Xuan Wei system, your assessments are merely formalities, yet one must not let their guard down. Each year, the casualty rate during the Xuan Wei assessments exceeds 50%. Qian, you are inherently impulsive, unlike your brother's composure. While you may act freely on ordinary days, during assessments, you must listen to your brother. Do you understand?" Song Qian pouted, feeling somewhat defiant. Casting a resentful glance at her steadfast brother, she felt displeasure in her heart but dared not retort against their father. Her father had a fiery temper. If truly angered, he would not care whether she was his daughter and would not hesitate to unleash punishment upon her. Instinctively, Song Qian's gaze flickered towards the 7 wolves belt around her father's waist, a gift her brother had crafted and presented to him upon his promotion. It bore a rather peculiar name, 7 Wolves. Though she had yet to see any wolves, she had certainly received her fair share of punishment. After breakfast at home, amidst their parents' admonitions, Xuan effortlessly lifted Song Qian by the neck, dragging the snack-craving girl out of the house, her mouth still full of buns. Though dawn had just broken, the streets were already bustling with people, some carrying breakfast, while others were enjoying their morning meals at stalls. Song Qian held her sword with one hand and munched on her bun, grumbling, "Brother, I am once again taking the blame for you. It is you who is reading adult content. Yet I am the one receiving scolding for father." Xuan glanced around cautiously, patting the sword at his waist, and whispered, "Be mindful when we are out. That is our father. Do not keep calling him Old Song." Wasn't that your teaching? Song Qian licked her lips and giggled. Brother, when shall we confront father? Song Xuan's heart tightened. Confront what? What else could it be? Song Qian's excitement was palpable. Naturally, the fact that we are stronger than he is. Old Song has strived for strength his entire life. Imagine the expression on his face if he were to discover that his children are superior. Hearing this, Song Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that his sister would uncover his true identity as a traveler. In his past life, he was a planner for a network gaming company, and he remembered testing a martial arts game called Immortal Dao Great World just before his transmigration. This game was set against the backdrop of the Jiuzhou continent, incorporating characters from renowned martial arts masters such as Jin, Gu, and Huang, offering immense playability and exploration. At that time, he had whimsically decided to try the game's skill fusion feature. He merged the internal techniques of several top-tier martial arts, such as the 9 Manual, 9 Yang Divine Skill, and others, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Just as he was enveloped in expectation, darkness fell before his eyes, and he found himself transported. When he regained consciousness, a game panel filled his mind, along with a technique named Chun Yang Wuji Tong Zigong. Furthermore, he had become a mere child of 3 or 4 years, accompanied by a little sister tugging at his arm, her innocent voice pleading for Tong Holu. Brother, what are you thinking about? Song Qian's voice broke the reverie, bringing Song Xuan back to reality. Nothing, he replied calmly. All these years, my guidance in your training is for your own protection, not for showing off before old Song. Oh, understood. Seeing her brother appear slightly displeased, Song Qian immediately became the model of obedience. The Xuan Wei headquarters is situated outside the imperial city's royal precincts, a special agency directly under the emperor, operating independently of any court departments. Possessing powers of investigation, arrest, and interrogation akin to the Jin Wei of the Ming dynasty. The Song family is one of the 120 hereditary families within the Xuan Wei system of the Grand Zhou. After passing the agency's review, Song Xuan and Song Qian became members of the Xuan Wei, classified as third tier. The lowest ranked third-tier Xuan Wei positions are typically where many second-generation elites languish, a sort of implicit benefit bestowed by the court upon the nobility. They seldom engage in significant tasks. Their daily duties consist of patrolling the streets, intimidating gang members, and receiving a monthly stipend of 10 taels, leading a rather comfortable life. Should they desire to rise above mere idleness and seize more power, they must undergo the Xuan Wei's ranking assessments. Success in these assessments allows for promotion from third tier to second tier. Only those within the second tier are considered true members of the Xuan Wei. 4 hereditary members, like Song Xuan, attaining second tier status not only increases their monthly salary by 20 taels, but also entitles them to a large recovery pill every 3 months, along with 2 smaller recovery pills. That a large recovery pill can enhance one's internal strength for a year, while a small recovery pill can mend both internal and external injuries. These 2 types of pills, personally crafted and bestowed by the Grand Zhou's founder, are available only to hereditary members of the Xuan Wei upon achieving second tier status, regarded as miraculous elixirs within the martial world and exceedingly rare. Even the emperor receives but a scant supply of these pills each year. The reason Song Xuan and Song Qian registered for the Xuan Wei assessment is precisely for the allure of these 2 types of pills. Chapter 2. Could the flower thief outside the city be you? The Xian Wei Yamen is quite expansive, with numerous departments and a multitude of personnel. The Song Qian siblings, as third-tier Xian Wei, fall under the jurisdiction of the Shijiansu. Xian Gu'er, I heard you have signed up for the promotion examination. Upon entering the Shu, a plump young man clad in blue approached them with an amiable grin. Song Qian nodded. My elders have been urging me relentlessly. What about you? When will you register? The young man chuckled nonchalantly. I'll pass. You know my character all too well. The salary of a second-tier Xian Wei is simply beyond my means. After a moment of self-deprecation, he turned to the disdainful Song Qian. Song Qian, I'll send a matchmaker to your home to propose one of these days. Get lost. Song Qian retaliated with a swift kick, sending him sprawling. The young man, unperturbed, dusted himself off and waved to Song Qian. Looks like I can't be your brother-in-law. How about you become my brother-in-law instead? Xian Gu'er. Clang. Song Qian drew her sword, her delicate visage clouded with frost as she coldly admonished, Lu Xiao Lu, do you think I'm being too lenient with you? Lu shrank back, darting towards the entrance of the yamen, glancing back to wink at Song Xian. I'll treat everyone tonight. Let's go to the brothel and listen to some tunes. Song Xian nodded slightly. Song Qian fumed. Brother, Lu is utterly unreliable. You shouldn't associate with him. I'm aware. Song Xian chuckled, humming a tune as he made his way to the datang of the Shenfu. How could he not be aware of Lu's frivolous nature? After all, he was a good friend who treated him to drinks and music. He simply wanted to save a bit of silver. Was that a crime? In the batang, director Zhou sipped tea while reviewing documents. Hearing footsteps, he looked up. Uncle Zhao. Song Xian greeted with a smile. Zhou nodded with a warm smile, lifting a cup of tea. This is fine goji berry from Mingzhou. I heard you've been frequenting the brothel lately. Would you like me to bring some back to replenish your health? Ah, no need for that, Song Xian replied, his smile slightly forced. He merely visited the brothel to satisfy his curiosity. Engaging in any real activity was beyond him, as he was still at the stage of Tongdagong and hadn't yet reached the level of Yuan. Yang's outpouring. Zhou nodded. It's natural for the young to seek amusement, but one must exercise caution. Considering Song Qian was present, Zhou refrained from elaborating. After taking a sip of tea, he produced a document from his desk and turned to Song Qian. Have you ever killed someone? Song Qian shook his head. Yes, a resident of the imperial capital, working a 9-to-5 job in public service, and under the suppression of the Xian Yiwei's authority, he walked the streets where others greeted him with deference and goodwill. In such circumstances, how could he have the opportunity to take a life? The promotion examination for second-tier Xian Yiwei fundamentally revolves around killing. Zhou remarked seriously, blowing on his teacup. You should understand that third-tier Xian Yiwei primarily pass their time, mainly interacting with ordinary citizens. However, second-tier Xian Yiwei frequently undertake missions, often confronting nefarious criminals. Many of these individuals are martial artists from the underworld, and some reckless youths wouldn't hesitate to draw their blades at the slightest provocation. Therefore, the ability to kill is an essential skill for second-tier Xian Yiwei. As he spoke, he handed the document on the table to Song Xian. The tasks within are the simplest I've selected for you. You and your sister can choose one and proceed to eliminate the target. Song Xian glanced at the document and tapped his finger on the third task. Uncle Zhao, I'll choose this one. Zhou looked briefly at it, the extermination mission at Lang Lang Mountain. He nodded very well. Although the bandit lair has many members, there aren't any formidable experts among them. Just exercise caution, eliminate a few minions, and the task will be deemed complete. Remember, do not wear official attire, and you must handle the killing yourself. If you're caught faking it, you won't be able to stay in the yamen any longer. I understand, Uncle Zhao. Upon leaving the Shinjinsu, Song Qian could no longer contain her chattering. Brother, why didn't you choose the first task to eliminate the flower thief who has been active outside the city? It seems much easier than dealing with bandits. Song Qian shook his head. The first task has too much unpredictability. What, that guy doesn't show up for a month? Will we have to wait outside the city for a month? Song Qian tilted her head in contemplation, touching her delicate face with a smug expression. That's not difficult. I can dress flamboyantly and wander outside the city. I don't believe I can't lure out a lecher. Song Qian flicked her forehead, arrogant. Upon returning home, their father had already gone to the yamen for duty, while their mother was busy sewing. Upon seeing the siblings return, she inquired, "Is the examination over?" "Not yet." Song Qian waved her hand towards her mother. "We're back to prepare some things. We'll be leaving shortly." Entering the room, Song Qian began rummaging through his belongings, quickly retrieving hidden weapons, daggers, poison, smoke bombs, and antidotes. "Brother, do we really need such a grand setup to deal with a few minions? Do you even understand?" Song Qian shot him a glance. The martial world is perilous. Many heroes have met their demise at the hands of mere minions. Compared to those seasoned veterans, we're just fledglings. It's wise to be over-prepared for our own safety. As he spoke, he picked up a heart-protecting mirror to hand to his sister. Song Qian wrinkled her nose in distaste, patting her ample chest. "This thing is too constrictive for me. Can't I go without it? Either you wear it yourself, or I'll force it into you. Choose one." Song Qian huffed twice, accepting the heart-protecting mirror and tucking it into her clothing while glancing at her brother fussing over various bottles. She pointed to one bottle. "Brother, what kind of medicine is this?" "He wants an aphrodisiac? Keep your voice down." Song Qian glanced towards the door, lowering his voice. You seem to know quite a bit. Song Qian laughed awkwardly. It's all thanks to you, brother. Noticing her brother ignoring her as he stuffed the bottles in his arms, Song Qian anxiously asked, Brother, what do you need that Xuan sand for? Are the girls at the brothel not enough for you? The flower thief, recently spotted outside the city. Could it be you? If you truly have such a hobby, take me along next time. I'll keep watch outside for you. Song Qian's lips twitched slightly. You truly are a wonderful sister. He then patted the bottles in his arms, whispering, poison is ineffective against formidable experts, but Xuan San is not poison. If used at the right moment, even innate masters can be subdued. Song Qian appeared skeptical. If it's not poison, then what is it? Song Qian pondered his words carefully and replied earnestly, a health supplement for enhancing enjoyment. Chapter 3. The might of Song Qian. Having gathered their belongings, the two siblings departed from the imperial capital, mounting their standard steeds, the Qingzong Ma, provided by the Xianyi Wei, and made their way towards the territory of Langlang Mountain. Along the journey, Song Qian felt a stirring in his mind, and before him appeared a translucent module reminiscent of a video game player's attribute panel. Name: Song Qian. Age: 20. Identity: third rank guard of the Xianyi Wei realm. Cultivating essence, Qi, and spirit simultaneously. Ninth layer of the postnatal realm, Jianghu. Reputation: a fledgling pet. Qingzong Ma of the Xianyi Wei. Internal cultivation techniques: pure yang wuji tongzi gong, heavenly level technique. Family heirloom, Xian Bing Jin, innate level technique. Martial skills: basic fist and foot techniques of the Xianyi Wei, basic knife techniques, basic sword techniques. Elementary throwing techniques for hidden weapons. Elementary ironcloth shirt, elementary lightness skill grass on the fly equipment. Standard soft armor of the Xianyi Wei, standard long sword, dagger. Hidden weapons, pebbles, and various poisons. Mission: bandit extermination. In progress. Closing the attribute panel, Song Qian pondered for a moment. This was the culmination of his 17 years of cultivation since his transmigration, albeit with a notable imbalance. His internal cultivation was significantly advanced, just a step away from breaking into the innate realm. Yet his martial skills were woefully inadequate. In simpler terms, he had become a mobile artillery with profound internal energy, a vigorous physique, and a mental acuity reaching the limits of the postnatal realm, yet lacked powerful offensive skills. Unfortunately, to acquire formidable martial skills, one must either join a sect or ascend to higher ranks within the Xianyi Wei, both of which were daunting paths. Song Qian was not one to relish turmoil. He understood that his fundamental means of survival in this world lay in the pure yang wuji tongzi gong, rather than risking himself in pursuit of martial arts. It was far wiser to remain in the imperial capital, diligently honing his skills in seclusion. With sufficiently elevated internal energy and cultivation, even basic swordplay could prove lethal, notwithstanding his martial skills. After all, it was a heavenly level technique, whose might far surpassed that of ordinary methods. Theoretically, if he lived long enough, he had a considerable chance of becoming a legendary being of the heavenly level. The Great Zhou dynasty was founded on martial prowess, with martial traditions flourishing and strong warriors emerging in abundance. The levels of martial artists were primarily categorized into 5 major realms: mortal, postnatal, innate, grandmaster, and great grandmaster. Song Qian had long suspected that he might have traversed into a martial arts world akin to a game developed in his previous life, or perhaps a world resembling it, as the overarching backdrop and the classification of martial levels were strikingly similar. The mortal realm consists of 3 stages: skin training, muscle training, and flesh training. The postnatal realm is divided into 9 layers: internal energy permeating the 5 organs, refining the limbs, ceaseless internal energy, buoyancy in water, and immense force in every gesture. The innate realm comprises 3 flowers: the physical strength condensing the flower of essence, the true qi of the innate condensing the flower of qi, and the mental force condensing the flower of spirit. The Grandmaster level represents the convergence of the 3 flowers into one, allowing the manifestation of a martial spirit, leading to a unique understanding of martial arts, capable of commanding an army. The Great Grandmaster transcends into a realm of martial domains, wielding the power of heaven and earth with a mere wave of the hand, capable of single-handedly turning the tide of 1,000 troops. Above the Great Grandmaster lies a nearly mythical level, the heavenly level. However, This level has not been achieved by anyone since the founding of the Great Zhou 300 years ago. In his previous life as a planner, Song Xian merely used this level as a backdrop. Yet, a game is merely a game. The world in which Song Xian now resided was a living, breathing realm, where many elements could not be perceived solely through the lens of his past gaming experience. For instance, had he accepted the bandit extermination mission in the game, he would merely need to reach a designated location and charge into the lair to slay the foes. However, at this moment, just 100 miles from Lang Lang Mountain, he and his sister Song Qian encountered a band of mountain bandits descending to raid the village. More than a dozen bandits were reveling in the village, some of whom were shamelessly embracing village women, indulging in food and drink while groping the women with lewd delight. Hundreds of villagers were subjugated by these 10 or so bandits, yet none dared to speak out. It was not that no one had the courage to resist, but those who had tried were now lifeless in pools of blood. Indeed, being a thief was preferable. Previously, toiling for others, guarding homes, was a laborious and thankless task, leaving one unable to even marry a wife. Now, they feasted at will and toyed with women, living a life akin to deities. After a few cups of wine, one bandit mused aloud, feeling that his life had not been in vain. Brother Wang was right. With food, drink, and women, what more could one desire in life? As he spoke, the bandit began to tear at the clothing of the village woman in his grasp, their carnal desires awakened after a hearty meal, preparing to indulge in public. However, just as he was about to unfasten his belt, he noticed 2 young individuals nearby, especially the woman, whose beauty was strikingly captivating. In an instant, he found the woman beneath him unappealing. Disregarding the village woman, the bandit swiftly rose, unsheathing his long knife, and grinned at Song Qian, exclaiming that a delightful treasure had conveniently presented itself. Enraged, Song Qian drew her sword to retaliate, but was halted by Song Qian's hand. "You hold the line. Let me test their strength first." As this was his first act of taking a life, Song Qian did not dare to be careless. He summoned the pure internal energy of the pure Yang Wuji Tongzi Gong to its fullest and executed the initial level of the grass on the fly lightness skill. With a whoosh, his figure blurred, and in an instant, he appeared before the bandit. Before the bandit could react, Song Qian delivered a straightforward punch to his chest. The impact was explosive, flesh and blood erupting, bones shattering. His fist, empowered by internal energy, penetrated like a cannonball through soft tofu, creating a gaping hole in the bandit's chest. Cursing under his breath, Song Qian withdrew his bloodied fist, feeling somewhat nauseated as he pushed the bandit to the ground. He had not anticipated such weakness. "Run! He's a master!" A bandit cried out in alarm, with their leader reacting swiftly, leaping onto his horse to flee. However, before he could spur his steed away, the sound of sharp swords' song echoed in his ears, and the next moment, a brilliant flash of light severed his large head from his body. Simultaneously, his horse was cleaved in half, blood spraying and staining the earth. Song Qian gazed at the long sword in his hand, slightly astonished. The basic sword technique wielded with such force? Yet, he soon realized that it was not the basic sword technique's might that was impressive. It was his formidable, pure, yang internal energy. After all, the internal energy cultivated from a heavenly level technique could unleash tremendous power, even through the most rudimentary fist or sword technique, exhibiting the might to shatter stone. Chapter 4. Did I just kill a few minor enemies and obtain a skill book? Outside the village, on a moderate hillside, 2 men donned in conical hats observed the scene from afar. One, clad in black, held a brush in one hand and a small notebook in the other, seemingly recording something. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the words "exceptional" faintly inscribed, accompanied by a comment noting ferocious beneath it. Song Yuanshan's offspring are rather formidable. Closing the notebook, the recording man marveled at the sight of the corpses strewn about the village. I've always heard that the children of the Song family lack ambition, merely wishing to drift through life, yet I never imagined them to be so ruthless when it came to action. The other person nodded in agreement, chuckling. Indeed, it is somewhat surprising. To pierce a man's chest with a single punch, it seems Song Qian has mastered the family's Xianbing gene to a profound level. In the postnatal realm, few would dare claim their internal energy surpasses his. As for his martial skills, the individual hesitated. The bandits were too weak, easily dispatched with a single strike, offering little insight into their martial prowess. However, judging by the speed at which Song Xian and his sister wielded their swords. Their techniques appeared quite commendable. The man holding a small notebook chuckled with satisfaction, remarking that these two individuals were naturally suited for the role of Xuan Yue. Let us depart. It's time to report back. Moreover, inform the brothers below that the bandits of Langlang Mountain are no longer of any use. We must clear them out immediately, for having the scum linger is most displeasing. The other nodded, yet muttered, eradicating bandits is the responsibility of the local government. Why must we Xuan Yue clean up their mess? It seems the local authorities are quite inept. The man in black sighed, let us proceed. Such matters are for our superiors to ponder, not for us to concern ourselves with. With that, the two lightly pushed off the ground, their figures shooting forth like arrows, vanishing into the woods in the blink of an eye. At the village entrance below the mountain, Song Qian withdrew her long sword from the neck of the last bandit, casually twirling it to shake off the blood, and glanced at Song Qian with a sense of pride. Brother, killing is much easier than I imagined. What a waste of all those vials you prepared. They were completely unnecessary. Better that way. I hope I never have to use them in my lifetime. Song Qian exhaled softly, feeling a touch of discomfort at his first kill, while Song Qian, grinning, showed no sign of fear. This disposition truly suggests she is born to be an assassin. Now that the task is complete, may I finally remove this heart-protecting mirror? It is quite uncomfortable. As she spoke, Song Qian reached into her clothing. Song Qian shot her a stern look. Remember, there are countless experts in this world. Do not think that just because you have killed a few petty thieves, you are invincible. Understood? Song Qian shrugged, ultimately refraining from removing the heart-protecting mirror under her brother's gaze. Caution, I understand. You have said that for over a decade. Elated from her first outing with her brother to kill, Song Qian had long harbored a dream of roaming the world as a female hero. Unfortunately, her elder brother's overly cautious nature had restrained her from freely leaving the imperial capital, causing her heroic aspirations to remain unfulfilled until this year when she turned 18. Heaven has shown mercy. Her long-cherished dream of aiding the weak and punishing the strong has finally begun. As she sheathed her sword, Song Qian turned to face the villagers, only to find her previously joyous mood dampened. Instead of the grateful and admiring gazes she anticipated, she was met with expressions of fear and trepidation. What is the meaning of this? I, the heroine, have resolved your bandit troubles, and instead of gratitude, you look upon me as if I am a venomous snake or scorpion. Do I appear so fearsome? Conversely, Song Qian seemed to comprehend the situation. Fastening his sword to his waist and producing a token from his robe, his voice resonating with authority. Xuan Yue is on a mission to eradicate the bandits of Langlang Mountain. Those uninvolved are to return home at once. Upon hearing this, the villagers' demeanor shifted drastically, with an elder resembling the village chief being supported forward, bowing deeply to Song Qian. Heavens above, you have finally arrived. One brave villager stepped forward to inquire, Sir, is what you say true? Are the Xuan Yue truly here to eliminate the bandits? Indeed, it is true, Song Qian replied, putting away the token, his tone grave. Return home swiftly. If it is not necessary, do not venture out today. He then pointed to the corpses on the ground, instructing, remember to send a few men to report to the authorities, so they may send someone to collect the bodies. The village chief hesitated, but sir, some officials in the county have connections with the bandit leader of Langlang Mountain. He dared not continue, but his meaning was clear. They were merely ordinary villagers. If they ventured into the county office, what would they do if those officials took out their wrath on them? I am Song Qian, a second-rank Xuan Yue. His voice remained calm, yet his countenance bore an air of authority. If anyone in the county dares to trouble you, mention my name. If they refuse to send someone for the bodies, I shall go myself. He added, should anyone still be foolish enough to act against you, come to the imperial capital and seek me out. Yes. Song Qian chimed in. When you reach the capital, you can easily ask around to find where we live. My brother is quite well known there. The Xuan Yue's adeptness at deception, the prince of the brothel, that was none other than her brother, Song Qian. Clearing his throat, Song Qian interrupted his sister, then pointed at the corpses on the ground, saying, shall we begin our work? Huh? What work? Song Qian was taken aback. With the men dead, did they have to dismember the bodies? Search them for any stolen goods. He shot her a look. Do you possess no professional ethics? What have I taught you over these years? Oh, Song Qian quickly understood, eagerly starting to rummage through the pockets of the bandits, occasionally exclaiming in surprise, brother, this one has silver. Brother, look, this bottle resembles the health supplement you carry. Oh, and here's a book. Song Xian swiftly turned to her, bewildered. What was happening? Did killing a few minor thugs also yield skill books? He took the book from Song Qian, his excitement mounting as he opened it. Then, ugh! Song Qian's voice of disgust rang out. Song Qian, at a loss for words, tossed the book to the ground, stomping on it in frustration. What the hell? A Spring Palace manual. How absurd. Chapter 5, Off to Kill. Leaving the village, Song Qian and his sister made their way toward Langlang Mountain. Brother, are we really going to the bandit lair to eradicate them? Song Qian asked, excitement bubbling within her. She had always heard that killing and arson could lead to wealth, and now her brother was taking her to partake in a grand venture. One must uphold integrity. I have already proclaimed in the village that we would exterminate the bandits, and I shall do so. After easily dispatching a bandit at the village entrance with a single sword stroke, Song Qian had gained a clear understanding of his combat prowess. As long as he did not encounter those renowned masters of the martial world, dealing with bandits and robbers was utterly effortless. With such strength, why hold back? Today is free. Let's enjoy some entertainment. No, first let us eliminate a bandit stronghold to stretch our limbs. Riding his steed, the chestnut stallion, and humming a lively tune, Song Qian leisurely advanced along the narrow path of the mountain village. Song Qian rode alongside him, but as the trail grew increasingly narrow, she gradually fell behind. Gazing at the majestic green mountains, Song Qian felt inspired and casually recited, "In the rivers and lakes, the night rain falls for 10 years. A cup of wine in the spring breeze." If only he had a flask of wine to accompany this scene, life would indeed be worthwhile. Upon finishing his verse, he noticed his sister's silence and turned to look at her, only to find her engrossed, one hand on the reins and the other holding a small booklet. Completely absorbed in its literary ambience, oblivious to his earlier words, Song Qian halted his horse, leaping to his sister's side. "Is it interesting?" So engrossed was Song Qian that she absent-mindedly responded with an aha, only to panic and hastily close the booklet when she caught sight of her brother's disapproving expression. "Hand it over." Song Qian swiftly snatched the booklet from her grasp, scrutinizing her closely. "I thought I tossed this on the ground. When did you pick it up?" Song Qian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, avoiding her brother's gaze as she sheepishly replied, "While you were discussing matters with the villagers. I secretly picked it up when no one was looking." She added bashfully, "I saw you reading at home often, so I was curious." Song Qian took the booklet without a hint of mockery, instead speaking earnestly. "Although we children of the rivers and lakes tend to marry later than ordinary people, at 18, you are no longer a child. It is time to consider marriage." If one were to encounter a desirable gentleman, before Song Qian could finish his words, Song Qian, somewhat irked, interjected, "You're already 20 and not in a hurry. I'm merely 18. What has the rush for me? Moreover, how could it be that an elder brother remains unmarried while his younger sister is the first to wed?" As she spoke, she patted the sword at her waist and declared proudly, "I, Song Qian, am destined to become a legendary heroine who will command respect in the Jianghu. If I were to find a man, how would I continue to navigate the Jianghu?" "Suit yourself," Song Qian replied, weary of further discussion. His sister had always trailed behind him, absorbing many of his thoughts and beliefs unconsciously. Although he seemed to be a slacker in the Xianyi way, spending his days idling at work, he harbored ambitions of traversing the Jianghu deep within his heart. Over time, Song Qian had also been influenced, yearning for the legendary Jianghu even more than her elder brother. Song Qian, with her carefree spirit, initially felt flustered when her brother discovered her looking at risque illustrations. But she quickly brushed the matter aside, riding beside Song Qian once more, giggling. "Brother, you're famously known as the prince of the brothel. Have you not been with all the ladies within?" "No." "Huh? Does that mean you haven't been with any? Or just not all of them? All you think about is sleeping. What else occupies your mind?" Song Qian scrutinized her brother for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. "Given your demeanor, it seems you have never partaken." "I knew it. A person with such cleanliness wouldn't be able to tolerate women who have been touched by others." Song Qian remained silent, wanting to clarify that he did not possess any true cleanliness obsession. He had simply cultivated a technique that made certain activities inconvenient until his powers reached maturity. However, the nature of his pure yang cultivation was a secret he had never disclosed, even to his family, so he chose to remain taciturn regarding Song Qian's assumptions. Let her think what she wishes about my cleanliness. It is preferable to her wild speculations. Brother, our father has stated that after this year, he will arrange a marriage for you. How do you plan to handle it? What else can I do but delay? Song Xian sighed, knowing he could not engage with women until he attained the status of a martial arts master. He could not bring home a wife only to have her live like a widow. I knew it. You still cannot forget about Lu Xiaolu's elder sister, can you? Song Xian fell silent. Alas, brother, she has been gone for 5 years. What is it that you cannot let go of? I believe Lu Qingxuang, Xiaolu's second sister, is quite suitable. She appears gentle and easy to handle. Moreover, we have grown up together, and she's like a childhood sweetheart to you. If you marry her, there will surely be no conflict between sister-in-law and sister. Brother, do you truly understand your own feelings? Don't tell me you cannot see that Lu Qingxuang has feelings for you. She is also 18, and suitors come her home one after another. Yet she simply refuses. Don't tell me you are unaware of who she is waiting for. Song Xian coughed, unwilling to delve into that topic. Discussing his past actions concerning Lu Qingxue, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, was somewhat unspeakable and could lead to social embarrassment. He waved his hand, stating, "Let us discuss this matter later. I do not wish to talk about the Lu sisters right now." Song Qian opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from continuing. Her brother was generally composed, with a stable temperament, but grew impatient whenever the Lu sisters were mentioned. Observing the frown on her brother's face, Song Qian could not help but harbor resentment towards Lu Qingxue, who had left without a trace for 5 years. As they neared the foot of Langlang Mountain, the siblings dismounted and gazed at the stronghold built halfway up the mountain, drawing their swords. Stay close behind me. No matter the situation, do not stray beyond 10 paces. Understand? Got it. Song Qian replied, unfazed. She believed that where there was one kill, there would surely be another. She felt quite gifted in the art of killing. The thought of delivering dozens, if not hundreds, of souls to the king of hell exhilarated her, causing her blood to surge with excitement. As they entered the stronghold, the sight of lifeless bodies scattered about dampened Song Qian's fervor. Brother, someone has beaten us to it. Song Qian nodded, surveying the surroundings and inspecting the wounds on the corpses. After searching several rooms, he beckoned to Song Qian. Let us return to report to the yamen. Song Qian, puzzled, asked, we're leaving just like this? Aren't we going to search for clues? Not necessary. Song Qian shook his head. The corpses all show signs of a swift kill, having died not long ago, and valuable items have been completely looted. This is the style of our Xianyi way. If nothing unexpected happened, once we completed our mission by eliminating those bandits at the village entrance, the Xianyi way would have sent people to clean up this stronghold. Song Qian began to understand. In other words, the Xianyi way had long been monitoring these bandits, waiting for them to complete their assessment task before sending someone to eradicate the bandits. Song Qian smiled and nodded. The Xianyi way has 3 branches. Besides our inspection division, there are the judgment division and the enforcement division. The inspection division primarily handles cases, the judgment division is responsible for trials, and the enforcement division, to put it bluntly, is dedicated to killing and cleaning up the mess. There are over 100 bandits here, yet not one showed signs of struggle before their demise. They were all instantaneously dispatched, indicating a vast disparity in strength. If all goes according to plan, it must be the enforcement division of the Xianyi way that acted. I've heard of the enforcement division. They are known to be ruthless and exist solely for slaughter. Brother, do you think that after we are promoted to second-class Xianyi way, we one be assigned to the enforcement division, right? It's hard to say. It depends on the extent of our father's relationship with Uncle Zhao. Their father, Song Yuanshan, had often mentioned that he and Zhao Dezuzu, the chief officer of the Xianyi way inspection division, had grown up together, sharing a profound bond. As long as Uncle Zhao did not give the nod, the enforcement division would have no authority. Song Qian sighed, hoping that Uncle Zhao would be supportive. Although she believed killing was not particularly difficult, she did not wish to enter the enforcement division and become a machine of slaughter. Song Qian squinted, rubbing his forehead. Over the years, he had occasionally unconsciously uttered terms from his past life, and unbeknownst to him, Song Qian had picked up on them. This little girl was becoming increasingly reminiscent of a time traveler. The Dazhou Xianyi way was a privileged institution that instilled fear in many. While the 3 branches of the Xianyi way were interconnected, they operated relatively independently, each with its own offices. Typically, descendants like Song Xian and Song Qian would serve in the inspection division of the Xianyi way, but upon being promoted to second-class Xian Wei, there would be an opportunity for reassignment. Positions would generally be redistributed based on the specific performance of their promotion tasks. Some might be assigned to the Enforcement Division, while very few would be moved to the Judgment Division. As they stepped through the doors of the Xian Wei Inspection Division, they were immediately led to the Chief Officer, Zhao Dezuzu. Uncle Zhao. Zhao Dezuzu was seated at his desk, dealing with paperwork, and upon noticing the arrival of the siblings, he set down his brush with a warm smile. I have received your performance records. The Enforcement Division has given a commendable evaluation. At these words, Song Xian felt a tightening in his chest. Oh no, being noticed by the Enforcement Division. They really want to assign us there, will they? As expected, Zhao Dezuzu continued. The Enforcement Division has sent a requisition order wishing to transfer you both to their division. I would like to hear your opinions. Do you wish to go? Song Xian shook his head, and Song Qian, naturally aligning with her brother, quickly followed suit in shaking her head. I anticipated your reluctance, hence I dismissed it. Song Xian let out a sigh of relief. Uncle Zhao, will there be any discontent from the law enforcement department after we directly reject their order? Zhao Dezu's chuckled heartily. And what if they are discontent? Does that surnamed Li still dare to turn against me for the sake of 2 second-tier Xian Wei? Serving in the law enforcement department inevitably entails combat with martial artists, and the mortality rate is not low. Given my relationship with your father, I naturally cannot send you to risk your lives. As he spoke, he approached Song Xian and lightly patted his arm. I heard that you punched through the chest of a mountain bandit. Song Xian nodded bashfully. It was his first time taking a life, and he was still not adept at controlling his internal power, much to Uncle Zhao's amusement. Zhao Dezu's nonchalantly remarked, killing is something you will grow accustomed to with time. Gradually, you will gain experience. When dealing with such ordinary thieves in the future, strive to conserve your internal strength. Song Xian nodded in agreement. Approaching the desk, Zhao Dezu's handed 2 second-tier Xian Wei insignias to the siblings. Previously, as third-tier Xian Wei, your main role was to simply pass the days within the imperial capital. However, things have changed now. Having become second-tier Xian Wei, you will serve in the inspection department, responsible for specific case investigations and handling. Ordinarily, after passing your assessments, you will be granted a few days off to recuperate. However, a case has just been submitted, and I cannot spare suitable personnel, so I will entrust this matter to you too. With that, Zhao Dezu's retrieved a folded document from the desk drawer and handed it to Song Xian. Song Xian opened the document and swiftly browsed through it, frowning. Uncle Zhao, ISNT is typically the local government that handles such cases? When did the Xian Wei become involved, even in cases of adultery? Zhao Dezu's expressed his helplessness. Under normal circumstances, such cases among commoners do not fall under our jurisdiction. However, this case is somewhat unusual. After their investigation, the local officials believe it may involve martial artists and reported it to us. This incident has reportedly caused quite a stir locally. And since our inspection department is responsible for the investigation, the case has landed in our office. Song Xian put away the document and inquired, Uncle Zhao, may I bring some personnel with me? As second-tier Xian Wei, you all have your own duties to attend to, but you may select a few of those third-tier Xian Wei in the inspection department who are merely idling about. Remember, when you arrive, your task is simply to uncover the facts. If this case truly involves martial artists, once you ascertain who is responsible, do not interfere further. Report back to me, and the law enforcement department's experts will handle it. They're the professionals when it comes to dealing with martial artists. Understood. After bowing to Zhao Dezu's, Song Xian and Song Qian prepared to leave. Just as they were about to step out the door, Song Xian turned back to ask Uncle Zhao if we encounter a threatening individual outside. Before he could finish, Zhao Dezu's clear voice rang out. If it comes to that, just kill them. We Xian Wei do not have the luxury of such concerns. Rest assured, I will take the responsibility if anything goes awry. Chapter 7. Song Qian's marriage. Upon exiting the office, Song Qian couldn't help but express her admiration. Uncle Zhao truly lives up to his name. He is indeed reliable. Indeed, with Zhao Dezu's as promise, Song Qian felt significantly more at ease. Having such a superior willing to take responsibility for his subordinates is a comforting thought. By the time they returned home, darkness had already fallen. Their father, Song Yuanshan, had returned home unusually early. having received the news that his son and daughter had passed the second-tier Xian Yiwei assessment. He was in good spirits and had even bought a jar of wine along the way. Their mother, Song Linshi, had prepared a feast, and even before they entered, Song Qian caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, eagerly making her way to the table. Song Linshi smacked her hand, admonishing her for being so careless at her age. "Go wash your hands." "All right." Song Qian hummed a tune as she went to the courtyard to wash her hands, playfully teasing her father, who was practicing his martial arts. "Father, are you performing senior fitness exercises?" "Senior fitness exercises?" Song Xuan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching for the Seven Wolves belt his son had gifted him, only to recall that he was wearing loose home attire today, rendering a belt unnecessary. "Stop picking up your brother's nonsensical phrases. He, being a man, can get away with it, but you, being a young lady, should not be so reckless if you want someone to marry you in the future." Song Qian replied nonchalantly, "This female hero has high standards. It is not just anyone who can marry me." Song Xuan grunted twice, likely feeling that his daughter had grown up and that it was inappropriate to strike her. And thus he waved his sleeve and went inside to eat. "Did I provoke father again?" At the dinner table, Song Qian teased his sister. Song Qian stuck her tongue out at him, pouring wine into their father's cup. "I was merely joking with father. Our father is magnanimous enough to not be angered by a little girl like me." Flattered by her words, Song Yunshan's expression instantly brightened, and he cheerfully replied, "Girl, pour a cup for your brother as well." Song Qian pouted, feeling that their father was biased, always pouring wine for her while she never got a share. Of course, she only dared to mutter such complaints in her heart. She would never voice them in front of their father. The Seven Wolves belt was never meant to be a mere decoration. "Come, eldest son, let's toast." Song Yuanshan raised his cup, and after clinking glasses with Song Qian and downing the drink, the conversation flowed freely. "Eldest son, you are the older brother. You must take good care of your sister in the future, understood?" "Yes, father, you can rest assured." Song Qian nodded vigorously. "I heard about your assessment today. It was quite bloody, wasn't it?" Song Qian nodded. "A bit of bloodiness is good." Song Yuanshan clapped his hands and laughed. "Those of us in this line of work will inevitably have blood on our hands sooner or later. There will be plenty of bloody matters ahead, and you will gradually become accustomed to it." Song Qian continued to nod, knowing that these were mere preliminaries. The real topic his father wanted to address was still to come. "When I was your age," Song Qian's heart stirred, realizing the main topic had begun. Song Yuanshan wore a reminiscent expression. "At your age, I had already taken the lives of at least dozens of fierce bandits and martial arts scum. Of course, our family has inherited the position of Xian Yiwei, and this is what we do, so there's nothing to boast about. What I take pride in is that I married your mother before turning 20. If you count the time, I was 20 when you were born." Song Qian turned his face away in silence, just in time to see Song Qian grinning and making faces at him. In this world, a man's success is not truly a measure of his worth. Having a full family is the real achievement. "Eldest son, I know you have your reservations, which is why I haven't brought up marriage until now. However, you are not young anymore, and it is indeed not easy for the Song family to pass down to you. Some matters should be considered." Song Qian rubbed his forehead. It is indeed difficult to refute the notion that men should marry and women should be given in marriage. He then winked at Song Qian, signaling her to intervene. Song Qian, understanding, poured another cup of wine for Song Yuanshan. "Father, you are being too hasty. My brother and I have only just been promoted to second-tier Xian Yiwei, and we haven't even settled into our positions yet. Can we not wait a few more days? Moreover, Uncle Zhao has just assigned us a case from out of town, which is rather urgent, and we must set off early tomorrow. Once we finish this busy period, we can discuss my brother's marriage. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Song Yuanshan hesitated for a moment. "Well, you may handle the case. Your mother and I can consult a matchmaker in the meantime. The second daughter of the Lao family. That girl Qing Xuan is someone your mother and I both quite fancy. If you have no objections, we can settle this matter in advance. After all, you and the eldest daughter of the Lao Lu family were once poised to betroth yourselves." Before he could finish his words, Song Qian's expression shifted, and he abruptly set down his chopsticks, rising to his feet. "Father, mother, please continue your meal. I shall take my leave after I have eaten." Without regard for Song Yuanshan's displeasure, he turned and departed. This child, Song Yuanshan's cheeks quivered in anger. He has grown obstinate, refusing to heed my words. Meanwhile, his mother, Song Linshi, grasped his arm and admonished, "Did I not advise you to refrain from mentioning the Liu family's eldest daughter? Why did you bring her up again?" Song Xuan opened his mouth, smacked his forehead in frustration, and lamented after 5 years. How has this child not moved past that hurdle? Sighing, he resumed drinking, conceding to let it be. After all, he was no longer a child. How could he manage him for a moment, let alone a lifetime? The meal ended on a note of discontent. After the lights were extinguished, Song Qian quietly approached Song Xian's door, whispering, "Brother, open the door. I need to speak with you." Inside, Song Xian was seated in a meditative posture, practicing the Chunyang Wu Ji Tong Zigong. In the darkness, his inner power radiated like streams of golden light coursing through his organs. Even faint golden glimmers emanating from his surface, rendering him akin to a golden deity. Upon hearing Song Qian's voice, he gradually concluded his practice and replied coolly, "It is late. Let's discuss matters tomorrow." Song Qian acknowledged with a soft "oh" and stealthily returned to her room. In the courtyard, Song Yuanshan and his wife observed this exchange before cautiously retreating to their own quarters. Once the door was securely shut, Song Yuanshan sighed in resignation. Over the years, he had assumed his son had moved on from Lu Xiaolu, only to discover otherwise. How could my Song family produce such a romantic? I refuse to believe there aren't good women in the world. Just because Lu Qing Shui has left, does that mean my son cannot find a wife? The next morning, as dawn barely broke, Song Qian began to rattle at Song Xian's door. Upon opening it, Song Xian, visibly displeased, flicked her forehead with his finger. "Song Ani, how do you possess such boundless energy every day?" Song Qian, covering her forehead, grinned. "Today is a business trip, and just the thought of it excites me so much that I can't sleep." Song Xian appraised her. She was clad in a black uniform, appearing less delicate and more spirited, and with the long sword at her waist, she truly resembled a formidable figure. Wait a moment. He retreated into his room, gathering numerous items before grasping the long sword resting by his bedside and signaling to Song Qian, "Let us depart." "Oh." Song Qian quickly followed, lowering her voice to inquire, "Shall we not inform father?" Song Qian shot her an exasperated glance, pulling her along as they exited, having angered their father of the previous day. Approaching him now would only invite further ire. As the capital of the Dazhou dynasty, this ancient city thrived, bustling with the sounds of vendors, horses, and patrolling guards. Regardless of the pedestrians or merchants, upon noticing the siblings in their dark uniforms, fear flickered across their faces. The Xian Yi represented imperial authority, a legal entity of lethal force, evoking trepidation in all who beheld them. Song Xian selected a mutton soup shop, ordering 2 bowls of soup and 10 baked flatbreads. And both he and Song Qian savored their meal heartily. As martial artists, they possessed substantial appetites, and the astute shopkeeper, noticing they might not be satisfied, brought over a basket of freshly baked flatbreads. After enjoying their breakfast, they left a piece of silver on the table and headed towards the Xian Yi headquarters, needing to select suitable subordinates for the upcoming trip. As they walked, the streets thronged with people, bustling with scholars carrying their books towards the inner city. Song Qian furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing, today is the triennial imperial examination. Observing the scholars, Song Qian turned to her brother, intermittently nodding as if comparing something. "What are you pondering?" Song Qian casually inquired. With a slight tilt of her head, Song Qian smiled. "They say that those well-versed in literature possess an innate elegance. Yet I see none here who surpasses you in grace." Song Qian laughed heartily. "Is that not obvious? I practice the Tong Zigong, honing my pure yang inner strength to refine both body and spirit. How can mere scholars, lacking any martial prowess, compete?" Upon entering the Xian Yi inspection office, Song Qian found that Zhao Dezhu was absent, having been summoned early for a meeting. Although he had intended to enlist Zhao as assistance in gathering personnel, he now had to recruit on his own. Sangge, Oyan Ye. A few drowsy third-tier Xian Yi officers approached, yawning, but upon seeing the siblings, they perked up, greeting them with urgency. Not greeting them would invite trouble. Song Qian was well-liked among the Xian Yi, known for his good nature and amiable demeanor. In stark contrast, Song Qian was a formidable presence among the third-tier officers, having earned a reputation for her prowess. While Song Qian stood silently beside her brother, she typically assumed the role of a supportive companion, allowing him to speak on matters while she refrained from interjecting. With a friendly smile directed at the group of officers, Song Xian inquired, "I just received a case and need to visit the county. Is anyone interested in joining?" However, his question was met with silence. The officers either gazing skyward or avoiding eye contact, clearly uninterested in the prospect of accompanying him. Why would they leave the comforts of the capital for a potentially perilous and unprofitable trip? Seeing a lack of response, Song Xian was not surprised. He had behaved similarly when he was a third-tier officer. He stepped back slightly, smiling at the young man, closed the door, and let Song Xian through. Witnessing this turn of events, the previously indifferent officers suddenly appeared alarmed, some instinctively retreating. Song Xian, gripping the hilt of her sword, spoke with a chilling tone. "If you refuse to heed my brother's reasonable arguments, then let us discuss matters of a less civil nature." As she gestured with her slender fingers, she pointed at 3 individuals, stating, "I shall select 3, and whoever is chosen must comply. Anyone who dares to refuse will face dire consequences." Though her words were somewhat crude, none dared to dismiss them lightly, for Song Xian was indeed capable of enforcing her threats. Lu Xiaoliu. She pointed first at Lu Xiaoliu, whose round face immediately reflected a resigned smile of helplessness, though he felt some reluctance in his heart. He did not voice any refusal. After all, he and Song Xuan had been inseparable childhood friends, and how could a brother in need be left unattended? Monkey. Song Xian's finger pointed at a young man of slight build who appeared somewhat lecherous. Upon realizing that Song Xian had singled him out, the monkey felt a wave of despair, yet he dared not express his anger, merely nodding submissively and flattering her. "Sister Qian has an excellent eye." The final selection was a robust man named Danyo, whose dark complexion and towering height made him resemble a formidable iron tower that instilled fear. However, this seemingly indomitable figure, upon being chosen by Song Xian, had his eyes redden with tears welling up. "Sister Qian, do I have to go? My father said he wants to arrange a marriage for me in the next few days. If this falls through, how will I ever find a wife?" Chapter 9. Xuan Wei investigates, summon those in charge. Danyo ultimately accompanied them. This was due to Song Xuan painting a grand picture, assuring him that he would certainly find him a satisfactory bride in the future. The promise was somewhat exaggerated, yet Danyo chose to believe it. Having grown up in the same circle, the youth trusted Song Xuan's character. When he promised to find a wife, he would undoubtedly fulfill that promise. Xuan Ge was indeed a reliable person. The Dazhou dynasty spread across an expansive territory, implementing a governance model comprising provinces, prefectures, counties, and districts. The entire Dazhou realm encompassed 9 provinces, with each province containing 12 prefectures, each prefecture containing 12 counties. To put it bluntly, a single province could rival an entire nation. To maintain control over such a vast domain, successive emperors enacted numerous measures. For instance, the Dazhou royal family, which established its power through martial prowess, held an almost obsessive regard for martial arts, effectively making the royal lineage the largest martial family in the realm. In the emperor's view, securing the dynasty's permanence hinged upon possessing supreme martial might. Furthermore, to counterbalance the influence of martial practitioners, emperors across generations continuously reinforced the power of the Xuan Wei, which had evolved into a colossal entity by the time of Song Xuan. Song Xuan had once heard from Zhao Dezhu that as long as the emperor had not issued an edict prohibiting the Xuan Wei from intervening, they could involve themselves in any matter within the Dazhou territory. The extent of their authority was astonishing. The city of Shanin, where Song Xuan was dispatched to investigate, belonged to Mingzhou and was situated over 800 miles from the imperial capital, a distance manageable for a few martial practitioners over the course of several days. Upon entering the capital of Huayan County after days of travel, Song Xuan made a beeline for the county magistrate's office without uttering a word. The case he was to handle had been escalated through various layers of the Huayan County office to the Ministry of Justice, ultimately landing at the Xuan Wei inspection office. By this time, it was afternoon, and perhaps due to the intensity of the sun and the post-lunch lull, the few clerks outside the magistrate's office leaned against the wall, dozing off. Song Xuan surveyed the imposing magistrate's office, a central hub of the county, where a single decision by the magistrate could impact the lives of millions of common folk. Yet in this crucial location, there was an air of laxity. Aside from a few dozing clerks, not a soul was in sight, a clear indication of governmental neglect. "Xuan Yi," Lu Xiaoyu whispered along the way. I've inquired about the county magistrate, Shun Qingyun. He is a parasite who values wealth above all else. As the higher-ups have their preferences, the entire Huayan County office, from the magistrate to the deputy magistrate, the chief scribe, and even the lower clerks, are all greedy for riches. Pointing at the desolate office, he added that not even wealthy families dared to report grievances here, for the vampires within consumed both defendants and plaintiffs alike. Entering this place meant not escaping unscathed. Over time, few dared to seek justice through the courts. Even when disputes arose among the common folk, they prefer to spend a little extra to resolve matters privately rather than risk entering the magistrate's office. Xuan discreetly observed the surroundings of the magistrate's office, slowly nodding as he smiled. Xiaoliu, you mentioned that the common folk would rather suffer in silence than come here to report grievances. Yet, a case of adultery has stirred such a commotion that it has even reached the Xuan Yiwei office in the imperial capital. Don't you find this intriguing? It is indeed quite intriguing. Lu Xiaoliu chuckled in agreement. Song Xian, somewhat perplexed, furrowed her brow and asked, could you two gentlemen speak more directly? What do you mean by intriguing? Song Xuan elucidated, typically, when a case arises locally, the tendency is to cover it up. Only when it becomes impossible to conceal does it get reported up the chain. Yet, a case from a county has made its way to the imperial capital's Xuan Yiwei inspection office. What do you think that signifies? Song Qian suddenly understood. Is it that someone from the governor's office or the provincial office suppressed the case, forcing the Huayan magistrate to leverage connections to bring the case to the capital? Song Xuan shook his head. A mere magistrate lacks such power. If nothing unexpected occurs, it should be that a local official from the governor's or provincial office is involved in a power struggle, seeking to use this case to drag some officials down or even eliminate them. I see now. Song Qian grasped the situation, realizing that someone was attempting to use the Xuan Yiwei as a tool to eliminate political adversaries. What shall we do next? Do we continue to pursue this case? Of course we will pursue it. Why wouldn't we? Song Xuan chuckled, unperturbed by the machinations at play. Let us first clarify the situation surrounding this case. This is our inaugural case, and if we return empty-handed, how will we manage in the Xuan Yiwei in the future? He paused, adding, we must uncover the truth behind this matter, and afterward, it will be up to the law enforcement officials to deal with the culprits. They will not concern themselves with any schemes. They will cut down anyone who deserves it. With that, he beckoned to Danyo. Danyo, you go ahead and knock. Danyo grunted in response and strode forward, the ground trembling beneath his heavy steps. Who's in charge here? His thunderous voice echoed at the magistrate's office entrance, startling the dozing clerks awake. One clerk, seemingly the head of the group, groggily opened his eyes and began to angrily chastise. Which blind fool is making such a racket? Can't you see? But before he could finish, he opened his eyes wide to see Danyo's imposing figure, dark as iron and towering above, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight. The clerk's tone faltered as he swallowed hard, his voice lowering and slowing. Especially upon recognizing the conspicuous dark uniform of the Xuan Yiwei, his expression shifted to one of fear. This is the magistrate's office. May I inquire who you are? Danyo removed a command token from his waist with one hand, and, with the other, lifted the clerk by the neck as if he were a mere chick, thrusting the token before him. Do you recognize this token? Yes, yes. The clerk stammered, squinting at the glaring letters of the Xuan Yiwei, his voice hoarse as he spoke repeatedly. Good. Danyo pocketed the token and casually tossed the clerk to the ground, bellowing with authority. The Xuan Yiwei is here to investigate. Summon those in charge. Chapter 10. Jianshi, the head clerk, scrambled into the office, rolling and crawling to summon others. Before long, a group of yamen runners surrounded a man dressed in the attire of a county magistrate and briskly emerged. The man appeared to be relatively young, seemingly in his 30s, with a smooth face devoid of facial hair, resembling a refined scholar more than a martial figure. I'm a county magistrate of Huayan. May I inquire if any of you hail from the imperial capital? Song Xian dismounted his horse, his gaze sweeping over the man. He observed that the magistrate displayed no signs of anxiety and bore an air of dignified composure characteristic of a learned individual. The reputation of the Xuan Yiwei in official circles was far from favorable. The civil officials held a mixture of disdain and fear towards them, generally opting for a respectful distance. It was evident that this Huayan magistrate harbored a degree of resistance, even aversion, toward the arrival of Song Xian and his fellow Xuan Yiwei members. I am from the Xian Yiwei Inspection Bureau, Song Xian. He announced. Might I inquire how to address you, Magistrate? My surname is Yi, replied the magistrate. So, Magistrate Yi, I must assert that you are likely aware of our purpose here. There is no need for idle pleasantries. Let us proceed with the case. Upon hearing Song Xian's forthright words, Magistrate Yi was momentarily taken aback, but his expression softened slightly, and his tone unconsciously became gentler. In that case, please enter the magistrate's office and wait briefly. I will summon the case files. Song Xian nodded, leading Song Xian and others into the magistrate's grand hall, where they took their seats without further ado. Soon, a yamen runner brought in tea, but Song Xian merely acknowledged with a nod, showing no intention of partaking. Safety was paramount while abroad, and he refrained from consuming beverages in unfamiliar environments. Noticing the refusal of the tea, Magistrate Yi did not press the matter, remaining seated in a composed manner, lost in thought. Before long, several yamen runners hastily entered the hall, carrying a case file. Please share this with the esteemed officials, Magistrate Yi instructed. Taking the file from the yamen runner, Song Xian began to peruse it with remarkable speed. Before Magistrate Yi had finished his cup of tea, Song Xian had thoroughly reviewed the entire document. The case was not intricate, simply a matter of adultery. In the Dazhou era, martial prowess was prevalent, and societal norms were relatively liberal. Women could practice martial arts just as men did, resulting in a higher status for women than in the feudal dynasties recognized by Song Xian. In Dazhou, women were not only permitted to engage in martial arts and education, but could even participate in the imperial examinations or military examinations to enter the official ranks. However, regardless of how progressive the customs or enlightened the court, it remained a feudal dynasty dominated by men. To uphold the purity of the male lineage, the laws of Dazhou imposed exceedingly harsh punishments on women involved in adultery. For men found guilty of infidelity, the punishment was 30 lashes, a fine of 50 taels, and exile for 3,000 miles. For women, upon verification by the Ministry of Justice, the punishment was public humiliation followed by immediate execution. Such disparate treatment was accepted in the imperial feudal society, and no one deemed it improper. Setting the file aside, Song Xian turned to Magistrate Yi, inquiring whether he could elaborate on the case. Magistrate Yi frowned slightly, questioning whether the file did not contain all necessary details. Song Xian fixed his gaze upon him, stating, "The file is merely a document. It does not necessarily reflect the truth. I wish to hear it from your own lips." After a moment of silence, Magistrate Yi gestured for the yamen runners to step aside, hesitantly beginning to speak. The case is straightforward, but it involves upper-class conflicts, and there are matters I cannot disclose. Even if I did, it may not be the truth. How about this, my lord? You may personally interrogate the accused woman in prison. Song Xian was somewhat taken aback, studying the man intently before nodding with a smile. Very well. We shall trouble Magistrate Yi to take us to the prison. The Tianlao of Huayan Prefecture housed various death row inmates. Some were awaiting confirmation of their sentences by the Ministry of Justice, while others had already been reviewed and were simply awaiting execution after the autumn. Within the dim, damp confines of the Tianlao, one could occasionally hear desperate cries and wails. And some inmates, upon spotting Song Xian and his companions, began to pound on the bars, proclaiming their innocence. However, Song Xian showed no inclination to intervene, following Magistrate Yi directly to one of the death row cells. My lord, this is the one. In front of the dark and cramped cell, Song Xian peered through the gaps, observing a woman whose features were obscured, lying on the floor, blood-stained and lifeless. Her eyes dull and lifeless as she stared blankly at the ceiling. Open the cell, Song Xian commanded. Magistrate Yi hesitated briefly, but eventually nodded to the head jailer to open the door. With a creaking sound, the iron door swung open, and Song Xian, and Lu Xiao Lu entered the already narrow cell, making it feel even more crowded. As for Dinyo and Ho Zi, they sensibly remained outside the cell, ensuring that no one else could enter, even preventing Magistrate Yi from joining them. Magistrate Yi's expression fluctuated, but ultimately, he did not dare to force his way inside. While he held disdain for the Xian Wei, he did not wish to offend these formidable figures over a single case. Inside the cell, Song Xian looked down from above at the numbed woman on the ground, gently clearing his throat. Yet, the woman showed no response. Seemingly indifferent to the presence of anyone in the cell, her gaze fixed on the ceiling as if she had surrendered completely. Noticing this, Song Qian frowned and stepped forward, gripping the woman's arm and lifting her up, forcing her chin to meet Song Qian's gaze. This assertive action finally sparked a glimmer of awareness in the woman's eyes, her focus sharpening on Song Qian. It seems she is still alive. Song Qian smiled satisfactorily, causing the woman to kneel on the floor. She then turned to Song Qian, saying, "Brother, we may proceed." Song Qian nodded, producing his Xian Yiwei insignia and presenting it before the woman. "Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the Xian Yiwei from the imperial capital. The duties of a Xian Yiwei are well known, I presume?" At the mention of the Xian Yiwei, although the woman had long resigned herself to despair, her body involuntarily trembled. In the eyes of the common people, the Xian Yiwei were akin to the emissaries of the King of Hell, and their officers were seen as his subordinates. It was said that once one fell into their hands, escape was impossible, and death was a distant wish. "I am Song Qian of the Xian Yiwei. From this day forth, I shall take charge of your case." As he spoke, he crouched down slowly to meet the woman's gaze. "Sun Lu Shi, the Huayan magistrate has charged you with adultery. Now, I seek only one truth from you. Is it true?" Chapter 11. The case within the courtyard of the Huayan prefectural office. Several officials were engaged in hushed conversation. A portly middle-aged man inquired, "Where have the Xian Yiwei from the imperial capital gone?" A man dressed as a clerk quickly replied, "According to the prefect, Magistrate Yi has received them, and I hear they have gone to the Tianlao to personally interrogate Sun Lu Shi. Did he not request me to meet them?" The clerk shook his head. "My lord, you are a legitimate fifth-rank civil official. While the Xian Yiwei wield considerable power, they cannot overshadow your authority. It would not be appropriate for you to personally receive every individual who arrives. Having Magistrate Yi represent you is sufficient." The prefect nodded. "You make a valid point. We shall publicly declare that I am unwell and resting, unable to meet with guests. Also, let us not offend the Xian Yiwei. Prepare suitable gifts for them. Whatever they desire, be it silver or women, so long as it is not excessive, arrange it accordingly." The clerk smiled. "Rest assured, my lord. I have already made arrangements with Chui Yun Lu. Tonight, we will host a banquet with Li Tongpan personally welcoming them. They're a group of young men, full of vigor. A courtesan in each room will surely keep them entertained and prevent them from causing trouble for you." "That is well indeed." The county magistrate expressed his satisfaction, patting the young man on the shoulder, assuring him that he could rest easy as he would handle matters as advised. In the dark confines of the prison, Song Qian and the accused woman, Sun Lu, exchanged glances filled with tension. Despite her marriage, the woman appeared to be in her early 20s, and though she bore the marks of suffering, a closer inspection revealed a beauty that was still discernible. "Think carefully. This is your last chance. If you wish to avoid public humiliation, you must tell me the truth. Have you engaged in an affair?" Sun Lu looked at Song Qian with fear, hesitant to speak, and instinctively turned her gaze toward Song Qian. However, in the next moment, she returned her eyes to Song Qian, sensing that the girl in dark robes was formidable, while the young man seemed more benevolent. "My lord, I am innocent." Sun Lu knelt on the ground, tears finally spilling from her eyes as she pleaded, "I am truly wronged. I was coerced. I did not engage in any affair. I can face death, but I cannot die bearing the shame of infidelity. I am innocent. I was forced. I did not commit adultery." Her emotions flared, vehemently denying the accusations. Yet when Song Qian inquired about the events that transpired, her words became tangled and incoherent. "Enough." Song Qian sighed, instructing the guard outside the cell, "Go fetch the husband of this woman from outside the city." He then turned to Yi Dianshi, requesting him to send a few constables to accompany. Yi Dianshi promptly assigned several constables, and they hastily left the prison with the guard. After more than an hour, they returned, dragging a peasant man into the cell. Upon seeing his wife on her knees, he immediately erupted in anger, shouting, "Wretched woman, what nonsense are you spouting now?" Song Qian, irritated by the noise, gestured for Lu Xiaolu to silence him. Lu Xiaolu stepped forward, unsheathing his sword with a metallic sound, and admonished, "Do you dare to raise your voice in front of the Xuani guard? Do you wish to court death?" At the sound of the weapon, the man immediately quieted, especially under Lu Xiaoyou's cold gaze, which made his legs buckle, and he fell to the ground. "My lord, I have lived an honest life and have never done anything wrong. You cannot wrongfully accuse a good person." Song Qian was disinterested in his excuses and spoke sternly. "Answer my questions truthfully. If you utter even a single lie, you will be sent to the Xuani guard's prison for dinner." The mention of a Xuan guard's prison sent a shiver through not only the peasant man, but also Yi Jianshi and the other constables outside. That place was akin to a hell on earth. Once you entered, escaping unscathed was nearly impossible. I ask you, did your wife commit adultery? And did you report it to the authorities? The man hesitated, instinctively glancing towards the prison door, seemingly seeking permission to speak. But before he could receive an answer, Lu Xiaoyou's sword was already resting against his neck. In an instant, the man complied. My lord, how could we ordinary folk dare to report such matters to the authorities? Oh, Song Xian's interest was piqued. Tell me everything you know. With a deep breath, the man began his tale. I am a tenant farmer from outside the county, living off my labor. Life has been modest, but over the years, I have saved a little, perhaps due to past virtues. I was introduced by a matchmaker to a beautiful wife, admired by all in the village. As he spoke of his wife, he glanced at the sobbing woman on the floor, a complex expression crossing his face. You might laugh, my lord, but as a simple farmer, I have never encountered anything grand. My wife's beauty, while not comparable to the daughters of wealthy families, is renowned in our vicinity. He looked at Song Xian and Song Qian, feeling a pang of embarrassment, aware that his wife, though beautiful, could not measure up to them. Stop rambling and get to the point, Song Xian urged. Oh, right. The man swallowed hard, his face filled with regret. Then trouble struck. One night, upon returning home from work in the city, I found a woman sitting by my fence, appearing forlorn and in need of rest. I approached her, and she introduced herself as Xiao Li, claiming to be from the neighboring Huaiyang County. Xiao Li said she had been married for 5 years. But after her husband's death last year, her in-laws treated her cruelly, and even her father-in-law harbored improper intentions toward her. Unable to endure it any longer, she had fled, ending up here, out of money and seeking a place to stay for the night. The man hesitated for a moment, feeling embarrassed as he added, seeing her plight. I agreed to let her stay. Song Qian chuckled. You found her pretty, didn't you? Let me ask you, if an old woman had come to your house seeking shelter, would you have agreed? The man lowered his head in shame. Perhaps yes. Song Qian waved his hand, asking, did this woman have anything to do with the case? Everything stems from her. The man exclaimed. Song Qian nodded, then continued. Chapter 12. The disguised heroine Xiao Li's story was indeed tragic, and she appeared innocent. So I felt compassion and agreed to her request. Song Qian turned to Sun Lu. Your husband brought another woman into your home. Is this something you can accept? Sun Lu remained silent, and it was her husband who explained. My wife is gentle and virtuous. Upon hearing Xiao Li's tragic tale, she did not refuse and readily agreed. Lu Xiaolu and the other men exchanged knowing glances, their eyes conveying unspoken thoughts. See, in the future, one must choose a wife like that, with such a generous heart. The next day, as Xiao Li prepared to leave, I, foolishly, asked where she intended to go next. Xiao Li, with a pitiful expression, lamented that she had nowhere to turn. If we did not mind, she wished to stay longer, claiming she could do needlework to sell and help with household chores, ensuring she would not be a burden. My wife and I discussed this, and we concluded that having one more mouth to feed would not be a significant burden, especially since Xiao Li could contribute by working. My wife mentioned that I often worked late and was away for days, so having a companion in the house would be reassuring. Thus, I consented to her stay. I must admit, I had ulterior motives. Xiao Li was beautiful, not inferior to my wife, and being widowed and homeless, I thought that over time, I could bring her into my home as well. As an ordinary man, the chance to have 2 beautiful wives was a temptation I could hardly resist. Alas, it was this greed that brought calamity. Song Xian and the others began to piece together the narrative. Following the usual pattern, it seemed likely that Xiao Li was not a virtuous woman and had influenced the obedient Sun Lu, ultimately leading to the scandal of adultery. At first, everything was normal with Xiao Li living in our home. I would work in the city during the day, and my wife and she would stay behind, sowing and tending to our half-acre of land. Each evening, returning home to see 2 lovely women made the labor worthwhile. However, gradually after a fortnight, I sensed a change in the atmosphere at home. Sometimes, I would wake in the middle of the night to find my wife crying silently under the covers. When I asked what was wrong, she simply shook her head, claiming it was just a nightmare. Each time I went to work, she appeared anxious, as though she had something to say but felt afraid to speak. A sense of doubt arose within me, prompting a desire to discern the truth. One day, I informed my wife and Xiao Li that I would be leaving for work, likely to be away for 3 to 5 days. Xiaoli appeared quite cheerful, reassuring me that with her at home, I could focus on my work without worry. After bidding farewell to both of them and walking a distance away, I did not head straight to the city. Instead, I stealthily returned home. Before I could enter, I heard muffled sounds emanating from within. Kicking the door open, I was met with the shocking sight of Xiaoli and my wife, unclothed and entwined on the bed, engaged in a compromising activity. As I recounted this incident, my fists clenched in anger, and my eyes were brimming with tears. Song Xian was equally stunned. The records indicated that Sun Lushi had committed adultery, apprehended in the act, yet it did not specify that she was involved with another woman. Song Qian and others fell into deep contemplation. The laws of the Great Zhou seemed to lack a clear stipulation regarding a wife's infidelity with another woman. The Ministry of Justice had deemed it adultery, punishable by death, which appeared excessively severe. Your wife has an affinity for women? Song Xian cast a sidelong glance at the bashful Sun Lushi. Issues of sexual orientation were indeed complex. As a time traveler educated in a new era, he held no prejudice against such matters. What harm was there in women engaging with one another? Did he not observe that many dignitaries in the court maintained a certain preference in their households? Upon hearing Song Xian's query, a man named Sun Bu'er was overcome with tears. If Xiaoli were indeed female, I would have turned a blind eye. Perhaps I could have even joined in, right? Lu Xiaolu interjected languidly. Sun Bu'er was momentarily at a loss for words. Song Xian gestured for Lu Xiaolu to refrain from interrupting. Sun Bu'er, according to your account, the stunning widow who calls herself Xiaoli is not a woman. No, Sun Bu'er retorted angrily. He is a man. His attributes surpass mine. The revelation rendered the cell silent. Song Xian nearly choked on his own saliva. This unexpected twist was almost too much to bear. It turned out this was a case involving a man in women's clothing. Having spent considerable time with Xiaoli, you failed to notice he was a man? Song Qian expressed skepticism, feeling that the situation was simply too absurd. I truly cannot tell. Sun Bu'er sighed despondently. His petite frame, long hair, and delicate features, combined with a soft voice and an inconspicuous Adam's apple. How could I discern the truth? If this were indeed the case, it would complicate matters. Song Xian mused, reflecting on how, in this world, women were esteemed for their petite stature and if attired in loose clothing. Distinguishing between male and female could be quite challenging. Typically, one relied on height, appearance, hairstyle, and voice for such judgments. Being an ordinary peasant, Sun Bu'er lacked exposure and was easily deceived. Have you apprehended the man known as Xiaoli? No. Sun Bu'er shook his head. After I caught sight of him, he panicked, hastily dressed, and escaped through the window. He must possess martial skills. He vanished in an instant. Upon realizing he was skilled, I did not dare pursue him, fearing he might retaliate violently. Song Qian smirked. So, you feared the adulterer and took your anger out on your wife by reporting her? I did not report her. Sun Bu'er quickly protested, looking at Sun Lushi with none of the initial rage he displayed upon entering the cell. Instead, his eyes reflected resignation. I was indeed angry and struck her in the heat of the moment, but I never intended to report her. It was a private matter. And besides, the authorities are a den of iniquity. I dared not approach them. Song Xian nodded slightly and turned to Sun Lushi, asking, Is what your husband claims true? Sun Lushi knelt, bowing her head. It is true. Do you believe you have committed adultery? I did not wish for this to happen, she wept. But he was too powerful. I could not resist. Moreover, he threatened me, stating that if I spoke of this, he would kill my entire family. He possesses martial skills. We are merely common folk. How could we dare confront someone like him? Since you did not report the matter, how did your wife end up in the dungeon, condemned to death? Sun Bu'er expressed his helplessness after I struck her. My anger subsided significantly. Later, I reflected that if I were in her position, I too would feel powerless against such a formidable martial artist. It was my own greed that led to this calamity, as I was tempted by her beauty, inviting disaster into our home. We as simple peasants can only accept our misfortune and swallow our grievances. We dare not speak out. And how did your wife come to be imprisoned? Sun Bu'er's face flushed with shame. This happened later. Although I knew it was not entirely her fault, I felt discontent about the incident. One day, after drinking too much, I struck her and verbally abused her, calling her shameless and accusing her of failing to uphold her duties as a wife. My voice rose, and coincidentally that day, officials came to our village to collect taxes, and they overheard me. Without a second thought, they seized my wife. As he spoke, Sunbu Air broke down in tears again. I am powerless. I'm not a man. I was angry with her, but I also realized it is not her fault. My lord, a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of affection. I struck her and scolded her merely to vent my frustrations. I never intended for her to face death. Song Xian turned to the attentive Yi Dian Shi outside the cell. Were the officials who captured Sun Lu Shi under your command? Yi Dian Shi shook his head. They were from Li Tongpan's office. Ah, Song Xian replied, shifting his gaze back to Sunbu Air. Did you not inform the authorities about your wife's situation? I did. Sunbu Air exclaimed in frustration. The word from the magistrates were clear. If I wish to avoid my wife being convicted of adultery, I must provide 100 taels of silver. 100 taels. How could I possibly gather such an amount? I had to sell our land and borrow from relatives and friends, but before I could amass the silver, the officials sent word that my wife's guilt was already determined. She was guilty of adultery. Once it was decided, there was no changing it. They threatened me that regardless of who inquired, I had to say it was adultery. If I uttered a single incorrect word, not only would I face death, but my relatives and friends would too. My lord, you are from the Xianyi Wei. I know you are not afraid of those officials. I beseech you, please save my wife. Song Xian fell silent, contemplating deeply. If this couple spoke the truth, the case was becoming increasingly clear. In essence, Sunbu Air had married a woman renowned for her beauty, which attracted the attention of a scoundrel. This scoundrel seemed to possess peculiar inclinations, preferring to disguise himself as a woman. Using a tragic backstory alongside a charming appearance, he incited Sunbu Air's greed, brazenly taking residence in their home. Subsequently, through threats, he sullied the honor of Sunbu Air's wife. The situation was not overly complicated. It was a case involving a flower thief from the martial world. Yet curiously, the case files contained not a single mention of the flower thief. All information regarding him had been expunged. Just as Yi Jianshi had stated, the case itself was not intricate. The complexity lay within the individuals involved. Lu Xiaolu approached Song Xian, whispering, Brother Xian, according to Sunbu Air's account. The officials under Li Tongpan initially apprehended Sun Lu Shi to extort money, purely for profit. However, they swiftly labeled her as an adulteress, solidifying a damning verdict, indicating their motive had shifted from greed to a desire to erase the flower thief's identity. It is evident that this flower thief is not merely a skilled martial artist from the Jianghu, but rather possesses an extraordinary background, likely with formidable connections to the authorities. Certain individuals do not wish for the scandal of the flower thief defiling common women to become public knowledge. At this point, he smirked and remarked, however, it seems this matter has not been entirely contained. Some wish to suppress it, while others strive to uncover the truth. Otherwise, this case, which should have been reviewed by the Ministry of Justice, would not have fallen into our hands at the Xianyi Wei. Song Xian nodded slightly, acknowledging the thoroughness of the analysis. Thus, our current situation appears somewhat precarious. Lu Xiaolu expressed incredulity. Xiange, you can't possibly believe that the person behind this would resort to eliminating us from the Xianyi Wei. Can you? Is he mad? Does he not fear that the Xianyi Wei would retaliate against his entire clan? The Ministry of Justice requires evidence to handle cases. But if someone were to kill members of the Xianyi Wei, the executioners from the Law Enforcement Division would heed no evidence. Any suspicion would lead to immediate execution. Song Xian chuckled. Do not be alarmed. It is merely a possibility. However, prudence necessitates that we make some preparations. There must be a Xianyi Wei stronghold within Huayan County, correct? Indeed, there is. Lu Xiaolu replied softly. But those are the Law Enforcement Division's personnel. If we attempt to mobilize them, they are unlikely to heed our call. Then you should inform them that you hail from the imperial capital, and that the director of the Imperial Inspection Division, Zhao Dezhu, is your father. If anything were to happen to you, he would certainly not let them off the hook. You have spent enough time in the imperial capital. Do not tell me you are unaware of this tactic of leveraging connections. Lu Xiaolu hesitated. Xiange, is this reliable? If Xiao finds out, will he not take it out on me? You seek neither power nor fame, and your position within the Xianyi Wei is a legacy passed down from your ancestors, impervious to encroachment. Are you, a mere idler, afraid of Zhao's wrath? Moreover, before leaving the imperial capital, Uncle Zhao explicitly stated that should anything arise, invoking his name would suffice. He could handle any calamity. Upon hearing this, I felt a sense of assurance. With that, he flicked his sleeve and walked out of the cell with an air of confidence, beckoning to the monkey. Shouho, accompany me outside to attend to some matters. The monkey glanced at Song Xian, and seeing that his leader had no objections, promptly followed Lu Xiaolu out of the prison with eagerness. Once the two had distanced themselves, Song Xian approached Song Xian and asked softly, "Brother, what were you discussing with Xiaolu just now?" I instructed him to rally support. Huh? Such matters could also be entrusted to me. No. Song Xian shook his head. Your social skills do not match those of Xiaolu, and besides, you must stay close to me. Should anything happen, I would be unable to face our parents. Do you still regard me as a child? Song Xian pouted, somewhat displeased. Yet she understood that her elder brother's decision was unchangeable. With a huff, she ceased to pursue the matter. After a prolonged silence, Sun Bu, feeling anxious, finally ventured to inquire, "My lord, do you think there's hope for my wife?" Song Xian wore a benevolent smile. "As long as what you have stated is truthful, there is hope. However, should you fabricate any details, there would be no need to wait for the Ministry of Justice's decree. I could send you to meet the King of Hell myself." Chapter 14. Killing. We are professionals. Yi Jianshi, besides the case of Sun Lu's adultery, have there been any similar incidents in Huayan County in recent years? After Lu Xiaolu departed, Song Xian turned to Yi Jianshi outside the cell. Indeed, Yi Jianshi did not even need to consult the records, readily responding, "In the past 3 years, there have been 8 recorded cases of adultery in Huayan County and its subordinate towns. All 8 cases involved young and beautiful married women engaging in illicit affairs, 5 of which were adjudicated by the Ministry of Justice, leading to the execution of the offenders. In 2 other cases, local clans executed their own codes, privately punishing the offending women, leaving only Sun Lu alive." Song Xian inquired again, "Were the lovers apprehended?" Yi Jianshi shook his head. "In these cases, there were witnesses who observed the women in their adulterous acts, yet the lovers were never captured." Song Xian took a deep breath, his expression darkening. Even Song Xian understood the implications of this. "Brother, ordinary folk tend to tolerate such matters, reluctant to report them to the authorities. The cases documented by the government represent only a minuscule fraction. The unrecorded incidents are likely numerous." Song Xian nodded. "When you spot a cockroach in your home, it signifies that in the unseen shadows, countless others are lurking." Song Xian instinctively clenched her fists. "Are you suggesting that all those adultery cases were perpetrated by that flower thief, and that someone within the government has forcibly suppressed the matter, framing it as mere adultery?" Song Xian nodded, letting out a cold chuckle. "Disguised as a man, preying on other men as wives, this scoundrel truly acts with impunity." Lu Xiaolu's social skills were commendable. To outsiders, the personnel of the Xian Wei are perceived as ruthless enforcers, notoriously difficult to engage. However, within just 2 hours, Xiao Lu returned leading a squadron of elite law enforcement division officers, clad in black Xian Wei robes and wielding dark iron blades. Song Xian, accompanied by Song Qian, hastily exited the prison to greet them. As they met, Song Xian first clasped his fists in gratitude towards Lu Xiaolu, expressing his appreciation for Zhao Gongzi's personal visit. He emphasized Zhao Gongzi's name with great weight, and Lu Xiaolu proudly lifted his chin, reminding him to speak well of him to his father, ensuring he understands that he is not merely a privileged second-generation heir. Most assuredly, Song Xian chuckled heartily, his gaze shifting to the leader of the law enforcement division. The individual was tall, with well-defined muscles on his arms, calloused palms from years of wielding a blade. Appearing to be in his 30s, yet bearing the marks of hardship etched into his face. Song Xian greeted him warmly, introducing himself. "I am Song Xian. May I inquire how to address you, my lord?" "Ah, it is you, Lord Song." The head of the law enforcement division exuded a somewhat cold demeanor, not adept at social interactions, which was indeed the case. After a brief response, he fell silent, until a companion beside him discreetly nudged his arm, prompting him to regain focus and add, "I am Shun Lian. I appreciate your assistance this time, Shundarin." Song Xian replied nonchalantly. "Lord Song." The somewhat smaller yet astute companion beside Shun Lian clasped his fists in greeting, stating, "My superior Shun, though not eloquent, please do not hold it against him, my lord." The ranks within the Xian Wei are divided into 3 primary levels: 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. The third rank is merely a position for the offspring of nobility to idle away their days. The second rank is further subdivided into Qianhu, Baihu, Zongqi, and Shaoqi. Typically, martial artists recruited from the Jianghu begin as Shaoqi, only advancing to Zongqi once they have accumulated sufficient merit. Those like Song Xian, who come from the imperial capital with connections to the Imperial Inspection Division, start as Zongqi upon passing the second ranked assessment. Thus, in terms of rank, both Song Xian and Shun Lian are of equal standing. However, he did not stand on ceremony, responding with a warm smile. My brother, there is no need for formalities. I have invited you here to assist me, so there is no reason for grievance. By the way, may I ask how to refer to you, my friend? I am Jin Yichuan, a Shaoqi under Shin Zongqi. You may call me Yichuan. As he spoke, his expression turned serious as he glanced at Lu Xiaolu, then continued. Previously, this Zhao Gongzi mentioned encountering life-threatening danger in Huayan and requires our assistance, Lord Song. He appeared puzzled, as did Shun Lian, both wearing expressions of confusion. Within the Dezhou realm, it is usually the Xian Yi Wei that causes trouble for others, and rarely does anyone dare to provoke them. So from where does this life-threatening danger originate? Song Xian chuckled. Under the orders of Zhao Dezhou, the chief officer of the Xian Yi Wei's inspection division, I have been tasked with leading a team to investigate a case of infidelity in Huayan County. The mention of an infidelity case brought a peculiar expression to Shun Lian and the others. When did the Xian Yi Wei become so idle as to involve themselves in such trivial matters? This case involves individuals from the Jianghu, Song Xian added. Upon hearing this, the initially nonchalant Shun Lian and his companions grew serious. The Xian Yi Wei was established to maintain a balance between the overwhelming number of martial artists and the court. Ordinarily, they would not intervene in the squabbles of Jianghu figures unless innocent civilians were harmed. However, if these martial artists acted immorally, taking advantage of their strength to prey on the common folk, it fell squarely within the Xian Yi Wei's jurisdiction. At this moment, Song Xian succinctly outlined the specifics of the case and solemnly stated, the situation is largely clear. Further investigation will lead us to the identity of the flower-picking bandit. That person likely holds significant status, possibly related to a local official. I fear that if we press too hard, they may resort to desperate measures. Hence my request for your assistance. This is our duty. There is no need for politeness. Song Darren. Shun Lian responded briskly, drawing his long blade with a metallic clang. Investigating cases is the realm of the inspection division, but when it comes to killing, that falls under our enforcement division's purview. You need not elaborate on the case. Simply inform us of whom to eliminate and how to locate the flower-picking bandit. As his words faded, over 20 enforcement officers, mounted on steeds, unsheathed their blades, their silence only amplifying the palpable aura of lethality in their eyes. Song Xian exchanged a subtle glance with Song Qian, each harboring unspoken understanding. It appeared the enforcement division was indeed as peculiar as rumored, their fierce demeanor suggesting a history of bloodshed. In the tense atmosphere, Song Xian began. I do not yet know the identity of the flower-picking bandit, but it is of no consequence. The county magistrate overseeing the infidelity case will certainly have the answers. He then called out toward the prison, Dinyo, bring out the couple, Sun Buer and his wife. Understood, came Dinyo's thunderous reply, followed shortly by sounds of scuffle within, fists colliding, bodies being thrown to the ground. Soon, Dinyo's towering figure appeared at the prison door, each hand grasping one of the Sun couple, swiftly emerging. Goodness! Jin Yichuan, who had been exuding murderous intent, gasped in astonishment at Dinyo's imposing presence, casting a significant shadow even from a distance. Song Darren, is this your man? Shun Lian inquired warily. The pressure radiating from Dinyo was overwhelming. Such a person, with innate strength, could become a battlefield engine if armored and wielding heavy swords. This is Niu Meng from the Inspection Division, Song Xian succinctly introduced, offering no further elaboration as Yi Jianshi stormed over in a fury. Song Darren, what is the meaning of this? Why is your man storming the prison? Yi Jianshi's face was grim. Having led men to the prison, the condemned prisoners were now being taken away, and should the higher-ups demand accountability, his responsibility would be considerable. It is of little consequence. Song Xian replied cheerfully. This case is now under the jurisdiction of the Xian Yi Wei. Keeping them in the Huayan County prison is inappropriate. Yi Jianshi felt powerless, They were condemned prisoners, taken away, just like that. I should, before he could finish, Song Qian shot him a glare and coldly interjected, Yi Jianshe. To be frank, we do not trust the confinement of Sun and Lu in your prison. We, the Xian Wei, are taking them. Do you dare to obstruct us? Yi Jianshe fell silent, especially upon seeing the fierce Xian Wei cavalry outside, retreating in understanding. Stepping forward, Song Qian clasped his fists in respect. Yi Dianxi, though our acquaintance is recent, I perceive you as a capable individual. The winds of change are about to sweep through Huayan County, so I must ask you to maintain order within the city. Yi Dianxi nodded, bewildered, as he witnessed Song Qian mount his horse and beckoned to Song Qian and the others. Let us proceed to enact justice. With the case now confirmed to involve Jianghu individuals, it fell squarely within the Xian Wei's purview, and Song Qian felt no hesitation in his actions. The sound of galloping hooves thundered through the streets, startling numerous citizens who hastily sought refuge. Trembling in fear at the sight of the dark cloud of Xian Wei cavalry racing past. Once the imposing cavalry disappeared from view, the hidden citizens emerged, whispering amongst themselves, "Those are the Xian Wei. What calamity has occurred? It seems they are headed toward the magistrate's office. Could it be that the magistrate is in trouble? Hush, speak softly. What if he survives this? What is there to fear? They are the executioners of the Xian Wei, a group of reapers heading straight for the magistrate's office. What chance does that rotund fellow have? Oh, my friend, you seem well informed. Aren't you afraid the magistrate will come after you if he survives? What do I have to fear? I have connections in the capital." Outside the magistrate's office, several officials who had been dozing in the sun were instantly roused by the terrifying presence of the Xian Wei, trembling in their boots. "Open the door," Song Qian commanded coldly. The officials turned to their supervisor, who, despite a twitch at the corner of his mouth, wasted no time and promptly opened the gates. Given the ferocity of the Xian Wei, any hesitation could very well lead to his demise. After all, they were targeting the officials inside. As the gates swung open, Song Qian led the charge inside. The courtyard erupted into chaos, without needing to be prompted. Lu Xiaolu and the lean monkey rushed into a hall, seizing a terrified official. "Are you the magistrate?" Song Qian asked, surveying the quivering official from atop his steed. "And no, I'm the county's deputy magistrate, Li." Song Qian waved his hand, "Take him away and give him a beating." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaolu seized the man and dragged him away, the sounds of his anguished cries echoing through the air. As Lu Xiaolu struck, he vented his frustrations with kicks. "You hold yourself in high regard, don't you? When I arrive in your Huayan County to investigate, why do you not come to greet me? How dare you disrespect me? I will see you suffer today." Moments later, a nearly beaten Li was dragged back before Song Qian. "Do you understand why you are being punished?" "I understand," Li stammered, his words barely coherent. He had learned his lesson. In the future, regardless of rank, he would personally greet anyone from the capital. Of course, if he had a future to look forward to at all, given the Xian Wei's demeanor, it was likely that his years of corruption had been exposed, and he was to be sacrificed for the sins of his past. "Good, now I do not wish to waste words. Just tell me, who is the flower-picking bandit?" Li froze, his heart racing as he contemplated the implications of their visit. "Aren't you here to capture me?" he stammered, shaking his head vigorously. "I truly do not know." "You do not know?" Song Qian chuckled. "You captured Sun Lushi. Don't tell me you are oblivious to the intricacies surrounding this matter." "My lord, I am wronged. I am truly innocent." Li Tongpan wept bitterly. "My subordinates apprehended Sun Lushi merely to extort some profit, but I had no part in this case. It was entirely handled by the esteemed county magistrate. If you wish to detain someone, it should be the magistrate, for he surely knows everything." At that moment, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards that rotund magistrate. "Why must we toil in Huayan County to earn money and indulge in pleasures, only for you to clean up after that scoundrel? Now look what has happened. Not only did we fail to tidy up someone else's mess, but we also attracted the Xian Wei. It seems there is no escape from this predicament." Chapter 16. Tian Boguang, Shun Lian's men were exceedingly proficient. While Song Qian continued questioning Li Tongpan, Genie Xuan had already brought the county magistrate before them, bound and subdued. The rotund magistrate, surprisingly cheerful, was caught in the act of engaging in lewd activities with a woman in broad daylight. As he spoke, he kicked the magistrate, sending him tumbling to the ground. Stepping forward, Song Xian remarked, "County Magistrate, you truly are a busy individual. It is quite a challenge to secure an audience with you." Wang Juanshou rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his face, trembling as he looked at Song Xian. "I am the County Magistrate of Huayan, officially appointed by the court, a legitimate 5th-grade local official. You have stormed the Yamen and assaulted a court official. I shall report this to the Emperor and seek your impeachment." Song Xian scrutinized him, chuckling. How rare it is to see a bit of backbone. He gestured for the magistrate to be taken away. "Let us enlighten our esteemed magistrate about the realities of the situation." Lu Xiaolu, grinning, dragged the magistrate's corpulent form aside, while Song Qian eagerly followed suit. Soon, the air was filled with the wails of the magistrate, akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. After enduring a beating, he became much more compliant, answering Song Qian's queries without hesitation. "Who violated Sun Lu Shi?" "My lord, I truly do not know. I am merely following orders. The governor sent someone to instruct me to suppress this matter. I am just a man tasked with dirty work. How could I dare offend the esteemed governor?" "What is the governor's name?" "The governor's name is Tian Yuan, the younger brother of the head of the Tian clan in Mingzhou, and the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice is his elder brother." Continue, provide more details. "Tian Yuan has 1 wife and 5 concubines, 6 daughters, but only 1 son, whom he dotes on excessively, almost to the point of spoiling him. I have speculated that the governor's desperate attempts to conceal this matter are likely related to his son. He has only this 1 son?" The magistrate recalled. "The governor once had a fortune teller predict he would have no sons, so he adopted a son from the Tian clan. However, after he had his own son, he looked down upon the adopted child. It is said that after a quarrel, the adopted son ran away and has since vanished." Song Xian furrowed his brows and inquired, "What is the adopted child's name?" "I believe he is called Tian Chong, style Bo Guang." "Tian Bo Guang." Song Xian's expression shifted intriguingly. "My lord, have you heard of him?" Without a word, Song Xian pondered for a moment and turned to Shun Lian, asking, "Is there any recorded information about Tian Bo Guang in your records?" "Yes," Shun Lian replied. "In the realm of Mingzhou, there are many renowned martial artists. Tian Bo Guang is known for his exceptional lightness of foot and outstanding swordsmanship, referred to in the Jianghu as the lone traveler of 10,000 miles. However, he is notorious for his lewdness, often abducting women from the Jianghu for his pleasures, and his infamy rivals that of Yunzhong, he from the northern region of Songzhou." Song Qian interjected, "Brother, do you think these cases we are investigating are the work of Tian Bo Guang?" "Difficult to ascertain," Shun Lian analyzed. "Although he is a prominent figure in Mingzhou's martial world, his agility is remarkable, and he has escaped from innate masters in pursuit. His swordsmanship is also exceptionally proficient among postnatal warriors. Typically, one cannot easily contend with him. While he is indeed a notorious lecher, he generally targets women of the Jianghu, and he might not even glance at the daughters of ordinary folk." Song Xian slightly nodded, envisioning the plot in which Tian Bo Guang abducted Yilin Inshao, Ao, Jianghu. One may question Tian Bo Guang's character, but his discernment cannot be doubted. In simple terms, Tian Bo Guang plays at a high level. While Sun Lu Shi possesses beauty, she is merely exceptional among ordinary women. And when compared to those seasoned martial artists endowed with internal power, she pales significantly. The likelihood of Tian Bo Guang taking an interest in her is indeed slim. If not him, then perhaps it is his younger brother. Song Qian thoughtfully remarked, "They're all from the old Tian family, and I suspect none are of good character. Regardless, let us apprehend them first." Though her words were somewhat crude, they resonated with Song Qian's intentions. Since the case had progressed to this point, a resolution was necessary. As Song Qian stated, this matter undoubtedly involved the governor surnamed Tian, so apprehending him was the logical course of action. Shun Lian had no objections, instructing Genie Xuan, "Send 2 men to escort the magistrate and Li Tongpan to our local prison. We shall return to interrogate them after addressing our pressing matters. These 2 fat pigs can yield enough profit to ensure our brothers in the Huayan County Law Enforcement Division have a prosperous new year." Song Xian waved his hand, summoning the couple Sunbu heir to accompany them, as their visit to the capital would be inconvenient without them. Jin Ichuan nodded in agreement. In Mingzhou, Jianghuai Prefecture, by the time Song Xian and his companions arrived at the city limits, it was already the following morning. "Lord Shun, since Tian Bo Guang is a registered figure in your law enforcement division, why has no one been dispatched to apprehend him?" Song Qian, munching on her provisions and sipping water, gazed at the ancient city that appeared strangely majestic in the morning light, casually inquired. Shun Lian, sipping from his water flask, clarified, "Though our Xian Yi Wei wields significant power, we are merely the Emperor's blade and do not possess absolute immunity. While Tian Boguang is indeed a flower thief, his victims are primarily women from the Jianghu, and thus far we have not heard of him harming women from ordinary households. Generally speaking, there is no clear demarcation between the court and the Jianghu. However, certain unwritten rules of mutual understanding exist. The Jianghu is the Jianghu, and the court is the court. How the Jianghu conducts its conflicts and disputes is of no concern to the court, provided it does not affect the common populace. The court will remain an observer, refraining from direct intervention. Even if there is a desire to act, it would only be through covert support of certain forces within the Jianghu to maintain a balance, rather than direct involvement in Jianghu affairs, which is an unspoken agreement among us. Though Tian Boguang is villainous, there are those within the Jianghu who will deal with him. If they cannot, it is because he is formidable. As long as he does not provoke the bottom line of our Xian Yi Wei, we shall refrain from easily intervening in Jianghu matters." At this juncture, Shun Lian offered a rare smile. "Lord Song should also be aware that while we Xian Yi Wei have a grand reputation, our standing in the Jianghu is not favorable. We are often referred to as the court's hounds, and they are quite wary of us, without a suitable reason. Rashly interfering in Jianghu affairs could easily incite a unified resistance from martial artists." Song Xian contemplated. "As long as there is a plausible justification, we can intervene personally, correct?" Chapter 17. Stripped of subtlety. The focus is solely on speed. This statement holds some truth. Shun Lian replied non-committally. "Take this case, for instance. It is evident that individuals from the Jianghu are involved in harming ordinary citizens, which infringes upon the bottom line of our Xian Yi Wei, providing us with a valid reason to act. Should there be a sect backing the perpetrator, we can report to the capital's Xian Yi Wei office. The officials there will dispatch appropriate personnel to eliminate the scourge. If it indeed involves a martial arts sect, we might just witness the first-rate Xian Yi Wei in action." First-rate Xian Yi Wei. Upon hearing those words, a look of yearning emerged on Song Xian's face. Having navigated the imperial capital for many years, he was acutely aware of the weight this title carried. To step into the realm of innate martial prowess was merely the most fundamental condition for advancement. Additionally, one must accumulate sufficient merit to qualify for the promotion examination. At this level, even the emperor must treat them with utmost respect, for they are indeed the pillars of martial strength in the Dezhou Empire. Jianghuai Fu, one of the 12 prefectures of Mingzhou, has its prefect as a third-rank official, a genuine local authority. Without a valid reason, even the Xian Yi Wei would not dare to seize anyone. The prefectural office was situated in the most prosperous area in the southern part of the city, sprawling with elegant pavilions and surrounded by high walls for protection, with guards patrolling diligently, rendering it a fortress. As Song Xian and the other members of the Xian Yi Wei rode forth, the common folk along the way hurriedly took cover. However, as they approached the prefectural office, they were halted by a squad of guards stationed outside. "This is a restricted area. Halt." Song Xian cast his gaze and noticed that this group of guards was well-equipped and exuded a fierce aura. What astonished him most was their cold, unyielding demeanor, showing not a hint of fear towards the notorious Xian Yi Wei. Presenting his badge, Song Xian commanded, "We are on official business. You must withdraw at once." Under normal circumstances, displaying the Xian Yi Wei insignia would deter any rational individual from obstructing them. Yet today, outside the Jianghuai prefectural office, the once formidable authority of the Xian Yi Wei seemed ineffective. "We only recognize orders from the prefect. We do not acknowledge any other commands." The lead guard's expression was devoid of emotion, as if he had never heard of the Xian Yi Wei, his sharp gaze fixed on Song Xian. "State your purpose, or do not blame us for our rudeness." Song Xian smiled. To be honest, since joining the ranks of the Xian Yi Wei, this was the first time he had encountered someone more brazen than himself. Shun Lian rode forward and whispered to Song Xian, "The guards here are likely private soldiers nurtured by the Tian family. They only recognize the Tian family and disregard the court. We can charge in without hesitation. There is no need for further discourse." With that, a clang echoed as Shun Lian unsheathed his long knife in an instant. The flash of the blade was followed by the severed head of the lead guard soaring into the air, blood spraying forth. Song Xian was momentarily taken aback. gaining a clear understanding of Xuan Lian's ruthless style. His brother Xuan was indeed formidable, speaking of decapitation with such ease, a true enforcer of the law. As Xuan Lian made his move, instead of being intimidated, the guards rallied with fierce cries, drawing their weapons and charging at Xuan Lian and Song Xian. The Xian Yiwei members reacted swiftly, drawing their swords as the clashing of weapons echoed in the air. Facing the first guard charging at him, Song Xian raised his hand, striking out with the palm. His speed far surpassed that of the guard's blade, and before the knife could descend, his palm had already imprinted upon the guard's chest. A resounding crack echoed as the guard's ribcage caved in, and before his body could fall, Song Xian seized his arm and hurled him away. The impact sent 3 guards crashing to the ground. After the encounter with the mountain bandits, Song Xian had refined his control over his strength, wasting no internal energy and avoiding a spray of blood, which left him quite satisfied. Indeed, real combat is the finest teacher for honing martial skills. The commotion outside soon alerted the guards within the office, and the grand doors swung open, unleashing dozens of formidable guards who charged out with furious roars. On horseback, Song Xian crushed a guard's skull, snatched the long knife from his grasp with his left hand, and with his right hand, channeled pure yang internal energy to strike the blade. A loud crack resonated as the long knife shattered, and under Song Xian's control, sharp fragments flew forth like arrows, instantly tearing apart the front line of guards. Even Xuan Lian, who was in the midst of a bloodbath, paused momentarily at the sight. While he could shatter a long knife with a strike, manipulating the resulting shards to kill was beyond his capabilities, requiring not only profound internal energy, but also masterful control over it. The number of guards pouring out from the office increased, yet upon witnessing Song Xian's ability to dispatch several foes in an instant, they were struck with trepidation, forming a circle around him but daring not to advance. "Charge! All of you forward!" Outside the prefectural office, a man resembling a steward shouted. "Your salaries come from the prefect, your lands are bestowed by him, and even your marriages were arranged by him. If he falls, all you have will vanish." With those words, the guards who had hesitated were seized by a fervor, brandishing their weapons and charging forward recklessly. They understood little of lofty ideals. They merely knew who filled their bowls, and thus they followed. The treatment bestowed upon them by the prefect was sufficient for them to risk their lives in return. "Damn it!" Song Xian cursed silently, newfound respect for the unknown prefect of Jianghuai blossoming within him. Such a method of winning hearts was truly remarkable, even arranging marriages. Who could resist fighting to the death for such a benefactor? With a sigh, Song Xian drew his long sword, recognizing that a mere display of restraint would no longer suffice. As the first assailant approached, he thrust his sword forward without any elaborate movements, yet the man seemed dazed, presenting his neck, which was swiftly pierced by the sword's tip. Withdrawing the blade, Song Xian made a swift cut. The sound of flesh being severed echoed as another fell lifeless to the ground. Song Xian possessed no profound sword techniques. His only advantage was speed. The pure Yang Wuji child technique, being a celestial level skill, had transformed his physique significantly over the years of practice. Even without channeling internal energy, the speed of his strikes surpassed that of the guards by leaps and bounds. Unapologetically, one could say that despite the guards' fierce demeanor, their slashing motions appeared to Song Xian as though they were in slow motion. With the killing already commenced, Song Xian cast aside all reservations. His figure danced like a dragon among the throng, leaving behind only fleeting shadows as the glint of his sword flashed in all directions. By the time he stood at the entrance of the prefectural office, the ground around him was littered with bodies. "Run!" At last, the remaining guards' morale shattered, and after one of them shouted, several began to scramble back towards the office in a panic. Emboldened by the thrill of battle, Song Xian let out a long roar, lightly pushing off the ground with his toes, soaring forth like a swift swallow. The long sword in his hand crackled with energy, the silver dragon-like light slicing through the air, cleaving heads from shoulders. Such remarkable swordsmanship! A voice among the Xian Yiwei echoed with admiration. With a flourish, Song Xian spun mid-air, gracefully descending as he surveyed the carnage below, exhaling softly. What he wielded was not true swordsmanship, it was merely speed. In that fleeting moment, to others, he appeared as a masterful swordsman capable of decapitating 12 foes in a single sweep, but in reality, He had unleashed a rapid succession of strikes at breakneck speed. Due to the overwhelming speed, outsiders could hardly discern the happenings, creating the illusion of a single sword capable of delivering 12 deadly strikes. There was no technique involved. The primary focus was sheer swiftness. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is indomitable. Only speed remains unbreakable. When speed reaches its zenith, a single sword can shatter myriad laws. At the entrance of the yamen, a scene of massacre unfolded, with blood gushing and flowing through the streets. Yet, in the backyard of the yamen, tranquility reigned, completely untouched by the sounds of conflict from the front courtyard. At this moment, Tian Yuan, the governor clad in resplendent attire, sat beneath a flowering tree, leisurely sipping tea. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice a slight tremor in the hand that held his teacup. Father, a young man hurriedly entered from a distance. He was not tall, and his delicate frame, coupled with his white clothing, gave him a strikingly youthful appearance. Yet, perhaps due to anxiety, his voice carried a sharpness that felt jarring to the ears. Father, there are Xuan guards attacking outside. Why are you still here drinking tea? What else can a father do if not drink tea? Tian Yuan gazed at his son with a mixture of affection and exasperation, sighing, one must do their part and leave the rest to fate. If the private army I have nurtured for so many years cannot withstand those fiends, it can only mean that our time has come, and there is no escape. The young man's expression shifted continuously, eventually revealing a hint of guilt. I have brought disaster upon you. You told me to keep a low profile, yet I could not resist going out and causing chaos. Tian Yuan shook his head. I believed I had concealed our affairs well enough. Especially with your uncle's South assistance in the court, the Ministry of Justice should not have caused any issues. Alas, this case fell into the hands of the Xuan guards in the end. I was careless. I should have silenced that member of the Sun family beforehand. The young man pondered for a moment before asking, Father, is someone in the court plotting against our Tian family? Indeed, Tian Yuan replied. The Minister of Justice is aging, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will soon retire to his hometown. Your uncle, as the left assistant minister, naturally wishes to vie for that position. However, the right assistant minister has also set his sights on it. Over the years, you have continually stirred up trouble, and I have done my utmost to shield you. Your uncle has gone to great lengths to resolve the issues you've caused, hoping to prevent your actions from affecting his pursuit of the ministerial post. Unfortunately, your oversight ultimately led to this debacle, drawing the Xuan guards upon us. You must understand, even if our Tian family is a prominent clan in Jianghuai, we cannot contend with such a formidable force. The young man expressed his confusion. Father, if you do not wish to confront the Xuan guards, why insist that the guards fight them to the death? What is the purpose of that? Of course, there's a purpose. Tian Yuan tightened his grip on the teacup. I must buy time. With that, he suddenly hurled the teacup to the ground. At that moment, several black iron nets descended from the sky. Caught off guard, the young man was ensnared before he could react. In the corner of the backyard, several figures in black emerged from the shadows, brandishing knives, securing the iron net firmly in place. Father, what are you doing? What am I doing? Naturally, I'm going to kill you. Tian Yuan rose and drew a dagger from his sleeve, stepping forward. It is all my fault for being too indulgent with you. Father, I am your only son. Yes, you are my only son, which is precisely why I have continuously cleaned up your mess. Yet now, because of you, our entire Tian family is in peril. Tian Yuan's expression wavered before turning menacing. My son, I know you learned a form of lightness skill from that rebellious Tian Boguang. So upon learning that your case was handed over to the Xuan guards, I began preparing these iron nets. I had harbored a glimmer of hope that the Xuan guards would not discover this place, but now it is futile. They have arrived at our doorstep. If you do not die, the entire Tian family will perish alongside you. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I have exhausted all means to protect you, yet now, it is utterly impossible. Blame yourself for being so reckless, chasing after women. I have provided you with dozens of concubines. Is that not enough? Why must you go after someone else's wife? If you're going to indulge, could you not at least be discreet and avoid detection? As his anger escalated, Tian Yuan shouted, Damn it, you have caused me such trouble. Now is the time for you to fulfill your filial duty to the Tian family. With that, he lunged the dagger toward his son's neck. Just as the blade was about to pierce flesh, a stone, like a shooting star, flew through the air and struck Tian Yuan's dagger, sending it flying. Lord Tian, Is it not a bit late to consider killing someone to silence them? At the entrance of the garden, Song Xian stepped forward, sword in hand, treading upon the blood-soaked ground. Behind him, Song Qian, Shun Lian, and a host of Xian guards surged in like a tidal wave, swiftly eliminating the black-clad assailants and sealing all exits of the garden. Tian Yuan trembled, his lips quivering as he looked at Song Xian with desperation. Sir, could you grant this old man, grant the Tian family an opportunity? Oh. Song Xian regarded him with keen interest. What opportunity do you seek? Tian Yuan pointed at his son, whispering, this case was instigated by this rebellious son. I do not aspire to save him, but I beg you to ensure that my Tian family is not implicated during the investigation. If you can protect my family, he raised a trembling finger. I shall give each of the Xian guard a reward of 100,000 taels of silver. Each one 100,000 taels. Upon hearing this, a stir rippled through the ranks of the Xian guards, with several eyes gleaming with fervor. Even Song Xian felt his resolve wavering. 100,000 taels of silver would be sufficient for him to purchase a luxurious residence in the imperial capital, acquire thousands of acres of fertile land, and enjoy a life of opulence with numerous beautiful wives and concubines. Noticing the growing interest among the guards, Tian Yuan seized the moment, hastily adding, in addition, each of the esteemed lords shall receive an extra 300,000 taels after the matter is resolved. Money, after all, could facilitate divine intervention. Tian Yuan was beyond caring for anything else, even if he had to exhaust his entire fortune. As long as his family survived and both he and his brother retained their positions, there would always be opportunities to recover their wealth in the future. Such audacity! Song Qian scoffed. 100,000 for each, plus your additional promises for us, amounts to at least 30 million taels, does it not? I do not mean to belittle your Tian family, but can you truly provide such a staggering sum? Tian Yuan hurriedly smiled. While I may not have enough cash on hand, my Tian family has been operating in Jianghuai for over a century and is among the prominent families in Mingzhou. We possess numerous lands, shops, and residences. By liquidating our assets, we should be able to gather a significant portion. Can you really manage that? Song Qian exclaimed in disbelief. How much of the common people's wealth must you siphon off to come up with such an amount? Tian Yuan, feeling sheepish, dared not respond. His gaze fixed upon Song Qian. He understood that this individual was the true leader of the group. Song Qian shook his head slightly, sighing, to be honest, the temptation is indeed substantial, especially since your offer is exceedingly generous. However, regrettably, Governor Tian, your family's money is too hot to handle. I cannot accept it. The case involved power struggles within the court, and countless individuals were watching from the shadows. Accepting the Tian family's silver today could lead to heads rolling tomorrow. Aware of his own abilities, Song Qian knew he was formidable with the pure Yang Wujie Tongzi Gong, a celestial-level technique. Even among those in the postnatal realm, he was unlikely to encounter adversaries. Yet, if he attracted the attention of elite Xian guards due to greed for silver, he would find himself with little chance of survival. With a promising future ahead and boundless potential, he could become a master of martial arts. Why risk his life for a fleeting sum of silver? Silver. In the future, when one becomes a master of martial arts, is it not true that one can have as much as one desires? Upon hearing this, the Xian Wei, who initially felt a flicker of greed, immediately extinguished such thoughts. What use is silver if one has a life to spend it? Before Tian Yuan could utter another word, Song Qian raised his hand and commanded the people in the rear courtyard to be apprehended without exception. 5 days later, Song Qian hosted a farewell dinner with Shun Lian and others. The case had been thoroughly investigated, and the culprits had been captured. As for subsequent matters, they were beyond Song Qian's purview. The previous day, the judicial division from the capital had sent officials to escort the case files and the criminals back to the capital. How to proceed with the trial and judgment was a matter for those in higher authority to consider. After a hearty meal and some drinks, Song Qian, along with Song Qian and Xiao Lu, mounted their horses and cupped their fists in salute to Shun Lian and the others. Brother Shun, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. If you all find yourselves in the capital in the future, do remember to seek me out for a drink. Shun Lian forced a smile, promising to visit when the opportunity arose. Brother Song, may I have a word in private? Noticing Shun Lian's slight hesitation, Song Qian nodded and rode ahead for 100 meters before stopping. Shun Lian followed closely on horseback, and as they met, he awkwardly smiled. Song Qian remarked, We have fought side by side, sharing life and death as comrades. Feel free to speak candidly. After a moment of hesitation, Shun Lian produced a heavy bundle from his bosom. Upon a quick glance, Song Xian discerned that it likely contained 200 or 300 taels of silver. Brother Song, I'm a straightforward man, so I shall be direct. When we apprehended Tian Yuan's family within the Tian residence, my men happened to seize some silver. How much did you take? Song Xian lowered his voice, aware that the Tian family had long been under scrutiny from above, and there was likely an estimate of their wealth. If the amount taken was too substantial, it might lead to complications. Not much, Shun Lian quickly replied. Divided among over 20 brothers, each person received only a few dozen taels. Compared to the Tian family's tens of millions in assets, it is hardly worth mentioning. I see. Then there is nothing to worry about. Song Xian waved his hand dismissively. The brothers have fought valiantly. A little pocket money is nothing to fret over. He was indifferent to the matter, understanding that everyone was aware of the unspoken rules. So long as the amount was not excessive, no one would make an issue of it. After all, with the fall of the Tian family, tens of millions in wealth awaited division among the powerful. And the bloodied Xian Yi, each receiving a few dozen taels, was hardly excessive. In fact, Song Xian felt that Shun Lian and the others had been somewhat restrained, likely out of concern for his potential disapproval. Brother Song, this is your share. It is not much, 50 taels each. Consider it for your journey. Shun Lian looked at Song Xian eagerly, fearing rejection. If I do not accept this silver, Brother Shun and the others may not sleep well at night, would they? With that, he accepted the bundle, giving it a slight shake, exclaiming, the sound of silver clinking is truly delightful. Shun Lian chuckled awkwardly, yet he also felt relieved. With the silver in hand, he no longer had to worry about Song Xian reporting them upon returning to the capital. Although he did not believe Song Xian to be the type to harbor ill intentions, it was always more reassuring to keep matters above board. With the bundle secured, Song Xian clasped his fists and smiled. All good things must come to an end, Brother Shun. I hope we have a chance to collaborate again in the future. Shun Lian replied, Brother Song is truly a remarkable individual. By the next time we meet, you may well have been promoted to 100 households. Song Xian laughed heartily. Having gained a deeper understanding of Shun Lian, he was indeed not the most articulate. Using phrases like remarkable individual was not something one could toss about lightly. Why not declare me destined to be an emperor instead? After bidding farewell to Shun Lian and the others, Song Xian and his party set off on their journey back to the capital. As they watched the group depart, Shaoqi Jin Xuan turned to Shun Lian. Did they accept the silver, my lord? They did. Shun Lian replied with a relaxed smile. We were overly anxious. This individual is not the kind to be rigid and unsociable. He possesses strength and background, and understands the subtleties of human relations. Such a person has a boundless future ahead. Chapter 20. In middle age, one cannot avoid it. Goji berries steeped in a thermos at noon, after a long journey. Song Xian and his companions tied their horses beneath a locust tree by the roadside and dismounted to enjoy the shade. Brother, that bundle is from Shun Lian, right? There must be quite a bit of silver inside. Song Xian, ever observant, had already discerned its contents and could no longer contain her curiosity. Song Xian unwrapped the bundle, revealing glistening silver that caught their eyes. Not too much, just 50 taels each for everyone. Xiao Lu swallowed hard and grinned. Brother Xian, this doesn't seem quite right. As the leader, you should take the lion's share, and we can divide the rest. Both Monkey and Daniel nodded in agreement. They had not contributed much, with nearly half of the 100 guard from the Tian family having been slain by Song Xian. While they had killed few, sharing the silver felt somewhat improper. What's wrong with that? We are all brothers. You traveled a long way with me. Surely I cannot allow you to leave empty-handed. Xiao Lu and the others exchanged glances, but still hesitated to take their share. Song Xian pressed, what is this? You didn't earn a fortune of 1 million. So now you look down on a few dozen taels? That's not it. Xiao Lu stammered. To be honest, that day at the Tian residence, we also happened to grab a few items. If you give us silver now, it feels a bit unreasonable. Good heavens. Song Xian was momentarily speechless from now on. You should stop calling yourself Xiao Lu and instead go by Lao Lu. Speak up, what did you take? Let us not have anything taboo. Xiao Lu pulled out a palm-sized jade pendant, and Song Xian examined it, noting the exquisite carving of a guanyin that looked lifelike and was of fine quality. Daniel, blushing, produced a golden hairpin, saying, I was thinking of using this as a betrothal gift when I marry. And you, Monkey? Song Qian asked curiously. Monkey quickly shook his head. Brother Qian, do I have to say? Song Qian remained silent, while Song Qian shot him a fierce glare. What do you think? Reluctantly, Monkey pulled out an item, which elicited gasps from group. Oh, isn't this a woman's belly band? Skinny Monkey. Who knew you had such a preference? Xiao Lu laughed mischievously. Monkey, mortified, protested. I mainly thought it had gold trim and should be worth something. All right, put away. Although Song Qian felt somewhat speechless, he considered it trivial. Song Qian, what about you? Don't tell me you didn't take anything. I definitely did. Song Qian replied confidently. I took a few pieces of jewelry to bring home as gifts for mother. Her assertion was entirely justified, and Song Qian saw no issue with it. After all, the brothers risked their lives in battle. Shouldn't they be entitled to a few spoils? If not for his insufficient strength, he would have directly organized a caravan to transport the silver home. If they walked away with nothing, how could he lead the team in the future? Who would still be willing to join him in risking their lives? Brother Qian, what about you? Don't say you didn't take anything at all. Xiao Lu chuckled. Knowing each other since childhood, Song Qian, who had the audacity to collect protection fees from thugs in the capital at the age of 8, understood the value of wealth well. A savvy individual like him would surely not let any silver slip through his fingers. With his hands raised, Song Qian admitted, all right, I'll come clean. I also took something. Of course. The others laughed heartily. Brother Qian is not a bookish fool. How could he be so naive as to miss out on a little profit? However, what I took was not money. As he spoke, Song Qian retrieved a manual from his pocket, which he had discovered in Tian Yuan's son's room. It was a manual on lightness skills, likely transcribed by Tian Bo Wang for his younger brother. It was evident that although they were not blood brothers, their bond was quite strong. The monkey chimed in, remarking that they both shared an affinity for being flower thieves. How could their relationship not be close? However, it raised a question. Since Tian Yuan's biological son possessed martial skills, why did he not emulate his brother and instead prey on the wives of common folk? Song Qian casually remarked, because he cannot engage in high-level play. The others pondered this, and they understood the implication. Truly, Brother Qian was well-informed. His words carried great depth. Enough of this chit-chat. Song Qian waved the manual in his hand. Our Qian Yiwei Bureau has numerous manuals, but they require merit to exchange, which is not easily acquired. Let us not dwell on whether I am hoarding knowledge. Quickly find some paper and pen to transcribe this lightness skill. Acquiring more lightness skills can only enhance your survival capabilities. As brothers, I would rather not see you perish one day and call me to partake in your funeral feast. Hey, Brother Qian, why are you only thinking about the feast? After Xiao Lu and the others transcribed the manual, Song Qian handed the book directly to Song Qian. The manual was not particularly profound, and he had nearly learned it after a single glance. Perhaps due to cultivating the pure Yang Wuji Tongzi Gong, a celestial-grade internal skill, his comprehension had been significantly enhanced. What might take others considerable time to master, he grasped with ease after a mere reading. This could be considered one of his few advantages. Upon receiving the publicly shared lightness skill manual from Song Qian, Lu Xiao Lu and the others vehemently refused to split the silver. Song Qian, not wishing to engage in further pleasantries, pushed the bundle of silver towards Song Qian. Take this silver, purchase some fine wine for our father in the capital, buy our mother a new dress, and perhaps indulge yourself in some cosmetics. The remaining silver, keep it as your dowry. Surprised by the sudden windfall of over 200 taels, Song Qian's face turned pale instead of joyful. Brother, what do you mean by this? You suddenly give me so much money. You aren't preparing for your final arrangements, are you? At her words, Song Qian's cheeks twitched slightly. It's just a few taels. Why does that frighten you so? When I achieve great mastery in the future, I'll bring home cartloads of silver, and you might just ascend to the heavens. Is that so? Song Qian's expression quickly shifted back to a grin. I fear not the abundance of silver. I fear your sudden departure from this world. Remember, when you come back with a cart full of silver, I shall be your driver. I want to experience the thrill of parading around with a cart of silver. You little money grubber. Song Qian chuckled teasingly. He then stood and said, Have you all rested enough? Let us return to report to old Zhao. Upon mentioning old Zhao, Song Qian smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about him. Given the considerable stir they had caused this time, they would need his assistance in the future, so a gift for him was in order. With that thought, the group deliberated on what gift to bring back for old Zhao. Ultimately, Song Xian retrieved a small vial from his pocket and tore off the label that read small dosage of Yuan San. This will do. At middle age, one must resort to nourishing oneself with goji berries in a thermos. Old Zhao is of an age where this health supplement is most suitable. Remember, this is the miraculous tonic I obtained from an old Chinese doctor in Mingzhou. Do not let it slip. In Chapter 21, Song Xian mused. How about we resort to Ling Qi? He had quite a collection of items in his possession. Regarding Yuan San, it was available in both small and large doses. The large dosage acted swiftly and powerfully, but with significant side effects, leaving one wanting more and quickly exhausting their vitality. He had devised this concoction for the purpose of trickery. The small dosage, however, was much milder with minimal side effects, serving merely as a health supplement for entertainment. As he had previously explained to Song Qian, he intended to mass-produce this item for sale, as many of the affluent in the capital were frail. This product would likely become a hot commodity. Upon returning to the capital, Song Xian and his companions did not head home, but went directly to the Xian Yiwei Inspection Bureau to report on their assignment. Upon seeing them return, Zhao Dezhu greeted them with a smile. Bring out the chilled watermelon and wine. Let's host a feast for our esteemed contributors. Song Xian approached with a smile, completing the report before expressing his confusion. Uncle Zhao, it was merely a case. Is a banquet truly necessary? Why wouldn't it be? Zhao Dezhu's smile was unabashed. The case you handled has truly brought honor to our inspection bureau. He lowered his voice. The trial for Tian Yuan and his son was completed 3 days ago. Can you guess how many virtuous women that scoundrel has harmed over the years? Song Xian estimated at least dozens, perhaps over 100. Less than that. I'll say less. Zhao Dezhu held up 3 fingers. Over 300. In the 300 years since the establishment of our great Zhou, we have captured many flower thieves, but I have never encountered one who has harmed so many virtuous women. Song Xian was taken aback by the horrifying number. This was not merely about harming over 300 women. It involved over 300 families, each with their own children and parents. If not handled properly, it could lead to the ruin of these families. It is evident that this fellow is quite skilled at masquerading as a woman to commit his crimes. Most would never suspect a thing. After he tires of the act, he would leave, leaving the women he victimized to suffer in silence, fearing to speak out. Thus, this matter has remained well concealed, rarely drawing attention. However, anyone who walks by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. After repeated occurrences, it was bound to come to light. This case ultimately fell into our Xian Yiwei's hands because of a rival of the Tian family seizing this opportunity. Song Xian inquired, what will the final verdict be? It's hard to say. Zhao Dezhu shook his head slightly. Yesterday in the court, the emperor was furious about this matter. Such a scandal involving hundreds of families that went undetected for years is unacceptable. While local officials may deceive one another, even the Ministry of Justice has been caught in lies, leading the emperor to lose trust in its officials. The Minister of Justice, who hoped to retire this year, was stripped of his position in the court without a moment's notice. If nothing unexpected occurs, the Ministry of Justice will undergo a major upheaval, and many high-ranking officials in Mingzhou will likely face repercussions. The emperor intends to use this major case to rectify the collusion between the court and local officials. Regardless of the outcome, the Tian family was doomed, as the emperor and the court officials had set their sights on the Tian family's vast wealth. The best outcome would be for the Tian father and son to receive a punishment of decapitation, with the other family members exiled to the frontier. In a harsher scenario, it could lead to Ling Qi and the extermination of their clan. Zhao Dezhu sipped his goji berry tea, squinting with a smile. You are the lead investigator for this case. The emperor even remembers your name. Work hard, and your future is boundless. By the way, if you were to pass judgment on the Tian family, how would you rule? Ling Qi. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Xian replied. His enmity with the Tian family was irreconcilable. Should they rise again, it would only bring trouble to him. Naturally, he wished for the complete eradication of the Tian clan to eliminate future threats. Given that this was the first major flower theft case since the establishment of the Great Zhou, was it too much to ask for Ling Qi? Slowly. Not excessive at all. With a smile, Song Xian retrieved a small vial from his pocket and, with an air of mystery, said, Uncle Zhao, this is a miraculous remedy I procured from an old Chinese doctor in Mingzhou. One dose can restore a man's vigor. Zhao Dizhus took the bottle, glanced around, and noticed others were busy devouring chilled watermelons. He quietly asked, "Is this reliable?" Song Xian, with a serious expression, replied, "If it were unreliable, would I dare present it to you?" Zhao Dizhus acknowledged the thoughtfulness of the young man. He contentedly tucked the bottle into his sleeve, not worried about any tricks from Song Xian, as their families had been close for generations. Besides, he was also Song Xian's supporter in the Xianyi way. Unless this lad was out of his mind, he would never harm him. "By the way, did you manage to profit during this business trip?" Zhao Dizhu suddenly inquired. After some consideration, Song Xian countered, then Zhao Shu, "Can I reap any benefits?" Zhao Dizhu glanced at Lu Xiaolu and the others. Aware that his subordinates had traveled a long way and couldn't return empty-handed, they deserved some reward. Otherwise, it would be difficult to lead them on future outings. Rest assured, there aren't any substantial benefits, but I can secure a few dozen taels of silver for each of them. Zhao Dizhu nodded. Such matters are better left unspoken. Yet everyone understood the unspoken rules. The nuances of when to take and when not to take would become clear as more cases were handled. In summary, working in such a special office as ours requires the acquisition of much knowledge. Song Xian eagerly nodded, acknowledging his youth and inexperience, expressing reliance on Zhao Shu for guidance. Upon leaving the office, night had already fallen. After a day filled with official business, everyone returned home. Upon arriving at the back residence, Zhao Dizhu's wife instructed a maid to bring warm water, then began to wipe his face with a towel. "My lord, what brings you such joy? Have you been drinking again? You know the children of a Song family, right? I have some recollection. What happened? They have become quite accomplished in a few years. They might even become first-rate members of the Xianyi Way." Zhao Dizhu burped. He had been helping them over the years, and soon they might be in a position to support the Zhao family. That child is 15 this year, right? In the future, our family will likely rely on the Song siblings for assistance. At this point, gazing at his wife, who, though aging, still possessed an enchanting grace, Zhao Dizhu felt a surge of restlessness fueled by the alcohol. Just in time, Song Xian had gifted them some items, and tonight they would test their effects. Half an hour later, Zhao Dizhu's wife was nearly in tears. "My lord, I truly cannot endure any longer. How much longer will this go on?" Chapter 22, Little Cousin. Lin Daiyu Song Xian and Song Xian returned home, excitedly carrying gifts purchased from street. However, upon entering the doorway, they were stopped by two formidable matrons. Song Xian stepped back, glancing around to confirm that, indeed, this was his home. "Who are you?" Before Song Xian could speak, the two matrons scrutinized him and his sister with suspicion. "And who are you? What brings you to our home?" Song Xian was not one to tolerate their demeanor. She dropped her bundle to the ground and swiftly pinned the two matrons down. Xian. Hearing the commotion, their father, Song Yuanshan, rushed over and scolded. "What nonsense is this? How can you treat guests this way?" "Guests?" Song Qian released the matrons, glaring at them. "Are these guests? How can guests block the entrance and prevent the host from entering?" The two matrons scrambled to their feet, gazing at Song Qian with fear. This fiery young girl, slender and graceful, possessed surprising strength, easily overpowering them. At that moment, a gentle voice like pearls falling on a jade plate echoed from the courtyard. "It is my lack of discipline that has offended my cousin and cousin sister. Daiyu, apologize to everyone." Song Qian turned his head and beheld a young girl clad in a pale green, flowing gown, her head bowed, tears in her eyes, repeatedly bowing to him and Song Qian. In that instant, Song Qian's mind buzzed with a singular thought. What world have I traversed? Wasn't this supposed to be a wuxiao world? How could Lin Mei, delicate and frail as a willow, appear here? What on earth is happening? Their mother, Song Linshi, hurried over, grasping the young girl's hand, offering comfort. "It was just a small misunderstanding. Why are you crying, child?" "Mother, who is she?" Song Qian regarded the delicate girl with suspicion. Crying when trouble arose seemed like a hallmark of a scheming woman. "She is your cousin." Their mother shot a disapproving glance at Song Qian. "You, my dear, are getting older yet still behave so thoughtlessly. If only you could possess a fraction of Daiyu's grace, I wouldn't worry about your future." With that, Song Linshi disregarded Song Qian's displeasure and led the young girl toward the inner quarters. "Come, Daiyu, it's getting late. Aunt will show you to your prepared room. You shall stay here tonight, and tomorrow I will have your cousins escort you back. Yes, I will follow aunt's arrangements. The girl's soft voice further endeared her to Song Linsher. The two matrons exchanged awkward glances with Song Qian, bowed to Song Yuanshan, and hurriedly followed. Once the group had departed, Song Qian glared at her father. What is going on? When did I acquire another cousin? Song Yuanshan scratched his head. I'm not entirely sure. She is a relative from your mother's side, probably a distant cousin. It seems they only recently got in touch. That. Song Qian cleared his throat, curiously inquiring, what is her name? Is it Lin Daiyu? Indeed, that is her name. Song Yuanshan gave Song Qian a knowing look. She is nearly 15 this year, a little younger than you, but not by much. Not bad, right? Song Qian chuckled softly, but did not respond. Daiyu. I will retreat to my room for rest. Seeing his brother enter his room, Song Qian quickly blocked their father. Father, tell me the truth. Did you and mother arrange this? Is this distant cousin here for my brother to court? Song Yuanshan initially chuckled awkwardly, then shrugged his shoulders, revealing, yes. That is indeed the intention. With that, he turned away, humming a tune as he departed. Song Qian was not inclined to relent, insisting that her father clarify the situation. After much entreaty, her father eventually revealed what he knew. With a creak, Song Qian pushed open her brother's door. Song Qian sat in a chair sipping tea. Upon seeing Song Qian enter, he grumbled, don't you know to knock? Out. Knock. Song Qian rolled her eyes but obediently stepped out to close the door, then knocked persistently. Brother, are you there? I need to talk. I'm asleep. Let us discuss it tomorrow. Oof. Song Qian huffed as she pushed open the door. Brother, I genuinely have something important to tell you. Song Qian continued sipping tea while sorting through the gains from his recent business trip, contemplating where to hide a pile of silver. Brother, I found out that our little cousin is a distant relative of our mother. Oh, and then? Our cousin lost her mother at a young age, and her father has been away serving in office for years, so she has been living with her grandmother, thus growing up under someone else's roof, which has made her character rather peculiar and sensitive. As she spoke, Song Qian poured herself a cup of tea. When we first met, she was already in tears. I thought she was just another schemer, but considering her background and temperament, she doesn't seem to be putting on an act. Oh, Song Qian responded. Is that all you have to say? Song Qian glared at him. Brother, don't tell me you can't grasp our parents' intentions. What do you think of that little cousin? Listening to my father, it is said that our mother had some acquaintance with her 2 years ago. She is a remarkably gifted young woman, possessing both intelligence and a talent for poetry. For your marriage, both your father and mother have been deeply concerned. Song Qian set down his teacup and said earnestly, she is too young. I cannot bring myself to act. A chuckle escaped Song Qian as she could not contain her amusement, spitting out a mouthful of tea. After wiping her mouth, she covered it with her hand and laughed. Brother, what is the matter with you? That little cousin looks so fresh and tender. How can you be dissatisfied? Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was not a matter of dissatisfaction, but rather a genuine concern regarding her age. After all, having lived over 20 years in his previous life, combined with this lifetime, his psychological age exceeded 40. A man of 40, contemplating a relationship with a girl barely 15, felt the weight of moral conflict, making even the notion of courtship seem like an act of transgression. Noticing that Song Qian was still pondering the implications of his words, Song Qian rose and made his way toward the door. Where are you going? She inquired. I am off to find Lu Xiaolu. Recently, I have been either traveling or involved in conflict. I feel rather fatigued. I plan to visit the brothel to relax and listen to some music. Off to the brothel again, Song Qian exclaimed, hastily approaching him. She retrieved a silver ingot from her sleeve and placed it in his hand, urging, Brother, our family is now prosperous. We cannot always let others treat us. If you do not intend to marry Xiao Lu's elder sister, do not accrue favors. Chapter 23. The Sword Chi. Instead of seeking Lu Xiaolu, Song Qian ventured outside the city to a secluded forest. Clad in a flowing white robe, he sat cross-legged atop an ancient tree, facing the nascent sun, inhaling and exhaling, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. From a distance, Song Qian appeared almost ethereal, with a faint mist hovering above his head, swaying gently in the breeze like a celestial being. After recent encounters with violence, Song Qian sensed he was on the verge of a breakthrough in his cultivation, needing merely an opportunity to ascend to the innate realm. Yet, the nature of this opportunity eluded him, manifesting merely as an indistinct feeling. As noon approached, he concluded his meditation and gazed at the vast, nebulous sky, exhaling a breath of stale air. Perhaps to achieve his breakthrough, he required a vigorous battle that could exert pressure upon him. Leaving the forest, Song Xian strolled leisurely along the official road. Along the way, he encountered several travelers, some of whom recognized him and greeted him with ingratiating smiles. Xuan, have you had lunch? Would you care to join us? He nodded occasionally in acknowledgement, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to transcend to the innate realm, his expression growing increasingly vacant. Suddenly, while lost in contemplation, he felt a jolt at his waist, and the money pouch hanging from him vanished without a trace. As he regained his senses, his eyes snapped open, and his sword was unsheathed in an instant. Slash! A detached voice escaped his lips, and with that, a sword cleaved through the air, unadorned yet seemingly ordinary. Yet at that very moment, the blade unleashed a sword chi, akin to a crimson dragon, piercing the clouds and tearing apart the oppressive sunlight, exploding forth with vigor. The sound of the sword chi echoed like thunder, reverberating through the air, causing the few travelers on the road to collapse in terror, their ears ringing and their vision obscured by a red haze, rendering them unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. After instinctively unleashing the sword strike, Song Xian's thoughts returned as he surveyed the trembling onlookers sprawled on the ground, glancing at the deep gash in the earth before him. Disbelief etched on his features. Did I truly unleash that sword chi? Sword chi was a lethal technique reserved for innate masters of swordsmanship. Even some adept practitioners hesitated to claim they could wield such power. Yet, in a bewildering state, he had managed to execute it. Could it be that he had broken through? Instinctively, he circulated his internal energy to assess his condition, only to feel a twinge of disappointment. His cultivation remained at the 9th level of the postnatal realm, with no advancement into the innate level. The ability to unleash sword chi stemmed from his exceptionally refined and potent pure yang internal energy, which could sufficiently sustain the expenditure of such an attack. Moreover, he had seemingly entered a profound state, allowing him to grasp the method to invoke sword chi. Although his cultivation had not advanced, he had unexpectedly attained insight into the technique of this formidable strike, a pleasant surprise indeed. In good spirits, Song Xian cast his gaze down upon the small thief, who lay half prostrate on the ground not far away. The boy appeared quite young, perhaps in his teens, with a gaunt frame and disheveled short hair, his face filled with terror. The sword chi he had unleashed had barely grazed the thief's shoulder. Had it veered slightly more, the boy would have been cleaved in two. Seeing Song Xian's penetrating gaze, the thief trembled, raising the money pouch with shaking arms, his voice tinged with a whimper. I only stole a pouch. Do you really need to go this far? Sword chi was a technique that even his father would not dare to use lightly at home. Having slipped out, he had never encountered a martial artist capable of wielding sword chi. To think that in his reckless pursuit of the thrill of theft, he had nearly lost his life. Song Xian regarded the boy's outstretched hands, but did not take the pouch. Instead, he calmly stated, "Your lightness skill is quite impressive." The thief's ability to stealthily approach and pilfer the pouch, narrowly evading the blade's edge, was nothing short of extraordinary. Although this was his first attempt at wielding sword chi, and he was still unpracticed, the speed of the strike was remarkable, and the boy's quick reflexes had allowed him to evade it just in time. Indeed, this was the most formidable lightness skill Song Xian had encountered in this world. The thief's face was smeared with dirt, obscuring his features, and upon hearing the compliment, he shrank back. Even the fastest lightness skill cannot surpass your sword chi. Young hero, he implored, I merely stole something. Is it truly deserving of death? Song Xian did not respond, but merely said with indifference, I shall grant you a chance to live. Exchange your lightness skill for your life. The thief quickly shook his head. Young hero, when one is out and about, it is illogical to carry a manual. Wouldn't you agree? Perhaps you could accompany me home, and I will fetch it for you? Song Xian shook his head. The manual isn't necessary, but you must know how to cultivate. Write it down, and I shall let you go. He then glanced at the gathering dark clouds above and surveyed the surrounding onlookers, who dare not breathe a word. It is about to rain. Should you not return home to fetch your clothes? Upon his remark, the travelers snapped back to reality as if awakening from slumber. Ah, it is going to rain. We certainly need to gather our clothes. One man exclaimed, Oh dear, my wife is about to give birth. Gentlemen, I must take my leave. How fortuitous. My wife is also in labor. Let us go together. Watching the hurriedly dispersing crowd, Song Xian returned his attention to the conflicted thief and spoke slowly. I do not require the original manual. Simply write it down. Surely you can distinguish between the value of your life and that of the manual? You are bullying the weak. The thief stubbornly protested, attempting to maintain his composure. You are a thief, Song Xian replied calmly. You, capable of unleashing sword chi, are bullying a novice in the martial world. You lack martial ethics. You are a thief. Robbing others of their manuals is a grave taboo in the martial world. You are a thief. Chapter 24. Huang Rong, you bully a frail woman. What kind of man does that make you? You are a thief. After a prolonged standoff, the self-proclaimed weak woman finally yielded, saying, Can we please stop discussing thievery? Certainly. Song Xian nodded. Now let us talk about the martial arts manual. I will provide it. The little thief gritted her teeth, but I must make it clear. Once I give you the manual, our previous grievances are settled, and you must never call me a thief again. Agreed. Song Xian's demeanor softened slightly. Moreover, are you truly willing to let me go? What if you go back on your word? I would be utterly helpless. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Song Xian's mouth. You have no choice. You must trust that I am a man of my word. The frail little thief sighed, resigned to her fate. Fine. Encountering you is my misfortune. I will write it down. With that, she picked up a twig from the ground and began to write on the barren earth. After a cup of tea, she stood up, stretched, and pointed to the characters inscribed on the ground. I have finished. Remember to erase it after you have noted it down. It must not be revealed to outsiders. Song Xian shook his head. I am a man of integrity and dislike breaking my promises. However, should anyone breach their word first, do not blame me for being ruthless. The little thief glanced at him warily. What do you mean? Nothing at all. Song Xian indicated the manual on the ground and stated calmly, Young lady, it seems you have forgotten some critical details. I will grant you another opportunity to inspect it closely and see where the errors lie. The little thief stared at Song Xian, whose expression was serene and unreadable. At that moment, she fully capitulated, recognizing him as a seasoned individual. It appeared she was indeed unfortunate. She crouched down, erasing part of the content and adding new information, and then declared earnestly, This time, I assure you, there are no mistakes. Song Xian examined the writing on the ground several times and nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a personal attributes panel appeared before him. Notably, in the section on lightness techniques, a new entry titled Luo Xian Jiuing had been added. Luo Xian Jiuing, a lightness technique recorded in the later chapters of the Nine Injinjing. When cultivated to a profound level, it allows the practitioner to instantly manifest 9 afterimages, a supreme martial arts skill of the masters. A scruffy little thief possessed the pinnacle of lightness techniques. In that instant, Song Xian had nearly confirmed her identity. At the shores of the East Sea, on Peach Blossom Island, she was Huang Rong, the daughter of the island master, Huang Yaoshi. Indeed, she was the Huang Rong most frequently encountered in various martial arts narratives. With a casual step, he kicked up a cloud of dust that obscured the characters Huang Rong had inscribed. Gesturing with his hand, Our grievances are now settled. I will no longer mention your thievery, and I hope you can keep the matter of the manual a secret. I understand. Huang Rong huffed, seemingly still a bit unwilling. As she saw Song Xian turning to leave, she called out, Hey, aren't you going to take your purse? Take this silver. Consider it payment for your manual. We have exchanged goods for gold, and our debts are clear now. Watching Song Xian gradually retreat, Huang Rong pouted. To acquire a supreme skill for just a few dozen taels of silver. What a savvy transaction you've orchestrated. Once Song Xian's figure disappeared entirely, she sank down onto the ground, her heart racing as she patted her chest. What a terrifying person. I nearly lost my life. After a moment to recover, she stood and walked in the opposite direction of the imperial capital. The imperial capital was too sinister, filled with too many experts. Her father had often mentioned that the capital was a place where dragons hide and tigers crouch. She had not believed it, yet in such a short time, she had encountered such a formidable individual. Heaven knows how many ancient monsters lurked within the city. Forget it. I cannot linger in the capital any longer. I shall visit Mingzhou instead. Surely, it cannot be teeming with experts as well. Muttering to herself, she entered the woods. Before long, Huang Rong was riding a little donkey, leisurely trotting along the official road toward the domain of Mingzhou. That fellow looks only a few years older than me. yet he is so powerful. Although he lacks the demeanor of a martial expert and immediately sought after someone else's manual, at least he kept his promise, so I managed to save my life. With her chin resting on her hand while riding the donkey, Huang Rong's mind wandered back to Song Xian's cold and proud figure, and she couldn't help but scoff. This man is truly arrogant. He actually let me go without a second thought, not even concerned that I might return to seek revenge. But in the next moment, recalling Song Xian's sword energy, which was as swift and devastating as a startled swan, she instinctively swallowed hard. Never mind. This person is remarkably accomplished at such a young age, surely a powerful figure among the great factions in the capital. It would be wise not to incite any enmity with him. Subconsciously, she touched Song Xian's purse, reassuring herself, I happen to be in need of silver, and he required a lightness technique. We have thus engaged in a fair exchange based on mutual needs. Yes, exactly. Huang Rong nodded emphatically. It is indeed a fair transaction based on mutual needs. With this thought, she felt significantly more at ease. Compared to having angered a master and still being alive, she considered herself incredibly fortunate. What reason had she to feel discontent? It would be unthinkable to leave home for only a few days, face some hardships, and then return home crying to her father for justice. Huang Rong could not afford to lose face. In truth, Song Xian had not ventured far. He stood atop an ancient tree, observing Huang Rong's departing silhouette. Once he confirmed that she was riding her little donkey leisurely toward Mingzhou, he felt a measure of relief. For now, he could ascertain that the little thief, or rather, the daughter of the Peach Blossom Island Master, did not intend to return to rally others to trouble him. He chuckled to himself, realizing that having spent considerable time in this world, he had become excessively cautious. Given Huang Rong's character, since they had agreed to clear their grievances, they would indeed be settled. Although she was somewhat willful and crafty, she was not the type to lose a fight and then report back to her parents. With a light-hearted smile, Song Xian turned and made his way back into the forest, beginning to experiment with channeling his sword energy. Soon, the woods echoed with the sound of whistling sword energy, accompanied by the crashing of shattered stones and trees toppling to the ground. By the time Song Xian returned home, it was already past mealtime. His mother, Song Lin, was tidying up the remnants of the meal on the table, while his father, Song Xuan, was strolling the yard to aid digestion. Song Xian and Lin Daiyu were seated beneath a tree, whispering and laughing together. Meanwhile, the two elderly women who had accompanied Daiyu were reluctantly sweeping the courtyard. Upon seeing Song Xian push the courtyard door open, one of the elderly women remarked with a sarcastic tone, though the young master is a relative of our young lady, there are still differences between men and women. It would be wise for the young master to exercise some discretion. Otherwise, rumors may spread, claiming our young lady lacks propriety by associating with a man. Such gossip would be most unbecoming. Chapter 25. What does his wife's death have to do with me? Listening to her sardonic remarks, Song Xian was not angered. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully. You raise a valid point. With that, he raised his left hand, fingers poised like a sword, and gently drew a line upon the ground of the courtyard. With a whoosh, a crimson sword energy surged forth, over 3 feet long, striking the earth with a crackling sound. In its wake, a sizable pit emerged, large enough to bury a person effortlessly. Song Xian spoke coldly. There are only a few of us here. If any rumors emerge from outside, it will undoubtedly be you two old crones spreading them. I have a rather bad temper, and should I hear even a whisper of gossip, someone will surely find themselves in this pit. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on the two elderly women, who were trembling in fear, and held their gaze for a moment. Who do you think would be suited to lie in this pit? Upon hearing this, the two women could no longer maintain their composure and fell to their knees with a thud. Young master, we are mere servants here to serve the young lady. How could we dare to spread rumors about her? Young master, you are magnanimous. Please do not hold it against us as you would an old woman. Young lady, please say something. We truly do not wish to perish. We really do not want to die. The two elderly women wept and were greatly frightened. The young cousin, clad in a serene emerald gown, resembling a beautiful flower reflected in water, seemed to be startled as well, standing still, staring at the large pit on the ground. Momentarily lost in thought, it was Song Xian who first regained her composure, circling the pit, observing it from different angles, and then excitedly exclaimed, Brother, have you advanced to the innate realm? Not yet. Song Xian pouted, unconvinced. Sword energy? One must at least be an innate martial artist who has condensed the energy flower to wield it, right? Are you truly not innate? Song Xian waved his hand, suggesting this matter would be discussed later. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he announced, I shall return to my room to rest. As he passed by Lin Daiyu, he paused momentarily and remarked, your constitution is too frail. It suggests a short life. If you have time, you might consider learning some techniques from your elder cousin to strengthen your body. With that, without waiting for her response, he stepped into his room, leaving his slightly dazed young cousin behind. This child speaks so poorly. Song's mother sighed in exasperation. She wished for Daiyu to marry into the Lin family. Yet, judging by her son's demeanor, it seemed he had no such intentions. They had hardly met a few times, and the first thing he mentioned was her short-lived fate. What woman would be fond of such a blunt man? Meanwhile, Song Yuanshan contemplated the large pit on the ground. He was aware that his children, though previously low-key, possessed formidable strength, but he had never imagined it to be this extraordinary, almost absurdly powerful. In the evening, Song Qian entered Song Xian's room carrying a food container. You didn't knock. Song Xian, seated cross-legged on his bed with his sword resting on his lap, opened his eyes at the sound and sighed in exasperation. Song Qian stuck out her tongue and quickly promised, I will definitely do so next time. She placed the food container on the table and said, you didn't eat dinner, so I made something for you in the kitchen. Eat it while it's warm. Song Xian rose and, not one to stand on ceremony, picked up a bun and began to eat with 2 side dishes. Song Qian skillfully poured him a cup of tea and asked, brother, have you really not broken through to the innate realm? Song Xian shook his head, replying, still a bit short. Upon hearing this, Song Qian became excited. Even without breaking through, you are already this formidable. If you were to break through to the innate realm, wouldn't you be invincible? You think too much. Song Xian took a sip of tea, remarking, there are countless strong individuals in this world. It is far from being as simple as you imagine. Song Qian acknowledged this with an O, choosing not to pursue the topic further. She understood her elder brother's humble and cautious nature. Even if he were truly invincible, he would never admit it. Brother, that sword of yours today truly frightened our little cousin. After returning to her room, she seemed dazed. I spoke to her, but she hardly responded. Song Xian chuckled. She has spent all these years in the Jia family's boudoir, surrounded only by talented scholars and literati. It is likely her first encounter with someone like us, who wields swords and spears. It is only natural she would be momentarily stunned. If she genuinely wishes to learn martial arts from me, should I teach her? After a moment's contemplation, he decided, why not? Strangely, an image of Lin Daiyu pulling down a willow tree appeared in his mind. Such a beautiful scene that he felt a sense of anticipation. The next day, after breakfast, Song Xian prepared to head to the yamen for duty. Recently, he had been rather idle. Since the completion of the flower-picking case, no new cases had been assigned to him, and the eldest son of the Song family was naturally pleased with the leisure. In the inspection department, Song Xian and Zhao Dizhus were each enjoying sunflower seeds while sipping tea. It feels quite peaceful in the imperial city these days, Song Xian remarked, spitting out sunflower seed shells. The Tian family has fallen, and the officials are busy dividing spoils. The emperor is seizing this opportunity to adjust the balance of certain factions. Zhao Dizhus leisurely replied, there are many powerful figures in the capital, and none are fools. It is the most intense time for power struggles in the court. No one dares to stir trouble now. With those second-generation wealthy youths behaving themselves, the streets are naturally much quieter. Song Xian nodded in agreement. The Great Zhou has been established for 300 years, and there are numerous nobles and lords in the capital. I am well aware of the character of those noble heirs. The better ones know to mix in the Xuan way, securing a third-rank position, which, while merely passing time, at least provides them with a role, preventing them from being idle all day. The worst ones do nothing at all, resorting to bullying and fighting. Such behavior is commonplace. Previously, Song Xian had been a third-rank Xuan way, seldom interacting with those second-generation heirs. However, now that he had been promoted to the second rank, it was likely he would have to deal with them on occasion. The thought of associating with those who looked down on others made him feel somewhat uneasy. He feared he might lose his temper and bury a few of them. After chatting for a while, old Zhao had matters to attend to. As Song Xian was preparing to take a stroll down the street, he noticed Lu Xiaolu running towards him from outside the yamen. Xingu, come with me quickly. What happened? A gentleman outside the city has lost his wife. What does his wife's death have to do with me? I do not have Mangda's peculiarities. It concerns Song Qian. Lu Xiaolu spoke rapidly. There's nothing happening at the yamen. After Song Qian clocked in today, she slipped away with my second sister and your cousin to go for a spring outing. Song Qian's complexion changed, and he frowned. So they are outside the city and have killed someone's wife? Chapter 26. Brother, have you ever been hanged? Xinge, what are you saying? Lu Xiaolu was equally speechless. Although Qian Jie can be a bit fierce, she wouldn't kill someone's wife in broad daylight. He murmured, well, one would think they'd wait until dark, right? Song Qian slapped him on the shoulder. Stop with the joking. Let us get serious. Oh, it's not a big deal. Lu Xiaolu, regaining some composure, explained. A few of them went out for a spring outing and discovered a woman hanging in a small grove. The three of them reported it to the local county office and are currently waiting for results. Nothing serious happened, right? Song Qian casually inquired. Song Qian was a second-rank Xuan Wei and Lu Xiaolu's second sister, Lu Qingxuan, though not part of the Xuan Wei. Had trained in martial arts since childhood and was quite capable. With the two of them around, any potential trouble would likely befall others, not them. Nothing major. Only your little cousin was startled upon seeing the dead body. Song Qian nodded, then exited the yamen, mounted his horse, and under Lu Xiaoyu's guidance, headed towards Ping and county outside the city, dressed in the attire of the Xuan Wei. Song Qian was not obstructed by the constables at the entrance of the Ping and county office. They greeted him with great courtesy, leading him to the outer court. Inside the courtroom, the county magistrate of Ping and was hearing a case, while Song Qian sat nearby, watching the proceedings with great interest. Beside her stood Lin Daiyu and Lu Qingxuan, her close friends. Upon seeing Song Qian enter, Song Qian joyfully called out, "Brother." Lin Daiyu quickly performed a graceful bow, sweetly calling out, "Cousin." However, Lu Qingxuan, when looking at Song Qian, wore a slightly resentful expression, remaining silent but giving a slight nod. If an ordinary person dared to enter the county court and disrupt the proceedings, they would have long been apprehended by the magistrate. However, upon seeing Song Qian in his dark official attire, the magistrate merely paused momentarily, then stood up with a broad smile, bowing to Song Qian. "Master Song." Song Qian returned the gesture, smiling. "I apologize for the trouble, Magistrate Chun." The magistrate's name was Chun Huaili, and as the magistrate of Ping and county outside the imperial city, Song Qian had interacted with him several times before, so he was not a stranger. Not a bit of trouble. Chun Huaili wore a benevolent smile as he expressed his gratitude to Lady Song Qian, stating that had she not discovered the matter in a timely manner, the investigation would have become exceedingly arduous once the body had begun to decompose. He then lowered his voice and inquired whether Lady Song could accompany him to the back hall for a discussion. Song Qian did not refuse, casting a glance at Song Qian and her companions before following Chun Huaili into the back hall. Upon entering, Chun Huaili appeared somewhat troubled and said, "My lord, could you possibly send your sister home first? With her present, I cannot proceed with the investigation." Song Qian refrained from giving an immediate response, instead smiling and asking, "Might you elaborate on the particulars of this case? Given that it involved a homicide within the jurisdiction of Ping County, it was customary for such matters to be reported to the Ministry of Justice. However, the Xian Wei, a privileged institution, could oversee any case within the realm should they so desire." Song Qian sought to understand the situation, and Chun Huaili felt it prudent not to obstruct him. The deceased was the wife of a certain Shun Yuan Wei from Ping County. According to the accounts of the family servants and maidservants, the couple had quarreled the previous night, only for their bodies to be discovered hanging in the woods this morning. Song Qian remarked, "This indicates that Shun Yuan Wei is indeed a suspect." "Indeed he is." Chun Huaili sighed. "However, it is merely suspicion." The servants recounted that after their argument, Shun Yuan Wei left the house in anger. Furthermore, he stated that he went to a friend's house to drink and stayed there overnight. His friend can attest to his alibi. Song Qian chuckled and inquired, "Do you believe this to be a case of murder or suicide?" Chun Huaili confidently asserted, "I believe it is suicide." He explained, the servants noted that during their quarrel, Shun Yuanwei's wife cried and shouted that she no longer wished to live. Everyone in the Shun household heard her. Shun Yuanwei also yelled at her to die outside, not at home. I suspect that in a fit of rage, she went to the woods and hanged herself. Song Qian asked, "Has the body been examined?" Chun Huaili replied, "The coroner has already conducted an examination. There are no signs of binding or physical assault, nor any evidence of struggle, which largely eliminates the possibility of foul play. Thus, you conclude this is simply a case of suicide? Xuan Huili affirmed, that is my belief. However, Lady Song insists that Shen Yuanhui's wife was murdered and insists on remaining present to observe the investigation. Is this not an undue burden? Song Qian chuckled lightly, recognizing that while Song Qian could be rather headstrong at times, she would not make baseless claims regarding matters of life and death. Her conviction that this was a murder suggested she had some basis for her belief, so it would be prudent to summon her for questioning. Soon, Song Qian was called into the back hall. Pray tell, why do you believe Shen Yuanhui's wife was murdered? She was asked. Song Qian responded, Brother, have you ever attempted to hang yourself? Song Qian shot her an incredulous glance. What do you mean? Have you done so? Song Qian admitted, yes, today, in the very woods where the body was discovered, I attempted to simulate hanging myself. I found that in the moments before death, a person instinctively struggles, causing the rope to rub against the tree trunk, leaving conspicuous friction marks. Yet, the tree from which Shen's wife hung showed no such signs of friction. This indicates that she did not commit suicide. Rather, she was murdered and then hung to create the illusion of suicide. Nonsense, Song Qian admonished. Investigating a case is the duty of the county magistrate. You cannot put your life at risk. Song Qian shrank back and whispered, I merely wish to learn more. During our previous case in Huayan, I felt I contributed little. I want to gain more experience in investigations and not hinder you. Song Qian fixed her with a stern gaze, maintaining his stare for a while before sighing. In the future, if you have questions, you may ask me. Do not risk your life in such a manner, understood? Understood. Song Qian exhaled in relief, promising not to repeat such folly. She then nudged Xuan Huili, commenting, Your investigative skills leave much to be desired, Chen Darren. In cases concerning human lives, you cannot simply conclude it to be suicide based on a single statement. Surely, you are not accepting bribes from the Shen family? Upon hearing this, Xuan Huili felt a ringing in his ears. He could tolerate being called incompetent, but being accused of corruption was another matter entirely. If his investigative skills were deemed insufficient, he might receive a mediocre evaluation from the Ministry of Personnel. However, if he were accused of corruption, he might find himself dragged to the Xian Yiwei prison for a day of reckoning. The mere thought of the Xian Yiwei prison drained the color from Xuan Huili's face, and he beseeched Song Qian, my lord. I have not offended you in any way. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, assuring him that Song Qian was merely jesting and that he need not be anxious. Time is of the essence. The cases outside must continue to be examined. Yes, yes. I shall return to the courtroom immediately. Chen Huili, who had previously referred to himself as this official, now humbled himself before Song Qian, expressing his gratitude, and hurriedly returned to the courtroom to continue the investigation. As he departed, Song Qian scoffed, remarking on his cavalier attitude toward human life. And he dares call himself a magistrate? I could do better. Song Qian shot her a sidelong glance, retorting, as if you regard human life with any more gravity. Let us not forget how you relished the opportunity to slay bandits and the assassins of the Tian family. That is different. Song Qian protested. They were outlaws. I am an official. It is only right to eliminate them. However, the fact that Xuan Huili, as a county magistrate, treated matters of life and death so lightly raised doubts about his integrity and whether he had accepted bribes. Song Qian shook his head slightly, asserting that this issue was unrelated to corruption. Even if another official were in his position, they would likely also classify this case as a hanging suicide. After all, not everyone possesses your insatiable curiosity to experience firsthand the circumstances surrounding a hanging. The thought of Song Qian's reckless actions filled Song Qian with indignation, and he flicked her forehead, warning, if father ever learns of this, he will surely be furious. As the siblings conversed, in the courtroom, the gavel struck, and Xuan Huili directed his ire toward Shen Yuanhui, who was kneeling before him. Bring forth the torture instruments. Ping'an County, being in close proximity to the imperial capital, meant that the magistrate typically conducted affairs with utmost caution, rarely resorting to severe punishments unless the case was particularly grave. A misstep could lead to censure from the officials of the Dali Temple or the censorate. Yet, Xuan Huili, in his current state of agitation, disregarded such considerations. He reasoned that facing censure was far preferable to spending a day in the Xian Yiwei prison. Today, he must resolve this case swiftly to rid himself of the looming presence of those formidable Xian Yiwei officers. Otherwise, if Song Xian and his companions lingered, he felt certain he too would soon find himself in custody. Song Xian could hear Shen Yuanwai's anguished cries from the back hall. When he and Song Qian reached the courtroom, they found Shen Yuanwai's lower body nearly unrecognizable, bloodied and mangled. Yet he stubbornly refused to admit any involvement in his wife's death, despite the severe interrogation he endured. His obstinacy posed a dilemma for Chen Huaili. After all, Shen Yuanwai had an alibi and had already endured torture, yet he still would not confess. Could it be that he truly was not the perpetrator? I shall ask a few questions, Song Xian declared as he approached Shen Yuanwai. Surely you know who I am? Shen Yuanwai, suppressing his agony, swallowed hard and humbly replied, You are a lord of the Xianyi Wei. Please, I beseech you to advocate for me. Song Xian smiled enigmatically, stating generally, the Xianyi Wei does not interfere in civilian cases. However, since we have involved ourselves, we shall certainly ensure the truth is uncovered. You are likely familiar with the regulations of the Xuanyi Wei. I will ask, and you shall answer. Should you dare to utter even a single lie, prepare to make your abode in the prison of edicts. Please proceed with your inquiries, my lord, and I shall not withhold the truth. Song Xian nodded and took the case record from the scribe, reviewing it meticulously. Whom did you drink with last night? In response, I was at my friend Wang Shi's residence. Song Xian glanced at the record in his hand. Chen Huaili had already interrogated Wang Shi, who had confessed that Shen Yuanwai had neither left nor gone anywhere, but had stayed overnight at his home after getting drunk. What wine did you consume? Ho Hat Nyang. Where did you purchase the wine? At Lu's Tavern on East Street. Is Ho Hat Nyang to your liking? It is delightful, rich in flavor, and leave a lasting impression. Was the wine purchased by you? Yes, I bought it. Shen Yuanwai began to perspire. How much silver did you spend? 2 taels. When you bought the wine, did the tavern keeper know you had killed your wife? He did not, Shen Yuanwai instinctively replied, but quickly corrected himself, saying, My lord, I did not commit murder. Do not be anxious. Song Xian waved his hand. After leaving your home, which route did you take to Wang Shi's house? I took the East City Gate. Song Xian smiled and said, That day, the East City Gate had a funeral procession, causing some congestion. Did you encounter it? Shen Yuanwai inhaled deeply, recalling that indeed there had been a funeral that day, which eased his mind a little. I did encounter it. There were indeed many people that day. I waited quite a while at the East City Gate before proceeding. Song Xian's expression shifted from warm to cold, and he spoke in a chilling tone. You lie. There was a funeral last night, but it departed from the Southwest Gate. How could you have seen a funeral at the Southwest Gate from the East Gate? Separated by half the city? Shen Yuanwai panicked and quickly said, My lord, I misspoke. I did not take the East Gate that day, but rather the Southwest Gate, and indeed saw a funeral. Song Xian crouched down, locking his gaze onto Shen Yuanwai's eyes, and coldly stated, There was no funeral at the Southwest Gate that day. I shall give you one last chance. What did you truly do that night? Shen Yuanwai was utterly flustered. My lord, I did nothing. I genuinely drank at Wang Shi's house. Song Xian retorted sharply. I am not inquiring about what you did the night you murdered your wife. I'm asking what you did the night before the murder. The pain in his body, coupled with Song Xian's relentless questioning, caused Shen Yuanwai to sweat profusely as his composure began to unravel, concealing lies and fabricating stories. Song Xian rose, towering over him, and declared, You may either confess now or accompany me to the prison of edicts for a confession. Choose your path. With a thud, Shen Yuanwai collapsed to the ground, his spirit completely shattered. I confess, I plead guilty. It was I who killed her. I do not wish to go to the prison of edicts. I do not want to go. Song Xian nodded and turned to the astonished Chen Huaili, stating, The interrogation is complete. The remaining matters are for you, Minister Chen, to handle. Is that acceptable? Chen Huaili numbly nodded. This was his first encounter with such a method of adjudication. Is this the usual approach of the Xuanyi Wei when handling cases? Chapter 28, from now on. We shall laugh proudly into Jianghu after Shen Yuanwai confessed. Song Xian led Song Qian and the others away. Along the way, Song Qian chattered excitedly about the case, her face beaming with pride. After all, her contributions to solving the case were substantial. Not everyone possesses the courage and audacity to experience what it feels like to attempt suicide. Brother, where did you acquire such interrogation skills? I have honed them through my own reflections, for in our line of work, we will inevitably interact with offenders. Song Xian casually replied, thinking he could not disclose that he had learned from watching films in his past life. He still remembered the title of that film, Shaolin Soccer, starring Stephen Chow. Undeniably a classic. Lu Qingxuang remained silent, her enchanting eyes fixed on Song Xian, her affection evident even to the dim-witted. Yet, Song Xian chose to remain oblivious. Conversing with Song Qian, his cousin, Lin Daiyu, frequently cast curious glances at her remarkably skilled cousin, who was also intelligent and resourceful. Initially, she had thought of him as merely a formidable warrior prone to burying people, but now it appeared he was not entirely as she had perceived. Even if he were not a member of the Xuan Wei, he could surely excel as a civil official. Having departed from the county office, Chen Huili finally exhaled in relief. After interrogating Shun Yuanwei, he eagerly ordered the arrest of Wang Shi, who had provided false testimony. In the courtroom, Shun Yuanwei had already been confined to the jail, while Wang Shi remained unaware of his counterpart's confession. I have summoned you to address a few questions. Chen Huili recalled the details of Song Xian's interrogation and spoke solemnly. Last night, did Xin Yuliang come to your home for drinks? Indeed, he drank to inebriation and spent the night at my residence. Wang Shi affirmed with certainty. How is his tolerance for alcohol? Not bad. He drank about half a gin. Wang Shi attempted to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his laughter. To prepare for the official inquiry, he and Shun Yuanwei had already coordinated their testimonies, so he felt relatively unconcerned. Furthermore, Shun's fierce wife had proclaimed her intent to commit suicide, and the entire Shun family had heard her, leaving no room for doubt regarding witness testimony. Did he vomit after drinking too much? Yes, he vomited all over the place. Wang Shi felt a tightening in his chest. Shin had never gotten drunk in his presence, so he had no idea if the man would vomit. Nevertheless, he pressed on with his fabrication, reasoning that most people do indeed vomit when inebriated. Thus his response should pose no issues. Well, why did you drink last night? Ho Hot Nyang. This detail had been prearranged with Shun Yuanwei, so he felt confident in his answer. Who brought the wine? Shin Yuanwei. Did he bring it from home or purchase it along the way? He likely bought it on the way. Nonsense. Shin Yuliang stated he brought it from home. Wang Shi began to sweat profusely. My lord, you are asking questions beyond my knowledge. Shin did not brief me on these signals. You owe Shun Yuliang 50 taels of silver, correct? Yes, Wang Shi swallowed hard. You provided false testimony for him in exchange for the cancellation of your debt. Is that so? My lord, you jest. That is not true. Wang Shi's mind was in chaos. How did the county magistrate know about his debts? What were you doing the night Shun Yuliang committed murder? My lord, I did not commit murder. Please do not wrongfully accuse an innocent person. I did not say you committed murder. I am asking what you were doing the night Shun Yuliang committed murder. That night I was at home. I Wang Shi stammered, trembling all over, casting fearful glances around the room while the guards regarded him with pity, as though observing a fool. Chen Huili stood up, exhilarated. Song Xian's method of interrogation was truly effective. At that moment, he gained profound insight. No matter how intricate a lie may be, it remains a lie. Under scrutiny of numerous details, a flaw will eventually emerge, coupled with a blend of truth and falsehood in questioning. Those with weaker mental fortitude among the populace would soon become flustered, ultimately leading to their breakdown. In that moment, Chen Huili felt as though he had grasped the essence of an unparalleled martial arts technique, beaming with joy. Having reached the point of mental collapse, Wang Shi, without waiting for Chen Huili to administer punishment, promptly confessed. Once he had confessed and was taken away by the guards, Chen Huili gleefully waved his sleeve and commanded the scribe, Go, bring forth the cases accumulated over the past 2 years. I shall work through the night on these matters. After escorting Song Qian and the others back to the capital, Song Qian returned to the inspection office. While his sister was slacking off at work, he, as the elder brother, ought to set an example. Otherwise, if both siblings idled away their time, even with old Zhao's protection, it would eventually draw criticism. The second-tier Xuan Wei, when not handling cases, actually enjoyed considerable leisure. The third-tier Xian Wei is required to patrol the streets several times daily, while the second-tier Xian Wei need not do so, content to remain in the yamen, sipping tea and perusing books. A cup of tea and a book can easily pass an afternoon. Naturally, Song Xian would not squander his time in such manner, with nothing to occupy him. He stood in the courtyard of the yamen, sword in hand, for the entire afternoon. Within a certain office area, Zhao Dizhu casually set down the documents he held. Glancing at Song Xian, who stood motionless in a distant corner, his expression tinged with surprise. At merely 20 years of age, Had he begun to comprehend the essence of swordsmanship? In the Song residence, in the boudoir where Lin Daiyu temporarily resided, Song Qian was stretching her neck, allowing her younger cousin to apply powder to conceal the marks on her neck. Cousin, this is far too perilous. How could one risk hanging oneself for the sake of solving a case? Song Qian chuckled. My brother once said that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Whether it is suicide or homicide cannot be discerned through conjecture alone. One must experience it firsthand to draw a conclusion. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Lin Daiyu pondered this statement deeply, finding it imbued with profound wisdom, so different from the poetry and songs with which she was familiar. Involuntarily, she remarked, Cousin is indeed a person of great wisdom. Indeed, Song Qian playfully pinched Lin Daiyu's delicate face. Your insight is commendable. Alas, you are too young. You are not suited to be my sister-in-law. Lin Daiyu huffed, scattering the powder in her hand onto Song Qian's neck. You speak nonsense. If you utter such absurdities again, I shall return to Jia Fu tomorrow. All right, it was my mistake. Song Qian soothed. The Jia family is a prominent household with intricate relationships. Returning there will only bring you grievances. Where's the ease of staying here? Weren't you saying you wanted to learn martial arts from me? Tomorrow, I shall begin teaching you. Once you have mastered the skills, we can roam the world proudly, unbothered by others' gazes. Wouldn't that be delightful? Roaming the world proudly? The petite Lin Daiyu's eyes squinted in contemplation, struggling to fathom that this delicate girl harbored aspirations for the martial world, a longing to break free from confinement and cease being dependent on others. Chapter 29. You two are quite depraved, as Song Qian described the romantic escapades of the martial world to Lin Daiyu. A sudden sound pierced the air from outside. Song Qian's expression shifted, and she positioned herself protectively in front of her younger cousin, whispering, Stay here and do not move. I shall step outside to investigate. Standing alert at the door, as Song Qian opened it, her sword slid out of its sheath with a metallic clang, glinting ominously in the light, accompanied by a sound that sliced through the air. Outside, there was no one. However, a dagger was lodged in the doorframe, with an envelope affixed beneath it. Removing the dagger and opening the envelope, Song Qian quickly scanned the letter inside. Her brows initially relaxed, but soon furrowed in concern. Having left, why return? She sighed softly, turning to Lin Daiyu, whose worried expression mirrored her own. It's nothing serious. An old acquaintance has returned and wishes to meet. As Lin Daiyu nodded in understanding, Song Qian's feet lightly touched the ground, and she leapt onto the wall, swiftly disappearing from view. To be honest, Lin Daiyu felt an intense envy for her cousin's remarkable agility. By the shores of West Lake, where willows swayed and flowers bloomed vibrantly, pedestrians bustled along the banks, and taverns and inns lined the streets. In such a bustling locale, establishments of ill repute were, of course, abundant. With her sword cradled against her chest, Song Qian stood on the lakeside, feeling distinctly uncomfortable amid the jovial sounds of young men indulging in merriment, a sense of unease gnawing at her. After a moment's wait, a mist began to rise from the depths of the lake, obscuring the view, yet a small boat appeared within the haze. Most would find it difficult to discern the details within, but Song Qian's martial prowess granted her keen eyesight, allowing her to clearly see a stunningly beautiful woman standing upon the boat, akin to a celestial being. Upon sighting this figure, Song Qian instinctively pursed her lips and soared into the air, her feet barely skimming the surface of the water as she alighted on the small vessel within mere breaths. As she boarded, the ethereal beauty clad in white, whose presence seemed to float amidst the mist, smiled gently and spoke, After several years, Xiao Qian, you have blossomed into a young lady. Gazing at the breathtakingly familiar visage, despite harboring lingering feelings of resentment, Song Qian could not deny that this woman was the most beautiful she had ever encountered. After a brief silence, Song Qian spoke in a low voice. If you have departed, why return? It seems you harbor quite a bit of resentment towards me, Xiao Qian. Have you even ceased calling me Sister Qingxue? Song Qian scoffed. You and my brother were childhood friends, and our families were nearly betrothed. Yet you suddenly vanished, leaving behind a letter proclaiming, the world is vast, and I wish to see it, and have since disappeared without a trace. What gives you the right to have me call you sister? I am selfish. The smile faded from the white-clad woman's face, anger flickering in her brow. Has your brother never spoken of the things he did back then? What did he do? Song Qian furrowed her brow. Are you suggesting that he has taken to frequenting brothels in the years since your departure? That would indeed be a reaction to your leaving. He's gone to brothels? The woman was momentarily taken aback, her fists clenched tightly, her fingers turning pale. Noticing her reaction, Song Qian's expression turned peculiar. So, you were unaware? Unaware of what? The woman huffed. I have just returned from my training and have not seen anyone before reaching out to you. Song Qian blinked. Sister Qingxue. What exactly transpired between you and my brother? Can you enlighten me? Lu Qingxue took a deep breath, contemplating for a moment before slowly speaking to the curious Song Qian. I have loved your brother since we were young. You are well aware of this. Even that line in my letter, the world is vast, and I wish to see it, was something he once said as a child. Song Qian's expression grew even more perplexed. If you have loved him so dearly, why did you suddenly leave on the eve of your engagement? I was angered by your brother. Lu Qingshue's teeth clenched. He wouldn't engage in anything related to relationships. What did he do? Song Qian was puzzled, as her brother had never exhibited any behavior that warranted such a reaction, apart from his penchant for cryptic yet meaningful words. Lu Qingxue inhaled deeply, calming her emotions, and said, before our families were to be betrothed, I visited your home to meet your brother. At that time, he was home alone. Song Qian's expression shifted. So, my brother took advantage of the absence of others and became a beast, did he? Had that been the case, I would not have left in anger. Lu Qingshue's exquisite face flushed with embarrassment and anger. I went to find him to inquire whether he had any opinions regarding the engagement. What did my brother say? Did he disagree? He consented, but remarked that while the engagement was acceptable, the wedding should be postponed. When I asked how long, he replied, let us wait for 10 years. 10 years. Song Qian counted on her fingers. You are already a year older than my brother. Waiting another 10 years would make you 26, practically an old maid. That is indeed excessive of him. Thus, Sister Lu, you disagreed and left in a huff? Lu Qingxue shook her head, her cheeks reddening, her voice dropping. I agreed. I loved your brother deeply, to the very core of my being. So, do not say 10 years. I would be willing to wait even longer. I promised him I could wait 10 years, but stipulated a condition. What condition? Song Qian pondered deeply, suspecting that the discord between her brother and Lu Jie was likely due to this condition. I mentioned that I could wait for him for 10 years. But a decade is far too long. To prevent any future changes of heart, I must first turn our raw intentions into a binding reality. Huh? Song Qian gasped, her expression peculiar as she scrutinized Lu Qingxue from head to toe. Lu Jie, are you engaging in such wild antics? Lu Qingxue turned her head away, feeling embarrassed, and said, are you not aware of your brother's temperament? Relying on him to take the initiative is akin to expecting a barren tree to blossom. Thus, I cast aside my reservations and boldly ventured forth, only to find myself immobilized when your brother seized the opportunity to paralyze me with a pressure point. Song Qian felt her mind racing to keep up. What is going on? My brother does not like to take the initiative, but prefers to dominate? You two certainly engage in some bizarre practices. Chapter 30. Inviting the moon. Lu Qingxue was familiar with the term bizarre, having grown up alongside Song Qian. She had heard many amusing and peculiar terms from him. Upon hearing Song Qian's description of bizarre, Lu Qingxue's chest heaved a few times as she gritted her teeth and said, if your brother is bizarre, I could accept him being a bit beastly. So what did he actually do? After he immobilized me, he leaned close and whispered something in my ear. What did he say? Song Qian's expression shifted, as if she recalled something, and she inquired nervously, he doesn't like women, but actually prefers men? No. Lu Qingxue shot her a strange look. How could you think in that direction? You siblings are indeed quite eccentric. As Song Qian wore a curious expression, Lu Qingxue cleared her throat and said, he told me, little girl, at such a tender age, you dare to disrupt my cultivation. At this point, Lu Qingxue's knuckles turned white from clenching her fists in anger as she continued. What's worse is that he wrapped me in a bedsheet and hung me from the ceiling beam. Then, he found a Buddhist scripture from the bookshelf and recited the Qingxin Puxin mantra to me for an entire night. He claimed it was to purify my soul, cultivate my character, and cleanse the impurities of my spirit so that I, a flower of our nation, could grow healthily. PFF. Song Qian could not contain herself and burst into laughter. She mentally replayed the possible antics of her brother, but struggled to keep pace with his thought process. No wonder Lu Jie was so furious. Her brother's actions were indeed beyond reason. I have never experienced such humiliation in my life. Your brother has thoroughly trampled my dignity. Tell me, how can I face him without running away from home? Having expressed the secret that weighed on her heart, Lu Qingxue seemed to feel a sense of relief. After taking a deep breath, she appeared much calmer. Song Qian nodded thoughtfully, realizing why her brother had prohibited the family from mentioning Lu Qingxue over the years. She had assumed it was because he was hurt by her, but in reality, it was because he felt guilty for his own actions. Lu Qingxue scoffed, guilty? He shows no signs of guilt at all. Did you not just say that your brother has taken to frequenting brothels in recent years? Song Qian chuckled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Qingxue, where have you been these past few years? I joined Yihua Palace and was accepted as a direct disciple by the current matriarch. Yihua Palace? Song Qian's expression shifted. Is that not one of the sacred places of the martial world? In the Dazhou dynasty, martial arts flourished with countless prestigious families and sects, among which some wield significant influence in the martial realm. These factions are referred to as the sacred places of the martial world, and Yihua Palace is one of them. This is an extremely mysterious sanctuary. It is said that since its inception, Yihua Palace has been home to beautiful women, and the disciples rarely venture into the world. The public only knows that Yihua Palace is a place of blooming flowers, akin to a celestial paradise, yet very few know its exact location. To think that after 5 years away, Lu Qingxue has become a disciple of Yihua Palace and a direct apprentice of the matriarch. There are some simple records regarding Yihua Palace within the Xianyi Guard. It is said that aside from the matriarch's direct disciples, other disciples must regard themselves as sword servants. I wonder if that is true? Lu Qingxue nodded in affirmation. It is said that the direct disciples of Yihua Palace are often named after the moon and stars. What is your name in the martial world? Lu Jie. My master bestowed upon me the name Yao Yu. If I traverse the martial realm in the future, I will be known by this name. Yao Yu. Song Qian blinked, finding it quite melodious. So, your return is not for my brother, is it? Lu Qingxue shook her head. My master intends to take in a close disciple, and I have returned to bring Qing Xuan with me. Given her aptitude, it should not be difficult for her to be accepted as a direct disciple. Xiao Qian, would you like to join us? I have always known that among us, you possess the greatest martial talent. In terms of aptitude, you surpass your brother by leaps and bounds. Yihua Palace being one of the sacred places of the martial world, with countless martial arts secrets. If you were to go there, you would likely step into the innate realm within a year. However, Song Qian was not particularly interested in Lu Qingxue's invitation. There is no need. Even without going to Yihua Palace, it would not be difficult for me to break through to the innate realm. Also, you have misjudged. My brother is the true martial genius. He belongs to the type that accumulates strength over time. His talent requires gradual development. As his training progresses, his power will only become more terrifying. Song Qian paused before continuing. Lu Jie, you should be in the innate realm now, correct? Lu Qingxue's brows showed a hint of joy as she replied, I recently broke through. Otherwise, my master would not have allowed me to come down the mountain. Song Qian responded with an "oh." But to be honest, your innate prowess does not exert as much pressure on me as my brother's acquired abilities. Is that an exaggeration? Lu Qingxue seemed skeptical. The path of martial arts is extraordinarily long, and the disparity in strength between each major realm is like a chasm. The difference between innate and acquired is beyond your imagination. Perhaps. Song Qian smiled nonchalantly. Are you sure you do not wish to meet my brother? I believe it would be better to discuss certain matters face to face, as there may be some misunderstandings. Lu Qingxue hesitated for a moment. Over the years, I have indeed reflected carefully on the events of that time. Your brother might have had some difficulties. After all, he said I would disrupt his cultivation. Xiao Qian, does your Lu family possess any special martial arts that prevent men from what? Song Qian grinned mischievously. From that, Lu Qingxue shot her a glare. Don't play coy with me. Just tell me, is there ISNT there? I don't know, Song Qian shrugged. I practice our family's ancestral martial art, Xin Bing Jin, which was granted by the court after generations of hard work. However, whether there are any other secret arts, I am uncertain. After all, some things, you understand, are passed down to sons, but not daughters, and there are matters my father would not disclose to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue's face revealed a hint of smile. Perhaps your brother indeed harbors some unspeakable burdens. I acted impulsively back then. I should not have just walked away, but should have had a proper conversation with him. Just as she was about to continue, Lu Qingshue's smile faded. Her gaze fixed on a lakeside, and she coldly remarked, I take back what I just said. Your brother has no burdens. He is just a scoundrel. Following Lu Qingshue's gaze, Song Qian saw her brother, Song Xian, and Lu Xiaolu, casually walking arm in arm and laughing as they enter brothel. Chapter 31. A wife descends from the heavens recently. Song Xian has been enjoying a leisurely life. During the day, he idles at work, contemplating sword intent. And in the evenings, he drinks and converses with a few friends while indulging in music and entertainment. Life has been quite comfortable. When he returned home, the skies had turned dark. Song Xian greeted old Song, mentioned that he had eaten out, and then returned to his room. Just as he sat at his desk to pour himself a cup of tea, Song Xian pushed the door open and entered. You didn't even knock. Song Xian cast a dissatisfied glance at her. Song Xian did not respond, but instead fixed her gaze on him with a complex expression. It was not until Song Xian frowned that she finally spoke. Brother, Sister Lu has returned. Oh. Song Xian paused, his arm holding the teacup momentarily still. He inquired, did she trouble you? I have no grievances with her, so why would she trouble me? Song Xian chuckled dryly, recalling the misunderstandings they had previously. But now that she has returned, there must be a reason. She joined the Yihua Palace 5 years ago, and has become the young master of the palace. Already a master of the innate realm. This time, she intends to take Qin Shuang back to Yihua Palace. Oh, quite impressive. Song Xian's expression remained calm, betraying no emotion and fluctuations. Whilst did she say, are you asking if Sister Lu has something to convey to you? Song Qian gazed at him with interest. Yes. Did she say anything to me? She asked me to inquire whether the girls in the brothel are more beautiful or if she is. Song Qian pondered for a moment. Did you disclose my visit to the brothel? She saw you enter Tianxiang Tower with Lu Xiaolu at dusk. Song Qian took a sip of tea, chuckling awkwardly. What a coincidence. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Song Qian hesitated momentarily and then probed, Brother, is there something you find difficult to articulate? Are you tinkering with those entertaining health products to cure your own ailments? Song Qian remained silent. Observing his reaction, Song Qian grew more convinced of her speculation, saying, actually, there is nothing wrong with that. You know Sister Lu's feelings for you. She wouldn't mind these things. Some misunderstandings can indeed be clarified. It is not as you think. Song Qian shook his head, indicating he did not wish to elaborate. The matters of traversing realms and the Chunyang Wujigong were fundamental to his existence in this world. Until he stood invincible, he preferred to keep these secrets to himself. After all, being a member of the Xianyi Guards, he would inevitably acquire enemies. While the Chunyang Wujigong was powerful, it was still a childish technique, with evident weaknesses. If targeted by foes, surrounded by a throng of beautiful women, Song Qian was uncertain whether he could maintain control. If he faltered and lost his abilities, his path to martial arts would effectively come to an end. Song Qian scrutinized him back and forth, then waved her sleeve in resignation. Fine, you handle your own matters. I shall go teach my little cousin martial arts. Remember to close the door. Song Qian reminded her. As Song Qian paused at the door, turning back with an exasperated expression, she said, Brother, sometimes I truly do not understand what goes on in your mind. Watching Song Qian leave, Song Qian set down his teacup, his gaze becoming somewhat dazed as a scene from his youth resurfaced in his mind. Song Qian, do you have any aspirations? At 16, Lu Qingshuang, clad in a moon-white long dress, raised her alabaster chin slightly, her face brimming with curiosity. Aspiration? Just to work and enjoy some benefits from the court. Does that count? That is rather lackluster. I assent it. Do you not have higher ambitions? Higher ambitions? Young Song Qian ventured. 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, 72 consorts? I asked for higher, not to reach the skies. Aspirations and dreams are not the same. Oh, then I shall lower my expectations. For instance, to become a sword immortal? A sword immortal? Are you certain you wish to pursue the path of the sword? Yes, let us settle on that for now. At 15, Song Qian stood on a mountainside, determining his first goal beyond mere idleness. To reach the pinnacle of humanity, to become an unparalleled sword immortal. To become a sword immortal? The youthful, porcelain-like face of the girl revealed a hint of longing. First, you must have a fine sword. Young Song Qian nodded. The Iha sword of the Amei sect. The Bishu Ezid Anking of Yihua Palace and the Chunyang Wujijian of the great hero Yanantian are all excellent choices. Which one do you prefer? Any of them will do. I'm not picky. Understood. Rubbing his temples, Song Xian withdrew his thoughts, harboring a vague suspicion that Lu Qingxuang's initial reason for joining Yihua Palace might have been to pursue the divine sword, Bishu Zhedanking. Having consumed 3 cups of tea, his mind still restless, Song Xian opened the window and leaped out, his figure flickering through the night, swiftly arriving atop the highest tavern within several miles. Standing atop the building, he gazed down at the tranquil and serene imperial city bathed in moonlight, his heart gradually finding peace. You remain unchanged, restless as ever, drawn to this place to survey the surroundings. Not far away, a lively, ethereal voice suddenly rang out, and in the next moment, a shadow materialized in the moonlight like a specter. Upon seeing the woman whose grace was otherworldly, Song Xian was momentarily taken aback, but then greeted her with a smile. It has been years. You have grown even more beautiful. Lu Qingxuang huffed. Back then, you refused to sleep with me. Now you regret it, don't you? Having grown up together, he was well aware of Lu Qingxuang's temperament. Her directness was not surprising. Not particularly. I have no interest in those 2 young. Not interested in the young? Lu Qingxuang initially appeared startled. Then her expression shifted to one of realization. She teased, so, you prefer older married women? What must I do to win your heart? Marry someone first. Such nonsense. Song Xian glared at her. Lu Qingxuang, after years away, have you returned with such thoughts? It seems I did not teach you enough of the Qingxin Puxin mantra. Dare you mention the Qingxin Puxin mantra to me? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxuang immediately reacted, and the soft sword coiled around her waist clashed as it fell into her hand. With the sword pointed at Song Xian, Lu Qingxuang questioned him word by word. Song, do the words you spoke back then still hold true? What words? You promised to have me wait 10 years, and after 10 years, you would marry me. Do those words still stand? Gazing at the sword tip so close, then at the stunning woman whose eyes were glistening with unshed tears, Song Xian slowly nodded. Agreed. Good. Lu Qingxuang sheathed her soft sword, the blade coiling like a spirit snake around her waist, her tone softening. This time, I return to take Qingxuang back to Yihua Palace. We shall depart early tomorrow. 5 years have passed. In another 5 years, I await your promise to be fulfilled. With that, her toes lightly tapped the rooftop, her figure drifting away like willow catkins in the night. Song Xiaoxia, Yihua Palace awaits your arrival to marry me. Chapter 32. Promotion. Yihua Palace awaits your arrival? Song Xian mused, impressed by his fiancée's achievements over the years, having risen to become the young master of one of the martial arts sanctuaries. If Lu Qingxuang were to become the future master of Yihua Palace, then her sister, Lu Qingxuang, would surely be the second master, Lianxing. Song Xian rubbed his forehead. Sitting at home, my wife descends from the heavens. I feel that even if I were to lie flat from now on, my future would be smooth sailing. With a fiancé poised to command a martial arts sanctuary, Song Xian had indeed earned the privilege to live off her success. The moonlight flowed like water, shrouding the ancient capital. Looking up at the moon in the night sky, Song Xian smiled faintly and turned to leave. Tonight's moonlight is truly beautiful. For the following month and more, Song Xian enjoyed a leisurely life, working 9 to 5, passing his days with ease. The eerie atmosphere within the capital gradually dissipated. According to Zhao Dizhu's, the distribution of power in the court had nearly reached its conclusion. The right deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who had orchestrated a coup, had successfully become the acting minister. Other factions in the court had also benefited from the vacant position. As for the Emperor Zhou, it was said that after the Tian family was confiscated, half of their wealth was funneled into the royal treasury, suddenly adding millions of taels of silver, and the emperor had reportedly been in good spirits lately. Within the imperial study, the delicate fragrance of incense wafted through the entire chamber as the emperor, whose hair had begun to show signs of gray, stifled a yawn and sighed towards the elderly eunuch at his side. With age, his vitality had indeed waned, had it been a decade prior. Even the review of 100 documents would not have fatigued him. The eunuch, appearing somewhat drowsy, seemed oblivious to the emperor's lament. The emperor shot him a glare. I am speaking to you. Have your ears dulled with age? The eunuch, roused from his stupor, turned with a dazed expression. Your Majesty, were you calling for me? He bowed his head in trepidation. The old servant's hearing has begun to fail. I fear I may not serve you for many more years. Observing the eunuch's frail state, The emperor's irritation dissipated, and he remarked with a hint of melancholy, "Dabin, you and I are of similar age. Yet I am beset with countless memorials to review and myriad matters to attend to. Why is it that you seem to age more swiftly than I?" The eunuch, with a smile that masked his flattery, replied, "Your Majesty is the true dragon of the realm, in the prime of your life. How could an old servant like me possibly compare?" The emperor chuckled lightly. "You old rascal, you know how to say the right things." Rising to stretch, he continued cheerfully, "Recently, I have acquired a considerable sum of silver. Manage the treasury well for me, for I have grand plans for this wealth. Rest assured, your Majesty, not a single coin shall slip through my fingers without your consent. Indeed, I have always trusted you with such matters." Casually picking up a memorial from the imperial desk, which originated from the Xian Wei in Mingzhou, the emperor cast a brief glance at it before stating coolly, "Dabin, being a practitioner of martial arts yourself, tell me, can a highly skilled martial artist drown in a river due to drunkenness? That would depend on the level of their martial prowess." At the pinnacle of post-heaven cultivation, the eunuch declared, "I would rather believe he was murdered and then discarded into the river." The emperor chuckled, "Indeed, it is a ludicrous notion, yet it has found its way into my memorial." A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. "I am still very much alive, yet some are already impatient, attempting to infiltrate even the Xian Wei. Do they truly believe my vision has dimmed with age? Go, summon the commander of the Xian Wei for me." "Yes." Upon exiting the imperial study, the once frail eunuch suddenly stood tall, his movements swift as he vanished in the blink of an eye. Song Xian ascended in rank, rising 2 levels from the total flag of the Xian Wei to become 100 households. Even Song Xian was promoted from total flag to deputy 100 households, enjoying a significant increase in benefits. In Zhao Deju's office, Song Xian and he sipped tea while conversing. "You performed admirably in the last case." The emperor was quite pleased. "The commander specifically commended you. Otherwise, the leap from total flag to 100 households is not easily accomplished." Song Xian nodded with a smile, recognizing the difficulty of such promotions. His father had toiled for half a lifetime to attain the position of 100 households, while he had achieved it almost effortlessly. In Mingzhou, 100 households has unexpectedly passed away, and you'll be filling that vacancy. Prepare to take up your new post. Song Xian furrowed his brow. He had no objection to the promotion, yet he was reluctant to serve in a distant location. "Uncle Zhao, how many people can I take with me?" Zhao Deju shook his head. "You may take only Song Qian with you." Lowering his voice, he continued, "The death of that 100 households is rather suspicious. Be cautious upon your arrival. Moreover, serving in the provinces is vastly different from the imperial capital. The capital is rife with influential figures and skilled individuals, and few dare to openly resort to violence. However, in the provinces, you may encounter many from the underworld. Remember, if you can observe, do so quietly. As long as they do not threaten the government or harm the populace, it is best to remain uninvolved. Naturally, where there are people, there is an underworld. Everyone has relatives and friends. If you must intervene in such matters, do so incognito, adopting a different identity." Song Xian nodded in understanding. Zhao Deju took a sip of tea, hesitating momentarily before continuing. "Initially, I thought you would remain in the capital for a few more years, allowing me to share more with you gradually. However, now that you are being dispatched to the provinces, certain matters must be clearly conveyed. Remember, your safety is paramount. Both you and your sister possess exceptional martial talents, and as long as you are alive, your potential is boundless. In the face of life-threatening danger, disregard all underworld customs and official protocols. Utilize the might of the Xian Wei when necessary. Those who pose a threat to your lives, regardless of their identity, should be dealt with accordingly. We are hereditary members of the Xian Wei. This position was bestowed upon us by our ancestors who aided the founding emperor in expanding the realm for future generations. As long as the great Zhou endures, we shall remain the emperor's most trusted support. As long as we do not rebel, even if we mistakenly execute an innocent, the worst consequence will be the removal of our official robes. It will not affect the succession of the Song family. In the provinces, do not harbor excessive concerns. Remember, in the capital, I, Uncle Zhao, protect you. If I cannot, the commander will. Should he falter, we have the emperor standing behind us." Chapter 33. Your father is still alive? Zhao Deju spoke with fervor, yet Song Xian felt a chill run down his spine. "No, Uncle Sao, I am merely going to serve as 100 households. There are more than just me in the Jiangxia region, and 1,000 households oversees everything. I'm going to be an official, not a soldier. Must it be so exaggerated? Zhao Dezhu shook his head slightly. The Jiangxia region is the largest and most prosperous in Mingzhou, a crucial source of tax revenue for the court. This area has always been of great importance to the imperial government. The 100 households who recently died belong to the Su family, one of the 120 hereditary Xian Yi families in the capital, just like us. These families, lacking noble titles, are deeply rooted in the Xian Yi system, tied to the Great Zhou, and represent one of the emperor's most trusted forces. Suddenly, 100 households from the Su family has inexplicably perished in such a sensitive area. This is indeed unusual. I suspect the 1,000 households in Jiangxia may have already been infiltrated by other forces, and this is something the emperor cannot tolerate. Your impressive handling of the last case likely caught the emperor's attention, and this appointment may be an attempt to have you investigate the situation further. Song Xian frowned. Initially, he had pursued the second-tier Xian Yi examination for the benefits that came with advancement, seeking an easier work environment. This sudden promotion and heavy responsibility left him feeling taken aback. After work, he declined Lu Xiaoliu's invitation to enjoy music at the pleasure quarters and returned home instead. In the courtyard, two maids from the Jia family were diligently sweeping, while Song Qian lounged with her legs crossed, eating grapes and supervising her younger cousin, Lin Daiyu, as she practiced martial stances. "Have you been absent again?" Song Qian casually inquired. Spitting out the grape skin, he mumbled, "I arrived just after dawn. There was nothing much at the office, so I came back to teach Sister Daiyu martial arts. Her constitution is too frail, and she needs to start with physical conditioning." Song Qian acknowledged this. Not particularly concerned. The duties of a second-tier Xian Yi were indeed relatively light unless specifically commanded otherwise. Everyone was slacking off, and Song Qian's absence was hardly missed. Once inside, he changed out of his official robes into a white long gown, washed his face in the courtyard, and casually remarked, "You've been promoted." "Huh?" Song Qian blinked in surprise and quickly asked, "How many levels?" "1 level, to Deputy 100 households." "Oh." Her enthusiasm waned. 100 households is still 100 households, and being a deputy is not particularly exciting. "What about you, brother?" "I'm 100 households." "So, but does that mean your monthly salary has increased again?" Song Qian nodded, and there were an additional 20 taels, with one person receiving 20 taels. 2 would amount to 40 taels. Song Qian counted on her fingers, stating that in a year, that would total 4,800 taels, and in 3 years, it would sum to 120,000. "Brother, we could purchase the marquee residence in the east of the city within 3 years. Lin Daiyu, who had been blushing while squatting, suddenly let out a laugh. Song Qian retorted, "What are you laughing at? Do you think my calculations are incorrect?" "Sister, I meant no offense. I simply believe your calculations are exceptionally accurate. It would be a waste of your talent to serve in the Xian Yi. You ought to work in the Ministry of Revenue instead." Upon hearing this, Song Qian slightly raised her chin and smiled. "Indeed. My brother has always said I possess a gift for arithmetic, and since you say so as well, it seems my talent is truly remarkable." Lin Daiyu bit her lip, trying to suppress her laughter, but eventually raised her hand to cover her mouth, looking at her cousin Song Qian with delight. At that moment, Song Qian appeared speechless, a stark contrast to his usual composed and indifferent demeanor, which amused Lin Daiyu greatly. "In a few days, we shall be heading to Mingzhou in Jiangxia province. Prepare yourself. We shall depart the day after tomorrow at dawn." "Huh? To Jiangxia province?" Song Qian seemed somewhat reluctant, expressing concern over being unfamiliar with the place. "Oh, 100 households just lost their leader, and I am to fill the vacancy. Otherwise, that position would not have been available to me. Knowing that you have earned merit and will be promoted and receive a raise, this unfortunate timing for the 100 households is rather convenient." Song Qian sighed. His demise was somewhat premature. "I had no intention of taking up an official position in a foreign land." In that case, Song Qian pondered for a moment. "Once we arrive in Jiangxia province, I shall go and dig up his grave." "Indeed." Song Qian nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of doing so to ascertain certain matters. Lin Daiyu listened in astonishment to the conversation between her cousins. Were they truly speaking as human beings? Someone had died, creating an opening for them. Yet they were dissatisfied and wished to desecrate a grave. Is this the peculiar mindset of those serving in the Xian Yi? Of course, Lin Daiyu was not particularly concerned about grave digging. Her eyes were fixed eagerly on Song Xian, causing him to feel a wave of unease. Have young girls become so bold nowadays? Though her brother is handsome, must she stare so openly? Such fervor does not align with your Lin Mimi's persona. Cousin, Lin Daiyu called sweetly, her eyes filled with anticipation as she asked, since you are going to Jiangxia province, might you take me along? Song Xian shook his head. We are going on official business, not for leisure. It would not be suitable for you to accompany us. Lin Daiyu quickly replied. My father serves as an official in the Jiangxia region. I have not seen him in many years. Can you please take me with you? Your father? Song Xian was taken aback. Lin Rahai. Upon hearing her father's name, Lin Daiyu's expression grew solemn. She bowed gracefully and stated, My father indeed bears that name. Song Xian hesitated before asking, Your father is still alive? According to the narrative of Dream of the Red Chamber, Lin Daiyu's father had passed away when she was around 10 years old. Now, at nearly 15, it seemed improbable that he would still be alive after 4 or 5 years. Upon hearing this, Lin Daiyu's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing with anger as she retorted, Cousin, I respect you as my elder brother, but how could you curse my father in such a manner? He received a letter last month stating that though he is unwell, he is under the care of a physician and is not in danger of death. Song Xian felt somewhat bewildered. It appeared he had made assumptions. After all, this was not merely the world of Dream of the Red Chamber, but a grand realm where various martial arts worlds converged. Lin Daiyu had become his little cousin, and it seemed entirely normal for her to have a living father. Song Xian was not one to stubbornly defend his misstatements. He immediately apologized, acknowledging, My choice of words was inappropriate. I assumed you had always resided within Jiafu and that your close relatives had passed away. Seeing Lin Daiyu's eyes glistening with tears, he quickly added, Since you wish to go to Jiangxia province to seek your father, then let us travel together. It would provide you with companionship on the journey. Thank you, cousin. The little cousin transformed her sorrow into joy, wiping her tears and offering a sweet smile to both Song Xian and Song Qian. Then I shall return to Jiafu tonight and inform my ancestors. They have shown me much affection over the years, and since I am leaving, I must obtain their blessing. Song Xian nodded. You should return to Jiafu first. The day after tomorrow at dawn, we will meet you outside Jiafu. Chapter 34, Mobilizing People. The day after tomorrow at dawn, the Song family prepared breakfast early and began organizing supplies for their impending journey. It is often said that when a child travels 1,000 miles, a mother worries. However, Song Lin was not overly concerned for their safety. Ever since she married into the Song family, she had been mentally prepared for such ventures. Serving in the Xianyi way, traversing across the land for official duties, was a commonplace affair. The only thing she worried about was that this departure would likely delay her children's marriages for another year or more. Fortunately, her niece Lin Daiyu was accompanying them, and she could only hope that her son might awaken to some feelings for that child during their travels. After breakfast, their father, Song Yuanshan, also prepared to head to the magistrate's office. Once outside the door, he began to advise Song Xian. There is never an end to official duties. When you get there, do not overexert yourself. Just do what is necessary. Song Xian nodded in acknowledgement of his father's counsel, finding no surprise in his words. After all, taking it easy was a long-standing tradition in the Song family. You have always had your own ideas, so I have nothing more to say. Just be cautious. If it becomes unbearable, you can return directly. It is not a big deal. I can help you bear the pressure from above. Song Xian subtly nodded, discreetly assessing his father. Old Song was quite adept in the Xianyi Wei office, and he had not expected to witness such a commanding side of him today. Leaving their home, Song Qian hired a carriage, and the two set off towards the Jia family of Rongguafu. The Jia family had once followed the founding emperor of the Great Zhou, earning the title of Duke of Ronggua, a hereditary title. However, in the present day, the Jia family had long since fallen into decline, with only the title remaining. The once grand Ronggua mansion now had nearly no capable descendants among its clan. Despite their decline, the hereditary title of Duke still held sway. Thus, the Jia family's prestige was not diminished. From a distance, one could see the sprawling estate, where a group of servants stood at the gate, proudly surveying the passers-by with an air of superiority, as if looking down upon all as country folk. Hey, what are you doing? No parking in front of the Duke's mansion. As soon as Song Xian's carriage approached, a servant from the Jia family came forward to shoo them away. Today, Song Xian chose to dress modestly. donning a white scholar's robe that exuded an air of gentility. In the eyes of the Jia family servants, such scholars were the easiest to bully, as each year, numerous impoverished scholars would come to the Rongwa mansion seeking connections. When encountering such individuals, it was a simple matter to send them away. Stepping down from the carriage, Song Xian clasped his fists in greeting, introducing himself. I am Song Xian. According to our prior arrangements, I have come to escort my cousin Lin Daiyu back home to visit her family. I hope you can inform the steward. Miss Lin's relatives? The servant scrutinized Song Xian from head to toe. Initially intending to shoo him away, he hesitated and said, Please wait a moment. I will go summon the steward. As the servant departed, Song Xian stepped down from the carriage and gazed at the somewhat aged, yet magnificent duke's mansion with a hint of envy. Brother, how about we acquire a grand house like this in the future? Song Xian casually remarked. Such places cannot be occupied merely by wealth. Without the appropriate status, it would be deemed presumptuous. Is that so? Song Xian's eyes darted around. Observing Song Xian closely, she murmured, Brother, I feel your promotion is rather slow. Song Xian chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond further. After a brief interval, several servants escorted a middle-aged man, during which one could faintly hear the words, My lord. Please take your time. In the esteemed residence of the Jia family, only the current head of the main branch, Jia Shi, could be referred to as the esteemed master. Jia Shi, though not particularly capable, possessed a notable temper and presented himself with an air of superiority, scrutinizing Song Xian and his companion. He had heard of Lin Daiyu's recent visit to her maternal aunt's home, but paid little heed to it, nor did he concern himself with the family status. Now, observing that the two young visitors were neither grandly attired nor of noble bearing, he felt a sense of disdain. Who informed you to come and fetch her? Jiashi demanded from the top of the steps, looking down at the two. Song Qian replied, We agreed with my cousin to take her back to the capital today. Did she not mention this to you? What did she say? That she eats and drinks from the Jia family, and now she dares to dictate terms? Jiashi bellowed. Enough. You may leave. Even if she wishes to return home, it is my Jia family that should send her off. When did it become your place to meddle? With a dismissive flick of his sleeve, he shot a haughty glare at the steward. Lu Guanjia, do not disturb me with such matters while I am reading. What sort of people does the Rongwa mansion entertain? Song Qian, unable to contain her anger, erupted with a curse. Even Song Xian, who was typically calm, felt his expression darken. He raised a hand to restrain the impulsive Song Qian, calmly stating, Stand down. With a defiant glare at Jia Shi, Song Qian produced a hidden dart from her sleeve and, with a swift motion, sent it skyward. In an instant, the dart erupted above the Rongwa mansion like a firework, forming a brilliant character Xian in the air. What do you mean by this? Jia Shi, noticing the peculiar display, felt a chill run down his spine as he locked eyes with Song Xian. Nothing of consequence, Song Xian replied with a cold laugh. If you cannot comprehend a civil conversation, let us resort to a method you might better understand. As he spoke, two figures clad in black battle robes, brandishing dark iron blades, galloped into view, halting before the Rongwa mansion amidst the sounds of their snorting steeds. Xian Ge, did you send the summons? One of them asked. Song Xian nodded slightly, explaining that he had encountered some trouble and required assistance. The youthful guards, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, appeared excited rather than intimidated. Xian Ge, tell us whom we shall deal with. Patience, just wait a moment. Within a short span, more and more guards in black began to arrive, filling the street with their menacing presence. The sight of their gleaming armor under the sunlight, accompanied by the jarring sounds of their iron blades clashing, left Jia Shi trembling and parched. It's a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. There is no need for such a commotion, he stammered. This year had been particularly unkind. Having initially thought two inconsequential relatives were visiting, only to inadvertently provoke the wrath of the guards. Song Xian fixed Jia Shi with a steely gaze. As Jia Shi began to perspire under the scrutiny, Song Xian's voice turned cold. You have 15 minutes. Either you bring her out, or we will enter and fetch her ourselves. Turning away, Song Xian greeted those who had come to support him. Among the 200 to 300 arriving, most were third-tier guards familiar with Song Xian's casual demeanor. What is the situation causing such a stir? Lu Xiaolu inquired, approaching Song Xian with a grin. Song Qian explained. We were set to take my cousin back to Jiangxia Prefecture, but the Jia family, looking down upon us, refused our departure and insulted us. In a fit of anger, I called for assistance. It's no trouble at all. One of the guards eagerly responded. Sister Qian, please do not hesitate to ask us for help in the future. Exactly. Sister Qian's matters are our matters. If they disrespect her, they disrespect us. Another chimed in. Recently, a notorious thief has been plaguing Shiman Street. And if the Jia family refuses to cooperate, we shall apprehend the criminals ourselves. Indeed, it is perfectly reasonable to expect to discover weapons and armor in a noble family like the Jias. As the guard spoke, Jiashi trembled at their words. Panic seizing him. What are you waiting for? Go quickly and inform the matriarch. Bring my cousin out. Had the old marquis still been alive, the Jia family, as a hereditary ducal house, would have been untroubled. However, since his passing, the family's influence had waned, leaving them powerless in the court. Although Jia Zheng of the second branch held a low-ranking official title, he wielded little power. If the black-clad guards truly set their sights on them, the Jia family would likely face disaster today. The household servants, accustomed to the Jia family's authority, were now terrified, rushing around to deliver messages throughout the estate. The first to arrive was Jia Zheng from the second branch. He had learned of the situation from the servants, and upon realizing that it was Jiashi's insolence that had provoked the guards, he was filled with rage. Are you the young master from the Song family? Jia Zheng attempted to explain to Song Xian. It was I who arranged for Lin Daiyu's escort to the Song family. My elder brother is unaware of these matters and has offended you. I apologize on his behalf. Song Xian regarded him with a slight nod, replying, There are still 15 minutes remaining. Seeing that Song Xian showed no inclination to relent, Jia Zheng's expression shifted, and he shot a furious glare at Jiashi. Jiashi, feeling uneasy, gazed at the throng of guards and could not help but tremble. If Jia Zheng could not resolve the situation, given the guards' nature, they might very well fabricate a reason to imprison him. In the inner courtyard of the Jia residence, in the main hall where the matriarch, grandmother Jia, resided, a number of women had gathered. Lin Daiyu sat before her, with tears in her eyes, listening to her grandmother's admonitions. My dear, why must you disregard my counsel? The Jiangxia prefecture is over 1,000 miles from the capital, fraught with dangers from bandits and water thieves. If anything were to happen, how could I face your late mother? Grandmother Jia implored, flanked by several young women who echoed her concerns. Daiyu, why must you be so stubborn? We would never harm you. They coaxed. We have never even met your cousins. How can we trust them? You do not know what they may have fed you in their sweet words. Though Lin Daiyu remained silent, tears streaming down her face. Her resolve did not waver as she gazed imploringly at her grandmother, hoping she would grant permission for her to visit Jiangxia Prefecture and see her father. Anxiously, she thought that according to their agreement, her cousins should have arrived at the Jia residence by now. Yet her grandmother remained obstinately silent. Without her grandmother's consent, she could not even leave the inner chambers. If her cousins grew impatient and departed, what would she do then? Over the years, she had expressed her desire to visit Jiangxia Prefecture multiple times, but the Jia family had always opposed her wishes. This time, she had finally managed to secure an opportunity for herself, and she was unwilling to forfeit it so easily. Despite the Jia family's comforts, it was ultimately not her home. She would rather endure hardship alongside her father than live a gilded existence within the Jia family, akin to a caged canary devoid of freedom. The sensation of living under someone else's roof was one she found intolerable. Just then, the door burst open, and several elderly women rushed in, their faces filled with urgency. The ancestors have spoken, and grave news has arrived. Our Jia residence is besieged by an overwhelming number of Xianyi Wei. What? Jia Mu's face fell in shock, and she hastily disregarded comforting her granddaughter Lin Daiyu, exclaiming, Who has caused trouble outside? How could we have provoked even the Xianyi Wei? It is the eldest master. One of the elder women explained. 2 individuals have arrived outside, claiming to be the cousins of Miss Lin, wishing to take her to Jiangxia Fu. However, the eldest master spoke disrespectfully, angering them, and they summoned countless Xianyi Wei, filling the streets. They also declared that if the young miss was not sent out within a quarter of an hour, they would come in to find her themselves. Upon hearing this, the young ladies within the room were instantly thrown into chaos. Ancestor, please think of a way. I have heard that those Xianyi Wei are ruthless fiends who devour without leaving bones. If they burst in, we shall have no escape. Realizing that her eldest son Jia, she had caused this mess, Jia Mu scolded him, a good-for-nothing who brings trouble without achieving anything. With a resigned sigh, she lamented, Our Rongua Fu has truly fallen. When the old duke was alive, the Xinwei would not dare to be so brazen as to come to our door. Observing the panicked women around her, Jiamu turned to Lin Daiyu, whose eyes, once filled with anticipation, were gradually calming. Do you truly wish to leave? Lin Daiyu nodded, her silence speaking volumes, as the determination in her gaze was unmistakable. Very well. Jiamu waved her hand wearily. You have grown up and have your own ideas. I am old and no longer wish to manage things. Go. Lin Daiyu surveyed her surroundings, gazing at the familiar faces, as if to imprint them in her memory. She understood that this parting might be their last meeting. Wiping away her tears, Lin Daiyu knelt before Jiamu and bowed 3 times, then rose and resolutely walked toward the door. This departure would lead her to a world of vast possibilities. Outside awaited the rivers and lakes. Chapter 36. Youngsters tend to be impulsive, which is quite normal. Lin Daiyu's intention to depart was resolute, and her close friends understood they could not dissuade her. With sighs, they proceeded to her room to pack her belongings. Pinner, once you reach Jiangxia, remember to write to us. With your departure, who knows when we shall meet again? Perhaps when we see our sister Daiyu next, she will already be a wife and mother. Upon hearing this, Lin Daiyu's face flushed, and she retorted to one girl. You little vixen, say another word and I'll tear your mouth apart. I told you. Pinner, what does your cousin look? Is he handsome? Lin Daiyu hesitated for a moment. He is acceptable, though he works at the Xianyi Way and may have a bit of temper. Someone probed. It is said that cousins are a perfect match. Pinner has reached the age for marriage. Do you not have any thoughts on it? Lin Daiyu was immediately filled with embarrassment and anger. You wicked one, if you dare to gossip again, I will rip your mouth apart now. The young ladies laughed and joked, and when they had finished packing, they arrived at the entrance of the Jiao residence, only to be greatly frightened by the menacing ranks of Xian Yiwei outside. Manager Liu, upon seeing Lin Daiyu, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and joyfully exclaimed, Young miss, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, those demons would have burst in. Lin Daiyu ignored him, first bowing slightly to Jia Zheng, and without acknowledging the trouble causing Jia Shi, she walked straight to the entrance. Cousin, Lin Daiyu greeted them gracefully. Song Xian examined this young girl, still in her youth, yet already possessing an extraordinary beauty, and nodded slightly. They did not trouble you, did they? No. The ancestor and the sisters were reluctant to part with me, so we talked a bit longer, causing you cousins to wait. No matter. Waiting a little longer is no issue. Song Xian waved his hand. Come, I shall take you home. As he finished speaking, his close friends Dinyo and Ho Zi exchanged glances with the Xian Yiwei behind them. In the next moment, they all shouted in unison, Cousin is taking you home. The thunderous echoes of 100 or 200 voices startled not only those at the Jiao residence, but even the onlookers at the end of the street. Song Xian frowned and reprimanded. What are you shouting about? Ho Zi laughed. Cousin Xian and Sister Qian's cousin is naturally our cousin too. What's the problem with that? He then flashed Lin Daiyu a self-proclaimed friendly smile. Cousin, do not fear troubles in the future. We are all your cousins and can always support you. Song Xian impatiently kicked him. Can you not say a word? He turned to the bewildered Lin Daiyu and smiled. A bunch of unrefined brutes. Do not mind them. Gulme, we should get in the carriage and depart. With that, he gestured behind him. In an instant, the Xianyi Way behind him neatly split into 2 rows, clearing the path in the middle. To the unknowing observer, it would appear as if a general were inspecting his troops. Lu Xiao Lu and others naturally took the luggage from behind Lin Daiyu and placed it onto the carriage, while Song Qian held her little cousin's arm, and they whispered a few words before boarding the carriage. Song Qian leaped up, took the driver's seat, cracking the whip to assume the role of coachman, and the carriage slowly rolled away, heading out of the city. Following closely behind were numerous Xianyi Wei, forming 2 columns and escorting the carriage like a protective entourage. Once the dreadful Xian Yiwei had departed, Jia Zheng was the first to speak. Daiyu's cousin holds considerable sway among the Xian Yiwei. Jia Shi, whose heart had been suspended, finally felt somewhat at ease, snorting disdainfully, merely a group of ill-mannered ruffians. Utterly disgraceful. Truly disgraceful. Jia Zheng shot him a glance, disregarded him, and walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. Jia Shi's expression shifted repeatedly. The fright he had endured today was considerable. He dared not linger and hurried back to his residence. Soaked through, he needed to change into dry clothes quickly. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed to the core. After these two gentlemen left, the young ladies and maids in the Jia residence began to chatter excitedly. Daiyu's cousins are truly handsome. Alas, why do I not have such a capable cousin? No wonder Pinner is determined to leave. If I had such a cousin, I would follow him without hesitation. You little flirt, are you smitten? Hush, lower your voice. We will discuss it in the inner courtyard, lest outsiders overhear. At the Sun Jianxi, Zhao Dezhu was attending to official duties. Outside, a Xian Yiwei approached hastily and whispered a few words in his ear. Zhao Dezhu raised his head, a smile creeping onto his lips, and inquired, "The commotion is rather significant?" The man replied, "Indeed, it is quite large. Those on duty in the vicinity have rushed over, blocking the road Guogong Fu. Sir, after all, it is the Duke's residence. Such a ruckus caused by Song Xian may reflect poorly in the court." Poorly? Zhao Dezhu waved his hand nonchalantly. Our Xian Yiwei South reputation in the court has never been good. Conversely, if we were too well behaved, the emperor might suspect our loyalty. He continued to review the documents, stating indifferently, "Young people are naturally impulsive. As long as no one was killed, it is not a major issue. You may leave now." "Yes, sir." In the imperial palace, the emperor, having spent the morning reviewing documents, stood up and yawned. Being the emperor is exhausting. Not only is there no holiday, but he cannot even ensure a good night's sleep. During the day, he must deal with state affairs, and at night, he must return to appease the ever-demanding concubines. Even though he considers himself robust, age has begun to take its toll. After sipping a cup of ginseng tea, he turned to the elderly eunuch beside him and inquired, "Are there any interesting tidbits from the capital recently?" "Do share." "Interesting tidbits?" The eunuch paused, then replied, "The Duke of Loyalty and Valor has recently been entangled in a scandal. His wife discovered his mistress, leading to a fierce altercation that resulted in his left leg being broken. It is said he will be bedridden for 3 months. The emperor reflected briefly and chuckled, "Ah, the Duke of Loyalty and Valor. This is hardly surprising. His formidable wife even gives me a headache." The eunuch quickly concurred. After all, she is a daughter of a military family, skilled in combat and with a fiery temper. The Duke is completely at her mercy. The emperor smiled and asked, "Apart from this, are there any other amusing occurrences?" "Indeed, there is one more." The eunuch carefully considered his words. This morning, the residence of the Duke of Rome was besieged by the Xian Yi guards. Chapter 37. The still young and innocent Lin Pingzhio? The emperor's smile gradually faded. "What has the Duke of Rome done to provoke the Xian Yi guards?" "Your Majesty, it is not a grave matter," the eunuch replied cautiously. "Lin Ruohai's daughter has been residing in the Jia family for these past years. She intended to travel south to Mingzhou with her cousin for a family visit. However, the Jia family obstructed her and spoke rudely, provoking the Xian Yi guards." "Ah, that Lin girl's cousin should ring a bell for you, Your Majesty. Is Song Xian the one involved in the flower-picking case in Jianghuai not long ago?" "Ah, him." The emperor's expression brightened considerably at the mention of Song Xian's name. He held a favorable opinion of this emerging talent from the Xian Yi guards. How could he not? After all, a single case had enriched the royal treasury by over 10 million taels of silver. A capable official like him was someone the emperor wished to have in abundance. However, the next moment, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Is Lin Ruohai's daughter not faring well in the Jia family?" "Not exactly," the eunuch replied. "The matriarch of the Jia family dotes on her granddaughter, but no matter how well off the Jia family is still not her own home. Living under someone else's roof is likely uncomfortable." The emperor pondered for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "Lin Ruohai serves as the salt commissioner in Mingzhou, and I hold him in high regard. The salt trade has long been a challenging issue for our great Zhou. For these years, he has managed the salt affairs on my behalf, alleviating the treasury's financial strain considerably. Recently, Lin Ruohai submitted a memorial indicating that some salt merchants in Jiangzhou are becoming restless again. The eunuch suggested, "Your Majesty, since Song Xian will be heading to Jiangzhou to assume the position of 100 households, should we instruct the Xian Yi guards to assist Lin Ruohai with the salt affairs?" The emperor waved his hand. "There is no need for interference. I shall not provide Lin Ruohai with any overt support. He is a candidate I have my eye on for the cabinet. How could he be incapable of handling such trifles?" After departing the city in a horse-drawn carriage, Song Xian made his way towards the port. Given the extensive distance overland to Mingzhou and Jiangsu and Zhujiang, fraught with bandits and thieves, traveling by water was swifter and safer. Specifically, Song Xian and his companions would first take a boat to the estuary and then transfer to a sea vessel heading south directly to Jiangzhou. The territory of the Great Zhou dynasty is vast, so much so that one could say it encompasses 9 continents rather than merely 9 provinces. Each province is akin to a continent, separated by seas, with the imperial capital serving as the nexus of these 9 lands. Song Xian had previously studied a map of the Great Zhou's territory, astonished to find its expanse significantly larger than the Earth he had known in his past life. The continental plates of each province bore a striking resemblance to the Eurasian landmass. It could even be said that the 9 Eurasian continents had been forcibly amalgamated into one world. 300 years ago, the founding emperor of Zhou, Ji Wuming, emerged and, leading an unstoppable martial army, conquered all 9 continents, establishing the 9 provinces. Wherever the sun and moon shine, there lies the territory of the Great Zhou. This phrase became a reality under the reign of Emperor Zhou. Years ago, when Song Xian first beheld the map of the Great Zhou, he was left utterly speechless. The territory bore remarkable similarities to the grand world of martial arts he had once envisioned for a game, perhaps even more meticulously crafted than his own designs. So perfect was it that he momentarily doubted whether he had traversed into a game world. Regrettably, it was merely a similar worldview rather than an actual transition into a game realm, for he had often sought treasures in regions of opportunity according to game strategies, only to come up empty-handed. Eventually, he lost the motivation to explore the world and settled down in the capital to diligently cultivate the pure Yang Wuji boy technique, remaining there for nearly 2 decades. Days later, Song Xian and his companions boarded a sea vessel and began their journey southward along the East China Sea. Lin Daiyu experienced seasickness, spending most of her time in their cabin and rarely appearing on deck. However, Song Xian, a spirited girl with remarkable martial skills, was blissfully unaware of seasickness, and at that moment, she was busy grilling skewers on the deck with Song Xian. Song Xian, with her adept hands, had constructed a wooden frame to hold an iron pot in which charcoal was burning. Over the pot, skewers of mutton purchased before boarding the ship and 2 fish caught from the sea were seasoned with cumin and chili, filling the air with an enticing aroma that wafted through the sea breeze. Soon, someone was drawn by the scent. The newcomer appeared to be a wealthy young gentleman, adorned in luxurious garments, around 16 or 17 years old, with a fair complexion and delicate features. This young man was Lin Pingji, whom Song Xian had befriended during their days aboard the ship. Indeed, he was the very Lin Pingji from Shao, Ao, Jiang, the unfortunate lad who, in pursuit of revenge for his family, resorted to self-mutilation to master the BCS sword technique. The Lin family operated a security agency, boasting substantial assets in Mingzhou. It was said that their Fuwei security agency had branches in nearly every city and county in Mingzhou, sustaining thousands of bodyguards and various staff members. His father, Lin Jinnan, served as the chief escort of Fuwei security agency, frequently journeying and forming numerous connections, both in official circles and the martial world. This sea vessel was part of the Lin family's enterprise, and Lin Pingji was responsible for escorting cargo of goods to the Mingzhou and Jiangsu regions alongside other bodyguards. Upon seeing Lin Pingji approach, Song Xian unabashedly waved him over. "Hey, little Lin, come roast some skewers with us." Hearing her call, Lin Pingji was not at all offended. Instead, he approached with a smile, quickly taking a seat by the fire, turning the skewers while engaging in conversation. "Xuan Yi, Qian Yi, you both appear to be practitioners of martial arts as well. Am I correct?" Song Xian, leisurely gazing at the vast ocean, replied with a faint smile. "I practice a few self-defense techniques, but they pale in comparison to your Lin family's 72 Bixia sword techniques." The Lin family's Bixia sword techniques were renowned throughout Mingzhou, largely due to Lin Pingji's grandfather, Lin Yuan Tuesday. In his time, Lin Yuan Tu had vanquished numerous skilled fighters in the Jianghu, earning a formidable reputation. However, under Lin Junnan's generation, the Bixia sword techniques had become rather ordinary. Though superior to common martial arts, they lacked the grandeur of Lin Yuan Tu's era. Many in the martial world speculated that Lin Junnan possessed mediocre martial talent and had failed to grasp the essence of the Bixia sword techniques. Only Song Xian understood that it was not a lack of talent on Lin Junnan's part, but rather because he had not cultivated the true Bixia sword manual. A Bixia sword technique that did not involve self-mutilation was not a true sword technique. Similarly, Lin Pingji who had not undergone the same trials, could not be deemed exceptional. Song Xian glanced at the earnest young man, who was occasionally displaying a shy smile while grilling, and thought to himself that the boy was quite admirable, devoid of the arrogance and hubris typical of wealthy youths. He believed that the martial world did not necessarily need more individuals like Lin Pingji. Chapter 38. Have you heard the tale of the white snake? The vast ocean stretched endlessly, with nothing but water as far as the eye could see. Initially, Song Qian and her companions found the experience to be curious and entertaining. Song Qian even attempted to showcase her skills by lightly stepping upon the surface of the ocean, performing a few feats of water walking. However, as time passed and they spent over 10 days at sea, even the restless Song Qian began to feel a sense of tedium, and Song Qian too began to sense the monotony. One day, their ship docked at a harbor, requiring a 2-day stay to replenish supplies of food and fresh water, as well as to rest. Unable to resist Song Qian's entreaties, Song Qian led her and her cousin Lin Daiyu ashore to explore the nearby town. Before disembarking, Song Qian casually inquired if Lin Pingji wished to join them. Lin Pingji declined, stating that as the ship owner, he needed to stay aboard with the guards to protect the cargo. You, young man, though still of tender age, are quite diligent in your duties, remarked Song Qian as they stepped off the ship. Upon hearing this, Lin Pingji's face brightened, turning as rosy as a maiden's, which elicited laughter from Song Qian. Not far from the dock lay a village. As they wandered, they soon arrived at this place, where the sounds of gongs, drums, and Xuan filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Shall we venture in and take a look? Casually asked Song Qian. Yes, yes, exclaimed Song Qian, ever eager for excitement. Lin Daiyu gently added, I have no objections. Cousin, you may decide. Song Qian smiled at her, causing Lin Daiyu to feel slightly perplexed. Cousin, why do you gaze at me so? Song Qian chuckled. I have heard from the servants of Rongwa Mansion that Miss Lin speaks as sharply as a knife, leaving no room for anyone to gain an advantage. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Lin Daiyu did not seem to possess a domineering demeanor. With a bitter smile, she replied, as someone relying on others, if I do not assert myself, how can I maintain my dignity in such a prestigious family as the Jia household? If life were peaceful, who would wish to engage in verbal sparring and cunning? That is indeed true, nodded Song Qian. As they conversed, they reached the village entrance, where several elders approached them briskly. Perhaps noticing the fine attire of the three, the elders did not dare to treat them with indifference. One elder, appearing somewhat reserved, inquired, May I ask from which esteemed place you hail? Song Qian performed a respectful gesture, replying, We have come from the imperial capital. Upon passing through this area and noticing the festivities, we decided to take a look. Elder, what joyous occasion is being celebrated in the village? Esteemed guests from the imperial capital. The elder laughed heartily, his wrinkles seeming to lessen as he continued. Today is the wedding of my son. Would you do us the honor of joining our celebration? We would not wish to intrude, they replied. Not at all, not at all. After a moment's consideration, Song Qian clasped his hands and said, Then we shall intrude upon your joy. Following the elder into the village, they were led to a somewhat dilapidated yet impeccably clean courtyard, where several tables laden with food awaited and many guests were already seated. The three were shown to the main table, where they beheld the bride and groom performing their ceremonial bowing to heaven and earth. The sounds of firecrackers and instruments filled the air, creating a lively, festive atmosphere. After the ceremonial rites, guests began to serve food and drink. The rice wine, brewed by the villagers, was served alongside simple dishes, primarily consisting of common vegetables, with the exception of a platter of pork knuckle that was quickly devoured by those at the table. Song Qian discreetly inspected the food, ensuring its safety, and signaled to Song Qian and Lin Daiyu that they could begin to eat. Before long, the newlyweds returned from changing into their wedding attire and, under the guidance of the elder, began to toast the guests present. It is worth noting that in the Dazhou dynasty, the customs surrounding weddings were relatively open. Aside from the more rigid traditions of affluent families, common folk did not adhere to overly elaborate rituals. After the bride had bowed to heaven and earth, she was free to join her husband in toasting the guests. As esteemed guests from the imperial capital, the newlyweds approached Song Qian and his companions after toasting the village elders. The groom, a robust and hardy-looking farmer, and the bride, though not possessing alabaster skin, had delicate and attractive features, both gazing at Song Xian with anticipation. The groom's father, the elder, nervously rubbed his hands together and asked, "Esteemed guest, might you impart some words of blessing for my son?" After downing a cup of wine, Song Xian smiled and said, 10 years of cultivation allows one to share a boat. 100 years of cultivation leads to sharing a pillow. In the vast sea of humanity, our meeting is 1,000 years of fate. I wish both of you a long life together, united in heart and soul." "Excellent," cheered the guests, clapping and celebrating. They were unsure of the significance, but recognized that blessings from someone of noble status were surely auspicious. The elder, overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly thanked Song Xian, whose humble demeanor made him feel a bit bashful amidst such simple folk. As dusk fell, Song Xian politely declined the elder's offer for them to stay overnight, bidding farewell to the newlyweds before heading toward the county town situated 10 miles away. After a simple dinner at an inn, they booked 2 rooms and retired for the night. Lin Daiyu shared a room with Song Qian, but found herself unable to sleep, causing Song Qian to grow somewhat impatient as she flicked Lin Daiyu's forehead. "What are you thinking about, you little girl, keeping awake at such an hour?" Lin Daiyu, devoid of fatigue, replied with bright eyes, "Cousin, I have lived in Rongwa Mansion since childhood, but this is my first time staying in an inn. I feel rather nervous." "Nervous about what?" Song Qian yawned. "Are you afraid a flower thief might break in and ruin your virtue? With your frail limbs, I dare say any flower thief would first have to contend with me." She puffed out her chest, seemingly quite pleased with herself. Lin Daiyu was at a loss for words, sensing that her cousin seemed to anticipate the arrival of a flower thief. At times, she felt her cousin's way of thinking was quite peculiar, often leaving her puzzled about what Song Qian truly had in mind. "Cousin, where did Song go here that's saying about 10 years of shared boats and 100 years of shared pillows?" Throughout the night, Lin Daiyu pondered this phrase, finding it increasingly profound. It was difficult to imagine such a sentiment, tinged with notions of fate and reincarnation, emanating from the lips of someone like her martial artist cousin. "Oh, I heard it from my brother when I was young," Song Qian reminisced. "It seems to be from a story he told called by Xuan. Have you heard of it?" Lin Daiyu shook her head. Seeing this, Song Qian felt a twinge of superiority. "They say you are a talented girl. It seems your reading has not been extensive enough. Allow me to tell you the tale. It begins on the distant Qingxing Mountain." Chapter 39. The murder case. The next morning, Lin Daiyu, sporting dark circles under her eyes, drowsily ate her breakfast. Song Qian, who had also been awake all night, appeared unfazed by fatigue, a testament to her martial training. "Are you unaccustomed to sleeping in an inn?" inquired Song Qian as he sipped his tofu pudding. Lin Daiyu shyly responded, having become so engrossed in the story of Bai Xuan that she had kept her cousin up until dawn. "After we explore the town a bit, we will return to the ship this afternoon, and you can catch up on your sleep." He outlined the day's plans before lapsing into silence. Young people often pulled all-nighters, and he understood that such behavior was not unusual. After breakfast, they checked out of their rooms and strolled around the county town. As they neared the county office, they were startled by the sound of drums echoing through the air. "Is someone beating the drum to seek justice?" Song Qian inquired curiously, glancing towards the county office, only to realize that the drummer was none other than the bride from the previous night. At this moment, the bride appeared in a disheveled state, her attire tattered and her face marred by dirt, with visible scars adorning her arms and legs, and clear marks of slaps on her cheeks. Soon the drum ceased, and constables rushed out from the yamen, dragging the bride into the main hall, where piercing screams of agony soon echoed from within. Such disregard for human life is utterly reprehensible. You corrupt officials shall meet a dreadful end. Accompanying this were the sounds of slaps reverberating through the air. Onlookers in the street witnessed this scene, shaking their heads in sorrow, pondering the bride's foolishness in seeking justice at the county office, a place one would rather avoid. Some seemed to know more, stating, "It is said that there were several homicides in Huichuan village, and this woman must be a survivor come to report the crimes. What a pity it is that she has fallen into the hands of Xuan Bapi. She would be flayed alive even if she were to survive." Hearing the discussions around her, Song Qian's expression shifted, and she turned to Song Xuan, asking, "Brother, shall we intervene?" Indeed, Song Xuan's demeanor turned grave. The newlywed who had toasted him just last night was now entangled in a homicide case. This matter, having come to their attention, required their involvement. Upon arriving at the county office, A constable attempted to block their path, yet a seemingly senior officer did not even glance at Song Xuan. His eyes fixated on Song Qian and Lin Daiyu. Song Xuan, weary of his insolence, kicked him aside and strode inside. Chaos ensued as other constables, witnessing the commotion, rushed out wielding clubs. However, Song Xuan effortlessly seized one of the clubs and dispatched the obstructive lackeys with swift blows. "Who are you to assault the county office? Are you seeking rebellion?" The rotund county magistrate hastily rose, shouting for the constables outside to summon the county lieutenant to apprehend the intruders. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, all the constables outside were felled to the ground by Song Qian's strikes, groaning in agony. Song Xuan's hand shot out like lightning, grasping the neck of the portly magistrate and lifting him off the ground. However, in the next moment, he tossed the man aside in disgust, placing a foot upon his corpulent face. Song Qian approached to assist the beaten bride, gently smoothing her disheveled hair, and spoke softly. "Do you remember us?" The bride stared blankly at Song Qian, her once dull eyes gradually brightening, tears streaming down her cheeks. "They're all dead, sister. My entire family is dead." Song Qian wiped her tears and reassured her. "Do not worry. Take your time to speak. Rest assured. We are here to seek justice for you." The bride recounted the events of the previous night through her tears. After the banquet concluded and the villagers departed, two individuals appeared at her door, a young man and an elderly gentleman in his 50s. The young man claimed to be the son of the county magistrate, stating he had missed his lodging due to revelry and sought to stay the night at their home. My father-in-law, kind-hearted, allowed them to stay, never suspecting they were monsters. The bride's voice turned bitter as she spoke, recounting how, during what should have been her wedding night, her husband was killed by the old man beside the county magistrate's son. They then violated me. When my in-laws heard the commotion and rushed to investigate, they were brutally murdered. Even my 9-year-old little brother was not spared. The old man crushed his skull with a single blow. Song Xuan frowned and asked, "Did they not kill you?" "No, they left at dawn, and the county magistrate's son told me to report it if I wished." He relished the despair of others trapped with no way out. Song Xuan kicked the lifeless body of the magistrate, coldly stating, "You are aware of this, aren't you?" The magistrate, visibly distressed, felt his mental defenses crumble as he sensed the mounting pressure from Song Xuan's foot. "Yes, I know. The county magistrate's son came to me this morning, saying he had caused some trouble in the neighboring village and needed me to clean up after him. Upon inquiry, I learned there had been several murders and, crucially, a survivor remained." The magistrate's son remarked that he had enjoyed himself immensely last night and was fond of the bride's fierce spirit, instructing me to find an excuse to detain her until he could return for more amusement. "I swear, I did not kill anyone. I merely followed orders. Please, do not kill me." Song Xuan turned to the bride and asked, "My lady, do you wish for him to live or die?" "I want him dead." Song Xuan nodded slightly. "As you wish." In the next instant, he stomped down hard, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as the magistrate's neck was broken before he had a chance to utter a word. Such swift and decisive execution left both Lin Daiyu and the bride in stunned silence. "Cousin, have you not considered the trouble you may face for killing an official?" "There will be some trouble." Song Xuan produced several black silk scarves from his pocket and said, "Thus, I must request that you all join me in this act of highway robbery." After covering their faces, Song Xuan glanced at the bride and said, "Let us proceed to your home to assess the situation before addressing subsequent matters." Without a hint of hesitation, Song Qian scooped up the injured bride and swiftly leapt outside, using her agility to land atop the rooftops. Like a nimble monkey, she bounded across the roofs, disappearing from sight within moments. Inside the county office, Song Xuan cast a glance at Lin Daiyu, whose face, veiled in black, flushed slightly as she whispered, "Cousin, slow down. I fear I may faint." Before she could finish, she found herself hoisted onto Song Xuan's shoulder, and in the next moment, the sound of rushing wind filled her ears. The force of the wind made it impossible for Lin Daiyu to keep her eyes open, and a singular thought consumed her. "Hurry, it is all too fast." Chapter 40. Follow the procedure or kill directly. The courtyard that had been bustling with activity just yesterday now reeked of blood. Several corpses lay sprawled on the ground, swarmed by buzzing flies, creating a scene that was truly unsettling. Outside the courtyard, some villagers gathered at a distance, too fearful to enter, lest they inadvertently place themselves in danger. When Xuan and his companions arrived, they could still faintly hear the gossip of some village women. I have long said that the daughter-in-law of the old Zhang family has the looks of a seductress. It is not a good omen. Look, now she has truly brought calamity upon herself. What a harbinger of misfortune to bring about the demise of her husband's entire family on her wedding day. Why does she not perish herself? I heard she went to report it. Who knows if she went to inform the authorities or if she is merely seizing the opportunity to escape. In my opinion, she is the one who lured the scoundrels here, causing the ruin of the old Zhang family. With a swift motion, Song Qian, veiling her face, grasped the bride with one hand and unsheathed her long sword with the other, its cold gleam radiating a chilling aura under the sunlight. The tip aimed at the gossipy women in the distance. Despite their propensity to spread rumors throughout the village, the sight of someone as fierce as Song Qian, who would draw her sword at a moment's notice, sent them scurrying in fear, dispersing without a word. A pack of gossips, do not mind them. Song Qian reassured the bride, whose pallor deepened as she simply shook her head, remaining silent. Soon, Song Xuan, carrying Lin Daiyu, flashed past the village entrance in a blur, landing swiftly outside the courtyard. As he set her down, she immediately retched. Song Qian shot her brother an exasperated glance, bewildered by how such an unfeeling brother could so thoroughly ensnare Lu Qingxue. Song Xuan stepped into the courtyard, quickly examining the corpses and confirming they had been murdered before beckoning to Song Qian. Do not stand there. Having known them, let us grant them a peaceful rest. In a small grove outside the village, Song Xuan poured a jug of wine over several new graves. Dear esteemed elder, I have united you and your spouse in eternal rest, side by side with your two sons. On the road to the afterlife, companionship will alleviate your solitude. Rest assured, you honored me with your hospitality, and I shall render justice in due course. Those deserving of retribution shall not escape. The bride remained silent throughout, quietly burning offerings before the graves of her in-laws and husband. Once the yellow paper had completely turned to ash, she turned and knelt before Song Qian. Benefactor, I am not well versed in literature and lack eloquence. In short, my husband and I will repay your kindness in our next life, even if it means toiling like oxen or horses. As she spoke, she gazed intently at Song Qian, seemingly wishing to engrave his likeness deep within her soul. Benefactor, those who slaughter my family, will they meet their end? Song Qian nodded, affirming that none would escape. The bride forced a smile, then began to bow her head in reverence. As she did so, her body fell still. Song Qian hurried to check, only to find black blood trickling from her lips. She had already drawn her last breath. She had taken poison to end her life, presumably preparing it before seeking justice at the county office. Song Qian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she fished a small vial from her bosom, containing a healing elixir from the Xianyi Way, reputed for remedying various injuries. Uncertain if it could counteract the poison, she hesitated, but Song Qian halted her. Recognizing the bride's resolve to embrace death, living would be a torment for her. Song Qian's lips moved silently as she withdrew the elixir, muttering a curse reflecting Song Qian's earlier words. This damned feudal society. After her outburst, she began to dig a grave, laying the newlyweds to rest together. Once her task was complete, she inhaled deeply. Brother, shall we follow the formalities, or shall we take direct action? Song Qian glanced at the freshly dug grave, recalling how just yesterday he had blessed the couple with wishes for eternal unity, and now they were utterly extinguished. Contemplating this, a cold determination washed over him. The formal route was too slow, and time was of the essence as they headed south. Let us strike directly. Very well. Song Qian instinctively wrapped her arm around her younger cousin's waist. I shall escort you back to the boat. The ensuing scene may be rather gruesome. Lin Daiyu shook her head. Cousin, brother, I wish to remain with you. My heart cannot find peace without witnessing the demise of that scoundrel. Song Qian turned to her elder brother. What say you? Shall we bring her along? Let her come, Song Qian replied calmly. If she wishes to avoid being a caged bird, such matters will inevitably arise in the future. The world of Jianghu is far from the idyllic vision you hold. In the afternoon, a gentle rain fell, the streets sparsely populated as people hurried home to escape the downpour. The three of them held a paper umbrella, strolling through the rain until they reached the entrance of an estate. I have inquired and discovered that this is the estate belonging to the son of the county magistrate. Someone saw him arrive here this morning, Song Qian whispered. Song Qian did not question how she had gleaned this information, just as she never inquired about the nature of his martial arts training. Looking up at the overcast sky, he withdrew a black veil from his sleeve to conceal his features. Brother, wearing a mask should prevent the exposure of our identities, yes? It has some utility, but not much. It is primarily to cultivate the habit of discreetly concealing one's identity, Song Qian smirked. As for exposure, should we eliminate everyone, there will be no concern about being revealed. Such weather is ideal for taking lives. A rain shower can erase most traces. Observing the tightly shut gates, he stepped forward, speaking as he walked. You keep watch over our cousin. Should anyone attempt to flee, regardless of age or gender, they are to be killed without exception. Perhaps due to the rain, the estate was unguarded. Song Qian approached the entrance, pausing to focus his internal energy into his palm before delivering a powerful strike. The sound of splintering wood echoed, debris flying as the sturdy door shattered like kindling. Though he could have scaled the wall, his rage compelled him to break down the door, illustrating the extent of his fury. The noise of the door's destruction alerted the house's servants and guards. As the son of the county magistrate, he was accompanied by various unsavory characters. A few, carrying the air of Jianghu ruffians, charged at Song Qian without hesitation upon seeing him burst into the estate. As 4 or 5 individuals rushed at him, Song Qian spun his paper umbrella, causing droplets to fly like bullets through the air. In an instant, several attackers fell lifeless. Stepping through the pool of blood, he held the umbrella with one hand, his expression cold and resolute, his gaze locking onto a pale young man standing not far off. Chapter 41. I shall return and annihilate his entire family. Who are you? The young man, appearing feeble and pale, recoiled in fear behind the remaining guards. Song Qian appraised him with indifference, asking, Do you recall what you did last night? At this, the young man's expression shifted dramatically. Is it that vile woman who sent you for revenge? What did she promise you? I will give you double, no, tenfold. Song Qian chuckled coldly. The recompense she offered is one you cannot afford. With that, he clenched his hand, causing the umbrella to explode in a shower of paper shards, which sliced through the remaining guards, leaving them riddled with wounds. Zhou Lao, save me. Help me. The young magistrate's son lay amidst a pool of blood, numerous paper shards embedded in his body. Though he appeared wretched, he had not yet succumbed, calling out to a nearby room. The room remained silent, seemingly devoid of life. Yet Song Qian stood still, coldly observing the door, declaring, You have been hiding for so long. Why do you not show yourself? With a creak, the door slowly opened, and a solemn elder clad in black emerged, his expression grave as he regarded Song Qian with trepidation. Your strength is formidable. I do not wish to engage you in battle. He gestured toward the young magistrate's son. Should you wish to kill him, I shall not interfere. Let's each go our separate ways. Song Qian shook his head. I have made a promise. Not a single one who deserves death shall escape. It seems there is nothing left to discuss. The elder's expression darkened. I am Zhou Tailai, a master of the split sky palm, having roamed Jianghu for decades. Though your prowess is great, even if you can kill me, you may not do so unscathed. Is it worth it for a common woman? Song Qian remained silent, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, the murderous intent in his gaze causing Zhou Tailai to struggle for breath. If so, prepare to die. Zhou Tailai struck first, transforming his palm into a claw, fingers curled like talons, emanating a sinister glow, dark energy swirling around his fingertips. His claw technique was exceptional. Tearing through the air with a resounding crack, he leaped high, aiming for Song Qian's throat. Without question, if that claw connected, it would rend the throat from a man's neck. In a flash, Song Qian's figure moved like a specter, evading the lethal strike with an uncanny grace. The sound of sword being drawn rang out. Zhou Tailai, surprised by the empty strike, was still adjusting his stance when he heard the piercing sound of a blade singing through the air. He looked up to behold a crimson radiance. In an instant, the red glow swept past him, leaving Zhou Tailai frozen in place, his gaze fixated on Song Qian's sword, which had appeared and disappeared in a blink. Sword, energy? Zhou Tailai rasped. Song Qian nodded affirmatively. So it is. Zhou Tai's eyes revealed a look of relief. The ability to unleash sword energy is a technique exclusive to innate martial artists. To perish beneath the blade of such a master is indeed not a life wasted. With a thunderous sound, in the next instant, his body, centered at the brow, was cleaved in two from top to bottom. With a resounding rip, as the previously unleashed sword energy had bisected him perfectly, even the lower half was symmetrical. With a single stroke of the sword, Song Xian's murderous intent diminished somewhat. He turned his gaze towards the son of the county magistrate lying on the ground, only to observe that the man, having lost too much blood, was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Cousin, at that moment, Song Xian arrived, leading Lin Daiyu, who appeared somewhat anxious, and asked, "May I kill this scoundrel?" Song Xian cast a surprised glance at her, wondering if this was truly the Lin Mei who mourned the fall of flowers with tears. Not afraid, Lin Daiyu offered no reply, instead demonstrating her resolve through action. She picked up a long knife from the ground, her trembling hands grasping the weapon as she took aim for a moment before driving the blade into the chest of the county magistrate's son. Completing her task, she released the knife, her face paling as she stepped aside, gasping for breath. Song Xian approached her, and Lin Daiyu managed a faint smile, saying, "Now we are in the same boat. Cousin, you need not worry about me leaking information in the future." Song Xian waved his hand. "You think too much. I have no doubts about your silence." Lin Daiyu shook her head. "Your trust in me reflects your broad-mindedness, but I must also be sensible. There are duties that must be fulfilled." Song Xian gazed deeply at her, then lifted his head to the rain curtain connecting heaven and earth, unable to help but smile. "Let us be on our way. We must continue our journey. If we delay any longer, Lin Pingji will likely be anxious." Song Qian inquired, "Brother, this scoundrel acts with impunity, surrounded by a throng of wicked minions. It is evident that the county magistrate is no good. Shall we simply let them go?" Song Xian shook his head. "The journey to the county city will take several days. We cannot afford the time. Let us remember the accounts, and when we return." His tone shifted, filled with a chilling resolve. "When we return, I shall annihilate his entire family." After the rain, the air held a hint of dampness. Standing on the somewhat moist deck, Song Xian watched the ship slowly depart from the shore. Feeling the mingling of the briny sea breeze with the fragrant flowers and trees along the coast, and a sense of tranquility washed over him, leaving him feeling utterly unburdened. With each battle, his understanding of martial arts grew clearer, as if he had forged a connection between his spirit and the heavens. In the depths of his being, he grasped that the day he could entirely merge his thoughts with the surrounding world, achieving a state of profound integration, would be the day he stepped into the innate realm. Song Qian stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her black robe billowing in the wind as she observed Song Qian, her cold aura repelling any who dared approach. During this moment of enlightenment, no one was permitted to come near, not even his little cousin aboard the same vessel. This interval lasted for over 2 hours, when Song Qian finally withdrew his focus. The sky had turned completely dark. The icy atmosphere surrounding Song Qian receded instantly, replaced by a radiant smile as she exclaimed, "Brother, I am hungry. I desire barbecue." "Very well," Song Qian replied with a gentle smile, turning to the distance where Lin Pingji stood. "Pingji, bring over the barbecue grill I prepared a couple of days ago, and also have 2 jars of wine sent over." Chapter 42. My brother will marry 100 wives in the future. Lin Pingji was an earnest young man. He quickly set up the grill, arranged the charcoal, and prepared various vegetables and meats without needing Song Xian's prompting, cheerfully beginning the barbecue. Song Xian praised him. "You are someone who knows how to enjoy life. I believe you'll make a great husband in the future." Lin Pingji, bashfully blushing at the compliment, replied, "Brother Xian, you are clearly not an ordinary person. You must be quite popular among the ladies in the imperial capital." Song Xian patted his shoulder. "You have a keen eye. Well, I have the chance. I will treat you to a performance at the brothel." How could I let Brother Song treat? I must treat. After saying this, he felt something was amiss, noticing Song Qian and Lin Daiyu looking at them with disdain. He immediately became flustered, hastily explaining, I didn't mean it that way. I've never even been to such a place." "You care too much about others' opinions." Song Qian laughed. "Though your Lin family is in business, your escort agency is not like ordinary merchants. You must deal with both the black and white worlds, straddling the line between commerce and the martial arts community. In your line of work, you can listen to others' opinions, but do not take them all to heart. If you care too much about others, you lose your sense of self. If you let others' views dictate your life, what meaning does it hold?" Lin Pingji pondered this, but ultimately shook his head. finding it difficult to comprehend. Song Xian chuckled. In simple terms, just act according to your heart. As for what is right or wrong, that can often be difficult to judge. Act according to my heart? Does that mean to do whatever makes me happy, to retaliate against those who provoke me? Essentially, yes. Song Xian smiled. Lin Daiyu interjected. Cousin, you say to follow one's heart. It is easy to say, but hard to do. In life, how can one exist without a modicum of restraint? Even a sovereign must have things they desire, but cannot attain. What cannot be achieved by a sovereign does not mean my brother cannot. Song Qian bit into a skewer, swallowing as she mumbled. I tell you, cousin, my brother will become the most formidable in the world. Once he is unrivaled, he can do as he pleases, even if he wants to marry 100 wives. No one would dare utter a word against it. Song Qian looked at her with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Even if I were made of iron, it would be impossible to marry that many wives. Indeed, Song Qian nodded. 100 is indeed excessive. 3 or 5 would suffice. However, our Song family has a long tradition of single heirs. The responsibility of continuing the lineage falls upon you, brother. Observing the siblings' banter, Lin Pingji felt a twinge of envy. Brother Song, you must hold a distinguished status in the imperial capital, right? May I ask what your family does? We serve in the government. Song Xian replied casually as he took a sip of wine. Officials, then? Lin Pingji laughed. My father always tells me to interact more with officials. I never expected to meet you by chance. Brother Song, if I encounter trouble in the imperial capital in the future, can I seek your assistance? We are friends. There is no need for such formalities. Song Xian gestured to Song Qian. If you run into issues in the capital, mentioning my cousin S name will undoubtedly be effective. Huh? Lin Pingji was taken aback. Sister Qian, is that formidable too? She also serves in the government? Yes. Song Xian tore off a piece of lamb leg and took a bite, speaking of which. We're being assigned to Jiangxia Prefecture. We likely 1 TB in the imperial capital for the next few years. Though we may not be able to help much in the capital, we do have some influence around Jiangxia. Lin Pingji exclaimed. The Jiangxia area has many enterprises owned by our Lin family, and it is not far from the headquarters of the Fuwei Escort Agency. If you're assigned there, it will be much easier for us to stay in touch. By the way, where's your office located? Once this escort mission concludes, I would like to visit you. You might not want to go. Song Qian chuckled. It is the Xian Yiwei office. Do you dare to go? Huh? Lin Pingji was taken aback, then awkwardly laughed. His previously relaxed demeanor immediately straightening as he looked at Song Qian with a hint of awe. Brother Song, you are from the Xian Yiwei? Indeed. Are you scared? A little. Lin Pingji forced a smile. I always thought the Xian Yiwei were fearsome figures. I never imagined you would be such a gentle person. The Xian Yiwei are just people. They're not as terrifying as you think. Relative to other groups, our primary focus is on individuals from the Jianghu and the officialdom. We do not intend to trouble the common folk. Lin Pingji chuckled, expressing his limited understanding of the Xian Yiwei, merely knowing it as an organization capable of silencing a child's cries. Listening to Brother Song, he felt it was more amenable than other governmental offices. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, stating that his perspective may not necessarily be accurate and that one must judge for oneself, rather than blindly believe what others say. Sometimes, what one hears may not be true, and what one sees may also be misleading. Before taking action, it is prudent to consider the consequences thoroughly. Acting impulsively may lead to calamity for oneself and one's family. Lin Pingji sensed a deeper meaning in Song Qian's words, as if he was hinting at something. However, reflecting on his recent behavior, he realized he had not acted impulsively and had begun to take over the family business, learning to interact with others. So he believed he had not erred. He simply smiled, thinking that Brother Song's penchant for lecturing was merely a reflection of his fondness for teaching and not necessarily a veiled warning. Perhaps he was overthinking it. In Jiangxing, the governor gazed coldly at the corpse laid out in the courtyard, his eyes glinting with a predatory intensity. His son had merely gone to the nearby county for a few days of leisure, yet upon his return, he was found lifeless. The sorrow of burying a child, despite his high position, left him trembling with grief. Have we discovered anything? He wiped away his tears and turned to the head constable behind him. My lord, the heavy rain that day washed away all traces, rendering the scene virtually unexaminable. The constable continued. This time, the young master and his guards were all slain. Even the skilled Zhou Lao fell beneath the blade. The assailant is undoubtedly a renowned expert within the Jianghu. My lord, this matter exceeds our office's capacity to handle. It must be reported to the Xianyi Wei. The governor clenched his fists, seething with anger. Another Jianghu individual. The chivalrous wield their swords to disrupt the order. The emperor has been too lenient. Those lawless rogues from the Jianghu should be eradicated completely. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, record all findings thoroughly. I shall report to the Xianyi Wei office tomorrow. I may not be able to deal with those scoundrels from the Jianghu, but there are others who will take care of them. Chapter 43. Song Xian on the sword path. After a hearty meal, the group gradually dispersed. Just as Song Xian was about to return to the cabin for some rest, Lin Daiyu called out to him. Is there something you need? Song Xian inquired. Nothing much. Lin Daiyu replied, her eyes sparkling like stars. It seems you hold quite a fondness for Lin Pingji. Song Xian nodded, admitting to some admiration. Throughout my life, I have encountered many who claim to be gentlemen, yet most are merely pretenders. Lin Pingji, with his current sincerity, can indeed be considered a gentleman. Of course, I speak only of the present. What the future holds remains uncertain. But are you a gentleman, cousin? Me? Song Xian laughed heartily. Have you ever seen a gentleman who would indiscriminately wish to kill an entire family? Lin Daiyu pondered for a moment, choosing not to pursue the topic further, instead asking, you seem different from the martial artists I imagined. You enjoy reading in your spare time? Song Xian recalled the ancient texts in his room, nodding slightly. Indeed, I read various works when I have leisure. Upon hearing this, Lin Daiyu's eyes brightened. What kinds of books do you usually read? I tend to read a wide variety. If a book is within reach and I have time, I'll pick it up and read, without confining myself to any particular genre. Song Xian genuinely enjoyed reading, even in his previous life. He could find joy in reading an instruction manual for a screwdriver when bored. In this feudal era, where entertainment was far scarcer than in his past life, reading, practicing martial arts, and listening to music were among his few forms of entertainment. Have you delved into poetry and the classics? Song Xian waved his hand dismissively. The Song family has long been associated with the Xianyi Wei. From birth, I was distanced from scholarly pursuits. I read purely out of interest. To read, to understand, and to comprehend is sufficient for me. Dissecting words and crafting sentences holds little significance. As he spoke, Song Xian seemed to recall something, smiling as he said, I cannot remember where I read this, but someone once said that to achieve great success in reading, one must pass through 3 realms. Last night, the west wind withered the green trees. Alone, I ascend a tall building, gazing at the endless road ahead. This is the first realm. The belt grows wider. Yet I have no regrets, for I have withered away for you. This is the second realm. Amidst the crowd, I sought her 1,000 times, turning back suddenly. There she stands in the dim light. This is the third realm. Initially, one may understand the words literally and memorize them, leading to minor accomplishments. Progressing to adaptability and eloquence, one may gain insights. Ultimately, achieving a profound understanding where knowledge and action align is the path to greatness. I wonder, dear cousin, which realm have you reached? Lin Daiyu stood rooted, momentarily taken aback. It wasn't he until Song Xian yawned and prepared to leave that she seemed to awaken from her reverie and called out, cousin, where did you find this concept of the 3 realms of reading? I cannot recall. And who penned the line? Last night, the west wind withered the green trees. Alone, I ascend the tall building, gazing at the endless road ahead. I said I cannot remember. But cousin, I have never heard of this concept of the 3 realms of reading. The lines you recited are indeed classics. If someone were to compose such verses and share them, they would undoubtedly be celebrated by all. Yet, I have never encountered them in poetry books, nor heard anyone mention them. So, cousin, did you compose these poems yourself? Song Xian paused slightly, replying nonchalantly, one should not remain idle. Too much leisure leads to overthinking, and excessive pondering makes it difficult to find joy. Tomorrow, I shall remind your elder sister to increase your horseback stance practice from 1 hour to 2. Ignoring Lin Daiyu, who wore a pouting expression of grievance, Song Xian returned to his room. As soon as he entered, Song Qian hurried in. Brother, were you just courting cousin? Song Qian's curious eyes blinked eagerly, full of inquisitiveness. Sometimes I truly want to pry open your head to see what you think about all day. Song Qian replied, exasperated. Which of your eyes saw me courting? Song Qian pouted. Isn't courting just sharing preferences and habits? You were discussing the realms of reading, poetry, and even her martial arts progress, suggesting she extend her daily practice by an hour. Doesn't that count as courting? Song Xian stared at her for a while, then sighed. Sometimes I really feel you were born in the wrong era. In another time, with your imagination, your achievements would be limitless. I'll take that as a compliment. Song Qian giggled, sitting beside him. You mentioned the 3 realms of reading. What insights do you have regarding martial arts? Song Qian contemplated in martial arts. While there are secret manuals for internal energy techniques and skills that can be taught, these serve merely as the foundation for becoming powerful. To truly excel on the path of martial arts and become a master, one ultimately needs to comprehend it oneself. Relying solely on others' explanations is of little use. My insights may not necessarily benefit you. Tell me anyway. Song Xian patted the long sword resting on his bedside. Since we have both practiced swordsmanship since childhood, I shall share my understanding of the sword path. This does not involve specific cultivation methods, but rather my reflections on the essence of swordsmanship. In my view, the path of the sword can be divided into 5 realms: the sharp sword, the soft sword, the heavy sword, the wooden sword, and the formless sword. 5 realms? Song Qian was immediately intrigued, saying, "Brother, please elaborate." Song Qian poured himself a cup of tea, sipping it leisurely as he began to recount. The first realm is Li Jian Wu Yi, where one harnesses the sharpness of the sword to unleash techniques to their fullest extent, inflicting harm upon the enemy through skill and the sword's keen edge. The second realm is Ruan Jian Wu Chang. In this stage, the practitioner must not only strike with rapid ferocity, but also employ intricate variations in every move and each sword strike, continuously assaulting the opponent with the agile and unpredictable nature of the soft sword. The essence of Ruan Jian Wu Chang lies in pursuing the ultimate transformation of techniques that have already reached their zenith. By skillfully controlling one's bodily strength and internal energy, the soft sword can change its form at the wielder's will, adapting infinitely. Achieving this realm signifies reaching the pinnacle of skill. The third realm is Zhong Jian Wu Feng, the Qiaobugong. At this level, one no longer seeks the complexity of techniques or their variations, but rather begins to dominate through sheer strength. Regardless of the opponent's moves or any potential flaws in their martial prowess, a single powerful strike can yield remarkable results. Chapitre 44, Stratégique Sword Technique. The fourth realm is Mu Jian Wu Chou. If Zhong Jian Wu Feng represents a stage where one lifts heavy with ease, relying on internal power, physical strength, and the weight of the sword to overwhelm opponents, the fourth realm embodies the ability to wield lightness as if it were heavy, exerting pressure over others. A seemingly weightless wooden sword in one's hands can unleash tremendous force, manipulating the very essence of the world with every gesture. I suspect that should one attain this realm of swordsmanship, they would essentially reach the level of a grandmaster in martial arts, treating 1,000 troops as mere trifles. As for the fifth realm, Wu Jianjing, this level is merely my speculation. Here, one no longer clings to the presence or absence of a sword, nor to the techniques themselves, but rather follows the ways of nature, existing in harmony with one's heart. In simple terms, a single sword strike can summon the forces of nature, transcending human limitations. Whether a grandmaster can reach this level remains uncertain. Yet it would not be an exaggeration to refer to one at this stage as a terrestrial immortal. These 5 realms are insights that Song Xian has derived from his own experiences, combined with records from the Xian Yi regarding martial artist cultivation, and the life of Duge Qiu by from Jinyang's works. Song Qian listened, astonished. "Brother, is this truly your own understanding?" To some extent, he replied. "I have yet to reach the innate stage, so it can only be considered a personal exploration. As for its accuracy, that will depend on further cultivation and refinement. You should simply listen to what I've said. Whether it's correct or not will require your own exploration later on. The further one progresses in martial arts, the more reliant one must be on oneself. Others' experiences may not necessarily apply." Song Qian exclaimed, "But it still sounds impressive. I am merely contemplating how to break through to the innate realm and pondering how to continue enhancing my skills afterward. I never expected you to have mapped out the path to the level of a grandmaster in swordsmanship. Brother, my confidence in you becoming the world's #1 is growing. By the way, which realm of swordsmanship do you currently occupy?" After a moment of thought, Song Xian replied, "At most the second realm, where the focus is on techniques and their ultimate transformations. I currently lack a formidable sword technique." "A formidable sword technique?" Song Qian frowned. That indeed poses a challenge. We're not far from breaking through to the innate realm, and ordinary techniques are of no use to us. The powerful sword techniques in the martial world are mostly held by others, primarily in the hands of the court and major sects, making them difficult to obtain. She absent-mindedly tapped her fingers on the table, seemingly pondering which soft targets could be manipulated. Eventually, she sighed after much thought. The easiest one to manage might be the by Xiejian Fa from Lin Pingji's household. However, it is unfortunate that I observed Lin practicing the sword a few days ago, and the technique is far from its reputation. Its prowess in the martial world is indeed exaggerated. Song Qian shook his head. It may not be exaggerated. It is more likely that the Lin family's descendants have mispracticed it, as a technique capable of contending with Dugu Jiujian. Bai Xiejian Fa has nearly reached the pinnacle in terms of skill and variation, so is unlikely to be weak. Recently, Song Qian had also conducted dedicated research on how to acquire top-tier sword techniques. Currently, the two most accessible sword techniques before him are by Xiejian Fa and Dugu Jiujian. The former is straightforward. One merely needs to visit the Lin family's ancestral home. However, practicing this technique requires self-castration. Otherwise, one would generate internal heat and lascivious thoughts, risking the path of madness. This indeed troubled Song Qian, as he was uncertain if, without self-castration, he could suppress the inner heat and evil fire with his pure Yang Wuji Tongzigong. As for Dugu Jiujian, acquiring it is somewhat more challenging, requiring a journey to Mingzhou's Shaanxi Gansu province to locate the Huashan sect's great disciple, Ling Huchong. It remains to be seen whether Ling Huchong has learned Dugu Jiujian from the hidden boss Feng Qingyang of the Huashan sect. If he has, it would be easier to manage. Given Ling Huchong's roguish nature, he would undoubtedly find it difficult to stay on the mountain, seizing any opportunity to descend. With careful planning, one could attempt to capture Ling Huchong and coax the secrets of Dugu Jiujian from him. However, the feasibility of extracting such information remains uncertain. Although Ling Huchong is carefree regarding matters of the Huashan sect and is unrestrained by convention, he can also be quite stubborn in upholding promises. If he is pledged to Feng Qingyang not to disclose Dugu Jiujian, Song Qian suspects that even if he were to capture him, or even kill him, it would be exceedingly difficult to pry the sword techniques from his lips. For now, Song Qian must prepare for both eventualities. If by Xiejian Fa can be cultivated, that would be ideal. If not, he would have to resort to less honorable means to seek a breakthrough from Ling Huchong, attempting to strategize for Dugu Jiujian. The siblings discussed their insights into swordsmanship, and by midnight, Song Qian reluctantly took her leave. Song Qian sat cross-legged on his bed, unusually refraining from cultivation and instead reflecting on the path ahead. 3 days later, the ship finally reached the Jiangxia province, slowly docking at the port of Yangzhou. Throughout the journey, they had been fortunate, encountering no pirates or water bandits, and the guards, including Lin Pingji, collectively sighed in relief. As soon as the ship docked, Lin Pingji began directing the guards to unload the goods. Song Qian stood on the deck, surveying the surroundings. Not sensing any danger, he led Song Qian and Lin Daiyu to bid farewell to Lin Pingji. At the dock, Song Qian hired a carriage, and the three of them climbed aboard. As the driver called out commands, they departed from the dock. It was early morning, and a light mist hung in the air, but they could already see many townsfolk rising early to work outside the city of Yangzhou. "Young master, where shall we go first?" After leaving the dock, the respectful driver inquired in a low voice. Song Qian glanced at the anxious yet expectant Lin Daiyu and replied, "To the Jiangxia Province Salt Administration Office first." The Jiangxia Province Salt Administration Office is the highest authority overseeing salt affairs in the region, with the top position known as the Superintendent of Salt. Historically, the Jiangxia Province has been a significant source of tax revenue for the court, and salt affairs have always been a matter of great importance to the emperors. Those serving as superintendents of salt in Jiangxia are invariably trusted ministers of the emperor. Lin Daiyu's father, Lin Rahai, happens to be one such esteemed minister, currently serving as the third-rank superintendent of salt in Jiangxia Province, a solid position of local authority. Chapter 45, Lin Rahai. To become the son-in-law of the Ronghua Gongfu Jia family, Lin Rahai's lineage is naturally quite distinguished. According to Lin Daiyu's casual conversation aboard the boat, the ancestor of the Lin family had once held the title of a marquis, a title that continued until her grandfather's generation. By the time it reached her father, Lin Rahai, the marquisate could no longer be inherited, compelling him to pursue the imperial examination. Despite the loss of nobility, Lin Rahai exhibited remarkable determination, eventually achieving the rank of the third place in the examination and being appointed as a senior official at Lantai Temple. After accumulating sufficient experience, he was recognized by the emperor and appointed as the inspector of salt in Yangzhou. He held this position for over a decade. The role of the inspector of salt in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces was a prestigious third-rank position, with its own salt guards, seemingly tasked solely with salt management. It also encompassed the oversight of local governance, wielding significant power. Over his 10 years in this position, Lin Rahai survived numerous assassination attempts and led salt guards in raids against unlawful merchants, decimating several prominent salt traders in the region. The number of smaller merchants whose families were annihilated for trafficking in illicit salt was countless. Through his iron-fisted methods, the salt trade, rampant with smuggling, was ultimately brought under the control of the imperial court, generating millions in silver for the state treasury through salt taxes and confiscations, significantly alleviating the treasury's financial woes. The exploits of this flowered scholar, Lin Rahai, had reached Song Xian's ears during his time in the capital. Zhao Dizhus had casually remarked that this individual would likely remain in the local area for only a year or two before returning to the capital to join the cabinet. While the great Zhou dynasty lacked a chancellor, the grand academicians of the cabinet effectively wielded the powers of a chancellor. Lin Rahai had already gained the emperor's favor, standing just a step away from the heights of power. Song Xian, intrigued by his little cousin Lin Dayu's legendary father, hastened to the salt office of Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces after disembarking. Upon entering the city, Song Qian dismounted from the carriage and promptly vanished from sight. When nearing the salt office, she returned. "Brother, I have gathered the information," she reported. "Cousin, your father is no ordinary man. He has eliminated several batches of salt merchants in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions." She continued, "Of course, he has faced numerous assassination attempts over the years, but fortunately, he has the protection of salt guards and skilled bodyguards. The merchant's attempts on his life have not succeeded." "What is my father's current condition?" Lin Dayu inquired anxiously, recalling his previous letters mentioning his poor health. Song Qian hesitated before responding. "His condition is not just poor, it is exceedingly dire. I have heard he is bedridden and gravely ill." She added, "Many merchants in the city are hosting feasts, eagerly awaiting your father's demise." Lin Dayu's face paled instantly. Her hands clenched tightly, tears welling in her eyes. "Do not worry too much." Song Xian observed his sister with a hint of exasperation, aware that her words, though softened, still lacked subtlety. He reassured his little cousin, "During our journey south, I have brought some secret elixirs from Xian Wei. As long as he is still alive, we can bring him back. You need not fret." The Xian Wei's ability to suppress the martial world stemmed not only from the backing of the imperial court, but also from their possession of the secret formulas for two miraculous elixirs, the Great Huan Dan and the Small Huan Dan. The Great Huan Dan, though not to be discussed at this moment, is said to enhance martial prowess. The Small Huan Dan, however, is a coveted remedy within the martial community. Regardless of injury, illness, or poisoning, as long as one still breathes, a single dose can lead to recovery within days. Song Xian's choice to join the Xian Wei and pass the rigorous assessments was largely motivated by the pursuit of these two miraculous elixirs. Before departing the capital, he and Song Qian had collected their monthly salaries, which included these elixirs. He had even crushed a small Huan Dan to analyze its ingredients, managing to identify at least 12 different herbs. However, the exact number of herbs within the small Huan Dan could only be known by its alchemist. Without a dedicated recipe and method for concoction, even with all the necessary herbs, one could not produce such a healing elixir. Upon arrival at the salt office, both overtly and covertly guarded by salt soldiers, a squad of heavily armored soldiers stood outside, exuding an intimidating atmosphere that deterred approach. Song Xian's carriage halted before the office as Lin Dayu lifted the curtain and presented a jade pendant to the captain of the salt soldiers who approached to investigate. After verifying its authenticity, the captain gestured to the soldiers to allow passage. The carriage slowly entered the office, with several soldiers following closely until they reached the inner courtyard, where they finally halted. In front of the inner courtyard's entrance stood several matrons and maidservants. Upon seeing Lin Dayu disembark, they were initially taken aback. but one elderly matron joyfully exclaimed, "Miss, you have returned." Tears streamed down Lin Dayu's face, but she could not afford to linger on pleasantries. She urgently demanded, "What is my father's condition? Take me to him at once." The matron, not daring to delay, replied, "Miss, please follow me. I will take you there immediately." She glanced at Song Xian and Song Qian. "Miss, these are my cousin and sister, who safely brought me from the capital, so you may rest assured." The matron, referred to as Wu Mama, resumed her silence and led the way to Lin Ruhai's residence. Song Xian followed leisurely behind, acutely aware of no fewer than a dozen skilled bodyguards surrounding them. Their exact abilities unclear, but he surmised they were all at least practitioners of the acquired realm. Upon entering a small courtyard and pushing open the door to a bedroom, Lin Dayu stepped inside and immediately knelt by the bed. "Father, your daughter has returned." On the bed lay Lin Ruhai, his countenance gaunt, his hair completely gray, and his eyes clouded, appearing on the brink of exhaustion. Hearing Lin Dayu's voice, he struggled to sit up, trembling as he reached out, his voice hoarse. "Come closer. Let your father have a good look at you. After I am gone, I can tell your mother what you have become." Upon hearing this, Dayu wiped her tears and moved to approach. Yet in the next moment, Song Xian placed a hand on her shoulder, preventing her from advancing. "Cousin?" Lin Dayu questioned, a hint of confusion in her voice, instinctively wanting to step forward. Song Xian again restrained her, his gaze fixated on Lin Ruhai, declaring, "You have been poisoned." Chapter 46. Young Master, is the Lord all right? Upon entering the room, Song Xian sensed something amiss. Initially, he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort until he spent some time in the room. His attention was drawn to a censer on the windowsill, where fragrant incense was burning. The scent was subtle, delicate, and pleasing, yet after inhaling it a few times, the pure Yang Wuji internal energy within him surged violently. Waves of internal energy, as if facing a formidable enemy, rushed forward like a torrent, engulfing the toxic scent that had entered his body. In that moment, Song Xian understood. The incense burning in the censer was poisoned. As a practitioner of the Tianren level technique, the pure Yang Wuji Gong cultivated internal energy that possessed remarkable abilities, one of which was immunity to poison. Any toxin that entered the body would provoke a violent reaction from the pure Yang internal energy, which would then rush forth to consume the poison entirely. Clearly, the incense that triggered his internal energy's reaction contained an unidentified toxin. While he did not know the nature of the poison, he recognized it was indeed toxic. Upon Lin Ruhai's poisoning, Song Xianyu, with a flick of his robe, summoned a gust of wind that shattered the doors and windows of the bedroom. The incense burner, ablaze with aromatic smoke, was hurled outside, landing in the courtyard. Lin Ruhai's murky gaze brightened slightly. He did not inquire about the nature of the poison or its source, but instead fixed his eyes on Song Xian with a glimmer of anticipation. Was there poison in the incense burner? Song Xian nodded affirmatively. Am I still salvageable? Yes. Without further ado, Song Xian retrieved a jade vial from his bosom, uncorked it, and cautiously poured out a small pill. The pill, no larger than a fingernail, shimmered in a light golden hue, and as it emerged from the vial, a rich medicinal fragrance permeated the entire room. Lin Ruhai seemed familiar with this remedy, his eyes sparkling with a hint of recognition. The secret medicine of the Xian Yi Guard, Xuan Dan. With a flick of his finger, Song Xian propelled the pill into Lin Ruhai's mouth before he could react, and in an instant he tasted the fragrance, instinctively swallowing. Soon, waves of warmth coursed through his body, and the once weak and fatigued Lin Ruhai gradually felt invigorated and refreshed. The Xuan Dan can neutralize myriad poisons and cure countless ailments, yet it bears little benefit for one whose vitality is depleted and lifespan exhausted. Song Xian calmly explained. In simple terms, the vital energy and lifespan that Lin Darren lost due to the poison cannot be replenished by the Xuan Dan. Even if we manage to save you this time, your remaining lifespan is likely to be around 10 years. 10 years? Lin Ruhai's face broke into a faint smile upon hearing this. 10 years is quite a long time, allowing for many endeavors. In 10 years, he could return to the capital and realize his ambitions. In 10 years, he could find a suitable husband for his daughter and witness her marry and bear children. There are countless things he could accomplish in 10 years, ample time to make amends for the regrets of his earlier life. With his spirits lifted, Lin Ruhai did not rush to express his gratitude. Instead, He turned his gaze to Lin Dayu, tears brimming in her eyes. My dear child, these past few days, the greatest regret I have harbored is sending you to the Jia residence, failing to fulfill my responsibilities as a father. I fear not death, but rather the thought of leaving you to suffer alone in this world, a girl without familial protection, enduring untold hardships and shedding countless tears. Whenever I think of this, I find it hard to swallow my grief. Father, Lin Dayu cried out, rushing to the bedside, I often think of you longing for home. I do not fear hardship as long as I can be with you. I only wish for you not to leave me alone again. Song Qian quietly retreated to the door, pulling along the intrigued Song Qian, and closed the door behind them. Lacking discernment, standing there would impede the father-daughter reunion. Song Qian smiled shyly, then remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Compared to my cousin, I suddenly realize how fortunate I am. My parents are alive, my family is affluent, and I have an elder brother who has always cherished me. Although she is a girl, her family is quite liberal, imposing no cumbersome rules upon her, nor have they ever hindered her aspiration to become a heroine. In contrast to Lin Dayu, who lost her mother at a young age and lived under the care of others, Song Qian felt she had been bestowed with an auspicious start in life. Song Qian remained silent, his gaze fixed on a corner of the courtyard. Earlier, in his concern for Lin Ruhai's condition, he had failed to notice a figure lurking there. An elderly man clad in black, lazily seated as he polished a blade, caught sight of Song Qian and grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Young man, has the master recovered? Song Qian nodded. The poison has been neutralized, and with a few days of rest, he will be fine. Upon hearing this, the elder's smile turned colder, veins bulging on the back of his hand as he polished the knife. It is the fault of this old fool for being inept, only capable of killing, yet utterly oblivious to the master's poisoning. Young man, do you know what poison the master was afflicted with? Song Qian shook his head. I do not know, but I can confirm it is a slow-acting poison, mixed in with the incense. It likely required years of inhalation for the toxin to infiltrate the lungs and endanger life. The elder pondered. This situation resembles a peculiar poison known as Qian Rizue, colorless and tasteless. Its toxicity accumulates over years before manifesting, making it exceedingly difficult to guard against. However, this poison is considered legendary in the martial world. I have roamed for decades and have never encountered it. I cannot believe such a rare poison has been used on the master. As he spoke, he produced a whetstone from somewhere and began to sharpen his blade, muttering to himself, 1, 2, 3. Song Qian surmised that the old man was not counting his sharpening strokes, but rather tallying the heads he intended to sever next. With a creak, the door swung open. Lin Dayu cast a shy glance at Song Qian and his companion, murmuring, I apologize for the earlier display of emotion between my father and me. I hope it did not amuse you too much. A family reunion is a joyous occasion. There is no cause for embarrassment, Song Qian replied with a smile. Is your father in a stable mood now? Lin Dayu nodded. My father is feeling much better now. I wonder if my cousin has time? My father wishes to speak with you. Song Qian responded. I shall enter now. Your sister is restless, so please take her for a stroll around. Chapter 47. Some are favored by heaven. With the poison lifted and having reunited with his long-missed daughter, Lin Ruhai's condition has indeed improved. While not glowing with health, his spirit appeared considerably brighter, no longer resembling the lifeless state of impending demise he once bore. Song Qian, I greet you, uncle. Upon entering the room, Song Qian clasped his hands in a bow. This time, I must thank you both for your kindness. My daughter and I owe you an immense favor. Song Qian waved his hand with a smile. We are family. Uncle need not be so formal. Lin Ruhai regarded him with a complex expression when your mother married. I was preoccupied with the imperial examination and could not attend her wedding. Did she fare well in the Song family? Song Qian reassured him, Uncle need not worry. My mother is doing well. Lin Ruhai smiled. My Lin family has never been numerous. Even counting the branches, we are few in number. Though your mother and I have long since distanced ourselves, we were familiar from a young age. If she is well, I can rest easy. By the way, is your father well? Is he still the same as before, idling away in the Xianyi Guard? Song Qian was surprised. Uncle knows my father well. Lin Ruhai nodded with a smile. Your father was notorious in the Xianyi Guard during his youth, avoiding work and slipping away from trouble, lacking any ambition. Back then, I thought he lacked the vigor of youth and looked down on him somewhat. Yet now it seems your father has lived a life of clarity, free from danger and calamity, keeping his family safe and sound. What could be more important? Song Xian smiled, but refrained from commenting further, as he did not wish to delve too deeply into matters concerning his parents with an outsider. I heard from Daiyu that you and your sister have come to Jiangxia Prefecture for official duties? Song Xian nodded, yes. I was transferred here recently after the death of 100 households. Lin Ruhai's smile gradually faded at this. The situation in Jiangxia Prefecture is quite complex. Dealing with those salt merchants alone is no easy task. The Xianyi Guard must contend with more than just wealthy salt merchants. They will also have to navigate the intricacies of both officialdom and the martial world. Lin Ruhai's words were somewhat veiled, yet Song Xian grasped the underlying meaning immediately. Uncle was implying that in Jiangxia Prefecture, the officialdom and the martial world have already colluded. Lin Ruhai nodded and remarked, collusion certainly exists, however. The extent of it and the true intentions remain uncertain for now. In any case, during this period, you must exercise utmost caution. Should you encounter any confusion, feel free to seek my counsel. He continued, to be honest, I never anticipated that your father would consent to your presence in such a place. Song Xian chuckled and replied, cousin, this is a directive from the upper echelons of the Xianyi Way. Even if my father disapproves, what can he do? Lin Ruhai shook his head. Do not underestimate your father. Although he may seem unambitious, his connections in the imperial capital are formidable. If he opposes your brother and sister's presence here, he has ample means to thwart this appointment. Song Xian was momentarily taken aback. To him and Song Qian, their father only appeared to possess the cultivation of the 8th level of the acquired realm, somewhat weaker than them. Besides his age and his good rapport with the inspection department's chief, Zhao Dizhus, did he truly have other connections? If others spoke thus, he might dismiss it as mere flattery. However, for a high-ranking official like Lin Ruhai to regard his father with such esteem suggested a significance beyond mere courtesy. Could it be that his father harbored some hidden identity unknown to him? After conversing further about the situation in Jiangxia, Fu, Song Xian rose to take his leave. He had numerous matters to attend to, and Lin Ruhai needed some time to recuperate, making prolonged discussions with outsiders inconvenient. Exiting the room, Song Xian lingered in the courtyard for a moment. Shortly thereafter, his cheerful little cousin, Lin Daiyu, and Song Qian approached, each holding a piece of osmanthus cake, chattering merrily. Upon noticing Song Xian, Lin Daiyu's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she eagerly offered him the osmanthus cake from her hand. Cousin, you must be hungry. Have some cake to tide you over. I've already instructed someone to prepare lunch. Instinctively, Song Xian reached out, but upon seeing Song Qian offering him the same cake, he quickly declined, saying, I'm not particularly fond of sweets. Lin Daiyu, slightly disappointed, replied, Then please wait a moment. Lunch will be ready soon. Song Xian shook his head. No need for a meal today. I have many tasks to attend to. We shall visit the Lin residence again when we have leisure. With that, he beckoned to Song Qian, Come, follow me to the graveyard. All right, Song Qian exclaimed, popping the osmanthus cake in her mouth, swallowing hastily as she bid farewell to Lin Daiyu. Little you, I must attend to important matters. Remember to keep plenty of cakes at home for my next visit. Of course, cousin. When you come next time, Before she could finish, the spirited siblings had already walked out of earshot, leaving her feeling somewhat forlorn as she lowered her hands and sighed. They're gone, she murmured. From a nearby room, Lin Ruhai quietly observed this scene through the window. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke gently. You mentioned that the strength of the Song Xian siblings is formidable? In the room, an elder clad in black, who had previously engaged with Song Xian, stepped from the shadows, his expression grave as he nodded. Indeed, they are exceptionally strong, stronger than you. A practitioner of the innate realm? That is difficult to ascertain, the elder pondered. Logically, I did not sense any innate aura from them. They should not have broken through to that level yet. However, they exude an unusual presence. How shall I put it? The elder reflected before continuing, Master, you must understand, cultivation pertains to skill, while strength pertains to capability. In a life and death struggle, victory is not solely determined by cultivation level. Otherwise, combat would merely involve showcasing one's cultivation, and there would be no need for conflict. In reality, numerous factors influence the outcome, including inner strength techniques, martial arts, weaponry, external conditions, and even the mindset and resolve of the combatants. Lin Ruhai gestured for him to be straightforward. Simply tell me, if you were to engage them in combat now, Do you have the confidence to win? The elder contemplated and replied, if we were to spar now, I believe I would prevail. However, in a life-or-death scenario, I suspect I would be the one to perish. Oh, and why is that? The elder's voice turned serious. I entered the martial world at 14 and have endured numerous trials over the decades, encountering many extraordinary individuals. Some cannot be judged by common reasoning. Sometimes, one must concede that fate seems to favor certain individuals excessively. Do you believe, Master, that if I were to engage them in a life-or-death battle today, those siblings would find an unreasonable way to break through in the heat of the moment and turn the tables on me? Chapter 48. Taking office. Lin Ruhai contemplated the elder's words. After a while, a smile crept onto his face. It seems that you believe the Songxian siblings are indeed favored by fortune, those whom heaven has bestowed its blessings upon? The elder nodded. Such individuals are rare in the martial world, yet they do exist. Master, you are not of the martial realm, so you may not grasp that feeling, the frustration of having toiled for decades only to be surpassed by someone who achieves enlightenment in a single moment. Lin Ruhai laughed heartily. If so, the Song family has indeed produced a prodigious talent. The legacy of the Xian Yi Wei, spanning centuries, is not something to be easily compared. The elder agreed. The Xian Yi Wei of the imperial capital has always been discreet, yet it serves as the military backbone of the great Zhou Empire. The 100 households that perished recently were said to be affiliated with the Xian Yi Wei. It seems that the Xian Yi Wei has sent Songxian here with significant intent. Oh, are you implying that Songxian is not only formidable in martial prowess, but also possesses considerable capabilities in other domains? Indeed, the elder mused thoughtfully. Master, you have been gravely ill lately and may be unaware of certain matters. Songxian has recently gained considerable notoriety within the Xian Yi Wei, particularly for handling the infamous case of the great Zhou's first flower theft, which caused a considerable uproar. Several prominent families implicated in the scandal faced annihilation, and multiple high-ranking officials were dismissed or imprisoned. This individual is shrewd and decisive in action, but most importantly, he has formidable support. The enforcers of the Xian Yi Wei can act at a moment's notice, and he is related to you, along with the connection to the young lady, providing him with substantial leverage, whether he remains in Jiangzhou or returns to the imperial capital. Lin Ruhai shook his head. The intricacies of the Xian Yi Wei are far deeper than those of the salt trade. Let us first observe how he establishes his foothold. The distance from the imperial capital renders this Jiangzhou Fu somewhat isolated. He is merely 100 households, with 1,000 households above him. Whether he can succeed remains to be seen. After a moment of reflection, he turned to the elder. Feng Lao, if circumstances demand, I may require your assistance on his behalf. The elder nodded, his expression devoid of any reluctance. Given that he had saved the master, it was only right to assist. Outside Yangzhou City, in a secluded burial site, Songxian and Songxian were presently engaged in the laborious task of digging graves. The night had deepened. The surrounding trees stood tall and silent, devoid of even the sound of insects or birds, rendering the eerie atmosphere somewhat unsettling. To minimize noise, the siblings chose this quiet hour to excavate. After half an hour, they carefully replaced the coffin and filled in the earth, eager to depart the scene without delay. Once they had distanced themselves, Songxian continued to shake her sleeves, frowning. This stench of decay seems to cling to me. It simply won't dissipate. Songxian, indifferent, replied. You'll grow accustomed to it over time. With a sigh, Songxian remarked, Brother, it is now reasonable to conclude that the old Su family member was indeed murdered, correct? Songxian responded. Under normal circumstances, if a person accidentally drowns, they would inhale some mud or sand through their mouth and nose. Yet, as you observed, there was no trace of such in his mouth or nostrils. Clearly, he had already perished before drowning. Moreover, as you have seen from the autopsy, his body was rigid and cold, with no external injuries, yet his heart had been completely shattered. It is evident he was killed by someone using a certain secret technique. Songxian remarked, the Xianbing technique passed down in our family can freeze and shatter human organs without harming the exterior. Such a martial art that specifically targets internal organs seems to be not uncommon in the martial world. Songxian nodded in agreement, recognizing that the death of Su Chang'an was evidently suspicious. However, the Xian Yi Wei Qian Hu Suo in Jiangzhou Prefecture had concluded the case as a drunken drowning, indicating a significant issue within the local Qian Hu Suo. Song Qian sighed. The Su family has indeed fallen on hard times. Although they have been hereditary Qian Wei, their lineage is even thinner than our Song family. It appears that this generation has only Su Chang'an as the sole male descendant. With both his parents deceased when he was merely 10, Su Chang'an's own death now threatens to erase the Su family from the ranks of the esteemed Qian Wei families in the capital. Song Qian snickered. It seems those lurking in the shadows are aware of the Su family's predicament, which emboldens them to act with such impunity, thinking that with Su Chang'an gone, there will be no family to seek justice on his behalf. Song Qian caressed the sword at her waist, scoffing. They may not understand that within the ranks of the hereditary Qian Wei families, we are all connected. They are not merely challenging Su Chang'an. They are provoking us. Song Qian fell silent, gazing into the dim night, and sighed. It appeared that this journey to Mingzhou would once again be one of bloodshed. The following morning, Song Qian donned a deep black robe of the Qian Wei Baihu, a garment that not only exuded elegance, but also enhanced his imposing presence. Upon exiting the inn, Song Qian was already clad in official attire, leading 2 war horses that waited outside. Passers-by, upon noticing her attire and the sword at her side, recoiled in fear and kept their distance. Let us depart. Song Qian mounted his steed and, with a flourish of his sleeve, led the way towards the Qian Wei Qianhu Suo situated within Yangzhou City. Today marked the official appointment of the 2 siblings. Regardless of whether the Qianhu Suo was a den of danger, he needed to ascertain the situation. If the local Qian Wei could still be of use, then they would continue to be utilized. If not, there was a glint of ruthlessness in Song Qian's eyes. He would not hesitate to cleanse and replace them. The Qian Wei system was extensive, rife with various factions engaged in perpetual struggles, even within the inspection division, which boasted multiple sections. Before departing the capital, Old Zhao had specifically instructed him to unleash his efforts, emphasizing that the enforcement forces outside Yangzhou were always ready to be mobilized when necessary. In recent years, the hereditary Qian Wei families in the capital had suffered a severe decline, with many clans dwindling in numbers or even becoming extinct. Numerous families retained their titles, yet their actual power had diminished significantly. This had led many to forget their former terror. And the recent death of Su Chang'an may have served as a probe by certain factions to test the reactions of the hereditary Qian Wei families and to gauge their true strength. In a sense, Song Qian and his sister represented the new generation of leaders among these hereditary families. Zhao Dezuzi had dispatched him to take office here under the pretense of succeeding Su Chang'an's position. Yet the true objective was to establish his authority through bloodshed. Chapter 49. What will you use to compete against me? The Dezhou Qian Wei is divided into 3 distinct systems. The Judgment Division is the most independent, primarily responsible for adjudication and judgment, remaining shrouded in mystery and rarely making public appearances, akin to a military tribunal in later eras. The Inspection Division encompasses a broader array of responsibilities and wields the most power, focusing on ceremonial duties, intelligence gathering, reconnaissance, arrests, and interrogations. In simple terms, whether overseeing the Imperial Guard during the Emperor's procession or regulating the common populace's behavior, the Qian Wei can intervene at any time, provided they deem it necessary. As for the Enforcement Division, it is a dedicated institution for lethal actions, primarily targeting those from the martial world. Unless there is coordination between the upper echelons of the Inspection Division and the Enforcement Division, they typically do not interfere in specific cases. These 3 offices operate independently, each with its own hierarchical structure, and generally refrain from interactions unless warranted. Currently, Song Qian found himself at the Dezhou Qian Wei Inspection Division's Qianhu Suo stationed in Mingzhou, part of the Inspection Division's establishment in Jiangsu Prefecture. He surmised that the head of this Qianhu Suo, Qianhu Fangcheng, was likely not aligned with Zhao Dezuzi. Otherwise, Old Zhao would not have specially sent him to rectify the local Qianhu Suo. Inside the Qianhu Suo, many individuals had gathered. 5 Baihu, 10 Fu Baihu, and dozens of Zongqi, all deliberating on how to respond to the newly appointed Baihu from the capital. Qianhu Fangcheng sat resolutely in the central position of the hall, holding the Qianhu seal, his expression dark and sullen. Typically, a Qianhu overseeing an entire prefecture would propose candidates to fill any vacancies among the Baihu under his command. However, his petitions to the Inspection Division had gone unanswered, and instead, An outsider had been parachuted in from the capital. This clearly indicated that the court harbored doubts about his capabilities and loyalty, which left him feeling quite dissatisfied, even if his loyalty had indeed faltered. I, Old Fong, have fought and bled for the court in Jiangxia for many years. Just because I secretly eliminated a Baihu, you suspect my loyalty? Is there any justice in this? Had it merely been a case of appointing a Baihu from the capital, Fong Cheng would not have been so incensed. What truly fueled his anger was the delineation of responsibilities assigned to the new Baihu, Song Xian. In addition to succeeding Su Chang'an's position, he was also tasked with the role of Jiayu Town Protector at the Jiangxia Prefecture Jiayu, a pivotal institution within the Xianyi Wei. The Dazhou Xianyi Wei maintains a Jiayu at each Qianhu Suo, where all captured offenders are interrogated and executed. Generally, the position of Jiayu Town Protector is held by the Qianhu himself or a close confidant. Now, having such a crucial role seized by an outsider from the capital was bound to cause discontent among Fong Cheng and his fellow Baihu, who felt their authority eroded. With the Jiayu now in another's hands, any future arrests, interrogations, or other clandestine activities would require Song Xian's approval. Qianhu. It is said that Song Xian has already arrived in Yangzhou and will assume office in the coming days. How shall we respond? As silence hung over the hall, a somewhat portly Baihu finally spoke up. He was a confidant of Qianhu Fong Cheng, having previously occupied the position of Jiayu Town Protector, now usurped, making him the most anxious among them. Without the Jiayu seal, he was no different from the other Baihu, and indeed, he was at a disadvantage, as the others retained some subordinates, while his were all confined within the Jiayu. Should he lose control over the Jiayu, he would become a mere figurehead, devoid of any useful allies. What else can we do? Fong Cheng scoffed. That appointment was signed personally by the commanding officer. Who could possibly obstruct him? Shall we simply kill him? Upon hearing this, several individuals in the hall revealed expressions of interest. Even the portly Baihu ventured, "My lord, it is not entirely impossible. The vastness of Dazhou makes it understandable for bandits to appear. If the bandits are unsuitable, it would not be out of the question for him to meet an untimely end. We are somewhat experienced in such matters." "Nonsense," Fong Cheng retorted coldly. "Is this something you can even suggest? This matter I shall treat as if you have never spoken it, and you shall act as if you have never heard it. Should you dare to speak recklessly again, do not blame me for casting you into the prison of edicts. Yes, my words were indeed inappropriate. I beseech your pardon. My lord." The 100 households hastily rose to admit fault, displaying an expression of fear and trepidation. Yet the smirk upon their faces was evident even to a fool. Everyone understood that despite the sternness of Qianhu's words, his true stance was already apparent. He indeed wished for Song Xian to encounter misfortune, preferably never to assume his post. Just then, an abrupt knocking echoed from outside the yamen. The corpulent 100 household turned sharply, bellowing towards the outside. Who is on duty out there? How can one be so careless? The lords are in conference. Who let outsiders in? Boom! Suddenly, a door of the Qianhu yamen burst open with a loud crash. And in the next moment, a voice laced with a hint of coldness emanated from outside. "My lord, your authority is quite formidable." As the words fell, several guards clad in dark garments were unceremoniously tossed inside, collapsing onto the ground. Following that, a figure in a black uniform, Song Xian, strode in, stepping over the scattered wood chips, while beside him, Song Xian held her sword with one hand, coldly glaring at the rotund figure. Under the piercing gaze of Song Xian, the hefty 100 household instinctively swallowed hard, already deducing the identity of the newcomer. Nevertheless, he still inquired, "And you two are?" Song Xian. He cast a sidelong glance at the man, then ignored him and stepped directly into the main hall of the Qianhu yamen. "You have arrived quite swiftly." Fong Cheng, seated in the central grand chair, made no move to rise in greeting, merely speaking in a bland tone, fully embodying an air of superiority. Here, in the Qianhu yamen, he was the true master. No matter how much control one wielded over the prison of edicts, this was his territory. And more than half of those beneath him were brothers who shared life and death bonds with him. What could a mere newcomer do, lacking both men and money? Chapter 50. From now on, the rules of the Qianhu yamen shall be dictated by me, Song Xian, surveying the myriad individuals within the hall, each with their own thoughts. Song Xian had already overheard their discussions outside the door. Others were plotting how to ensure his demise, either at the hands of bandits or through the harshness of the environment. Thus, he felt no need for courtesy. He shot a cold glance at the arrogant Qianhu seated at the center and remarked indifferently, "The seal of the Jinfu envoy is in your possession? Umph. How dare you speak to a superior in such a manner? Do you have no sense of propriety?" Fang Cheng's expression darkened severely. This newcomer showed a blatant disregard for the customs of the court. This was Jiangxia Prefecture, not the imperial capital. Even a dragon would need to bow here. Propriety? Song Xian chuckled. "I know not what the customs were before, but from this moment forth, the rules of the Qianhu Yamen shall be dictated by me, Song Xian. I shall ask once more, where is the seal of the Jinfu envoy? Hand it over willingly, or do not blame me for denying you any opportunities." Upon entering the Qianhu Yamen, he had already assessed the situation. In simple terms, among the nearly 100 people present, none bore the strength to instill a sense of danger or oppression within him. As for Qianhu Fangcheng, Song Xian estimated that his martial prowess was formidable, on the cusp of breaking into the innate realm. However, as long as he had not truly stepped into that new realm, to Song Xian, he was no different from an ordinary warrior. With each passing encounter of violence, Song Xian's understanding of his own strength had become increasingly clear. In the acquired realm, he would claim the title of second strongest, while none would dare to proclaim themselves first. The inspection division primarily focused on adjudicating cases rather than being renowned for martial prowess. Most true masters were absorbed into the enforcement division. Remarkably, within this vast Qianhu Yamen, there were no innate experts stationed. Since there were no strong opponents, Song Xian decided to abandon all pretenses, disregarding whatever rules of the court might exist. In his domain, they were all rendered moot. The assembly of guards and 100 households stood dumbfounded, having witnessed arrogance before, but never such unrestrained audacity. Was this individual accustomed to such behavior in the imperial capital, now behaving the same way in Jiangxia territory? Fang Cheng's face turned ashen, signaling to the corpulent 100 household with frantic gestures. The hefty man, being Fang Cheng's confidant, reluctantly stepped forward, his face contorted with anger. "This is the Qianhu Yamen, where the Qianhu is the true authority. You, a mere 100 household, do you dare to defy the hierarchy?" Song Xian glanced at him nonchalantly. "You are eager to step forward. It seems the seal of the Jinfu envoy is indeed in your possession, and if it is?" The hefty man surveyed the crowd within the hall, finding his confidence. More than half of those present were loyal to the Qianhu, and this was their territory. Could two mere individuals like Song Xian and Song Qian truly turn the tides against them? Song Xian, to be frank, affairs at the Prison of Edicts are rather pressing. I currently do not have the time to hand over the seal to you. Once I have sorted out matters, I will naturally present it to you. The rotund 100 household believed his retort was sound and sneered. "If you are dissatisfied, feel free to report me. Even if you escalate the matter to the commanding officer of the dark-clad guards, I would still face no fault in my actions." Song Xian clapped his hands, saying, "Well spoken. Such words resonate with my sentiments." He then cast a calm glance at Song Qian, who bore a murderous intent, and declared, "Kill him." As the words left his lips, a blur darted past, and in an instant, an eerie chill filled the hall, followed by the unmistakable sound of bones shattering. Unbeknownst to anyone, Song Qian had appeared behind the hefty 100 household and, with a single hand, twisted his neck with brutal force. You dare!" The Qianhu was rendered speechless. He had witnessed cruelty before, but never had he seen someone brazenly commit murder within the stronghold of the dark-clad guards before the eyes of so many. Staring at the lifeless body of his confidant, whose head was grotesquely twisted, Fang Cheng trembled with fury. What was happening? Was this truly how affairs were handled in the imperial capital, resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement? Did he not fear retribution from above? Clang! Within the hall, some 100 households and flag captains had drawn their swords, yet they instinctively retreated, none daring to advance. The swiftness of Song Qian had left them in shock. To act recklessly now would only lead to their demise. Song Qian rifled through the pockets of the deceased, retrieving a large seal from his robe, grinning as she presented it to Song Qian. "Brother, this indeed was in his possession." Song Qian inspected it with satisfaction before smiling broadly at the assembly. "If any of you are dissatisfied, feel free to report me. Even if you escalate the matter to the commanding officer of the dark-clad guards." His tone shifted slightly, taking on an ominous and cold edge. "Believe me, even if I were to slaughter you all today, the commanding officer would merely reprimand me with a few words. There would be no substantive punishment. Upon hearing this, the formerly hesitant, dark-clad guards and 100 households exchanged glances, each more reluctant than the last to act rashly. In that moment, a realization dawned upon them. Song Xian undoubtedly possessed significant influence and an extensive background in the imperial capital, or else he would not dare to act with such impunity. Considering Song Qian's ghostly agility, those who were not entirely aligned with Qianhu Fangcheng began to sheath their weapons, with some openly stating, "My Lord Song, we do not wish to interfere in the conflict between you and Liu Baihu and Qianhu. We hope you will not hold it against us." With that, more than 10 individuals withdrew their weapons, retreating further, adopting an attitude of detachment, as if they were mere spectators to the unfolding drama. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Xian could not help but chuckle, realizing that Lord Qianhu's control over this place was not as absolute as it seemed. Fang Cheng's countenance had darkened, for he had never anticipated that matters would devolve into such a predicament. He had believed himself to hold unquestionable authority within the Qianhu office. Yet the very individuals he had generously supported with silver and resources remained unyielding. This band of fence-sitters would face dire consequences once today's affair was resolved. He intended to eliminate them one by one. What use was there for disobedient dogs? Song Xian, to slay a colleague is a grave sin. Do you intend to rebel? Some chose to remain spectators, while others stepped forward. At that moment, a man adorned with the insignia of the chief flag raised his long blade, pointing it menacingly at Song Xian. The Xian Wei does not belong to your Song family. Even if the commanding officer protects you, how could His Majesty possibly spare you? Chapter 51. You think I am here to investigate? In truth, I have come to kill. In response to the chief flag's rebuke, Song Xian merely cast him a fleeting glance, then surveyed the crowd. Is there anyone else who wishes to step forward? With this, several more members of the Xian Wei, bearing the insignia of the chief flag, emerged, their long blades also trained upon Song Xian. They were direct subordinates of Lord Qianhu, their fortunes intertwined with him. Should Fangcheng be usurped by the newly arrived Song Baihu, their futures would be bleak indeed. Even with the fear of Song Qian's prowess, they had no choice but to take a stand. Song Xian chuckled, halting Song Qian's intended assault. I have declared that from now on, the rules of this Qianhu office will be dictated by me, Song Xian. If anyone dares to dissent, now is the time to step forward. Following his proclamation, nearly 8 individuals emerged, forming a circle of 10, poised to attack Song Xian. Excellent. Song Xian nodded in satisfaction, feeling his muscles tense and bones crack as if he were a volcano on the brink of eruption. Clang! The sound of a sword being drawn resonated. Song Xian's speed was astonishing. The onlookers barely caught sight of a white flash slicing through the air before their bodies could react. The sound of swords piercing throats echoed almost instantaneously. In the hall, blood gushed forth like fountains, vivid and surreal, saturating the already solemn atmosphere of the Qianhu office with an air of death. Thud, thud, thud. 10 bodies, bleeding profusely, collapsed to the ground. Song Xian casually kicked aside the corpse of a chief flag, shaking off the blood from his sword tip, and regarded the others with a serene smile. From this moment on, I, Song Xian, hold dominion over this Qianhu office. Is there anyone who remains unconvinced? Step forward, and I assure you, I will not make things difficult for you. You're a fool. Some of the previously hesitant chief flags now recoiled in terror, fearing that they might be next to have their throats pierced. Those who had achieved the rank of chief flag in the Xian Wei, while not necessarily the most skilled, were at least practitioners of internal force. The fact that 10 seasoned officials of the Xian Wei were dispatched in an instant by Song Xian left many questioning if the Song siblings were indeed innate martial artists dispatched from the imperial capital. Their display of strength was far beyond that expected of mere practitioners. What terrified them even more was the ruthlessness and decisiveness exhibited by the Song siblings. The casualness with which they took lives was chilling. The Xian Wei were the emperor's elite, and while killing was not forbidden, one would expect such acts to be conducted discreetly. Yet here they were, brazenly slaughtering chief flags without a care for repercussions. At this moment, Fang Cheng was utterly astounded. He had expended considerable resources to orchestrate the assassination of Baihu Su Chang'an, even creating an illusion of accidental drowning posthumously. He had toiled in secrecy to eliminate a target. Yet here was Song Xian, brazenly committing murder in broad daylight. Was there no sense of justice? No rule of law? Was this rebellion? Fong Cheng's heart raced. After years of navigating the treacherous waters of the Xian Wei, engaging in conspiracies and deceit, he had never encountered such a blatant murderer. Faced with someone so merciless, he was at a loss for how to respond. He could not match their brutality, and one misstep could cost him his life. Without uttering a word, Song Xian seized Fong Cheng by the throat, lifting him from his seat. He then raised his hand and began delivering resounding slaps. Smack! 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 The crisp sound of slaps echoed until Fong Cheng's face was left bruised and swollen, at which point Song Xian disdainfully tossed him to the ground. How thick-skinned you are. My palm is numb from striking you. With that, he grasped the seal of the pacification envoy and seated himself imperiously in the central grand chair of the hall, casting a commanding gaze upon the assembled. By the order of the commanding officer, I hereby assume the role of pacification envoy. Placing a foot on Fong Cheng's face, Song Xian coldly stated, "You wrote the report claiming Su Chang'an died of drunken drowning, did you not?" Fong Cheng groaned in pain, but dared not reply. "You foolish creature. Have you been here so long that your wits have dulled? Do you think that by concocting a facade of undetectable wounds, you can deceive those shrewd individuals in the imperial capital? Or do you believe Su Chang'an's death will leave no one to seek justice for him?" Song Xian's eyes narrowed, a hint of murderous intent glimmering as he surveyed the Xian Wei officials. To speak plainly, prior to my arrival, the commanding officer made it clear that the Qianhu office in Jiangxia had rotted to its core. If it can still be salvaged, we shall sift through it. If not, we will purge it and replace the personnel. You think I am here to investigate? Wrong. I am here to kill. Upon hearing this, the surviving individuals in the hall turned pale, with some collapsing to their knees in terror. Lord Song, I truly had no knowledge of Su Chang'an's affair. Please spare us. My lord, I confess my sins of corruption and abuse, but I swear I played no part in his murder. I beseech you for mercy. Enough. Song Xian's cold voice rang out as he pointed at the kneeling crowd. If you wish to save your lives, you must provide a satisfactory account of Su Chang'an's case to the commanding officer. Who among you possesses the weight to satisfy him? At this, many gazes instinctively shifted towards Fong Cheng. Fear washed over Fong Cheng's swollen face as he stammered, "You are all mad. This case cannot be investigated. If it is, we will all perish. We will all perish." His exclamation seemed to awaken a few who appeared to know more than they let on, revealing hesitant expressions. Yet, in the next moment, several individuals gritted their teeth and addressed Song Xian. "Lord Song, we implore you for one day's time. We will surely uncover the truth behind Su Chang'an's death." Song Xian smiled, nodding slowly in agreement. Hearing this, the crowd exhaled in relief, while two individuals rose to carry Fong Cheng away, solemnly stating, "Lord Qianhu, we kindly ask you to accompany us to the prison." Chapter 52. The martial forces within Mingzhou, 100 households, bearing a demeanor of fear and humility, bowed and said, "But if severe punishments are employed, Fong Cheng's body may not withstand it." Song Xian's eyelids gently closed, and he spoke in a calm voice, "I only require confession. As for everything else, life and death are of no concern." The subordinate understood. Upon hearing Song Xian's declaration, the previously anxious officials of the Xian Wei collectively exhaled, realizing that the intent of Lord Song was to pin the case solely on Fong Cheng, while others would not be pursued further. A group of Xian Wei carried the corpse away, while others escorted Qianhu Fong Cheng out of the hall. After they had departed, Song Xian fixed her penetrating gaze upon her elder brother. "Brother, has the commander really instructed you to cleanse the Qianhu office here?" Song Xian shrugged. "No, I merely intimidated them." "Huh?" Song Xian was taken aback, pointing at the bloodstains on the ground, yet to be cleaned, and whispered, "Then after killing so many, will Uncle Zhao protect us?" Hard to say. After all, Uncle Zhao has competitors in the inspection office. A faint smile curled at Song Xian's lips. "Thus, no matter what, we must ensure that Fong Cheng is implicated in the murder of Su Chang'an." Qianhu Fong Cheng conspired to assassinate the Xian Wei's by Su Chang'an, and after the incident, in an attempt to silence him, he colluded with his accomplices to eliminate the newly appointed governor, Song Xian, only to be slain by Song Xian and other officials of the Xian Wei. This conclusion should not raise any objections from the capital. That conclusion seems reasonable, Song Xian pondered briefly before adding, "But what if, hypothetically, Su Chang'an was not killed by Fong Cheng? Does it matter?" Song Xian's gaze drifted toward the entrance of the yamen, and he replied indifferently, "You heard the earlier conversation. This fellow intends to put us siblings to death. Since we must eventually confront him, it is better to act decisively. When dealing with such cunning officials, one cannot adhere to the conventional methods. One must strike swiftly and unexpectedly. Today, even if the king himself were to arrive, Su Chang'an's death must be attributed to Feng Cheng, and it shall be so." Song Qian blinked, as if seeing her elder brother for the first time, and whispered, "Brother, I now realize you are far more ruthless than I imagined. It is merely self-preservation." Song Qian sighed. Had Feng Cheng not harbored murderous intent first, I would not have felt compelled to investigate the matter. I could have simply gone through the motions of my duties each day. However, it is unfortunate that while the tree wishes for tranquility, the wind does not cease, and there are always those eager to seek their demise. What can I do? Song Qian appeared contemplative and continued, "What are your plans for the remaining Baihu generals? These fence-sitters may not genuinely pledge loyalty to you. Let's use them for now. Having killed so many today, I should have established enough authority. They likely will not dare to cause any trouble in the near future. Although I invoke the commander's name, I cannot truly eliminate them all. There will be ample time to discern who can be of use later. By the way, you should visit the Zhaoyi prison to keep watch. Although the chances are slim, we must be cautious to prevent any unforeseen events." "Understood." Knowing her brother's cautious nature, Song Qian replied before crossing her arms and lightly stepping forward, drifting out of the hall like a willow catkin. Watching the empty hall, Song Qian walked to the entrance, where two lines of Xian Yi Wei flags patrolled. Upon seeing Song Qian emerge, each lowered their heads in fear. In a very short time, within the Qianhu office, news of the newly appointed governor's ruthless actions, having executed over 10 Baihu generals and even imprisoned the Qianhu, had spread like wildfire. Who would not be afraid of such a character who could kill at will? "You there?" Song Qian pointed to a line of Xian Yi Wei, commanding, "Bring me the intelligence on the various Jianghu forces within Mingzhou." "Yes." Seeing that the governor merely required their service and did not express any reproach, they collectively bowed and accepted the order, feeling a sense of relief. It appeared that the conflict between the governor and the Qian who was a struggle for power. Now that Governor Song Qian had the upper hand, he seemed disinclined to trouble the lower ranks. Soon, a stack of documents was delivered by the Xian Yi Wei flags. Song Qian glanced over them. Each scroll contained records pertaining to a particular force. He quickly perused the materials, and after 2 hours, he exhaled, having gained a general understanding of the martial forces throughout the Mingzhou territory. In summary, the most formidable force on the surface was the Wudong sect. Though established not long ago, it became the strongest in Mingzhou due to the presence of its founding master, Zhang Sanfeng. The Dazhou dynasty spans the 9 provinces of the continent, and according to the internal evaluations of the Xian Yi Wei, the martial prowess of Mingzhou ranks among the weaker in the 9 regions. Most martial practitioners are merely postnatal warriors, many of whom have yet to cultivate their inner strength. While there are innate warriors, they are few, each serving as a pivotal figure in their respective martial forces. The Wudong sect Zhang Sanfeng stands as the only known master-level existence across the entire Mingzhou continent, and is the only legal sect recognized by the court. In contrast, other sects, whether deemed righteous or demonic, are regarded by the court as unworthy, having never received official recognition. Song Qian diligently inscribed names on a sheet of rice paper. Songsan sect, Zuoling Chan. Huashan sect's reclusive expert, Feng Qingyang. Amei's sect's current leader, Miezhu. Mingzhou's leader, Zhang Wuji. Sun and Moon Holy Cult, Ren Wuxing, Dongfang Bubi, Shaolin. Master Feng Zheng, Baiyun City Lord, Yi Guqing. Swordsmanship prodigy, Shimin Chue Shui. 4 eyebrows, Lu Xiaofeng. Literally flying dagger, Li Xuanhuan. In total, Song Qian wrote down over 30 names, some from Jinyang's works, others from Gulong's tales. As this is a world woven from various martial arts narratives, Song Qian was not surprised to encounter these familiar figures. While the strength of the individuals he noted may vary, they are all recorded by the Xian Yi Wei as possessing innate cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Song Qian noted that there were dozens of clearly documented innate masters. Yet, in the Xian Yi Wei's assessment, Mingzhou's martial world remains among the weakest of the 9 provinces. This leads to a realization of the extent to which the martial arts culture has flourished throughout the entire Dazhou dynasty. Chapter 53. The case concludes. Let us first bide our time and develop closing the final scroll. Song Xian felt the weight of pressure. While his strength allowed him to act unrestrained in the Jiangxi region, he found it somewhat inadequate when considering the entirety of the Mingzhou continent. Among the masters recorded by the Xianyi Wei, some innate warriors were of relatively lesser strength, such as Zuolingchan, the leader of the Songzhan sect. According to the records, Zuolingchan can only be classified as a rudimentary innate warrior, having merely condensed his inner strength into true energy, without yet forming the Qi flower. Such an innate warrior, Song Xian felt he could contend with directly. However, there were formidable innate warriors, like Yi Guqing, the lord of Baiyan City, who was categorized as an extremely dangerous figure in the Xian Yi Wei's documentation. No one knows the true extent of his strength. Based on the various information gathered from the Jianghu, it is highly probable that Yi Guqing has already formed both the Qi flower and the divine flower. His swordsmanship, a transcendent art, perfectly integrates true energy with spiritual will. When he strikes, the sword energy moves like a startled swan or a thundering storm, capable of affecting a person's consciousness, causing them to perish without any reaction in a state of utmost ecstasy. Against such a powerful adversary, even with the celestial grade cultivation techniques Song Xian possesses, facing such an entity before stepping into the innate realm would likely result in certain death. He must devise a plan to break through to the innate realm as swiftly as possible. Taking a deep breath, Song Xian felt an urgency to break through. The Chunyang Wujitangzi Gong was remarkable in every aspect, allowing for a comprehensive and steady enhancement of one's attributes without the risk of falling into demonic practices, thus providing a sense of security. However, perhaps its very stability was a double-edged sword, as the progress in cultivation was rather slow in the initial stages. Compared to rapid success methods like the Kuehua Baodian and the Bixia Jinpu, one might say it lagged significantly. In simpler terms, the essence of this technique was that of a youth's practice, which necessitated the passage of time. The longer one persevered, the more formidable the martial prowess became. Yet, Song Xian was merely 20 years old and had not yet reached the moment of true explosive power that the Chunyang Wujitangzi Gong could offer. Typically, a martial artist like Song Xian, who had reached the limit of postnatal cultivation, might achieve a breakthrough to the innate realm with a mere epiphany. However, he understood that even with multiple insights, a direct breakthrough was unlikely. His technique demanded time to mature unless a significant opportunity presented itself. This led Song Xian to ponder the Bixia Jinpu from the Lin family. The Bixia Jinpu required one to undergo castration of practice, else one would fall into madness. In contrast, the Chunyang Wujitangzi Gong possessed the unique characteristic of not succumbing to demonic practices, which made Song Xian continually fascinated by the Bixia Jinpu. He wondered if this sword technique, derived from the Kuehua Baodian, could aid in his cultivation breakthrough. With a creak, the door swung open, and Song Xian looked up to see Song Qian briskly entering with a confession in hand. "Brother, here, as the confession from Fong Cheng." She placed the document on the table, her brow furrowed in confusion. This guy seems terrified of death, yet he stubbornly refuses to admit anything. The heavy punishment was shocking, yet he withstood it, only acknowledging himself as the mastermind behind Su Chang'an's murder, but refused to divulge anything further. Song Xian glanced at the confession. According to its contents, Fong Cheng admitted to having accumulated numerous conflicts with Su Chang'an at work, ultimately leading him to contemplate secretly killing him. In essence, he acknowledged his crime, claiming it was a personal vendetta between him and Su Chang'an, with no involvement from others. This fellow has taken all the blame upon himself. I underestimated him. Song Xian remarked. What has become of him now? Dead, Song Qian replied flatly. After enduring a heavy punishment, his body was beyond recognition. Once he took the blame, he breathed his last. Brother, the trail ends here. Should we continue investigating? Let be. Song Xian waved his hand. This case is too convoluted. Even someone like Fong Cheng, who fears death, turned into a stoic unwilling to reveal the truth. What do you think that signifies? Song Qian pondered for a moment. Are you suggesting that if he refuses to disclose the truth, it's not just him who would die, but also his wife and children? Song Qian chuckled softly. Perhaps even his entire clan will have to thank his ancestors for their protection. Understood? Song Qian exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. This guy is likely entangled in a major conspiracy. Understanding this, she smiled. No wonder you're reluctant to continue the investigation. Su Chang'an probably met his end because he discovered something. If we delve any deeper, we might be the next victims. Song Xian nodded. One should only concern themselves with matters commensurate to their abilities. Interfering where one lacks capability is a path to demise. As you mentioned, I aim to become the best in the world. I cannot afford to falter due to meddling in affairs that do not concern me. The court possesses 1,000,000 soldiers and countless experts to handle matters of rebellion. As mere Xian Yi captains, our duty is to deal with corrupt officials and local ruffians. Song Xian remarked, your personality is truly extreme. You are ruthless in killing, yet exceedingly cautious when necessary, as if another soul resides within you. Shall we conclude this case? Song Xian nodded. Disseminate the word. Since Fang Cheng has taken all the blame, the officials should be able to breathe easier, and it's best that this news circulates. The case ends here, with a simple acknowledgement. Song Xian turned and left to carry out the task. In a hidden chamber within a certain estate, two figures conversed in hushed tones. A man clad in a yellow robe stated, Sir, news has arrived from the Xianyi Wei. Fang Cheng is dead. Oh, the other man, dressed in scholarly attire, frowned as he sipped his tea. In just a day, he was moved by the pacification envoy from the capital. He was too careless, underestimating his opponent, believing he had the means to manipulate the situation on his home turf. But the other party disregarded any notions of bureaucratic etiquette and killed to establish dominance. The scholar chuckled. The Xianyi Wei was established for the purpose of killing, and for centuries, those in the capital have remained ruthless and unyielding. Did Fang Cheng reveal anything before his demise? Nothing. He took the blame for Su Chang'an's death upon himself. Our communication was always one way, with his death. No one can trace it back to me. Sir, do we need to proceed with our previous plans? The scholar nodded. Though we've lost a captain, our grand ambitions remain unaffected. We shall continue with our plans. The search for the dragon vein in the Mingzhou continent must not cease. Then, sir, how should we handle the new pacification envoy of the captain? The scholar contemplated for a moment. Since the case has been closed, let us not complicate matters further. The death of Su Chang'an has already raised alarms in the capital, should these two newcomers also meet their demise. The next arrivals will likely be the elite Xianyi Wei. Hearing the mention of the elite Xianyi Wei, the man in the yellow robe fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well. As long as the one surnamed Song does not interfere with our dragon vein pursuits, we shall refrain from provoking him for now. Having stepped over Fang Cheng's lifeless body, Song Xian became the true master of the Jiangzhou Prefecture's Xianyi Wei. The previously oppressive atmosphere of the Xianyi Wei office began to lighten as Song Xian took control, and after the officials pledged their loyalty, the environment grew more relaxed. Song Xian, a slacker at heart, had only one demand of his subordinates. They must not harm the common folk. As for everything else, they should continue their usual duties. At the Salt Bureau of the Jiangzhou Prefecture, the Song siblings visited during their newfound free time. The Jiangnan water town appeared to possess an added layer of vibrant colors compared to the capital. Upon seeing Lin Daiyu again, the once melancholic young cousin now exuded a brighter aura. Perhaps sensing that her cousins were visiting, she donned a strikingly colorful outfit. Her upper garment was a green silk robe, and below, she wore a purple floral skirt, complemented by delicate pink shoes, making her resemble a sprite born from the Jiangnan waters. Wow, Xiao Yu, your outfit has me all mesmerized, Song Qian exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm, rushing to her and playfully pinching her delicate face, which felt as if one could draw water from it. Lin Daiyu shyly swatted her cousin's hand away, then curtsied gracefully to Song Qian. I heard from my father that the troubles on your end have been resolved? Song Qian nodded slightly. As long as there are people, there will be troubles. For now, we can breathe a sigh of relief. It should not be overly hectic in the short term. By the way, have you been diligently practicing the skills your cousin taught you? The young cousin eagerly nodded. I have been practicing seriously. Since leaving the capital, I feel so much clearer in my mind, and after this period of practice, my physique has become much stronger. Song Qian expressed his satisfaction, remarking that you had previously been troubled and distressed, and now it was merely about honing the fundamentals to compensate for your depleting vitality. Once your energy is replenished, your cousin can impart some genuine martial arts to you. At this point, he paused, curious, and inquired, by the way, as a young lady of a prominent family, does your father have any objections to you practicing at home? Daiyu smiled and replied, Rest assured, cousin, my father is quite open-minded. Whether I am studying, practicing calligraphy, or training in martial arts to strengthen my body, he supports me wholeheartedly. Song Xian chuckled and said, let us go meet your father. With that, he stepped forward, heading towards a courtyard lush with bamboo. Song Xian followed behind, playfully teasing Daiyu. Cousin, why is it that I never hear you address me so affectionately? Cousin, what nonsense are you spouting? Daiyu retorted with a playful pout, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she gazed ahead, observing the tall figure leisurely walking, seemingly oblivious to her cousin's jest. The little cousin felt a slight relief, yet for some reason, a hint of melancholy lingered in her heart. In the reception hall, Lin Rahai appeared significantly healthier than in previous days. Song Xian assessed him from head to toe and remarked, Uncle, it seems your health has nearly recovered. With a gentler demeanor, Lin Rahai responded, I owe much of this to the elixirs you brought. The Xiao Huan Dan is a miraculous remedy for injuries and toxins, and even among the Xianyi guards, few are privileged to acquire it. Using it on an ordinary person like me seems rather wasteful. This was not mere politeness. Lin Rahai genuinely felt it was somewhat extravagant. After moving from the imperial capital to the Qianhu office, Song Xian realized just how rare the large and small Huan Dan were, initially believing them to be standard for second-tier Qianyi guards. He later discovered that the captains of the Baihu in the Qianhu office, also second-tier, lacked such privileges entirely. Only the 120 hereditary Qianyi guard families in the imperial capital had the right to receive these divine medicines monthly after their offspring became second-tier guards. Otherwise, other guards could only obtain them by ascending to first-tier status. Given their familial ties, Lin Rahai dismissed the topic and instead discussed recent events at the Qianhu office. Your actions at the Qianhu office have probably spread throughout the Jiangxia government. To be honest, your decisiveness in killing surprised even me. Initially, I did not intend to confront them directly, but upon arriving at the office, I overheard their plans to ensure my demise. Since they were already scheming for my life, I had no choice but to strike first. Lin Rahai stroked his beard and remarked, while violence is not the best solution, it is certainly the quickest. Your audacity, though somewhat reckless, caught them off guard, and the swift resolution proved surprisingly effective. One might even say it was a stroke of genius. Song Xian smiled, acknowledging his uncle's praise, admitting that youth often leads to impetuousness, and he hadn't thought it through at the time. He then recounted the details of that day's events, mentioning how Qianhu Fangsheng was determined to take the blame upon himself, and he expressed his confusion over what could prompt a greedy, fearful person to adopt such steadfastness. Surely it couldn't be mere belief? Upon hearing this, Lin Rahai's expression turned solemn. This matter was quite unusual. The case of Su Chang'an was merely the tip of the iceberg, potentially involving a greater conspiracy of extermination. By the way, there has been an influx of martial artists entering Jiangxia recently. You should exercise caution. If you sense any danger, do not hesitate to come to me. Although the Salt Office ostensibly manages salt affairs, it can indeed mobilize a military force. Even the most audacious martial artists would think twice before challenging an army. The Great Zhou dynasty was founded on martial prowess, and the military strength was formidable. Even a common soldier had undergone military training. To counter martial artists, the military employed a systematic formation, complemented by various arms and powerful crossbows, making it perilous even for innate martial artists. In the reception hall, Song Xian and Lin Rahai were engrossed in significant discussions while Song Qian and Lin Daiyu enjoyed osmanthus cakes nearby, listening intently. Lin Daiyu's gaze flitted between her father and her cousin's handsome figure, occasionally pushing away her cousin's playful attempts to pinch her cheeks. In this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. The scene before her was the embodiment of the home she had long yearned for, a place filled with family and friends, devoid of malice, grievances, or scheming, replaced instead by peace and serenity. Perhaps it was due to Lin Rahai's brush with death that he now emanated a peculiar aura. Conversing with him made Song Xian feel as if he were facing a true sage. If one were to apply the stages of literary understanding that Song Xian had previously shared with Lin Daiyu, Lin Rahai had indeed transcended to the third stage. Having fully comprehended the essence of literature, such a scholar, while always courteous, was not confined to the words of sages. He had forged his own path, far surpassing the ordinary pedants. After an afternoon of discourse and a hearty dinner, Song Xian rose to take his leave. Although there were few matters to attend to at the Qianhu office, he was eager to enhance his cultivation and politely declined Lin Rahai's invitation to stay the night. Lin Daiyu reluctantly accompanied him to the courtyard gate. In the Jia family, an unmarried young lady like her would never be allowed to roam freely. However, here, Lin Rahai was quite liberal and indifferent. He encouraged his daughter to pursue her interests, feeling he could shield his family from any storms that might arise. In the early autumn of Jiangnan, even the autumn breeze carried a hint of the fragrance of bamboo leaves. In the morning, Song Qian prepared herself in a small courtyard at the Qianhu office, donning a delicate light yellow gown, admiring her reflection in a bronze mirror. Song Ernie, that should suffice. Don't be vain. Outside the door, Song Qian's slightly impatient voice echoed. If you don't wish to go, I can manage alone. That is out of the question. Song Qian hurriedly grabbed her sword and stepped outside, casting him a glare. This is a rare opportunity to become a hero. You cannot exclude me. Today, Song Qian did not wear official attire, opting instead for a blue scholar's robe, with a sword hanging at his waist, resembling a wandering scholar. This outing was, of course, aimed at retrieving the Bai Xiejian Pu from Lin Pingji's residence. The previous day, Song Qian had received a plea for help from Lin Pingji. And as he had anticipated, Lin Pingji found himself embroiled in a predicament with the Qing Cheng sect, much like the narrative of Xiao Ao Jianghu. It was indeed a unique storyline for Lin Pingji. Even in the Great Zhou dynasty's martial arts world, he could not evade this calamity. However, this was to be expected, as Song Qian was preoccupied with the Bai Xiejian Pu, while the Qing Cheng sect was equally intent on it. No matter how cautious Lin Pingji might be, the Qing Cheng sect had numerous means to foster enmity with the Lin family, ultimately leading to their pursuit of both vengeance and the sword manual. Upon exiting the office, the two mounted their horses and journeyed southward. Along the way, Song Qian chattered excitedly, "Brother, how could Lin Pingji, with his mediocre skills, manage to kill the son of the Qing Cheng sect's leader with a single strike?" Song Qian pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps his very existence is destined to be ended by Lin Pingji, to perish at the hands of such an amateur. The Qing Cheng sect's martial skills must not be particularly formidable." Song Qian nodded. Yu Canghai, the leader of the Qing Cheng sect, has yet to enter the innate realm according to the records of the Xianyi Wei. A sect without innate martial artists is merely a minor sect. Minor sects are advantageous, Song Qian exclaimed cheerfully, stating that they cannot afford to provoke a formidable sect. In their line of work, one must be adept at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Song Qian turned his head in silence, noting that the Lin family is considered a half-force in the Jianghu, and their grievances with the Qingchang sect belong to the realm of Jianghu conflicts. This time, we are participating as distant relatives of Lin Jinan, so do not reveal your identity as a member of the Xianyi Wei. Understood, the court is the court, and the Jianghu is the Jianghu. Rest assured, young hero, this female knight is well aware. Outside of Fuzhou County, there lies a modest tavern beside the official road, with two tiled houses and a thatched canopy sheltering travelers from the elements. As Song Qian and his companion dismounted, the taverness attendant, clearly accustomed to receiving Jianghu visitors, promptly led their horses away to feed. Upon seeing the two dressed in fine attire, the tavern owner instantly donned a broad smile, inquiring what the esteemed guests would like to eat. Song Qian laughed, recalling tales of wandering heroes who would first order 2 pounds of beef upon entering an inn. "Tavern keeper, do you have beef for sale?" The tavern keeper hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Fair maiden, you jest. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, slaughtering cattle without governmental permission is illegal." Song Qian retorted, "Indeed, tales can be deceiving. Not entirely false," the tavern keeper whispered. "According to the laws of the Great Zhou, it is indeed illegal for common folk to slaughter cattle without permission, but if a cow dies of illness, old age, or by accident, the meat can still be consumed after governmental inspection. If you can afford the silver, today we might just have a cow that unexpectedly meets its end." "What do you mean?" Song Qian momentarily failed to comprehend. Song Qian waved his hand, suggesting, "Forget it, just bring us some of the house specialties and staple food." "Certainly. Young hero, please wait." Once the tavern keeper had walked away, Song Qian furrowed her brow, realizing, so as long as the money is right, a cow could be made to fall dead at any moment. It seems the laws of the Great Zhou have considerable loopholes. Song Qian remarked nonchalantly, "Laws in essence. exist to uphold the state's authority and are designed to constrain ordinary people. For those in privileged positions, they are merely a formality. Song Qian appeared somewhat displeased, saying, "Brother, do you really believe there is any truth in this world? It feels as though everything is a facade. Fairness and justice are inherently relative. Absolute fairness has never existed." Song Qian replied coolly, "The essence of this world has always been that the strong prevail. If you are strong enough, your words will surpass the law, and none will dare to speak against you." Song Qian looked at him thoughtfully, full of anticipation. "Then, brother, when will you become the number one in the world? I want to experience the exhilaration of being above all others." Song Qian smiled faintly, gazing into the distance, and said, "Once you reach that level, you may find that such thoughts dissipate. The feeling of being unparalleled in the world may not be as appealing as you imagine." Song Qian blinked, asking, "So, brother, you do not wish to be number one?" "Of course I do." Song Qian laughed heartily. "I am merely jesting. Why so serious? I not only wish to be number one in the world, but I also aspire to transcend into immortality." After the dishes were served, Song Qian, already possessing some Jianghu experience, dutifully took out her silver needles and began to prick each dish. In this world, ordinary poisons can generally be detected with silver needles. However, substances like sleep-inducing drugs and aphrodisiacs cannot be detected this way. After Song Qian completed her testing, Song Qian picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. With his pure Yang Wuji skills, he is impervious to toxins. If the food does not provoke any reaction from his pure Yang internal energy, it can be consumed with confidence. The tavern keeper felt somewhat uncomfortable with Song Qian's actions and assured them, "Rest assured, I have been running this tavern for over a decade. My reputation is solid, and this is not a black shop." This was a delicate matter. Song Qian examined the tavern keeper with a discerning gaze and said lightly, "In the past, you may not have run a black shop. But now that you are older and your health is failing, perhaps you might be tempted to pull off a big score for a comfortable retirement." Upon hearing this, several patrons at other tables could not suppress their laughter, and some even agreed with Song Qian's reasoning, pulling out their own silver needles to cautiously inspect their meals. The tavern keeper's face turned ashen with anger. "Dear guests, surely you're not here to ruin my business? I conduct my affairs honestly. How can you tarnish my reputation without cause?" Song Qian calmly placed a silver coin on the table and said, "Will this suffice to restore your reputation?" The tavern keeper glanced at the coin, estimating it to be around 10 taels. While 10 taels is nothing to the aristocracy, it is more than sufficient for an ordinary family's livelihood for several months. The tavern keeper's displeasure vanished instantly, replaced by a warm smile. "Young hero, you are too kind. Perhaps you could scold me a few more times? Otherwise, I feel a bit uneasy taking this silver." "Let us do this," Song Qian proposed. "I have a question. Just answer truthfully." "Ask away, dear guest." "I have been running this tavern for over a decade and have encountered all sorts of travelers. My information is quite reliable. There is nothing within 100 miles that I do not know." After pondering for a moment, Song Qian inquired, "Recently, my family has a batch of goods to send to the northern region, and I am looking for a reputable escort agency. I have heard that the Fu Wei escort agency in the city is quite good. As a local, can you tell me honestly, is the Fu Wei escort agency trustworthy?" "The Fu Wei escort agency?" The old tavern keeper frowned. "If this were before, I would certainly recommend them. The head escort, Lin, is known for his righteousness and integrity, with a good reputation in both the righteous and the underworld. Engaging his agency for escorting goods is absolutely reliable. However, as for now," the old tavern keeper lowered his voice, "the Fu Wei escort agency has recently encountered significant troubles. It is said they have offended the Qingshang sect from the Shudi region. This calamity may prove difficult for the Lin family to survive. At this moment, I truly do not recommend you seek the Fu Wei escort agency for escorting goods. What do the local authorities have to say about this?" Song Qian asked with a smile. "What can they say?" The old tavern keeper replied. "The young master of the Lin family killed the son of the leader of the Qingshang sect. Such conflicts in the Jianghu are matters the court typically refrains from intervening in, as long as the Qingshang sect does not harm ordinary citizens. Even if the Lin family is completely wiped out, the authorities will merely come to collect the corpses afterward and will not dare to provoke the Qingshang sect." Song Qian frowned. The Lin family has been operating the Fu Wei escort agency for so many years. Surely they must know some people in the martial world. Have they not sought any assistance? Of course they have. The old tavern keeper was quite the chatterbox, and, without further prompting from Xian, began to divulge everything he knew. Recently, head escort Lin Jinan has been seeking help everywhere, sending letter after letter, yet no one has come to assist. The leader of the Qingshang sect, Yu Songhai, is renowned for his devastating skill, the crushing heart palm, which is known throughout the Jianghu. Even I, an old man, have heard of its power. It is said that those struck by this palm die without a mark, their bodies cold and bloodless, but their hearts shattered. Upon hearing that the Qingshang sect is involved, no one wishes to intervene, fearing they may attract trouble. Oh, Song Xian's expression shifted. Exchanging a glance with Song Xian as they both recalled the death of the former by Su Chang'an. Numerous martial arts in the Jianghu possess the capability to inflict injuries that are not outwardly visible, yet lead to a shattered heart within. Initially, Song Xian did not connect this matter to Yu Songhai, considering the vast distance between Zhangzijijang and Shudi. However, upon hearing the tavern keeper's words, he began to sense that this incident might indeed have some connection to Yu Songhai. Alas, it is a pity for head escort Lin. He is a good person, but he has stirred up trouble far too great. The shopkeeper sighed and remarked, "It is often said that he possesses extensive connections. Yet such relationships must invariably be underpinned by genuine strength. In trivial matters, those within the martial world may extend him a measure of courtesy. However, in this instance, the Lin family has slain the son of the Yu sect leader, and such a grievous act of vengeance renders others too fearful to intervene. In my view, depending on others ultimately pales in comparison to relying on oneself. If Lin Zhongbiao were to resolutely summon all the bodyguards from various regions, even if their martial prowess does not match that of the Qingshang sect disciples, sheer numbers would compel the Qingshang sect to tread carefully. Alas, he remains indecisive. I heard yesterday that instead of gathering allies, he has been stealthily dispersing his men, clearly indicating his unwillingness to confront the issue head-on, consumed only by thoughts of escape. This man, faced with adversaries, exhibits no fighting spirit whatsoever. It seems the Lin family is not far from annihilation." Song Xian, taken aback, cast a glance at the shopkeeper and exclaimed, "Your insight is remarkably profound, surpassing even Lin Jinan's understanding. Young hero, you flatter me." The old shopkeeper replied with a sense of pride. "With age comes wisdom. Having run this establishment for over a decade, I have witnessed myriad affairs from north to south, allowing me to grasp the essence of many matters with just a glance." As he spoke, he discreetly tucked away the silver from the table into his sleeve and added in a hushed tone, "Given that you have inquired so extensively about the Lin family, are you here to assist them from afar? For the sake of the silver, heed my advice. Once you are well fed and rested, return whence you came. Do not involve yourselves in the murky waters of the Lin family." Months ago, before the son of the Qingshang sect leader met his demise, disciples had already begun to arrive in Fuzhou, and they dined here with me. They have long since set their sights on the Lin family. And whether or not the sect leader's son is alive, the Lin family cannot escape this calamity. I have encountered many youthful heroes, like yourselves, eager to draw their swords at the sight of injustice. I understand the desire for fame, but it is unnecessary to provoke a sect as formidable as the Qingshang. Chapter 57. To cultivate divine skills, one must first castrate themselves. The Fuwei Bodyguard Agency stands as a formidable force within Fuzhou. In times past, even the county magistrate would greet Lin Jinan with a smile and a respectful nod. The Lin family's agency has flourished, establishing branches across the 12 prefectures of Mingzhou. And indeed, they have forged connections with numerous influential figures from both the underworld and the righteous path through their business. With such vast networks, Lin Jinan had come to regard himself as a man of considerable stature. Yet, following the upheaval within his household, he has come to the painful realization that the connections he once prided himself on are now but a farce. Those who once called him brother have vanished without a trace. "My husband, is there truly no one to come to our aid?" In a secluded chamber of the Lin residence, Lin Foran gazed anxiously at her husband, her heart heavy with concern for his recent exhaustion. The initial messages sent had vanished without a trace, and subsequent attempts to send word had been thwarted, with messengers being secretly slain by disciples of the Qingshang sect the moment they stepped outside. Now, our communication with the outside world has been severed, leaving us with no recourse but to wait. Lin Jinan, a robust man, now appeared worn and weary, rubbing his forehead with a haggard expression. "I initially underestimated the gravity of this situation," he sighed. I did not foresee that the person I killed from the Qingchang sect was the sect leader's son, nor did I anticipate the need to send a significant gift to smooth things over, believing I could trivialize the matter as I have in the past. I underestimated the Qingchang sect's resolve for vengeance. At the door of the room, Lin Pingji wore a look of guilt. It is all my fault. My desire to prove myself has brought this calamity upon the family. Lin Jinan shook his head, showing no intention of blaming him. Since childhood, I have taught you to act in accordance with your conscience. When someone harasses a maiden, your chivalrous assistance is but the duty of a righteous person. How can that be seen as mere bravado? He continued. Who could have predicted that the son of the Qingchang sect leader would fall so easily to your hand? Lin Pingji sighed. Indeed, who could have expected such an outcome? Suddenly, Lin Jinan recalled something. The letter you sent some time ago, to whom was it addressed? Do you have friends outside? Lin Pingji nodded slightly. During our recent transport by sea, I befriended an elder brother with whom I spent over half a month aboard the ship. He is a Baihu from the Xianyi Wei in Jiangxia, and mentioned that I could seek him out in times of trouble. A Baihu from the Xianyi Wei? Lin Jinan's expression brightened. Why did you not mention this sooner? Lin Pingji's expression turned complex. Father, you often speak of your many friends and acquaintances among the heroes of the martial world. I assumed your connections would suffice. I never anticipated that all your father's acquaintances are unreliable companions, leaving us without a single trustworthy ally in times of crisis. He thought, but did not voice it. Lin Jinan's face flushed with embarrassment. He is merely a Baihu from the Xianyi Wei. It is likely he was merely being polite before parting ways. The enmity between the Qingchang sect and us is personal. The Xianyi Wei may not involve themselves in such matters. Lin Pingji's expression grew dim as he recalled the words of Song De Gu from their time on the ship, advising him to consider the consequences before acting and not to allow impulsiveness to bring disaster upon the family. At the time, he had dismissed it as mere lecturing, never realizing that Song De Gu had seen through his propensity for reckless behavior. Seeing that his son seemed uncertain, Lin Jinan gritted his teeth and declared, regardless of whether your friend comes or not, we cannot remain idle any longer. At midnight, I shall order all the servants and maids in the residence to open the gates and flee. We will change our clothes and blend into the crowd. Whether we escape will depend on fate. Furthermore, if you manage to get away, remember to seek refuge with your maternal grandfather in Luoyang. Your grandfather is the leader of the Jing Dao sect, known as the Invincible Golden Blade, with numerous disciples who are not inferior to the Qingchang sect. It is entirely my fault for being too indecisive. Had I led the entire family to Luoyang from the outset, we would not have been cornered by the Qingchang sect to such a degree. In Xiangyang Lane, Fuzhou, Song Qian, clutching her sword, curiously surveyed the old mansion before her, noting the abandoned state of the alley, devoid of any signs of life. This is the Lin family's old residence, Song Qian casually remarked. The Lin family's old residence? What brings us here? To retrieve the Bixia sword manual. Within the narrative of the smiling, proud wanderer, the easiest high-level martial arts technique to obtain is the original Bixia sword manual hidden within the Lin family's old mansion. There is no need for bloodshed, nor is there great difficulty. As long as one is resolute enough to undergo self-castration, one can become a renowned master in the martial world within a year. As he spoke, Song Qian lightly tapped the ground with his toes, soaring gracefully into the dilapidated courtyard. Moments later, he held a manual in his hand. Let me see. Song Qian leaned in with curiosity. Upon seeing the 8 characters on the first page, to cultivate this skill, one must first self-castrate. Her complexion paled, filled with terror. Brother, I understand you have your burdens, but you cannot resort to self-destruction. She seemed to recall something and encouraged, Brother, you are the sole heir of the Song family. Some things can be set aside, but you cannot be without them. Wouldn't you agree? What are you thinking? Am I the sort to self-castrate for a manual? Song Qian glared at her in displeasure. That is hard to say. Song Qian regarded her elder brother with suspicion. Sister Lu, that ethereal beauty, came to your door, and you could bind her to recite the Qingxin Puxin chant. Given your unpredictable way of thinking, whatever you might do would not surprise me. Song Qian shot her a glare and turned the page of the manual to begin reading. To cultivate divine skills, one must self-castrate. If one does not undergo self-castration, the internal heat will arise, igniting the body and causing chaos and restlessness within. Even if the heat subsides, the injuries to the body will persist. However, after self-castration, True energy is naturally generated. Song Xian was astonished, for he had previously believed that this BCSOR manual was merely a simple sword technique, only to discover that it also encompassed methods for cultivating inner energy. By practicing this technique, combined with the 72 sword styles within, one could derive true energy from internal strength after self-castration, thus stepping into the threshold of innate martial artists. Indeed, it is no wonder that this is regarded as the most easily mastered divine skill in Xiao Ao Jianghu. Yu Canghai's defeat at the hands of Lin Pingji later on was truly not unjust. Chapter 58, Breakthrough, Ascending to the Innate Realm. After contemplating the 72 Bixia sword techniques from the manual, Song Xian's first impression was one of strangeness. This sword technique is exceedingly peculiar, with many of its striking methods even defying the limits of human capability, yet they are meticulously recorded within the manual. There exists a well-known saying in the martial world: the stranger the weapon, the faster it kills. Similarly, the more bizarre the sword technique, the quicker one meets their demise. The term strange refers to concepts that transcend ordinary understanding, relying on the element of surprise. However, such extremities can be easily exploited. If the same technique is employed against a person twice, their weaknesses may be discerned, making them susceptible to a fatal strike. The Bixia sword technique shares this vulnerability. And in Song Xian's view, the weaknesses of these 72 sword styles are exceedingly easy to identify. To compensate for this flaw, the Bixia sword technique possesses an additional characteristic: speed. Unmatched speed, while Song Xian's own sword-drawing speed was rapid. It stemmed from his formidable physical prowess rather than the sword technique itself. In contrast, the Bixia sword technique achieves incredible speed without depleting the physical body's vitality. It relies solely on the sword technique to attain its swift efficacy. With such remarkable speed, combined with the unervingly peculiar swordplay, even if an opponent identifies the weaknesses within the technique during combat, they would have no time to react. The swordplay is so fast that it can determine life and death in an instant, even if one perceives the flaws within the Bixia sword technique. There would be no opportunity for counteraction. To achieve such unparalleled speed, one must first undergo self-castration. Without this, the body will continuously produce scorching heat, potentially leading to madness. Once self-castration is performed, and the Bixia sword technique is practiced under its enigmatic cultivation path, the internal strength will gradually condense into true energy, allowing one to leap into the innate realm. Closing the manual, Song Xian handed it to Song Qian, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath, slowly drawing his sword from his waist. Song Qian, on high alert, watched her brother anxiously, fearing that he might accidentally harm himself in a moment of impulsiveness. Without uttering a word, Song Xian slowly opened his eyes and began to practice the Bixia sword technique as recorded in the manual. Initially, his sword-drawing speed was quite slow. Some movements felt awkward, causing his body to twist in an uncomfortable manner. However, as his body gradually adapted to the peculiar swordplay, his speed began to increase, eventually filling the courtyard with a dazzling display of sword light in Song Qian's eyes. The line between reality and illusion blurred, and she could no longer distinguish between feints and genuine lethal strikes. Faced with such an extreme transformation in swordplay, she was at a loss as to how to respond. Perhaps only by reaching the third realm of swordsmanship that her brother had previously mentioned, the heavy sword realm, could one hope to contend with it. Regardless of the sword technique or its variations, sheer strength would prevail. Song Xian's sword-drawing speed continued to escalate, astonishing even him. His complexion reddened, and beads of sweat covered his entire body, a mist emanating from him. Due to his lack of self-castration, while practicing the Bixia sword technique, a relentless heat began to surge within him, reaching an unfathomable intensity. He felt that if an egg were placed upon him at that moment, it would be cooked instantly. "Brother, stop. If you continue, you will lose control." Song Qian, alarmed by her brother's unusual condition, began to call out anxiously. "Don't worry," Song Qian replied calmly, showing no signs of halting, as the escalating heat within him was being absorbed and harnessed by his pure yang internal energy. The bright red, pure yang internal energy within his dantian resembled a bottomless abyss. No matter how much heat was generated, it would be entirely consumed. As the internal heat continued to be absorbed, Song Qian could distinctly sense his cultivation, which had previously been at the limit of the postnatal realm, beginning to loosen. The red pure yang internal energy, once in a mist-like form, was now showing initial signs of condensing into a liquid state. His internal strength was gradually transforming into innate true energy. This opportunity, the BCSOR manual, was indeed the key to his breakthrough. A wave of excitement surged through Song Xian, prompting him to quicken his practice of the BCS sword technique. To an ordinary person, practicing such a sword technique without self-castration would inevitably lead to madness. Yet in Song Xian's hands, it became a means to surpass his limits, and this unexpected opportunity filled him with exhilaration. "Brother, you're moving too fast. Too fast." Initially, upon witnessing the rising mist surrounding her brother, Song Qian would express her concerns. However, as time passed, and she observed that aside from the steam and his flushed face resembling a red-cooked pig trotter, there were no other alarming signs. She ceased her warnings and simply watched the unfolding scene in silence. Time passed gradually. 3 hours later, as Song Xian propelled the sword technique to its utmost limit, he suddenly felt a buzzing in his head. Everything in the courtyard became vividly clear in his mind's eye. The wind rustled through the bamboo grove, and the leaves whispered softly. The sounds of insects and birds in the courtyard were easily discernible, and he could even hear the rhythmic beating of Song Qian's heart, as well as the very breath she exhaled. Within a radius of 3 zhong, he felt an overwhelming sense of control over life and death within this space. He was invincible. As the speed of the sword technique gradually slowed, Song Xian stood firm with his sword until he sensed that the pure yang internal energy within his dantian had fully condensed into pure yang true energy. Releasing a deep breath, from this day forth, he, Song Xian, had entered the realm of innate martial artists. With a thought, a transparent module resembling a gaming interface appeared before him. Name: Song Xian. Age: 20. Identity: second-class guard of the Xian Yi Wei. Realm: early innate realm. Reputation in the Jianghu: a newcomer. Mount: Xian Yi Wei's Qingsong horse. Internal cultivation method: Chunyang Wujing Tongzi Gong, celestial level technique. Family heirloom: Xin Bing Jin, innate level technique. Martial skills: BCS sword technique, innate level sword technique. Lightness skill: Spiral 9 shadows. Master level movement technique. Basic fist and foot techniques of Xian Yi Wei, basic blade techniques. Elementary hidden weapon throwing techniques, elementary iron cloth shirt, and elementary lightness skill grass over the sky. Closing the attribute panel. Song Xian felt the pure yang true energy coursing through his body, continuously refining his flesh and sharpening his spirit. The sensation of power overwhelming him was indescribably exhilarating. Chapter 59. I practiced the Tongzi Gong. Brother, have you broken through? Song Qian's eyes sparkled with joy, rushing to his side to examine him closely. Yes, I have. Song Xian wore a smile on his face, his mood exceptionally buoyant. Stepping into the realm of the Xiantian, it signified that as long as he refrained from provoking Zhang Sanfeng at Wudong Mountain, he could navigate the territory of Mingzhou with a measure of safety. Was this Pai Xie sword manual truly so remarkable? Song Qian stared in astonishment at the manual in her hands, biting her lip and pondering whether, as a woman, she need not undergo the process of castration. Without waiting for Song Qian to speak, she drew the long sword and began practicing the techniques inscribed within. Never mind. I shall try it first. A quarter of an hour later, Song Qian was flushed and enveloped in warmth, her gaze becoming increasingly dazed as she looked at Song Qian with an odd grin. Observing this, Song Qian stepped forward, swiftly knocking the sword from her grip, and then seized her arm, tossing her into a pond located within the old residence. The cool water jolted her senses, and she emerged, her clarity returning as she slapped the surface of the water. Had I just succumbed to madness? Yes, I was grinning like a fool. Song Qian inquired with curiosity. Did you perceive any illusions while in a state of madness? With a hint of embarrassment coloring her visage, Song Qian turned her head away and replied, No, I don't know. My mind was muddled, and I cannot recall. Song Qian nodded, finding it unsurprising. Such a state of confusion was indeed typical when one lost control. Brother, why is it that you can avoid castration without issue, yet I cannot when I cultivate? Song Qian pouted, expressing that the Xianbing energy within her dantian could not suppress the rising heat. How did you manage to contain it? I am not employing Xianbing energy. Song Qian pondered for a moment, Perhaps it was due to his recent significant elevation in strength that he found many things clearer and became less meticulous. You may have surmised, I merely practice Xianbing energy casually, but my true cultivation lies in the Tongzi Gong. Tongzi Gong? Song Qian seemed to have anticipated this revelation and was not excessively shocked. After previously hearing from Sister Lu about your endeavors, I had already entertained such speculation. Brother, was this Tongzi Gong passed down from father? Song Qian paused briefly before shaking his head. No, this was precisely why he had been reluctant to discuss the matter, as he could not divulge the origins of the technique and would have to fabricate a story, which would subsequently require further lies to conceal. Quite troublesome. Not from father. Then, Song Qian's spirits brightened, realizing that old Song had not shown favoritism. It appears you harbor quite a few secrets. Does anyone else know of your cultivation in Tongzi Gong? No, you are the first to know. Song Qian beamed. Brother, as you practice Tongzi Gong, do you often attend brothels to listen to music? Is it perhaps to temper your temperament? Upon this thought, she clapped her hands as if coming to an epiphany. No wonder you can withstand the heat within and resist losing control. This indeed sharpens one's disposition. Song Qian was taken aback, then slowly nodded. If you think so, then I shall admit it. Indeed, I, your brother, go to temper my temperament. In certain respects, Song Qian demonstrated remarkable understanding, as she seemed to recognize that her elder brother preferred not to delve too deeply into the origins of Tongzi Gong, thus refraining from mentioning it further. This significantly eased Song Qian's burden, sparing him from concocting a tale about encountering an old beggar who imparted divine skills during a childhood outing. With a touch of regret, Song Qian stored away the Pai CS sword manual, acknowledging that while the sword technique was commendable, it seemed rather unfriendly towards women, as this martial art was inherently designed for eunuchs in the palace. Song Qian chuckled casually. Perhaps it was originally crafted by eunuchs in the palace. As he hung the long sword at his waist and brushed off the dust from his attire, he declared, "Let us proceed to little Linzi's house. After all, my breakthrough was significantly aided by the Lin family's sword manual, and I shall take care of some minor troubles on their behalf." As dusk descended, within the Lin family estate, a cluster of maids and servants had already gathered, prepared to flee at Lin Junnan's command. At this moment, their fates rested solely in the hands of destiny. In recent days, many had contemplated escape, but the disciples of the Qingshang sect lurking outside seemed resolute in their intent to annihilate everyone within the estate. Only those within the Lin family estate were permitted entry. No one, be they maid, servant, or family member, could step beyond the gate without facing imminent death. Outside the estate, in a secluded corner, several disciples of the Qingshang sect whispered among themselves, "When will our master arrive? He should be here tonight." A slightly older disciple responded, "Recently, there were some issues in the Jiangzhou region, and upon receiving the news, the master hurried there, where he was delayed for a time. However, considering the timeline, he should be arriving shortly." "Excellent. Once our master arrives, we shall act. We cannot allow any members of the Lin family to escape." A youthful disciple, seemingly around 17 or 18, exclaimed excitedly, "Brothers, once we extinguish the Lin family, I desire nothing but Lin foreign. I have had my eye on her for many days. I hope my brothers will not compete with me for her." "You brat, you have an affinity for treachery," came a languid voice from behind. "Ha, what can I say? This is my taste. I hope my brothers will not laugh at me." The young disciple replied with a grin, but the next moment, he felt something was amiss. Recalling that there had been no one behind him, a sudden chill swept over him, and he whirled around, only to find a young scholar, clad in scholarly attire, standing behind him, one hand resting upon his shoulder. The disciples of the Qingshang sect promptly drew their long swords, some even shouting, "Who are you? Are you here to assist the Lin family?" Within the Lin estate, Lin Junnan surveyed the faces of the anxious and fearful crowd, bowing in apology, saying, "It is my Lin family's fault to you all. Speaking further is futile. We can only fight to the death. If you are prepared, I will now open the gates. Whoever can escape, may escape." As he finished speaking, silence enveloped the courtyard, no one uttering a word. Lin Junnan sighed and prepared to stride toward the gate. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside the gate, as if someone had been forcefully hurled against the iron door. Faintly, a woman's voice could be heard scolding, "Where does this miss need to report her whereabouts to you shrimp-like creatures?" Then, a knocking sound ensued. "Open the door, warmth is coming." Chapter 60. A question for you. answered truthfully inside the Lin estate. Many were left dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. What does warmth is coming mean? Lin Zhunan forced a bitter smile, realizing that the Qingcheng sect was preparing to breach the estate. Everyone, get ready. Let us see how many can escape. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking resumed outside. Little Lindsay, are you still alive? If so, respond. The voice of the woman outside grew increasingly impatient. Respond. Lin Pingji, as if awakening from a dream, finally comprehended who had arrived, instinctively calling out, Sister Qian, is it you? Oh, it seems you're still alive. Song Qian's tone paused momentarily before rising in pitch. If you are alive, hurry and open the door. Song Qian felt a bit vexed, fully aware that the early stages of Tongzi Gong progressed slowly. Before reaching Xiantian, it could only be considered a foundational phase. Meanwhile, her elder brother had been stuck at the 9th level of the postnatal realm for several years. Now that he had finally broken through, his future path in martial arts would undoubtedly surge forward like a raging torrent. Her thoughts were consumed with the urgency of resolving the matters of the Lin family, so she could return to seclusion and strive to reach the Xiantian realm. Otherwise, given the characteristics of her brother's Tongzi Gong, the gap between them would only widen. I am coming. Lin Pingji hurriedly opened the door, revealing the tall and imposing figure of Song Qian. Dressed in scholarly robes, Song Qian appeared refined and cultured. Yet Lin Pingji inexplicably felt an overwhelming pressure. In the presence of his familiar elder brother Song, he found it a bit difficult to breathe. Your letter conveyed urgency. I thought you were on the brink of demise. Song Qian assessed Lin Pingji from head to toe, exclaiming, You look lively and well. Oyan Brother Song. A broad smile illuminated Lin Pingji's face. He had previously experienced Song Qian's sharp tongue aboard the ship, finding her remarks somewhat biting. However, now he felt an unusual warmth. In light of the Lin family's current predicament, while others distanced themselves, this friend, whom he had known for merely 10 days, had come a great distance to offer assistance. This sentiment was one Lin Pingji would never forget. Is everyone at home safe? Song Qian inquired gently, glancing at the crowd behind Lin Pingji. Lin Pingji did not respond directly, instead lowering his gaze to the several Qingchang sect disciples sprawled on the ground outside, 2 of whom seemed lifeless, while others writhed in pain. Before he could speak, Lin Zhunan approached eagerly, cupping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, young heroes, for your timely aid. Without you, my Lin family would likely face annihilation tonight. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. We are relatives. There is no need for such formality. Lin Zhunan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Lin Pingji. You rascal, are you hiding something from your father? Lin family and these 2 Song siblings were related? Why did you not inform me sooner? But in the next instant, seeing the knowing smile on Song Qian's face, Lin Zhunan quickly bowed and said, in terms of lineage, I should address you as my maternal uncle. He then solemnly regarded Song Qian, stating, second aunt. Song Qian and Song Qian exchanged glances, barely suppressing their laughter. Old Lin was indeed an intriguing character, willing to bend and stretch to protect his family's lives. Too bad his strength was lacking. Pingji, quickly address your maternal uncle and aunt. Lin Pingji wore a bewildered expression, glancing between his father and the Song siblings, utterly confused. What is happening? They were my friends I summoned for help. Yet in an instant, I have been reduced to a grandchild. Song Qian waved his hand, stating that it was unnecessary to adhere to such strict lineage distinctions. He then looked at the middle-aged woman behind Lin Zhunan, who displayed a look of relief, saying, You must be Lin Foreign? Lin Foreign, somewhat flustered, performed a respectful bow. I have met my maternal uncle and second aunt. Before she could finish, Song Qian kicked a Qingchang sect disciple, who was rolling on the ground, towards Lin Zhunan and his wife. I heard this fellow wish to have a serious discussion with Lin Foreign, Song Qian remarked, his tone measured. Perhaps you 2 could take him away and converse at your leisure? Lin Zhunan took a deep breath and bowed in gratitude. Thank you. With that, he seized the man's neck and hurried with Lin Foreign toward the backyard. Soon, the sounds of anguished wails echoed from the backyard, mingled with Lin Zhunan's furious outbursts of traditional expletives, given that the Qingchang sect had already sworn enmity against them. With threats to annihilate the Lin family and dishonor his wife, there was little left to hold back. Lin Zhunan was relentless, stabbing the man repeatedly until his fury subsided. Lin Foran dabbed her husband's forehead with a handkerchief, murmuring, "Are the Song siblings truly our distant relatives?" "Not exactly," Lin Jinan replied, shaking his head. "Initially, I did not grasp the full situation. I merely followed his lead in claiming a kinship. Now I understand their identities are special. They are court officials. If they had not come forward under the guise of distant relatives, it could have caused unnecessary trouble. They risked offending the entire Qingchang sect to assist us. So it is only fitting we honor them as family." A smile of satisfaction spread across Lin Jinan's face. "Pingji, this boy far surpasses me, at least in forging friendships. He is leagues ahead." In the front yard, Song Qian chuckled, "Come, great-grandson, wish your aunt a happy new year, and I shall prepare a generous red envelope for you." Lin Pingji smiled awkwardly. "Qianjia, you are so young and beautiful, like a fairy. Calling you aunt makes it sound like I am aging you." "Indeed," Song Qian beamed, causing Lin Pingji to feel a momentary daze. He quickly regained his composure, pointing at the Qingchang sect disciples lying on the ground. "Oyanya, your martial skills are truly formidable. These individuals killed many in our escort agency a few days ago, yet they appear utterly powerless against you. I wonder if I shall ever attain your level in this lifetime." Upon hearing this, Song Qian's face bore a peculiar smile. "Little Lin, may I ask you a question? Answer honestly." Chapter 61. Would you accept an opportunity to become a peerless master? Please ask. I would never dare to conceal anything. Lin Pingji's demeanor shifted to serious, and he felt a tinge of anxiety, uncertain what this peculiar Song young lady would inquire. "Don't be nervous. It's merely a casual question." Song Qian lowered her voice. "If, and I emphasize if, I were to offer you a peerless manual that would allow you to become an extraordinary master in a short time, but the price is to castrate yourself, would you be willing to cultivate it?" "Castrate myself?" Lin Pingji was taken aback and shook his head vigorously. "No, absolutely not. Why do you only focus on the self-castration part? Did you not hear me say you could become a peerless master? Are you truly not tempted?" "I am tempted," Lin Pingji replied earnestly. "But if I were to castrate myself, I would no longer be a man. What would be the meaning of living? Even if I became a peerless master, I would find no joy in it." "Oh, I see." Song Qian nodded thoughtfully, realizing that men indeed hold great importance to that aspect. It seemed her earlier worries about her brother self-castrating for a manual were somewhat unfounded. "You are asking the question incorrectly," Song Qian interjected. "Pingji, had we not arrived today, the Qingqing sect would have slaughtered your entire family, and you alone might have narrowly escaped." At that moment, if a manual offering the chance to become a peerless master were presented before you, requiring self-castration to cultivate, would you proceed? Lin Pingji fell silent, his gaze fixed on the lifeless bodies of the Qingchang sect disciples. He understood that Song Qian's words were accurate. Had they not intervened, the ones lying on the ground would have been his family. The thought of his family facing annihilation brought tears to his eyes, and he grit his teeth, declaring, "I would cultivate it." "So, Brother Song, does such a manual truly exist?" Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. "It was merely a rhetorical question. Do not get too excited. You're all safe and sound." Lin Pingji shook his head. "Brother, you do not understand. These are merely the first waves sent by the Qingchang sect. Their leader Yu Tsanghai has yet to arrive. I have gathered enough information about Yu Tsanghai. He is ruthless and formidable. Even if my Lin family survives this ordeal, we will eventually have to confront him. I have killed his son. Even if I were to sacrifice my life, he would not let my family off the hook. The trouble I have caused. If self-castration could resolve such a significant issue with Yu Tsanghai, I would willingly do it 100 times. Song Qian smiled gently, reassuringly stating that there was no need to worry. Since he had arrived, he would naturally handle the matter appropriately. Logically, it was understandable for Yu Tsanghai to seek revenge after Lin Pingji had killed his son. Yet, once one entered the realm of martial arts, it was a world of drifting and uncertainty. The essence of this world lay in the cycle of kill or be killed, dictated by strength and the hardness of one's fist. Who would concern themselves with loss? If Yu Tsanghai possessed the capability, he could easily annihilate the Lin family, and the court would not intervene. Conversely, if the Lin family was strong enough, they could retaliate against the Qingchang sect, and still, the court would remain indifferent. The victor would always be deemed just the one in the right. Now, where did justice stand? Having just broken through to the innate realm, Song Qian declared that wherever he stood, there was justice. The Qingchang sect disciples who had been monitoring the Lin family were swiftly dealt with by Song Xian and his companion, temporarily putting an end to the Lin family's tribulations. What remained was merely a waiting game for Yu Songhai's arrival, which would mark the true culmination of events. After a long journey, Song Xian and his companion were assigned 2 rooms by Lin Jinnan and promptly went to rest. Subsequently, Lin Jinnan instructed the household servants to begin cleaning the courtyard in preparation for the evening feast, dispelling the previously tense atmosphere. Pingji, come here. After giving instructions to the servants, Lin Jinnan pulled Lin Pingji into a corner and whispered, "Do you know just how powerful your 2 friends are? Has your brother Song ever mentioned whether they can handle you, Songhai?" "I do not know." Lin Pingji hesitated and shook his head. "I have not asked, nor have they brought it up. However, I sensed that when they spoke of you, Songhai, their tone and demeanor did not seem to regard him with any seriousness." Lin Jinnan's expression softened somewhat. "That makes sense. If they were not confident in dealing with you, Songhai, they would not have rushed here. Those capable of becoming captains in the Xuan Guards possess intellect and means beyond our comprehension. As your father, I seek nothing else but for those 2 young heroes to compel you, Songhai, to retreat. Once we overcome this calamity, we shall transfer our headquarters to Jiangzhou Prefecture." He continued, "He is a captain of the Xuan Guards. Ordinary merchants may not catch his eye, but our Lin family operates an escort agency with branches across Mingzhou, employing tens of thousands. With such a vast network, gathering intelligence is effortless, thus serving as a ready-made information network for the Xuan Guards." Lin Pingji appeared somewhat puzzled. "Father, why do you mention all this?" "I'm saying that our Lin family still holds some value. Your brother Song, being new to Jiangzhou Prefecture, likely lacks capable subordinates. I believe that in your brother's eyes, our Lin family may prove quite useful." Lin Jinnan chuckled. "At such a young age, he has already become a captain of Xuan Guards. His future is limitless. After this ordeal, I have come to realize that no amount of connections or fair-weather friends can compare to firmly holding on to a significant ally. Finding a reliable supporter willing to stand up for us. Pingji, relying solely on the loyalty of friends may help you once or twice, but they cannot assist you indefinitely. Only by binding interests together can we ensure the survival of our Lin family." Lin Pingji hesitated. "Father, although Brother Song is a member of the Xuan Guards, his character is noble and not that of a common person. What if discussing matters of commerce and profit offends him?" Lin Jinnan laughed heartily. "Pingji, you're still young. Some things he may not care for, but we cannot shy away from mentioning. Moreover, I believe that even the most virtuous individuals must eat, do they not? As a captain, he will need to establish his own foundation and intelligence network, all of which require substantial financial and human resources. Our Lin family possesses wealth and manpower. We shall provide him with financial and human support, and in return, he will become our Lin family's protector, offering us the necessary martial backing. Pingji, your mother and I are aging, and we do not fear death, but we must consider you and the future descendants of the Lin family. After this trial, the Lin family must think ahead, and it is essential to find a trustworthy ally." Chapter 62. This bond, do you feel moved? In a guest room of the Lin residence, Song Xian sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes to consolidate the strength he had gained from his recent breakthrough. At that moment, Song Xian pushed the door open and entered. Opening his eyes, Song Xian regarded his sister, who had never been one to knock before entering. "Is there something you need? Brother, you aren't planning to stay here, are you?" Song Xian frowned. "The climate here is rather warm, and I dislike it. Why not just go deal with you, Songhai, directly instead of waiting for him here?" "I am not waiting for you, Songhai." "Huh? Then who are you waiting for?" Song Qian looked at him curiously. "No wonder you knew about the sword manual in the Lin family's old residence. Do you have acquaintances here? Or perhaps, is there someone you fancy?" Song Qian dismissed her curiosity, stating, "I am waiting for Lin Jinnan." Waiting for him for what? Song Qian had little regard for Lin Jinnan, finding him overly indecisive. With a handful of great cards, he had managed to turn the situation into a deadlock. Had it not been for their nostalgia and assistance, the Lin family would be in dire straits. Song Qian chuckled. People grow through trials and tribulations. Lin Jinnan has successfully expanded an escort agency across Mingzhou. Although his martial skills may be lacking, his capability is not to be underestimated. If only he were a bit more decisive, he could be a valuable asset. You want to utilize him? Song Qian narrowed her eyes, contemplating. Considering the Lin family is quite wealthy, possessing both resources and manpower. And with an escort agency that spans the nation, it serves as a ready intelligence network. No wonder you agreed without hesitation when you received little Linzi's distress signal. I thought you, Song Xiaoxia, were all about loyalty and righteousness. I never expected that the broad-shouldered, big-eyed Song Gongzi would also covet their assets. How cunning of you! Song Xian shot her a disapproving glance. You're so lofty and impressive. Just remember, when I acquire silver from the Lin family, do not expect to spend a single coin. That won't do. Song Qian giggled. Brother, I misspoke earlier. You are not cunning. You're simply farsighted. The conditions in our Chihu Division's residence are rather poor. I wish to change to an estate. I am not picky. Just a courtyard like the one my little cousin lives in, complete with a garden. Song Xian was left speechless. Then you should reconsider. Such courtyards are not attainable unless one meets a certain standard. Even with silver, you cannot buy them. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Cousin, are you resting? Lin Jianan's voice came from outside. Song Xian gestured for Song Qian to be quiet, saying, Not yet. Please come in, Chief Lin. Lin Jianan entered and, upon seeing Song Qian, quickly offered his respects. Ah, the second aunt is also here. Song Qian smiled and shook his head. Enough of the formalities. There are no outsiders here, no need for pretense. I trust Chief Lin understands my meaning? Understood. Lin Jianan replied promptly. I am aware that both young heroes have special identities and require a suitable reason to partake in Lin family's affairs. Rest assured, I will not disclose anything outside. Song Xian nodded slightly. As a prominent figure in a large escort agency, Lin Jianan might have some flaws in character, but his intelligence was beyond doubt. Chief Lin, you're a wise man. Is there something urgent you wish to discuss at this late hour? Lin Jianan pondered for a moment before responding, Young hero, it is possible that Yu Canghai will arrive in Fuzhou County tonight. Should we wait for him here, or pack up and leave tonight? Song Qian remained silent. Glancing at Song Qian, understanding his unspoken thoughts, Song Qian smirked. Just one Yu Canghai. That so-called heart-crushing palm is merely a means to intimidate the less capable. Not to mention my brother. Even I could crush him with a single hand. She truly did not boast. Her major, the family heirloom, Xianbing Jin, is considered to be of an exceptionally high caliber among innate martial arts. To Song Qian, Yu Canghai's technique, which specializes in freezing the heart and destroying the heart, is nothing but a joke, one that she happens to counter effectively. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianan felt a weight settle in his heart, and his gaze towards Song Qian was imbued with both astonishment and anticipation, his voice trembling as he inquired, Song Xiaojia, could it be that you are? Indeed, my brother is an innate martial artist, she declared with pride. Yu Canghai is hardly worth my brother's personal attention, but since Xiao Lin is a decent person, my brother chose to come in person to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Zong Biao Tu, are you moved by this gesture? Song Qian nearly asked directly, are you touched? If so, shouldn't you show some sincerity? Lin Jianan, being an astute individual, immediately grasped the implication in Song Qian's words. He took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. What merit does my Lin family possess to warrant the personal intervention of such a remarkable figure as Song Xiaojia? If you do not disdain us, we, the Lin family, are willing to regard you as our superior and follow your lead. Over the years, the Lin family had accumulated considerable wealth, and he added, if the esteemed Xiaojia does not reject us, I would willingly offer it all, asking for nothing in return but the chance for Ping Ji to repay the favor by being beside you. After Lin Jianan entered the room, Song Qian, who had remained somewhat indifferent, finally showed a slight change in expression. Lin Zong Biao Tu, are you planning to relinquish your family fortune solely to secure a future for your son? Lin Jianan nodded earnestly. Indeed, I hope the esteemed Xiaojia will grant us this opportunity. Song Qian smiled and replied, I understand that the Lin family possesses considerable wealth, yet I am not one to covet riches. Wealth is as ephemeral as clouds to me. Lin Jianan's expression stiffened. Then what do you mean, esteemed Xiaojia? The Fuwei Biao Ju will continue to operate as it has in the past, and the management shall remain in your hands. I only ask for one thing. Lin Jianan sighed with relief. Although Song Qian claimed not to love money, his words clearly indicated acceptance of Lin Jianan's allegiance. Please, esteemed Xiaojia, go on. Lin Jianan adeptly changed his address. In addition to regular operations, the Fu Wei Biao Ju must also undertake the task of gathering valuable intelligence from various locales. Lin Zhun eagerly inquired, "Esteemed Xiaojia, what type of intelligence is deemed valuable?" "Intelligence from both the official and martial realms must be collected." "Understand." Song Xian nodded slowly. "If all goes as expected, Yu Songhai should arrive tonight. Once we deal with him, my sister and I shall return to Yangzhou June. Please make arrangements to relocate the headquarters of the Biao Ju to Yangzhou. Being closer will allow me to look after the Lin family, should any mishaps arise. I shall heed your command." Lin Zhun felt immense joy, with the promise of such a formidable innate master as Song Xian. The safety of the Lin family in Yangzhou was assured. By the way, esteemed Xiaojia, what of Ping Ji? He wished for Lin Ping Ji to accompany Song Xian, hoping he could secure a position within the Xianyi Wei, ensuring his peace of mind even after his own demise. "This matter is not urgent." Song Xian waved his hand. "Lin Ping Ji is of age. I believe it would be best to arrange for him to marry and have children first. It seems the Lin family's lineage is somewhat lacking. Indeed, my Lin family does not have many offspring. Once we weather this trial, I shall arrange a marriage for Ping Ji," Lin Zhun replied. Song Xian nodded with a smile. "In that case, you may return and rest. There may be some commotion tonight, but it should not be too significant." With that, he dismissed Lin Zhun, who hurriedly rose to take his leave. As soon as he exited the room and stepped into the courtyard, Song Qian followed closely behind. "Miss, is there anything else you wish to convey?" Lin Zhun's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Setting aside her identity as the younger sister of the master, her indifference towards Yu Songhai compelled him to tread carefully. "My brother values loyalty and righteousness. Thus he may overlook certain matters. However, there are some things I must clarify with you." Lin Zong Biao too. "Please, miss, go ahead." After a moment's contemplation, Song Qian stated, "Tonight, it was Lin Zong Biao too who voluntarily offered the family fortune to ally with my brother. Has my brother ever coerced you?" "He has not. The master is benevolent and has not compelled me in the slightest." Song Qian nodded with satisfaction. "If that is the case, this was your own choice. Should I discover any acts of betrayal in the future, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Lin Zhun lowered his head slightly. "Rest assured, Mississippi. Although I, Lin Zhun am not a hero, I am not ungrateful either. If I were ever to betray the master, may my Lin family be extinguished." Song Qian's expression softened as she smiled. "In that case, you may return and rest easy. After tonight, the grievances between the Lin family and the Qingchang sect will be resolved." With that, Song Qian vanished like a shadow into the night, her eerie agility sending chills down Lin Zhun's spine. Such elusive skills would ensure a swift death for anyone she targeted, leaving them unaware of their impending demise. Upon returning to his room, Lin Ping Ji hurried to greet him. "Father, did Song Degu agree?" Lin Zhun exhaled deeply, smiling. "Your Song Degu is a decent person, rather agreeable. The Lin family shall recognize him as our master henceforth. We will continue to manage our own affairs, but discreetly. We must gather intelligence on the martial and official realms for him, and he will ensure our safety. Once the night passes, we shall begin preparations to relocate the headquarters to Yangzhou." Lin Ping Ji's face lit up with joy. "Father, did Song Degu mention anything else?" "Nothing much. Oh, he did say our Lin family's lineage is lacking and urged me to arrange your marriage and progeny swiftly. It seems our master is quite the worrywart." Lin Ping Ji smiled. "Indeed, Song Degu is quite caring and often poses intriguing questions. For instance, tonight he asked me if I would be willing to undergo castration to cultivate an extraordinary martial art, if such a manual were presented to me." "Oh." Lin Jinnan's hand trembled slightly while holding the teacup. "What was your answer?" "At first, I was unwilling. But later, Song Degu asked me that if he were unable to arrive in time and the Qingchang sect killed my entire family, leaving only me alive, would I still be willing to cultivate that extraordinary manual?" "What did you say?" Lin Zhun's expression began to shift. Lin Ping Ji's expression darkened slightly. "Thinking of how my parents perished at Yu Songhai's hands fills me with profound sorrow. If it means avenging them, I would not hesitate to undergo castration. Even if it cost me my life, so be it." Lin Zhun fell silent, contemplating for a moment before saying, "It is getting late. You should return to rest. I fear the latter half of the night may not be peaceful, so be cautious. I shall take my leave." After Lin Ping Ji bowed and exited, Lin Nan sat in contemplation, rubbing his temples. Lin Run, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of anxiety. Husband, that manual Ping Ji mentioned, which requires castration, cannot be real, can it? Lin Nan hesitated before responding. The martial world is vast. All manner of manuals may exist. Since the master specifically inquired about it, it is likely not without reason. Lin Ren's expression turned grave. Does this mean he is testing Ping Ji? Or does he believe Ping Ji possesses the potential to cultivate that manual? It is hard to say, Lin Nan replied, his fingers tapping lightly on the chair. Given the master's cultivation and his connections in the imperial capital, possessing such a peculiar manual is not out of the question. Lin Ren's expression turned alarmed. What about Ping Ji? Lin Nan gestured for her to calm down. There is no need to worry about Ping Ji. If the master truly wished to scheme against him, he could have refrained from coming tonight, allowing the Qingchang sect to eliminate us before saving Ping Ji and handing him that manual. From the perspective of the Lord's concern for the offspring of the Lin family, it appears that Ping Ji may be one of the favored candidates. Taking a deep breath, Lin Nan's expression shifted from one of inner turmoil to a grave tone as he spoke. I am growing old, while Ping Heir is still young. It would be unjust to burden him with such sins. My dear, if there comes a day when I am no longer a complete man, will you look down upon me in your heart? Lady Lin smiled gently, moving closer to him, resting her face against his chest, and murmured, in my heart, no matter what you become, you will always remain my hero, the pillar of support for both me and Ping Heir. However, I feel sorry for you. Lin Nan chuckled heartily, saying, what is there to feel sorry about? For the sake of Ping Ji, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life. Moreover, these thoughts are merely our conjectures. Perhaps the Lord was simply asking out of casual interest, with no intention of easily sharing the secret manual. In Song Qian's resting quarters, Song Qian was polishing her sword, smiling as she said, I just want to eavesdrop. Song Qian paused his internal cultivation, opening his eyes, and inquired, what did you hear? Lin Nan is quite perceptive. He has guessed your intention for Lin Ping Ji to cultivate the Bai Xie Jian Pu. Oh, Song Qian replied, somewhat surprised. What was old Lin's reaction? Song Qian smiled playfully and said, old Lin believes you are lacking formidable experts among your subordinates, hence your plan to cultivate that young lad. Lin Ping Ji, for the sake of his son, old Lin must have his own intentions stemming from the palace. Song Qian shook his head with a smile, saying, there is no need for that. Indeed, there is no necessity. Had he not yet broken through to the innate realm, a subordinate who practiced the Bai Xie Jian Pu would have certainly drawn his interest. But now, his martial prowess is already sufficient. And with Lin Nan having willingly allied himself, there is no need to further scheme against his subordinates. As he spoke, Song Qian raised an eyebrow, sensing several new sounds in the otherwise silent courtyard. Stretching lazily, he took his long sword from the bedside and remarked, the protagonists of the night have finally arrived. Let's go out and see. Chapter 64. Yutsong Hai. I merely tapped you lightly. Those of the Lin family courtyard heard the shouts of disciples from the Qingcheng sect. Lin, come out and meet your demise. Naturally, Lin Nan and the others heard the commotion and hurried out of their rooms, anxiously looking towards Song Qian's quarters. Brother, let me handle this. Song Qian called out to stop her elder brother from leaving, adding with a smile, this time, allow me to show you my skills. In the next moment, she elegantly tapped a teacup on the table with her slender, fair fingers, channeling her internal energy, and with a swift motion, several drops of tea instantly froze and shot forward with a piercing sound. Before they could react, several figures from the shadows of the courtyard collapsed to the ground, unaware of the lethal hidden weapon that had claimed their lives. The Lin family father and son exchanged horrified glances. Song Qian feigned disappointment, stating softly, alas, my strength has yet to reach perfection. The sound of my attack still lacks concealment. If I were to encounter a master of the innate realm, they would easily evade it. It seems I shall need to train diligently upon my return. Ignoring his sister's self-critique, Song Qian stepped out of the room, first glancing at the bodies lying in the corner. Then his gaze fell upon a middle-aged man dressed in a flowing robe, whose stature was somewhat peculiar. Behind him stood several trembling disciples of the Qingcheng sect. Upon seeing Song Qian approach, the middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he coldly inquired, I am Yutsong Hai, the leader of the Qing Chung sect. Who are you? And did you just kill my disciple? It was I who did it. Song Qian, sword in hand, stepped forward with a mischievous grin, exuding a somewhat audacious demeanor. What's the matter, little shorty? Are you unsatisfied, little shorty? Yu Songhai was taken aback, fuming. Which sect do you belong to? Do your elders know you've killed my disciple? I killed him. So what? Song Qian replied nonchalantly, holding her sword. Isn't the martial world about you killing me and me killing you? What's the matter? Do you little shorty think you can't defeat this heroine and plan to tell your elders? You are too much. Yu Songhai seethed with rage. This girl has a sharp tongue, constantly calling him little shorty and mocking him for seeking help after losing. Initially, he had been wary of Song Qian's hidden weapon skills, but in his fury, and with his disciples watching, he could no longer care about anything else. If he did not teach this insolent girl a lesson today, his reputation as the leader of the Qing Chung sect would be trampled into the ground, becoming a laughingstock in the martial world. Yu Ganghai Zhao, propelling himself forward with a leap, covering over 10 meters in an instant, launching a surprise attack on Song Qian. He drew in a deep breath, his robe billowing, and struck forth with a palm imbued with a chilling force. Song Qian's expression remained calm as she channeled her Xian Bing energy into her palm, countering with an equally powerful strike. However, to her astonishment, her palm struck nothing but an afterimage of Yu Songhai. Her gaze shifted, and she realized that Yu Songhai's true form had appeared behind her elder brother, Song Qian. A sinister smile plastered on his face. That palm, filled with icy energy, came crashing down on Song Qian's back, his expression revealing no hint of concealment in his smugness. Little girl, you think you can challenge me? I have roamed the martial world for decades. My combat experience far surpasses yours. I shall first eliminate your ally, then slowly deal with you, this delicate flower, and take you back to Chung Mountain for some proper training. Boom! The palm fell. Song Qian turned with a smile. Yu Songhai's body trembled, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. He suddenly pivoted, retreating faster than he had approached, leaping over the Lin family courtyard wall, disappearing into the night in a flurry of leaps. Master, the disciples of the Qing Chung sect were left bewildered. What has happened? Did the master's ultimate skill, the heart-crushing palm, not strike that young man? Why then did the master flee? Before they could process their confusion, Song Qian raised his fingers, delicately slicing the air. A chilling sound echoed as flesh and bone were torn apart, followed by a shower of blood as several bewildered heads soared into the air. The scene was too gruesome to describe, and some maids and servants witnessing it shrieked in terror. Silence. Song Qian's furious shout brought the frightened onlookers to a halt. After ensuring they were no longer screaming, she anxiously approached her elder brother, asking, "Are you all right?" Song Qian smiled, saying, he was merely a postnatal martial artist. What harm could come to me? Song Qian, dissatisfied, retorted, then why didn't you dodge just now? Don't tell me you were caught off guard. I didn't want to dodge. I wanted to test how strong my physical defenses are after my breakthrough. Song Qian felt quite pleased. It seemed even without using true energy, his physical strength alone was enough to withstand the techniques of a postnatal martial artist without breaking a sweat. I will pursue Yu Songhai. Seeing her brother unharmed, Song Qian brandished her sword and prepared to chase after him. But Song Qian stopped her with a hand. There is no need. He shook his head slightly. You want to survive. The rebound force of my pure yang true energy is not something a postnatal martial artist can endure. Yu Songhai, employing his lightness skill, fled the city, finally stopping on a small hill outside the city to sit down and meditate. Master, on the hillside appeared 3 figures, left behind by Yu Songhai before entering the city, originally meant to prevent any potential threats from the Lin family. Unexpectedly, they now represented the last remnants of the Qing Chung sect. Yu Songhai leaned against a tree stump, gasping for breath. He disregarded the 3 disciples and raised the hand that had struck Song Xuan's back, revealing an arm twisted beyond recognition, perhaps too severely damaged for him to feel any pain. At this moment, Yu Songhai was engulfed in confusion. He had exerted his utmost strength to unleash the Quicksanzang martial art upon another person, yet not only did the opponent remain unscathed, but the recoil from their flesh had nearly shattered his entire arm. Was I truly striking a human? Is this what a human body should be like? Even the Shaolin monks, who specialize in hardening their bodies, could not possibly possess such extraordinary strength, could they? Coughing violently, a mouthful of blood erupted from his throat, mingled with fragments of internal organs, as Yu Songhai's eyes shifted from terror and despair to a somber resignation. He understood that death was imminent. Master, what on earth has transpired? Do not ask. Hasten to carry my corpse back to Qingqing Shan. From this day forth, the Qingqing sect shall seal its mountain for a century, establishing a rule that henceforth any disciple of the Qingqing sect who encounters a young man clad in a white Confucian robe must keep their distance and avoid provoking him. Furthermore, our sect's martial arts are concealed within. Before he could finish, he had already breathed his last. Master, please do not die. Master, clarify where our sect's martial arts are hidden. Master, enough with the lamentations. We must flee. But Master has commanded us to return his body to Qingqing Shan. We return what? Master has offended a formidable enemy. Do you wish to be slaughtered at the mountain gate? I certainly do not. Alas, wait for me, senior brother. Let's flee together. Chapter 66. Song Xuan. This mountain is mine to claim. This tree is mine to plant. Song Xuan was blissfully unaware that the Qingqing sect had disbanded. However, he knew that with even Yu Songhai, the sect leader, dead, any remaining lesser members of the Qingqing sect would lack the power to stir up any further chaos. At that moment, he was reprimanding Song Qian. Are you still arrogant now? Not at all. Song Qian lowered her head, acknowledging, I underestimated Yu Songhai. I thought the Xuanbing technique would restrain him and did not regard him highly. I did not anticipate his lightness of foot and agility. Song Xuan scoffed. Although his cultivation may be somewhat lacking, he is, after all, the leader of a sect endowed with its heritage. A lower cultivation does not imply inferior martial arts. If you continue to be as careless as today, looking down on others, you shall inevitably suffer great losses. Song Qian sincerely admitted her mistake. In the future, I will give my all against opponents and will never again underestimate anyone. Brother, please do not be angry. Seeing Song Qian's earnestness, Song Xuan ceased his scolding and addressed Lin Jinnan and the others. The courtyard is a bit messy. Please tidy it up and then rest early. Tonight, we can finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Lin Pingji remained somewhat unconvinced. Brother Xuan, is Yu Songhai truly dead? Song Qian, having just received a reprimand from her brother, seized the opportunity to retort, if my brother says he is dead, then he is dead. What? Do you doubt my brother's abilities? Lin Pingji shuddered, not daring to retort, and awkwardly smiled as he ordered the servants to tidy the courtyard, while he himself began sweeping with a large broom. Losing interest in this silent figure, Song Qian turned to Song Xuan with a smile. Brother, Yu Songhai's lightness of foot and agility are quite impressive. Should we not pursue him to seize his techniques? Unnecessary. Song Xuan pondered briefly, then replied, in a few days. When we return, I shall teach you a more formidable technique. While martial skills may falter, the ability to escape must be unparalleled. Excellent. Song Qian exclaimed, Brother, how many secrets do you possess? You have remained in the imperial capital for all these years. From where did you acquire such martial arts? Song Xuan remained silent and returned to his room. Song Qian followed him in, and after closing the door, she dutifully poured tea for her elder brother. Song Xuan spoke solemnly. For martial artists like us, martial arts are the foundation of our existence. Unless absolutely necessary, one should not easily disclose them to others. Every martial art has its weaknesses. The more people know about them, the easier it is for others to exploit those weaknesses. Song Qian pondered this, so this is why you concealed the fact that you practice the child technique. Indeed, Song Xuan nodded. This child technique is quite powerful, but its weaknesses are also apparent. If one becomes overly infatuated with the opposite sex during the foundational stages, it is all too easy to falter. In our line of work with the Xuani way, we easily offend others. If enemies were to discover my vulnerabilities, they could easily devise a strategy to counter me. Song Qian realized. No wonder you have suddenly changed your ways these past few years, often frequenting places of ill repute. You are honing your resistance to temptation, are you not? Indeed, having become accustomed to the various seductions of courtesans, the usual charms of beauty should hold little effect on you. Song Xuan smiled, affirming this intention. Now, you should return to rest early. We shall depart for Yangzhou at dawn. Before dawn, the Lin residence bustled with activity. Carriages piled up outside the estate, with maidservants and servants seen transporting boxes of valuable items into the vehicles. As the first light of dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of morning, Song Xuan and the others had finished breakfast and gradually set out with the Lin family's convoy from the estate. On the streets, many observed the convoy of over 10 carriages, exchanging whispers about the news they had received. In a nearby tea house, two figures garbed as wandering knights, a man and a woman, conferred quietly. The woman was graceful, while the man, silver-haired and aged, appeared quite venerable. It seems the enmity between the Lin family and the Qingqing sect has come to an end. Indeed, it is said that the Lin family emerged victorious. Early this morning, someone discovered the corpse of Qingqing sect's leader, Yusanhai, outside the city. The woman remarked, "Oh, you mustn't say it. Yusanhai met a most dreadful end. His arm twisted like a pretzel, and according to the coroner, his insides were reduced to a puddle of mush." The elder expressed his confusion. Yusanhai was the leader of a sect, not without considerable skill. How could he die in such a manner? When did the Lin family become so formidable? They must have summoned skilled fighters to assist them. "Brother, what should we do now?" "My father instructed us to rescue any member of the Lin family in times of need, but is there still a need for rescue?" The elder sighed, seemingly at a loss. "Very well, let us follow for now. We shall decide when master arrives." Inside the carriage, Song Xuan diligently wrote notes on paper, occasionally explaining to Song Qian. As she listened intently to the teachings of the technique known as Luo Xuan Jiuying, Song Qian was deeply impressed, despite her cultivation not having yet broken through to the innate level. The remarkable capabilities of this technique astounded her. Upon reaching advanced levels, one could transform into 9 fleeting shadows, whether fleeing or engaging in combat. It was a truly miraculous martial art. She pondered from where her brother had acquired such an exceptional skill. Could it be that he had raided a sacred site of martial arts? "Master." Just then, Lin Jinan's voice called from outside the carriage. "Is there something amiss?" Song Xuan inquired calmly. "Reporting to you, Master, since we left the city, a group of individuals has been trailing our convoy from a distance. We have traveled over 100 miles, and they remain behind us. I fear they may harbor ill intentions towards us." "Understood. I shall handle this matter." Song Xuan handed the notes on Luo Xuan Jiuying to Song Qian, saying, "This technique is rather profound and difficult to grasp. Ponder it on your own for now." With that, he descended from the carriage, his figure pausing momentarily before vanishing in an instant. 100 meters behind the convoy, an elderly man and a young one strolled leisurely along the official road. Will we be discovered by following so closely? What is there to fear? We have neither stolen nor robbed. This road does not belong solely to the Lin family. Are we not allowed to traverse it? Quite so. A young maiden emitted a melodious and sweet laughter, poised to articulate her thoughts, only to discover, at an unanticipated moment, a striking young man clad in white robes standing before her. The man, brandishing a sword with a smile gracing his visage, scrutinized the duo. This mountain is mine to traverse. This tree is mine to cultivate. Should you wish to pass, leave behind a toll." Chapter 67. Without silver. I may resort to kidnapping the elder and the younger were none other than the second disciple of the Huashan sect, Lao Nuo, and the daughter of Huashan's leader, Yu Buchuan, the fair Yuling Shan. At this moment, Yuling Shan wore a countenance of astonishment, exchanging a glance with her companion. The elderly guise of Lao Nuo. What was happening? In broad daylight, on this official road, encountering a brigand? The perplexing aspect was that such a dashing figure could be a robber. Disguised as an old man, Lao Nuo hastily clasped his fists in greeting and said, "Esteemed young hero, do not jest in such a manner. We are but impoverished folk. Where could we possibly possess wealth?" He gestured vaguely towards the nearly invisible Lin family caravan ahead, stating, "There lies a caravan from the prominent Lin family of Fuzhou. Young hero, if you find yourself in need of funds, you may acquire some from them." Song Qian assessed the pair, from their attire and their following of the Lin family caravan. He had surmised their identities. They were, without doubt, Lao Nuo and Yuling Shan of the Huashan sect, sent by Yu Buchuan to gather intelligence on the Lin family as a precursor to seizing the Pai Xie sword manual. Upon hearing Lao Nuo's words, Song Qian chuckled heartily. "Forgive me, but I am one who preys upon the weak and fears the strong." The Lin family caravan, with its multitude of over 100 individuals, appears formidable, whereas the two of you, the elderly and the young, seem the most susceptible to bullying. With a languid demeanor, he continued, Enough of this trifling talk. Relinquish your valuables, or else do not blame this young master for being rude. At this, Xuan was instantly incensed. As a disciple of the esteemed Huashan sect and the daughter of the gentlemanly Yu Buchuan, she inherently possessed a sense of chivalry. Hearing Song Xian's avowal of preying on the weak, she retorted with indignation. And what if we refuse to part with our wealth? What will you, vile brigand, do then? Song Xian scrutinized Xuan. The young maiden possessed a graceful figure and a sweet voice, yet her current appearance, due to a change in her visage, bore dark and rough skin, rendering her quite unattractive. She was the type whose silhouette incited mischief, but whose face prompted flight. Song Xian fell silent. The enmity between the Qingchang sect and the Lin family had its roots in the death of Yu Renyin, son of Yu Songhai, at the hands of Lin Pingji. The conflict arose when Yu Renyin, having made advances towards Yu Lingshan, was reprimanded by the valiant Lin Pingji, leading to a deadly confrontation. Song Xian could not fathom what sort of depravity would lead Yu Renyin to pursue such an unappealing maiden. If you refuse to part with your money, I shall have no choice but to resort to kidnapping. Before Yu Lingshan could respond further, she felt a rush of wind by her ear. Song Xian had, unbeknownst to her, appeared behind her and pressed a hand to her neck. The next instant, a tingling sensation coursed through her neck, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. Observing Yu Lingshan's unconscious form, Lao de Nuo hastily retreated a few paces, whispering, "Who on earth are you?" Even Lao de Nuo, though not particularly astute, recognized that this young man was not an ordinary brigand. His intentions were clearly to cause trouble for the Huashan sect. However, he remained unperturbed. It was Yu Lingshan who had been abducted. What concern was it of his? Although he was nominally the second disciple of Huashan's leader, he was, in truth, an undercover agent planted by the Songzhan sect. As a traitor, he could hardly wish for the Huashan sect's members to persist, enabling his return to Songzhan sooner. After 3 years of this charade, he was on the verge of forgetting his true identity. Song Xian regarded the vigilant yet hopeful expression of Lao de Nuo and then glanced at the unattractive maiden slung over his shoulder. An idea blossomed in his mind. After all, Yu Buchuan would eventually be dealt with. Why not have him come work for me afterward? Lowering his voice, he said, "There is no need for concern. Senior brother Lao, I am a disciple of the Songzhan sect, tasked with the mission to abduct Yu Lingshan, with the aim of luring Yu Buchuan out from Huashan." Upon hearing this, Lao de Nuo cautiously inquired, "Is the leader planning to act against the Huashan sect?" Song Xian nodded. "You must inform Yu Buchuan that if he wishes to see his daughter again, he should come to Yangzhou, and it would be best to bring that disciple Linghu Chong along. This time, we shall ensure that the Huashan sect is thoroughly eradicated. By the way, I am currently unable to notify the sect while carrying this person. You should find an opportunity to inform left leader Xuan to send more personnel. Yu Buchuan is formidable, and a small force may not suffice to subdue him. In these years, senior brother has endured considerable hardship while lurking within the Huashan sect. Whether we can eradicate them this time rests upon your shoulders." Understood. Upon realizing his significance in this plan, Lao de Nuo displayed a jubilant expression. "Rest assured, junior brother, after waiting for so long, this day has finally come. You wait in Yangzhou. There will be no missteps." Song Xian gazed at him with admiration. "In that case, I shall rely on you, senior brother. I must take my leave now." With that, Song Xian, bearing Yu Lingshan, did not depart along the official road, but instead slipped into the adjacent woods, vanishing from sight in an instant. Lao de Nuo watched Song Xian's receding figure, murmuring to himself, luring the snake out of its hole, capturing them all at once. This indeed resembles the leader's tactics. It seems his ice-cold chi has reached its zenith. He is finally prepared to act against Yu Buchuan. Song Xian navigated the woods with Yu Lingshan in tow until he found a secluded corner, swiftly slipping into a horse-drawn carriage. "Brother, where have you been? Why have you brought someone back?" Song Xian glanced at Yu Lingshan, exclaiming, "How unattractive! When did my brother's taste become so peculiar?" She was no ordinary individual. She was the daughter of Huashan's leader, Yu Buchuan. The mastery of the Pai CS sword technique was beyond her grasp, and her potential in acquiring a deeper swordsmanship would hinge on Yu Lingshan's capabilities. Intrigued, Song Xian pondered, "Does Huashan possess formidable sword techniques? I have not heard of it before." Yet, Song Xian chose not to elaborate further on the matter. According to the timeline, Ling Huchong had yet to learn the Dugan 9 swords from Feng Qingya. It appeared that acquiring the Dugan 9 swords through Yu Lingshan would require further patience. However, there was no urgency. Once they returned to Yangzhou, they would have ample time to strategize. The gentlemanly sword master, Yu Buchuan, was said to possess a refined appearance. How could his daughter be so unappealing? Noticing that her brother had ceased discussing sword techniques, Song Qian resumed her scrutiny of Yu Lingshan's appearance. Being in the company of such an unattractive girl, she felt as though the entire carriage had become sullied. Song Qian shot her a glance, remarking, "I told you to acquire more experience in the martial world, yet you remain unconvinced. Can you not see that she has altered her appearance?" Chapter 68. Song Qian. Do you believe I could crush you with one hand? Song Qian chuckled awkwardly, wiping away Yu Lingshan's disguise and using a damp cloth to clean her face. Believe it or not, this young girl is quite lovely beneath all that. As Song Qian observed the now sleeping Yu Lingshan, her fair and delicate face emerged, not quite a beauty, yet undeniably charming. No wonder Ling Huchong held such lingering affection for this junior sister. Song Qian, after offering her critique, concluded, however, compared to this heroine, she still falls short, and she is even further from my sister Lu's standards. In Song Qian's eyes, her sister Lu, the current minor leader of the Yihua Palace, was the true paragon of beauty. And while Yu Lingshan was not unattractive, she had yet to meet the criteria to be her sister-in-law. After a few glances, Song Qian lost interest and returned to her study of the spiral 9 shadows technique in her hands. As time gradually passed, after a little over an hour, Song Qian suddenly spoke, asserting that since she was awake, there was no need to continue feigning sleep. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingshan lazily opened her eyes. In truth, she had been awake for some time, yet she dared not open her eyes, pretending to be in a deep slumber while cautiously listening to the surroundings. However, the carriage was eerily silent. The Song siblings were engaged in their own pursuits, one engrossed in the study of movement techniques, the other diligently cultivating the pure Yang Wuji Tongzi Gong to refine their true qi, making no sound at all. This left Yu Lingshan's attempts to gather information utterly futile. Who are you, and why have you kidnapped me? The instant she opened her eyes, she asked, simultaneously launching a sudden attack toward Song Qian beside her. Aware of Song Qian's formidable prowess, a level of strength she could hardly comprehend, she knew that her only chance for self-rescue lay in subduing the woman beside her at the first opportunity. However, before her palm could strike, a slender, pale hand encircled her throat, the suffocating grip rendering her utterly powerless. Song Qian opened his eyes and glanced at Song Qian, cautioning her with a look. She is still of use. Do not choke her to death. With a soft exclamation, Song Qian withdrew her arm, coolly stating, "Little girl, my brother is compassionate. But I am not. If you dare to make any rash moves, I will break your neck." As the daughter of Yu Buchuan, Yu Lingshan had always been cherished and spoiled. She could hardly bear such indignation. At that moment, her temper flared, and she was ready to retort against Song Qian. Yet upon meeting Song Qian's cold, expressionless gaze, her heart seized with fear, and she instinctively turned away, no longer daring to look at her. Women understand women best. Instinct told her that provoking this extraordinarily beautiful woman could lead to dire consequences. Thus, she tactfully redirected her focus to Song Qian, demanding, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Song Qian regarded her with a keen eye. "You're Yu Lingshan, are you not?" Startled, Yu Lingshan became alert. "You know me?" "Indeed," Song Qian replied nonchalantly, "the daughter of the Huashan sect's leader, the gentleman's sword, Yu Buchuan. You know me and still dare to kidnap me. Are you not afraid my father will come after you?" Song Qian remained silent, but Song Qian scoffed, "Just a fallen sect leader. The people of the martial world give your father face and call him the gentleman's sword. Without that, he is merely a joke, jumping around aimlessly. Do not insult my father." Hearing her illustrious father being ridiculed so mercilessly caused Yu Lingshan's eyes to redden. "My father is a man of integrity, known for his chivalry, widely recognized as a gentleman in the martial world. Being captured by you is due to my lack of skill, but it does not reflect the inadequacy of the Huashan sect's martial arts. You may mock me, but you cannot insult my father." For a moment, Song Qian was taken aback, opening her mouth but refraining from further mockery. The icy indifference in her gaze toward Yu Lingshan was replaced with something softer. "You possess a measure of filial piety," she remarked. Song Xian smiled slightly. Miss you, please rest assured and accompany us. As long as you do not provoke trouble. Once we reach Yangzhou, your freedom will be restored. Yuling Shan furrowed her brows. I do not understand. What do you intend by capturing me? What grievance could there possibly be between the Huashan sect and the two of you? Song Xian shook his head. There is no grievance. Then you covet the martial arts of the Huashan sect? With a chuckle, Song Xian replied, to be frank, I do not even regard your sect's most powerful Zixiaogong with any esteem. What do you find worthy then? Song Xian responded plainly, people. People? Yuling Shan was momentarily stunned, and then her cheeks involuntarily flushed, lowering her head in silence while occasionally stealing glances at Song Xian. Song Xian, bemused, remarked, Miss, where are your thoughts wandering? While youthful infatuation can be comprehended, is it not a tad premature to entertain such notions in broad daylight? Song Qian interjected. You little girl, though young, you seem to dream rather early. The person my brother speaks of is not you, so why blush? Stung by this retort, Yuling Shan lowered her head even further, nervously clutching her clothing and remaining silent. She did not believe a word of Song Qian's harsh words. If her brother wanted someone from the Huashan sect, it was certainly not her father who would come to mind. The carriage creaked along the official road in silence. The atmosphere within remaining tense until evening when the convoy slowly entered a small county town, halting before an inn. Master, came Lin Jinnan's voice from outside the carriage. It is getting late. We must stay here for the night. Very well. You are an old hand at this. Just arrange things as you see fit, Song Xian replied. Please wait a moment, Master. I will have someone prepare your room. Lin Jinnan's voice faded away, and Yuling Shan could no longer contain her curiosity. Who exactly are you? Why does the leader of the Fu Wei escort call you master? As if realizing something, she wore an expression of disbelief. This morning, someone discovered you, Song Hai's corpse, outside Fuzhou. Could it be that you were involved? Song Xian gazed at her with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor mocking. Miss you must understand your predicament. As a captive, knowing too much will not serve you well. Upon hearing the term captive, Yuling Shan's face turned pale with rage. Given your impressive martial prowess, you should not be a mere footnote in the martial world. Do you not fear being ridiculed by your peers for such behavior? Do you truly care not for your reputation within the martial realm? Song Xian chuckled lightly. Reputation is but a fleeting notion. If it truly held significance, the Lin family would not have nearly faced extermination at the hands of the Qing Chang sect last night. With a cold laugh, Yuling Shan expressed skepticism. That was merely a lack of respect for the Lin family's reputation. My father, known as the Gentleman's Sword, commands respect wherever he goes. Song Xian reflected. You see only your father's esteemed reputation, but fail to grasp the burden of the title Gentleman's Sword. He must maintain the facade of a gentleman in public, while secretly maneuvering to rejuvenate the Huashan sect. Living under immense pressure, Yuling Shan was left perplexed. So, what do you intend by capturing me? Song Xian replied with a hearty laugh. For no other reason than to have a word with your father. Yuling Shan's heart skipped a beat. To kidnap someone's daughter and then seek an audience with her father. What were his intentions? Before she could indulge in further speculation, Song Xian continued. I cannot bear to witness the suffering of others. Your father is burdened with too much. I, as a young hero, intend to have a thorough discussion with him to alleviate some of his stress. The journey continued at a leisurely pace, the convoy's speed unhurried. In Yuling Shan's eyes, this man, named Song, was deliberately stalling for time, waiting for her father to come to her rescue. As she traveled alongside the Song siblings, her initial wariness faded. At each stop, she even ventured out of the carriage to explore the surroundings. The Song siblings did not stop her. Yuling Shan had no intention of fleeing, knowing that their extraordinary abilities rendered escape impossible. In fact, she had no desire to run. During these days in the carriage, Song Qian, that fierce woman, would occasionally inquire about martial arts matters from her brother, and Song Qian's casual responses always carried an air of profound mystery. As time passed, even Yuling Shan felt her own comprehension of martial arts deepening. A single genuine transmission from a master was worth more than countless tomes. Some questions that had long vexed her, even her father could not clarify, but with just a few words from Song Qian, the answers became clear. Gradually, Yuling Shan's confidence in her father's ability to rescue her began to wane, although she was reluctant to admit it. She increasingly sensed that her father might indeed be lacking in martial prowess compared to the man before her. She could not comprehend how someone who appeared only a few years older than herself could possess such extraordinary strength. One day, the convoy took a break by a small river, 10 miles from Yangzhou, while many from the Lin family's caravan frolicked by the water's edge. Song Qian, for once, did not delve into the intricacies of the Spiral Nine shadows, but instead stood by the riverbank, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water. Lost in her thoughts, Yuling Shan, having procured a wooden stick from somewhere, crafted it into a makeshift spear, and along with Lin Pingji, was engrossed in the pursuit of fish. Song Qian leaned against the carriage, arms crossed over his sword, surveying the surrounding landscape. Calculating the time, he deduced that if Yu Bu-kun did not delay, he should have already entered the territory of Yangzhou. This desolate place, sparsely populated, was suitable for martial artists to engage in combat. If Yu Bu-kun wished to rescue his daughter, this was his final opportunity to act. Otherwise, upon entering Yangzhou City, he would be confronted not only by the city guards, but also by the salt soldiers of the salt office. And the offices of the Xianyi Wei were situated there as well. Even Yu Bu-kun, no matter how arrogant, would not dare to engage in battle within the city limits. As Song Qian pondered when Yu Bu-kun might strike, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed across the water's surface, and a figure burst forth, leaping onto the shore with astonishing speed, sword glinting as it lunged directly at Song Qian's chest. "Junior sister, run! I will hold off this scoundrel." The assailant was a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years old, with a rebellious air about him. Though his face was now contorted with rage as he executed a white rainbow, piercing the sun technique aimed squarely at Song Qian. "Master brother, no." Yuling Shan's wooden spear froze in place, panic washing over her as she recognized the figure emerging from the water. She had gradually come to understand just how formidable that villain surnamed Song was, a greater evil than even her father. To see her master brother attack so recklessly was surely courting disaster. Indeed, as her words left her lips, there came a sharp crack, the sound of a sword breaking, and immediately afterward, Master Brother Ling Hu Chong fell into the river with a splash. Like a kite severed from its string, no sooner had he hit the water than another figure shot up from the depths, catching him mid-fall, and with a swift motion, propelled himself backward, landing several yards away, eyeing Song Qian warily. "You kill my master brother?" Yuling Shan's complexion turned pale as she glared at Song Qian. "He is not dead," Song Qian replied, his tone devoid of emotion, his expression serene as he regarded the middle-aged, elegant man standing atop the water surface. Holding Ling Hu Chong in one arm, while brandishing a sword in the other, its tip wreathed in a faint purple mist, poised for an attack. "Junzi Jian, Yu Bu-kun?" Song Qian inquired casually. "Indeed, is I you. May I ask who you are, and why you have kidnapped my daughter?" At that moment, a flush of purple tinged Yu Bu-kun's face, revealing his internal conflict as he regarded Song Qian with apprehension. His original intention had been for his disciple Ling Hu Chong to engage the enemy while he seized the opportunity to rescue his daughter. Little did he expect that his most trusted disciple would be dispatched without even landing a blow. Most alarming was the fact that even he, Yu Bu-kun, had failed to comprehend how Chong Air had been bested. The youth clad in white before him was unexpectedly formidable. Song Qian offered no reply, but instead smiled faintly. And in the next instant, he vanished from sight. Not good. Yu Bu-kun's heart raced, instinctively retreating as he swept his sword horizontally behind him, executing a powerful slash. Though he could not detect Song Qian's presence, years of experience in the martial world had ingrained in him the instinctive response. When an enemy disappears, one must slash backward without hesitation. A hum reverberated as Yu Bu-kun's sword seemed to strike a target, yet it felt as if it had not connected at all. To his astonishment, he realized that the sword in his hand had become unmanageable. Behind him, Song Qian had inexplicably appeared, pinching the blade of Yu Bu-kun's sword firmly between his fingers, rendering it immovable despite Yu's frantic efforts to free it. At that moment, Song Qian wore an expression of curiosity as he observed Yu Bu-kun, whose complexion was darkening yet beaded with sweat. "How did you perceive my presence behind you?" Yu Bu-kun was acutely aware of his own limitations, recognizing that he was at the pinnacle of the acquired realm, with few able to match him. However, he had yet to breach the innate realm. Song Qian, with his innate prowess combined with the mastery of the Spiral Nine Shadows, should have been undetectable even to most innate martial artists. How had Yubu-kun accomplished this? Yubu-kun felt a surge of anxiety, his gaze darting around as he schemed for an escape. Upon hearing Song Qian's question, he replied without thought, "If I answer you, will you truly let us go?" Song Qian released his grip and nodded with a smile. Indeed. Yubu-kun was taken aback. Song Qian's response was unexpected. Truthfully, after years of wandering the martial world, he had never encountered someone so peculiar. "You have kidnapped my daughter, injured my disciple, and effortlessly overpowered my sword technique. Yet you now engage me in conversation with a smile. What manner of game is this young man playing? Does he believe himself invincible and has come to toy with me for amusement?" This thought struck him deeply, and he felt a wave of sorrow. Once, the Huashan school had been a prestigious sect, yet now it had fallen into such decline. He, Yubu-kun, felt a profound shame before the ancestors of Huashan. "I am feeling quite unwell and must be hospitalized for a few days. I can only provide one chapter a day for the next few days. I will resume updates once I am discharged. My apologies. Chapter 70. Join my side and I will bestow upon you the Bixia Sword Manual. Ah, old you. Are you playing a game of shifting faces here?" Observing Yubu-kun's prolonged silence and the shifting expressions on his face, Song Qian frowned slightly and urged him impatiently. "I have answered. Do you truly intend to let us go?" Yubu-kun snapped back to reality and inquired once more. Standing at the riverbank, Song Qian interjected, "You old rascal, my brother is a man of great stature. If he says you may leave, then you shall. With your pitiful lives, do you think you can tarnish my brother's reputation?" Though her words were quite blunt, for some inexplicable reason, Yubu-kun felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then cupped his fists and bowed respectfully, asking, "Might I inquire your name, young hero?" "Song Qian." Song Qian wasted no time on pleasantries, gesturing toward Song Qian. "This is Song Qian. Now, could you enlighten me as to how you discern my presence behind you?" This was what he was most concerned about. Could it be that there was a flaw in the Spiral 9 Shadows technique? If even an acquired martial artist could perceive it, what would that mean for his encounters with innate fighters? Yubu-kun pondered for a moment before responding gravely. "To be honest, I did not perceive where Song Qian's figure was at all. Your movements are unlike anything I have ever witnessed." Song Qian furrowed his brow. "Then why did you strike backward?" "Instinct." Yubu-kun chuckled as he stroked his beard. "Instinct?" "Yes, precisely instinct. After decades of traversing the martial world and engaging in countless battles, this has become an ingrained reflex. I have faced many skilled practitioners with elusive techniques, and when they lose sight of their target, they often appear behind me. Thus, I have developed this instinct. When I lose my target, I do not consider anything else but to slash backward. In most cases, it yields remarkable results." "Ah, I see." Song Qian nodded in understanding. In terms of strength, he far surpassed Yubu-kun, yet when it came to experience and battle instinct, he still appeared somewhat naive compared to a seasoned veteran like him. "Thank you for your enlightenment." Song Qian smiled and then turned to Yuling Xuan, who stood by the river, bewildered, still holding her wooden spear. "You are free now. You may leave." "Huh?" Yuling Xuan was momentarily taken aback, her mind swirling as she tossed the spear aside, muttering, "Liar. Wasn't I supposed to be taken hostage? Why am I being released without any conditions? This person must be mad." "Thank you, young hero." As Song Qian indeed prepared to release them, Yubu-kun secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. To be candid, he felt an innate trepidation towards the young man before him. He was acutely aware that, given his own capabilities, should the other party truly intend to detain them, he would be utterly powerless to resist. Song Qian walked gracefully atop the water surface until he reached the center of the river, whereupon he calmly inquired, "Yu Zhongmin, might we converse privately?" "Certainly." Without a moment's hesitation, Yubu-kun followed suit. Standing upon the glistening surface of the water, Song Qian introduced himself with a smile. "I am Song Qian, hailing from the imperial capital's Xianyi Wei, currently serving as the Zhenfu Shi of Jiangxi Prefecture's Xianyi Wei. I have only recently taken up this position, and my subordinates are rather few. I wonder, does Yu Zhongmin have an interest in working with me?" At the mention of Song Qian's affiliation with the Xianyi Wei, Yubu-kun's expression altered, and he quickly waved his hand, saying, "So it turns out you are a person of the court. I beg your pardon." Though he spoke of respect, his eyes were filled with vigilance. "You must also understand that I am currently the leader of the Huashan sect, and there are numerous matters to attend to within the sect. I truly cannot spare the time to work for you." Song Qian chuckled lightly. I am aware of your sect's circumstances. Aside from you and your spouse, the entire sect has only a handful of properly trained disciples. To speak frankly, Huashan's sect lacks any truly capable disciples. Were it not for your presence, it might not even qualify as a legitimate sect. You claim to be busy, yet what exactly occupies your time? Yu Buchuan's expression darkened, but he knew Song Xian spoke the truth. The decline of the Huashan sect had left him with little pride as its leader. If you prefer silence, I shall speak on your behalf. The reason you dispatched disciples and your daughter to Fuzhou is for the Lin family's Bixia sword manual, is it not? Instinctively, Yu Buchuan wished to deny it, but upon observing Song Xian's enigmatic smile, he hesitated, then slowly nodded. You are indeed perceptive, and I shall not deceive you before a man of truth. I do indeed have an interest in the Lin family's Bixia sword manual. With the conversation now open, Yu Buchuan ceased to conceal his intentions and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, admitted. The 72 techniques of the Bixia sword have once swept through the martial world with great prowess. Yet the later generations have failed to produce any remarkable achievements. I am genuinely curious. Song Xian smiled. There is no need for embarrassment. Not only are you intrigued, but even Yu Songhai shares your interest. Indeed, I too am not exempt from curiosity. Yu Buchuan was taken aback. Even a preeminent master, such as Song Xian, cared about a sword technique? Song Xian nodded. After all, it is a technique that once caused a stir in the martial world. Even if one does not practice it, surely one can examine it, cannot one? And what is your impression after viewing it? Impressive. It can be deemed a transcendent sword technique. The glint of desire sparkled in Yu Buchuan's eyes. Despite his insistence on prioritizing qi over swordsmanship when teaching his disciples, he understood that a sword technique devoid of internal power was merely ornamental. However, he, Yu Buchuan, lacked no internal power. The internal energy cultivated through Zixiaogong had nearly reached its zenith. With his breakthrough to the innate realm still elusive, he yearned for a formidable sword technique to elevate his own prowess. I prefer to converse plainly with intelligent individuals, Song Xian declared, locking eyes with Yu Buchuan. Come work under me, and I shall grant you the Bixia sword manual. Yu Buchuan instinctively wanted to refuse again. Transitioning from the leader of a prestigious sect to becoming a pawn of the court was a psychological hurdle he could not yet overcome. Should this matter become known in the martial world, how could he, Yu Buchuan, continue to maintain his dignity? The esteemed Junzi sword would become the weapon of the court's enforcers. Would he have any face left thereafter? How would the martial community perceive him? Not to mention, his own daughter would likely look down upon him. Do not rush to refuse. Seeing Yu Buchuan's reluctance, Song Xian continued. I'm also aware of the precarious state of your Huashan sect. To speak candidly, it is on the brink of disaster. Yu Buchuan fell silent, for he did not doubt the Xian Yiwei's capacity to gather intelligence. Though the Five Mountain Sword sect claims to be united as one, the reality is that competition is fierce within. I can tell you plainly that Zhuo Lengchan of the Songzhan sect has already cultivated his Hanbing true qi and stepped into the innate realm. You, as the leader of Huashan, should be well aware of Zhuo Lengchan's ambitions to absorb the other sections. Do you believe Huashan can remain uninvolved? To speak frankly, given the meager numbers of the Huashan sect, Zhuo Lengchan likely need not even intervene personally. His 13 protectors alone could easily dismantle Huashan. Those who recognize the times are wise. It is time for you to seriously contemplate securing a backing for yourself and for Huashan. With that, Song Xian turned and walked towards the shore. You may take your leave. Whenever you come to your senses, seek me at the Xian Yiwei in Yangzhou City. The sound of carriages gradually faded as Yu Buchuan stood at the water's edge, lost in contemplation. Father, what exactly did he say to you? At that moment, Yu Lingshan was filled with curiosity. The villain had captured her, only to release her inexplicably. What could he have discussed with her father that left him so pensive? Yu Buchuan offered no response, but Ling Huchong, slung over his shoulder, spat blood and queried, Junior sister, during the time you were kidnapped, did Song Xian ever mistreat you? Not at all. As long as I did not attempt to escape, he did not impose any inappropriate actions. He is indeed rather strange. I initially thought he coveted our Huashan sect's secrets. Yu Buchuan shook his head. He may appear youthful, no more than 20, yet he has already entered the innate realm. Such a prodigious talent would hardly regard ordinary martial arts. Yu Lingshan nodded instinctively, recognizing the truth in his words. Father, our senior brother seems gravely injured. Should we not find a place for him to recover? Do not fret. Ling Hu Chong coughed a few more times, spitting out blood as he felt somewhat better. He did not harbor murderous intent. Although I appear severely injured, it is merely external wounds. Expelling the stagnant blood is a relief. Yu Lingshan exhaled a sigh of relief. Father, what did that villain say to you? Did he threaten you? Yu Buchuan wore a worried expression. Let us leave this place and find a safer location for your senior brother to recuperate. We shall discuss other matters later. Understood. I shall heed Father's words. However, just as they prepared to depart, a laugh suddenly rang out from a nearby hillside. Yu Zhongmin, where are you planning to go? Before the words had fully left his mouth, a flurry of wind swept through the surroundings, and a figure darted from the hills, encircling Yu Buchuan and the others. The 13 protectors of Songzhan. Upon recognizing the intruders, Yu Buchuan's heart sank. Not long prior, Song Xian had warned him that Zhuo Lengchan's breakthrough would inevitably lead to aggressive actions against Huashan, and now, the enemy had arrived sooner than anticipated. Glaring at the encircling figures, his gaze landed on their leader as he thundered, Ding Mian, what do you mean by this? Ding Mian, the tower-handed fighter, was Zhuo Lengchan's second disciple. His palm strikes were as powerful as a falling pagoda, capable of shattering the meridians of any struck. At this moment, he was accompanied by the second protector, Liu Bai, the third protector, Fei Bin, and over a dozen disciples of the Songzhan sect, thoroughly blocking their escape routes. At that moment, a scene ignited Yu Lingshan's fury. From behind the throng of Songzhan disciples, the traitor Lao Denua of Huashan's sect emerged, grinning widely. Master, it was no easy feat to catch up to you. Yu Buchuan glared at Lao Denua with a grim expression. He had long suspected that the latter was an undercover agent planted by the Songzhan sect. Although he had been cautious, the recent abduction of his daughter had compelled him to act hastily, causing him to overlook this individual. Unbeknownst to him, this oversight had plunged him into a dire predicament. What he had not anticipated was the brazen manner in which the Songzhan sect had chosen to sever ties, showing no regard for the chivalric code of the martial world. Ding Mian observed his surroundings with a smirk. The remote location was devoid of passers-by, making it an ideal spot for nefarious deeds. He clasped his fists and addressed Yu Buchuan, stating that his master wished to discuss matters with him and requested that you remain in place until his master arrived. Yu Buchuan ignored him, casting a glance at his eldest disciple, Ling Hu Chong, and his daughter, Yu Lingshan, before lowering his voice. He instructed them to seize the opportunity to escape while he distracted their pursuers. Father, Yu Lingshan exclaimed anxiously, where can we escape to? Even if we manage to flee, what good will it do if you perish? The Huashan sect will not survive the wrath of the Songzhan sect. Remember, flee to Yangzhou City and find the Xian Yiwei Qianhu Song Xian. Tell him that I have accepted his proposal. Without waiting for their responses, Yu Buchuan fervently activated his Zixia Gong, his aura intensifying, and unleashed the Changhong Quan Re-Sword technique, sending a wave of purple light hurtling towards Ding Mian. Ding Mian dared not confront it head-on and swiftly retreated. The name of the Junzi sword, Yu Buchuan, was well earned. Had it not been for his master's breakthrough to the innate realm, the Songzhan sect would not have dared to confront the Huashan sect so openly. As Ding Mian was forced back by the sword strike, a gap appeared in the encirclement, and Yu Buchuan seized the moment, sheathing his sword and swiftly carrying both Yu Lingshan and Ling Hu Chong away. Waiting here for death was not an option. They had to escape while there was still a chance before Zhuo Lengchan arrived. It must be said that the title of Junzi Sword was indeed well-deserved. Although he could not compare to the leaders of major sects like Shaolin or Wudong, he was undoubtedly among the elite within the acquired realm. Ding Mian, Liu Bai, and Fei Bin were also notable figures in the martial world, yet they found themselves unable to catch up with Yu Buchuan, who was carrying two individuals. After a frenzied dash, the ancient and majestic silhouette of Yangzhou City came into Yu Buchuan's view. However, before he could express his relief, a sudden surge of intense danger gripped his heart. Instinctively, he glanced back to see a tall, imposing figure cloaked in a mask hurtling towards him with an alarming aura, rapidly closing the distance. Yu Buchuan cursed inwardly. He had thought they were nearly safe within the city, only to discover that Zhuo Lengchan had followed them. This man was not one to be underestimated. Even if transformed to ashes, Yu Buchuan would recognize him instantly. Zhuo Lengchan, a formidable opponent, approached silently before launching a powerful palm strike. The chilling and violent force of his palm surged forth, manifesting as a silver-white torrent that filled the air, enveloping Yu Buchuan and the others in a palpable aura of death. Yu Buchuan knew he could not withstand the palm strike emitted by an innate master, so, faced with a life-or-death crisis, he took a deep breath and shouted towards the city ahead, Song Xiaoxia, save me, as the moon hung high in the sky, casting a silken veil of light over Yangzhou City. Song Qian curiously observed her brother. Why do you keep looking at me? She asked. Brother, what did you discuss with old Yu? It wouldn't be a marriage proposal, would it? Just so you know, it's fine if Yu Lingshan is the younger one, but the elder sister must be Lu Jie. Let's be clear. I'm not thinking about women at this time, Song Qian replied, waving his hand dismissively. For him, enhancing his strength and gathering allies to bolster his survival in this world was of utmost importance. As for women, he saw no need to dedicate time to courtship. Not a marriage proposal? Song Qian pondered. Then are you interested in the Huashan sect? Song Qian nodded. I invited Yu Buchuan to join my ranks, but he refused. This is quite normal. If I were in his position, I wouldn't want to be subordinate either. With a smile, Song Qian continued. I believe he will come to terms with it soon. Unless he wishes to see the Huashan sect erased from the martial world, he has no other path to take. Why would the Songzhan sect come here? Did you secretly notify them? Song Qian inquired, bewildered. Song Qian nodded slightly. Brother, you truly are a cunning and treacherous fellow, she exclaimed. Song Qian's expression turned serious as he raised a fist, saying, if you keep this up, the grand estate you desire will be lost. Wait. Song Qian quickly wrapped her arms around her brother. I misspoke. You are a master strategist, capable of orchestrating plans from afar, which demonstrates true wisdom. What if the Songzhan sect doesn't arrive in time? Would your plan be wasted? It doesn't matter. It just means I'll have to wait a little longer to win over Yu Buchuan. Song Qian replied with a smile. Zhuo Lingshan's ambition to absorb the Huashan sect was inevitable, and a clash between them was bound to occur, unless Yu Buchuan wished to see his sect perish. He would eventually seek out Song Qian. Understanding the implications, Song Qian remarked, so this is your open scheme. Although Yu Buchuan appears to be the leader of his sect, against a formidable foe like Zhuo Lingshan, he has no choice but to ally with you. Indeed, Song Qian smiled slightly. Without him, Yu Buchuan might have had the chance to acquire the Lin family's Xie sword manual and turn his fortunes around. However, that opportunity had now slipped away, leaving Yu Buchuan with only two paths. Either submit to Zhuo Lingshan and witness the Huashan sect's merger with the Songzhan sect, or yield to Song Qian, sacrificing some dignity and freedom but maintaining the facade of the Huashan sect's existence, possibly even rising to prominence in the martial world. Song Qian was confident that this choice would not be difficult for Yu Buchuan, who constantly sought to ensure the continuation and prosperity of the Huashan sect. Just then, a loud and urgent male voice echoed across half of Yangzhou City. Song Xiaoxia, save me. The voice was unexpected, but upon hearing it, Song Qian transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the carriage. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his long sword, the sound ringing out like a clarion call. And the crimson sword light illuminated the night sky, fierce and rapid, akin to a cascading river. This strike, resembling a red rainbow, was so formidable that even innate masters would be taken aback. As the sword energy swept through the air, it caused the once bustling city gate, with its sturdy bricks, to tremble and crack under the pressure, scattering dust and debris. Simultaneously, the hard ground erupted with a series of cracking sounds, fissures spreading like spider webs. While numerous pedestrians of the city gate frantically sought refuge, screams filling the air. Not good. Zhuo Lingshan cursed inwardly. The sword energy that tore through the city was indeed a rare sight. Such terrifying power could only belong to a seasoned innate master who had refined their energy. At that moment, Zhuo Lingshan's face, hidden beneath the mask, grew gravely serious. He lamented his ill fortune. For who could have imagined that such a peerless swordsman was concealed at the gates of Yangzhou City? Boom! In the heavens, the crimson sword light descended like divine thunder, bearing the weight of judgment, ready to assess the wickedness of the world. As the resplendent sun rose, shattering the world's darkness and gloom with its swift and radiant light, it collided with the icy palm strike of Zhuo Lingshan aimed at Yu Buchuan. The sound was akin to fabric being torn or snow melting. Zhuo Lingshan's palm strike, infused with true icy energy, disintegrated upon the initial impact, clearly indicating that in terms of true energy cultivation, he was vastly outmatched. After the sword Qi tore through the icy palm, it continued unimpeded, launching towards Zhuo with lethal intent. Within Zhuo line of sight, the myriad sword lights that erupted in the air rapidly converged into a singular, minuscule glint of cold light, poised to imprint a stunningly tragic blood blossom upon his brow. The clang of metal resonated through the night sky. In this life-and-death moment, Zhuo exerted every ounce of his strength to desperately block the sword with his long sword at his forehead, then began a frantic retreat. The sword Qi burst forth, and simultaneously, the treasured sword of the Songhan sect, passed down through generations, emitted a series of cracking sounds. Alongside it, his left hand, which gripped the sword, shattered like sand on the shore, scattered by the crashing waves. Zhuo let out a piercing cry. Having failed to kill Yu Buchuan, he had instead lost an arm. This day marked the greatest calamity of his life. In the past, even in his fierce confrontations with the leader of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, Ren Wuxing, he had never faced such a dismal defeat. It was not merely a loss, it was a complete rout. Who could wield such an astonishing sword Qi within Yangzhou? In the Mingzhou continent, there were but a handful of sword masters of such caliber. Was it the renowned sword saint, Yi Guqing, the lord of Baiyan City? Or was it Shimin Chue Shui, who had recently been challenging seasoned innate martial artists and gradually earned the title of sword god? Regardless of who it was, they were not in existence that Zhuo could provoke. Thinking of this, his retreat quickened, as he frantically employed his lightness skill to flee into the distance, fearing that the unknown sword master would pursue him. Observing Zhuo disgraceful escape from atop the city walls, Song Qian let out a melodious laugh like silver bells. On this day, within Yangzhou City, numerous onlookers witnessed a crimson, sword-shaped rainbow beam soaring from the city walls into the sky. The terrifying sword light, akin to thunder and lightning, shattered the air with a piercing shriek, striking down a hapless individual's arm into a pulp. Blood droplets fell like stars in the void, seemingly narrating the brutality of the recent events. For the ordinary populace, while they were familiar with martial artists, they had never witnessed such a scene where sword Qi howled through the air. Those who beheld it gasped in astonishment, many standing agape, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. It was reminiscent of the time when Song Qian had unleashed a sword Qi that created a massive pit in their courtyard, leaving Lin Daiyu stunned for a long while. Finally, when the howling sword Qi dissipated completely and the masked Zhuo vanished from sight, someone finally shouted, "A sword immortal! A sword immortal has arrived in Yangzhou." Despite the flourishing martial spirit of the Great Zhou, the majority remained ordinary folk, unaware of the hierarchies among martial artists. Nor did they understand the concept of innate powers. In their eyes, anyone capable of unleashing such a stunning sword strike must surely be a sword immortal. The commoners cried out in excitement, speculating about the whereabouts of this sword immortal. Meanwhile, the martial artists within the city, having sensed the sword Qi, were filled with disbelief. The masked figure outside the city was undoubtedly an innate martial artist, his palm strike imbued with true energy fluctuations. There was no mistaking it. An innate-level masked assassin had been bested by a single sword strike and had his arm severed. What kind of cultivation did the one who struck possess? While the precise level of cultivation was difficult to ascertain, it was clear that the one who acted was at least of innate caliber, likely among the pinnacle of innate beings. Yangzhou City harbored such formidable powers. It was indeed a place where dragons and tigers lay hidden. And it was fortunate that they had not stirred up trouble previously. That person seems somewhat familiar. Could he be the new Xianwei inspector? Upon hearing this, many martial artists felt a sense of trepidation. The saying that heroes violate the law was not to be taken lightly. Yangzhou was replete with affluent merchants, and many martial artists wandering the city had their own thoughts of robbing the rich to aid the poor. What was one to do when in need of silver while wandering the rivers and lakes? Just take a little from the wealthy households. For martial practitioners, acquiring silver was not theft. It was an act of chivalry, a means to redistribute wealth. Who would dare oppose? Thus they would fight. Yet, upon witnessing the fate of the masked martial artist outside the city, many resolved to depart hastily. If even an innate martial artist could be slain by the Xianwei inspector at the city gates, what would happen to them if they were caught while attempting to rob the rich. In the southeastern region of Yangzhou, at the Wang family estate, within the rear garden, an elderly man clad in a voluminous python robe was enjoying music and the dance of maidens when he suddenly looked up towards the city gate. "That commotion seems rather significant," he remarked, then turned to the captain of his guards. "Send someone to investigate what transpired." Moments later, the captain returned, whispering a few words into the elder's ear. The elder furrowed his brow upon hearing the news. The Xian Yi has brought forth such a figure? What are they up to from the capital? After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head dismissively. "What does it matter? I am not rebelling. I am merely concocting some elixirs for longevity. The Xian Yi cannot possibly come to meddle with me." Stretching lazily, the elder chuckled, "Continue the music, and let the dance go on." In a private room of a tavern, a refined middle-aged scholar waved his feather fan and glanced at the handsome man across from him. "Lord Yi, what was that crimson beam that just swept past the city walls?" The man referred to as Lord Yi appeared to be in his 30s, possessing the youthful charm of a young man along with the composure of middle age. As he observed the distant crimson sword light, a profound interest began to glimmer in his eyes. "It has been a long time since I have witnessed such powerful sword chi." The middle-aged scholar's brow furrowed slightly. The fact that Lord Yi took such notice indicated the one wielding the sword chi was formidable. "If you were to contend with him, do you feel confident of victory?" Lord Yi pondered. "The refinement of his sword chi surpasses even my own by a small margin. He must be an innate master who has condensed the flower of chi. However, his sword chi does not seem to incorporate spiritual will, nor does it carry the weight of robust vitality. If he is not concealing his strength, I should prevail. And if he is hiding his strength?" The middle-aged scholar asked with a slight smile. "Then it is hard to say," Lord Yi replied, "in a life-and-death struggle. The outcome often hinges on the specifics of the battle, especially when the cultivation levels are closely matched." The middle-aged scholar speculated. "I have heard the new sword god, named Shimen Xue, has recently risen in the Mingzhou martial world, known for his lightning-fast swordplay and devastating sword chi. Could it be that he has arrived in the Jiangzhou region?" "Perhaps," Lord Yi sighed. "In the past, upon encountering such a sword master, I would have surely sought to spar with him. But now, I cannot act. I must conceal my presence. The fewer who know I am here, the better. Sometimes I reflect on this, and it diminishes the joy I once felt." The middle-aged scholar chuckled and looked out at the bustling street, remarking, "Once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. Lord Yi, it is too late for regrets now." Lord Yi shook his head slightly. "I, for one, do not comprehend the meaning of regret." In the alley of Chuiliu, at the Tongfu Inn, Huang Rong, weary from a day of toil, returned to her room with dirt smudged across her face. "Today, 3 more children have vanished." She spoke to herself as she poured a cup of tea, her eyes reflecting profound weariness. "The number of street urchins in the city has dwindled. The depths of Yangzhou are too treacherous. Should I continue my investigation or hastily leave?" A sense of panic gripped her heart, initially sparked by the disappearance of a few close street urchins. Driven by a sense of loyalty, she wished to uncover the truth. Yet, the more she delved, the more dread enveloped her, as if she were spiraling toward an abyss. One misstep, and despite her remarkable agility, she could easily fall victim to the unfathomable darkness of Yangzhou. She could no longer remain. She must depart at dawn. Just as she resolved to leave, a sharp, piercing cry echoed from outside the window. Peering out, she beheld a crimson arc akin to a dragon soaring past the city gates, vanishing into the vast horizon. Huang Rong was struck with astonishment, instinctively inhaling deeply. What manner of place is this Yangzhou? That sword energy, just now, could likely match my father's prowess, could it not? Chapter 74. Ling Hu Chong, I disagree. Muttering to herself, Huang Rong began to gather her belongings. She could not endure another moment in this wretched place. Yet, in the next instant, she hesitated, a look of reminiscence crossing her face. That sword energy felt oddly familiar. Unconsciously, she recalled the cold-faced man who had once deceived her out of a treasured martial art outside the imperial city. The scene where a crimson sword energy nearly whisked her away resurfaced in her mind. The sword energy she had just witnessed was also red, and, aside from being larger, thicker and faster, it appeared almost identical. Could it be that, despite the vast distance, that cold-faced figure has come to Yangzhou? The thought of that peculiar character, who was perpetually preoccupied with others' martial arts, solidified her determination to leave this place. However, as she finished packing and prepared to exit her room, uncertainty clouded her expression. If she left now, the street urchins she had come to know in Yangzhou might truly find themselves without a chance for survival. Gritting her teeth, she returned her belongings to their place, her expression shifting numerous times. For the price of a few dozen taels of silver, she had exchanged a precious martial art. Such fortune is rare in this world. Taking a deep breath, she stepped out of her room. Although that man had a dreadful disposition, his demeanor was reliably steadfast. Considering their last transaction, it would be reasonable to expect his assistance in locating a few individuals. At worst, she might be refused. Yet, when lives are at stake, one must take the risk. Within the entirety of Yangzhou, if anyone comprehended the full extent of Song Xian's sword strike, it was undoubtedly Junzi Jian Yubuchuan. The sword light, resembling a crimson dragon, had nearly brushed past him, the searing heat leaving him with a sensation of being drained, despite the protective aura of his Zixia internal energy. After gently placing Yuling Shan and Linghu Chong down from his embrace atop the city wall, he stared blankly at the sword in Song Xian's hand, then at the calm expression of Song Xian. Truthfully, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it impossible to connect that incredible sword energy with a young man before him. He appeared far too youthful, seemingly no more than 20 years of age, yet had attained an unfathomable level of strength. What had he accomplished at 20? He could hardly claim to have extinguished the innate skills of his opponents, let alone muster the courage to approach his junior sister Ning Zhongze without blushing. Having lived for half a lifetime, striving to uphold the glory of the Huashan sect, he found himself eclipsed by the mere beginning of another. In this moment, Yubuchuan felt a disillusionment settling over him. For the first time, the principles he had adhered to for so long felt utterly futile. The martial world is so irrational. In the presence of true genius, the skills he had painstakingly cultivated over decades seemed insignificant, barely rising to the level of a mere finger. "Thank you." Yubuchuan's voice was hoarse as he bowed deeply to Song Xian. The city guards observed from a distance, yet none dared to approach. There are countless ways to court death, and they preferred not to perish in flamboyant fashion. Song Xian glanced at the unconscious Linghu Chong and Yuling Shan on the ground. The two had been rendered unconscious by the shockwave generated as the sword energy surged past them, and would likely remain so for a considerable time. Fixing his gaze on the intricately complex expression of Yubuchuan, Song Xian stated, "This is not a place for conversation. Please follow me." At the Thousand House office, Song Xian sat at the head of the table, while Yubuchuan led the gradually awakening Linghu Chong and Yuling Shan to take their seats. Song Xian casually settled onto one side and called out, "Bring tea." Soon, two officials clad in dark robes, bearing the insignia of the 100 House, entered with smiling faces, carrying tea sets. After filling their cups, Song Xian nodded. "Such trivial matters can be handled by those below. You need not attend to them personally." The 200 House officials, taken aback, replied, "We are grateful for the opportunity to serve you, and we have long wished to do something for you, even if it is merely pouring tea." Song Xian smiled slightly. "Your goodwill is sufficient. I have matters to discuss with my guests, so you may withdraw." "Understood." Once the 200 House officials had exited, Yubuchuan's expression turned grave. "Song Xiaoxia, are you the head of this 1000 House?" "No. I merely hold the title of 100 House and serve concurrently as the order's pacifier." Yubuchuan hesitated. "Shouldn't this be the residence of the 1000 House? Is it appropriate for us to be seated here? What is inappropriate about it?" Song Qian replied nonchalantly. "The 1000 House official named Fong plotted against my brother and has long since been imprisoned. The 1000 House now belongs to my brother." "Ah, I see." A smile crept onto Yubuchuan's lips, though it was somewhat strained, even trembling slightly. This Song Xian is indeed a formidable individual. Not only is his strength extraordinary, but his methods are also fearsome. His superior was executed without hesitation, showing no regard for consequences. He and his disciples owe their lives to him. Should they fail to express gratitude, they might not leave this Jiangzhou prefecture alive. Yuling Shan, however, was oblivious to these thoughts, her gaze fixed eagerly on Song Xian. "You, the sword energy I witnessed before losing consciousness, was it you who wielded it to save us?" "Indeed," Song Xian affirmed. Hearing this, Yuling Shan's heart soared with joy. Though this notorious figure's actions were often unpredictable, he was indeed reliable in crucial moments. Yet in the next moment, her mind was clouded with concern. How could she repay the life-saving grace? Given the current state of the Huashan sect, with no strong members within and the ever-watchful eye of Zhuo Longchan outside, they would likely lack the means to express their gratitude. At this juncture, Yu Buchuan suddenly rose, stepping to the center of the hall with a serious demeanor. During our escape, I mentioned to Ling Shan and Chong Er that if they managed to escape, they should seek your assistance. I wish to inform you that I accept your previous proposal. He bowed deeply, declaring, Yu Buchuan of the Huashan sect is willing to pledge allegiance to you. Whatever you command, I shall follow to the death. Song Xian rose with a smile. Yu Buchuan's submission did not surprise him. Apart from this path, the old Yu had no other means of survival. As long as Zhuo Longchan lived, the Huashan sect would find no peace. In the absence of sufficient strength, Yu Buchuan must seek a patron for the continuation of the Huashan sect. However, at that moment, the still injured Ling Hu Chong suddenly stood up, disbelief etched across his face. Master, I disagree. You are indeed the renowned Junzi Jian of the martial world, the leader of a sect. How could you stoop to become a pawn of the imperial court? If this matter were to leak, would it not become a source of ridicule among the heroes of the martial realm? Chapter 75. This heartless wretch, distracted by the brash remarks of Ling Hu Chong, Yu Buchuan fell silent, staring incredulously at this disciple he held in high regard. Song Xian chuckled softly. Master, what are your thoughts? Yu Buchuan let out a deep sigh, his expression betraying disappointment and a touch of despondency. Yu Ling Shan, puzzled, spoke up, Father, even if senior brother's words are harsh, they are spoken with your dignity in mind. Is it not a bit excessive to say you feel disheartened? Song Qian laughed lightly, glancing at Yu Buchuan. Old Yu, your teaching skills seem rather inadequate. These two, though not young, appear increasingly naive. Yu Buchuan fell into silence, for he could not refute Song Qian's words. Look at the Song siblings. Both are exceptionally formidable at a young age. In contrast, his eldest disciple, whom he had nurtured as a son, and his daughter, with her bewildered expression, seemed utterly foolish. From this perspective, it was evident that he had faltered in his role as a mentor. Yuling Shan huffed, indignantly directing her gaze at Song Qian. Sister Song, I acknowledge your strength, but is it necessary to belittle others so? Song Qian pondered for a moment before slowly uttering two words. Foolish child. What? Yuling Shan was momentarily taken aback. I said, foolish children. Song Qian raised her voice, pointing at Yuling Shan and Ling Hu Chong. Yuling Shan was left speechless. How can you utter such vile words? Calling you fools is merely a mild reproach. Song Qian retorted with a cold smile. Your Huashan sect stands on the brink of annihilation, and, as disciples and daughter, instead of seeking to alleviate your master's and father's burdens, your minds are consumed with preserving your pride. She cast a cold glance at Ling Hu Chong. Yuling Shan may be young and naive, unable to grasp the current plight of Huashan, but you, as the chief disciple, do not tell me you are oblivious to the situation we face. Ling Hu Chong was taken aback. What situation? He furrowed his brow. Today, the Songzhan sect has plotted against us, and I still cannot fathom why. The Five Mountain Sword Alliance has always been united. Does not Zhuo Longchan's action amount to self-sabotage? Song Qian was at a loss for words, unable to comprehend Ling Hu Chong's thought process. Song Qian looked at Yu Buchuan with sympathy. Master Yu, I must say, your disciples truly represent a refreshing current in the martial world. From an outsider's perspective, I wish there were more individuals like Ling Hu Chong, innocent and devoid of malice. With more such souls, conflicts in the martial realm would surely lessen. However, from your standpoint as the leader, I can feel your exhaustion. To be honest, I cannot understand why you have persevered to maintain Huashan sect until now. Yu Buchuan took a deep breath and spoke solemnly to Ling Hu Chong. Chong, you are no longer a child. Soon you will reach maturity. It is time for you to cultivate a sense of responsibility. You claim that being a pawn of the imperial court would tarnish our reputation. If you do not comprehend this, that is acceptable. I shall give you time to gradually understand. Once we return to Huashan, reflect deeply at the back mountain's contemplation cliff. Only when you grasp why I must act in this manner shall you be permitted to leave the mountain. Master, Ling Hu Chong felt a surge of defiance. He had never held a favorable view of the imperial court and could not accept Huashan's transformation from a martial sect into a tool of the state. Leave. Yu Buchuan barked. Wait outside. I do not wish to see you now. He pointed at Yuling Shan. You two step outside. I have matters to discuss with the master. Yuling Shan opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. In truth, she was not overly perturbed by her father's allegiance to the court. She merely felt bewildered, for he was her father and could not truly wish her harm. Could he? As she reached the door, Yuling Shan paused momentarily, her gaze wandering to the kindly, smiling Song Xian. She recalled how this villain had captured her in the past, and had, in response to her inquiry about his motives, claiming he sought not wealth or martial prowess, left her pondering for quite some time. It turned out that he had not lied. He truly sought people, but he did not desire Yuling Shan. Rather, his interest lay in her father, the illustrious Junzi Jian of the martial world. With a complex expression, she turned to leave, gazing at the sky in exasperation. Inside the hall, Yu Buchuan forced a wry smile and clasped his fists. I beg the master's pardon. No need for concern. It is quite normal, Song Xian reassured him. After all, they are young. Having mingled in the martial world for so long, who would not be confused when addressed as young hero? It is perfectly understandable that one would struggle to accept the transition from a youthful hero to a despised pawn of the court. Yu Buchuan sighed deeply. I anticipated that Chong'er would find this difficult to accept, but I never expected him to be so thoughtless and ungrateful. His mind is consumed with how becoming a court lackey would tarnish his reputation, yet he has not once considered my position as his master. Why would I abandon my role as a leader to serve the Xianyi way? It could be forgiven if others were oblivious, but he was my eldest disciple. Raised by my side, if he had a shred of conscience, he should be contemplating how to assist me in ensuring Huashan's survival amidst Zhuo Longchan's predatory gaze. Instead, the moment I made a decision, he immediately opposed me without a second thought. Song Xian chuckled. How you choose to guide your disciples is your affair. I shall not intrude upon the domestic matters of Huashan's sect. Naturally, Song Xian would not interfere with Ling Hu Chong being sent to the Contemplation Cliff. He would prefer that the lad hurry to the cliff and learn the Dugan 9 swords from Feng Qingyang, the hidden boss. There is a saying, your sword is my sword. The Dugan 9 swords are difficult to obtain from Feng Qingyang, but once in Ling Hu Chong's hands, Song Xian would have ample means to secure them. He might not even need to act himself. After all, Zhuo Longchan, that tool, was still alive. If used properly, he would be capable of bearing the blame time and again. Lifting his teacup for a sip, Song Xian continued, though I severed Zhuo Longchan's arm today, the crisis facing Huashan has not been alleviated. In fact, after this setback, Zhuo Longchan will only become more cautious and ruthless. Should he strike again, he is unlikely to afford you the opportunity to seek refuge with me. I wonder, Master Yu, have you considered how to respond to the impending retaliation from the Songzhan sect? Chapter 76. Hastily constructed things are always flawed. In response to Song Xian's inquiry, Yu Buchuan fell into silence. Moments later, he shook his head, a bitter expression on his face. Aside from relying on the master, I have no other recourse. I cannot contend with Zhuo Longchan. Not everyone possesses the capabilities of Song Xian, who could unleash sword energy even in the acquired realm. For Yu Buchuan, the disparity between the acquired and innate realms was immense. If Zhuo Longchan were to truly unleash his wrath upon Huashan, he would find himself utterly incapable of mounting any form of resistance. Song Xian shook his head slightly. Old Yu, let me put it this way. If you remain in Yangzhou City, I can certainly ensure your safety. However, your foundation lies in Huashan. You cannot stay here indefinitely. You will eventually have to return. Once you are back at Huashan, with its high mountains and long roads, I will find it exceedingly difficult to protect you, no matter how capable I am. He continued, tell me the truth. Do you have any confidence of breaking through to the innate realm in the coming years? Upon hearing the term innate realm, Yu Buchuan's expression darkened. No, I have been stuck at the peak of the acquired realm for many years, with no hope of breaking through to the innate. Song Xian was somewhat taken aback. Logically speaking, the Zhixiagong of your Huashan sect is not of low rank and belongs to the orthodox Taoist practices. Given your decent aptitude, you should be on the verge of a breakthrough at your age, right? The Dezhou dynasty boasts a flourishing martial arts scene, yet for ordinary individuals, the pursuit of martial arts remains an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Typically, there are only two pathways for commoners to embark on martial training. One is through sheer luck, being accepted as a disciple by a renowned martial family or sect, thereby receiving a systematic transmission of martial arts. without a complete martial arts methodology. Relying solely on self-exploration can only lead to basic physical conditioning. It is utterly impossible to cultivate internal energy. The other avenue is to join the Imperial Army. Within the military, there are formations and martial arts suitable for soldiers, but most can only reach the limits of the mortal realm. Without notable military achievements, gaining access to techniques that allow for the cultivation of internal energy is exceedingly difficult. Although Yu Buchuan may not compare in talent to those extraordinary individuals, it cannot be said that he is lacking. With the orthodox internal cultivation methods of the Huashan sect and the resources of a sect to support him, after decades of arduous practice, the fact that he has yet to grasp even a hint of a breakthrough into the innate realm is indeed unusual. At the mention of this, Yu Buchuan's face turned slightly red. This, my lord, is something you may not know. The Zixia Gong is an orthodox Taoist technique, and Taoist practices initially focus on refining essence into energy, belonging to the category of juvenile techniques. Back when Huashan sect faced great upheaval, the older generation of masters perished or scattered, and I was thrust into the position of leading Huashan sect. My master passed away early, and without any elder to guide me, I was unaware that cultivating the Zixia Gong required abstaining from lust, which led to significant depletion of my essence in my youth. Song Xian nodded in understanding of old Yu. After all, the young Ning Zhongzi was a renowned beauty in the martial world. Who could resist the allure of such a stunning wife? It was only later, after I had made some progress in the Zixia Gong, particularly after the birth of my daughter Ling Shan, that I gradually comprehended the essence of refining essence into energy. However, by that time it was too late. The early losses were too great, and even with later medicinal supplements, it was exceedingly difficult to restore myself to my former state. Yu Buchuan wore a sorrowful expression, stating that while the Zixia Gong is indeed powerful and once made Huashan sect a formidable presence in the martial world, it has regrettably become a shackle that hinders my entry into the innate realm. Listening to Yu Buchuan's lament, Song Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Chunyang Wujing Tongzi Gong he practiced was a fusion of various Taoist and Buddhist techniques. He had previously wondered why such a myriad of divine techniques ultimately coalesced into a juvenile technique. Now, it seemed understandable. Whether from the Taoist or Buddhist perspective, the foundational stage emphasizes abstaining from lust, fundamentally revolving around refining essence into energy, thus justifying the label of juvenile technique. Old Yu. Song Xian lightly tapped his fingers on the chair, pondering for a moment, then said, "If there were a technique before you that could enable you to break through to the innate realm in a remarkably short time, would you be inclined to pursue it?" My lord. Yu Buchuan's breathing grew heavier, an expression of eagerness upon his face. "Do not rush." Song Xian waved his hand and continued, "But this technique comes with a significant drawback. It generates continuous heat within your body upon cultivation, ultimately leading to a state of madness. And to avoid succumbing to madness, one must undergo castration. Would you still be willing to practice such a technique?" Yu Buchuan was taken aback, his face displaying a conflicted expression, and he even reluctantly asked, "Must one really undergo castration?" Song Xian nodded, stating that such a technique allows for a direct breakthrough to the innate realm, and there must be some cost involved. As for whether that cost is substantial or minor, it ultimately depends on whether you, old Yu, deem it worth it. Yu Buchuan remained torn. As a man, the essence of masculinity is akin to one's life. Even in dire straits, few would willingly part with that aspect of themselves. Song Xian did not rush him, but exchanged a knowing glance with Song Qian. Miss Song understood the implication and retrieved a manual from her sleeve, casually tossing it to Yu Buchuan. Yu Buchuan gazed at the words on the manual, the Bixia sword manual. "This is from the Lin family, right?" "Indeed," Song Xian affirmed. "This is the 72 Bixia sword techniques once wielded by Lin Yuan II, who traversed the martial world with great renown. You may copy this manual and take it back to Huashan. As for whether to cultivate it, that is your decision. I can only protect you temporarily, but I cannot ensure the safety of Huashan's sect indefinitely. Ultimately, the security of Huashan's sect must rely on you as its leader. Even if I eliminate the scheming Zhuolingshan, a declining Huashan sect will inevitably attract the attention of Wang Lungshan and Li Lungshan. Relying on others is never as reliable as relying on oneself. After Yu Buchuan perused the manual from cover to cover and confirmed that it indeed aligned with Song Xian's description of allowing for a breakthrough to the innate realm post-castration, the conflicted expression on his face lessened considerably. My lord speaks wisely. Relying on others is never as dependable as relying on oneself. With a long sigh, Yu Buchuan requested leave from his lord, expressing his intent to return to Huashan. After paying respects to the ancestors, he would prepare to lead the sect members to settle in Yangzhou. With a wry smile, he noted that the entire sect possesses little in terms of belongings and even fewer members, so the delay should not take long. Though Yu Buchuan did not explicitly state whether he would practice or not, Song Xian understood that old Yu had made up his mind. He would not be preserving his manhood. He nodded and smiled, saying, "Thus, Master, you can rest assured in returning. Zuoling Chan has sustained significant injuries and will undoubtedly hide to recuperate. He will not dare cause trouble for Huashan sect in the near term." Chapter 77. Are you here to cause trouble? Old Yu. Just as Yu Buchuan reached the door, Song Xian suddenly called out to him. Does my lord have further instructions? Song Xian pondered, saying, Your eldest disciple possesses a remarkable understanding of swordsmanship. What do you think? At this, Song Xian's tone paused, his expression implying a deeper meaning. Yu Buchuan was taken aback, realizing that his lord suggested letting Chong'er practice this sword technique. Song Xian nodded, asking if he believed it feasible. Yu Buchuan chuckled and shook his head, saying, setting aside whether my disciple can practice it. Even if he does, can you, my lord, truly trust him? Song Xian fell silent. Someone like Ling Hu Chong could serve as a useful pawn, but to bring him in as a subordinate was out of the question. It would be a perilous gamble. After Yu Buchuan departed with his daughter and disciple, Song Xian remarked, Brother, does old Yu plan to go through with it? Song Xian nodded. Wouldn't it be safer for him to undergo the procedure right here in Yangzhou, cultivate the Bixie sword manual to become an innate expert, and then return to Huashan? Song Xian waved his hand, saying, You do not understand a man's thoughts. What thoughts? Song Xian was puzzled. Does that not imply returning to 1S roots? Even if he must undergo the procedure, should it not be on his own turf? Song Xian laughed heartily, yet showed no intention of explaining. After all, one cannot disclose to her that once the decision is made, if he were in old Yu's shoes, he would surely wish to return to the mountain gate and spend a few blissful days with his wife before the inevitable. Before departing this world, one should at least indulge in a final feast, right? Even a condemned criminal is granted a hearty meal before their execution. Observing Song Xian's silence, Song Xian suddenly felt a wave of empathy, saying, I can't help but feel a bit sorry for old Yu. It's quite heartbreaking. If only one of his disciples were capable, he would not have to face such a difficult choice. Would he? It is indeed quite pitiful. Song Xian sighed, stating that old Yu's Zixia Gong has reached its limits. Without change, there is no hope for the innate realm in this lifetime. Moreover, none of his disciples show promise. The only one with slightly better aptitude, Ling Hu Chong, is merely a wayward rogue without any sense of belonging to the sect. In such a sect, with the old lacking potential and the young showing no future, despair is inevitable for any leader. Fortunately, we are sufficiently promising. Song Qian suddenly broke into a smile and said, Brother, I will retreat from my training now. As for meals, you can just have someone deliver them to my door every 3 days. This time, I will not leave my seclusion until I attain the innate realm. You have reached that level, and I must strive to catch up. I do not wish for a day to come when Lao Song must face a desperate choice like Yu Buchuan due to our lack of effort. With that, she floated out of the hall like a willow catkin, vanishing beyond the gates. Song Xian did not stop her. He had never doubted whether Song Qian could break through. If one were to ask who possessed the greatest martial arts talent he had seen in nearly 2 decades, it would undoubtedly be his sister, Song Qian. As for the extent of her talent, it could be described as follows. While others endure years of hardship in their cultivation, for Song Qian, training is as effortless as eating and drinking. Even if she were to practice sporadically, she could easily keep pace with her elder brother. In her presence, Song Qian had never witnessed any bottlenecks. Her internal energy cultivation was more efficient in 1 year than that of an ordinary martial artist over a decade. Through Song Qian understood what it meant to be a favored child of heaven, to be nourished by fate. If one were to use a more fantastical expression, Song Qian was the child of destiny in this world, destined to sail smoothly through life without calamity or disaster. While Song Xian's initial martial arts talent could not be described as extraordinary, it was still significantly stronger than that of most martial artists. However, compared to Song Xian, his aptitude was merely average. At times, he questioned how it was possible for siblings to have such a vast disparity in martial talent. Fortunately, over the past decade, the pure Yang Wuji Tongzigong had gradually enhanced his martial arts aptitude, allowing his cultivation speed to increase. By the age of 20, he had finally entered the innate realm. At 20, having achieved the innate realm, he was truly a prodigy in the entire Jianghu. Some sacred places of martial arts only recognize disciples as true successors if they reach the innate realm before the age of 30. Having been idly passing time at the Qinhu office in Jiangxia Prefecture, Song Xian was seldom seen dealing with official matters. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. After Song Xian permitted entry, a respectful Baihu walked in and said solemnly, "My lord, there is something I need to inform you." Song Xian set down his pen and looked up. "Speak." During your absence from the Qinhu office, several members of the Xuanji Guard from the Shanna Prefecture came by, claiming to be investigating a case involving the murder of an official's family member by someone from the Jianghu. "Oh," Song Xian replied nonchalantly. "Continue." The deceased is the son of the county magistrate of Jiangchang County in Shanha Prefecture, along with a number of his guards and attendants. The Jiangxing County believes this case is related to individuals from the Jianghu and has transferred it to the Qinhu office in Shanha Prefecture. Song Xian stated calmly. "How did this case from Shanha Prefecture connect back to us in Jiangxia?" The Baihu displayed a troubled expression, according to their accounts, during the time of the murders. The Fuwei escort agency's escort ship docked at the port, leading them to suspect the Lin family might be involved. Song Xian acknowledged with a grunt, recalling the time he had attended a wedding banquet in Jiangchang County and offered blessings to the newlyweds. The entire family of the newlyweds had perished. Yet he had only had time to deal with the county magistrate's son and his entourage, failing to eliminate the magistrate himself. He had promised to eradicate the entire magistrate's family, but had not found the opportunity to clean up the mess. Unexpectedly, the county magistrate had acted hastily. At that moment, Song Xian chuckled. Surely they are not just accusing the Lin family? Are they suggesting that this official is also implicated in the case? The Baihu hurriedly replied. They did not explicitly state it, but their implication was clear. Currently, those individuals are waiting outside the office. Would you like to meet with them, my lord? Then let us meet, Song Xian said with a chuckle. I would like to see what their intentions are. They likely believe we lack a Qianhu and want to take advantage of the situation. The Baihu seemed accustomed to such matters, stating, "You know, my lord, the Xuanji Guard holds considerable power in each Qianhu office, and there are many factions among the various Qianhu offices. Open and covert struggles are quite common." Song Xian dismissed it. Wherever there are people, there is a Jianghu, and the court is no exception. Call them in. I wish to see if they have truly uncovered something or simply seek a pretext to extort benefits. From the Shanha Prefecture came two Xuanji guards, dressed in dark uniforms, with small flags hanging from their waists, indicative of the lowest rank among the second-tier Xuanji guards. As soon as they entered, Song Xian's smile faded, replaced by a cold indifference as he scrutinized the two. Though the two wore flags, they suppressed their auras. Yet even so, Song Xian could perceive that their concealed innate energy could not be hidden. The arrival of these two from the Shanna Prefecture was clearly an attempt to create chaos. Initially, the two appeared relaxed, seemingly dismissive of the Qianhu office, but upon entering the hall, their expressions shifted abruptly. They had not anticipated that the master of the Qianhu office here was also an innate level expert. The two hesitated for a moment, then clasped their fists and bowed respectfully. Xuanji Guard Xiao Qi, I pay my respects to Lord Song. Xuanji Guard Huaman Shan, I pay my respects to Lord Song. Song Xian, seated in a grand chair, spoke coolly. I do not appreciate those who hide their identities. It would be best for you both to reveal your true names and intentions. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to leave Yangzhou City. Chapter 78. Lu Xiaofeng and Huaman Lu, the two Xuanji guards, adorned with small flag insignias, exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with subtle light. Lord Song is jesting. We are merely here to investigate a case. If you do not welcome us, we can leave at this moment. The one speaking, with a flag insignia, appeared to be around 30, sporting neatly groomed mustaches that matched his eyebrows, giving the illusion of having 4 eyebrows from a distance. At this moment, the jovial expression he wore upon entering had vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor, as he clearly did not expect the master of the Jiangxia Qianhu office to also be an innate level master. After speaking, he pulled the seemingly noble and handsome young man beside him and turned to leave. Song Xian chuckled coldly, slapping the table. In an instant, a brush on the table shot forth like a sword, a streak of lightning that struck towards the man who called himself Lu Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi's expression changed dramatically. His fingers curled like claws, true energy surged forth, and strands of energy coalesced between his index and middle fingers into a swirling vortex of true energy. A resounding crash echoed throughout the hall as true energy burst forth, creating a cacophony. The wooden door at the entrance shattered under the force of the collision, splinters flying out and leaving the outer columns riddled with holes. In between Lu Xiaoqi's fingers, a brush radiating a crimson glow was firmly clutched, the tip quivering slightly. Casually discarding the brush onto the ground, Lu Xiaoqi, with his right hand previously holding the brush now resting behind him, lifted his left hand to wipe the cold sweat from his temples. "My lord, is this really necessary?" Before he could finish his sentence, a streak of light shot from the head of the hall, accompanied by the debris of wood still in the air, enveloping the two of them. Lu Xiaoqi's face filled with apprehension. He swiftly retreated to the courtyard, his palms striking out like iron, lifting a large cauldron in the yard, and hurling it towards the incoming light. With a tearing sound, the magnificent cauldron, taller than a person and still fragrant, was cleaved in half by the sword light. The brilliance of the sword gleamed and cascaded like a torrential downpour or a startled Xuan under the blazing sun, erupting in a momentary explosion. However, the next instant, the sound of the sword's whistle echoed, and the previously rampant sword aura swiftly coalesced into a single point of cold light. The once overwhelming sword energy that had engulfed the courtyard was now concentrated into this singularity, imbued with a lethal intent. Anyone could discern that if it were to erupt, its power would be sufficient to pierce the air and shatter stones. Lu Xiaoer stood motionless, with a vortex of true energy beginning to gather in his left hand. At this moment, he found himself locked onto by the incoming sword energy, leaving him with no means of evasion. He resolved to test his ultimate skill, Lingxi Yiji, to see if he could withstand this terrifying sword energy. Boom! Even before the sword energy arrived, a dreadful force struck first. Lu Xiaoer felt a sharp pain in his brow, as if countless silver needles were piercing him, causing his thoughts to become disoriented. His reaction slowed just enough for him to watch helplessly as the incoming sword energy drew ever closer. "Guome!" In the fleeting moment, a familiar voice called out beside him. Lu Xiaoer felt himself yanked suddenly, narrowly avoiding the lethal sword energy that bore down upon him. Hiss! The sword energy brushed past him, striking the courtyard wall of the government office. The sound of tearing echoed as a remarkably smooth cut was made in the thick wall forged from bluestone. Lu Xiaoer turned to glance back, a chill creeping into his heart. Had it not been for his friend's timely intervention, he would have undoubtedly been cleaved in two. Interesting. Song Xian's figure flickered, appearing at the entrance of the hall, one hand gripping his sword, his expression indifferent as he fixated on the two men. In the realm of Mingzhou, there were only so many innate martial artists. How could it be that two impostors were masquerading as members of the Xianyi Wei? The two individuals fell into silence for a moment. The man with a meticulously groomed beard, resembling his eyebrows, was the first to clasp his fists in greeting. "I am Lu Xiaofeng, known in the martial world as Lu Xiaoji and Lu Sandan. Pleased to meet you, Lord Song." Beside Lu Xiaofeng, the elegant and refined man holding a folding fan bowed with both hands. "I am Huaman Lu. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion, Lord Song." Song Xian appraised the two men with a discerning eye and found their identities unsurprising. They were simply too recognizable. Lu Xiaofeng's distinct beard was rare in the martial world, and with him was a remarkably skilled blind man, making their identities easy to guess. Song Xian's gaze wandered about the government office as he waved his hand at the Xian Yiwei officials who had gathered due to the commotion. Dismissing them with a casual, "There is nothing amiss. Return to your duties." He then instructed, find a few individuals to clean up the courtyard. With that, he motioned for Lu Xiaofeng and Huaman Lu. "Come in and let us converse." Inside the hall, Song Xian sat confidently in a grand chair. Lu Xiaofeng and Huaman Lu took their seats across from him, observing as two Xian Yiwei captains personally served tea. providing them with a direct insight into Lord Song's formidable authority. This man appeared not only to possess incredible strength, but also to wield exceptional control over those beneath him. Otherwise, how could high-ranking officials willingly serve tea? You two are not members of the Xian Wei, are you? Song Xian inquired, glancing at the somewhat reserved pair. No. Lu Xiaofeng, displaying a carefree demeanor, responded with a smile despite lingering apprehension. Conversing normally posed no issue. Before a true man, one speaks no falsehood. The Xian Wei uniforms we were taken from others. Oh, Song Xian's interest piqued. Let me guess. You two impersonating Xian Wei members have not come here to extort me for some leverage, have you? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaofeng's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a sheepish grin. Indeed, we had such thoughts, but we did not anticipate your prowess, which has caught us off guard. Pray tell, what leverage do you believe you have found against me? Song Xian adjusted his seating position, appearing unconcerned. Lu Xiaofeng pondered his words carefully before continuing. I have a penchant for meddling in affairs. Recently, while passing through Jiangshan County with Brother Hua, I happened upon news of the governor's son being murdered. It was said that he met a gruesome end, with all his bodyguards slaughtered, yet the local authorities found no trace of the culprit. This piqued my interest. Chapter 79. Deception. As Lu Xiaofeng recounted the tale, he paused to glance at Song Xian, but the latter's expression remained calm and unreadable. Lu Xiaofeng pressed on. This case has become quite significant locally, with officials from the governor's residence frequently scouring for clues and the townsfolk engaging in endless speculation. I have little else to occupy my time and find myself drawn to such mysteries. When the scene of the crime yielded no traces of the perpetrator, or rather, any traces were washed away by a torrential downpour, it became impossible to glean further insight. Consequently, Brother Hua and I shifted our focus to investigating the martial artists who entered Jiangshan County around the time of the incident. Song Xian chuckled lightly. So, you have traced your way to me? Have you perhaps uncovered some evidence? Not at all. Lu Xiaofeng shook his head. Though we lack concrete evidence, after thorough inquiries with various individuals, we concluded that the only one with both the capability and the audacity to commit such a crime is none other than you. My lord. Song Xian sipped his tea, amused. Thus, after all this time, you are merely speculating? Precisely. Lu Xiaofeng laughed. I have investigated numerous murder cases involving martial artists, but few are as clean and expertly executed as this one. Considering your position within the Xian Wei, I surmised that eliminating traces of a crime would indeed be your forte. Song Xian replied nonchalantly, so, you believe you have leverage over me and intend to coerce me into providing some benefit? That was not our initial intention. The Xian Wei and corrupt officials are like dogs at each other's throats. Ahem, their internal strife is something we would be more than willing to witness. However, after learning of your background from the imperial capital, I began to entertain certain thoughts. Pointing to Hua Manlu, he added, this is my dearest friend, whom I have known since childhood. Unfortunately, he lost his sight due to a severe illness, despite numerous attempts to seek treatment from various physicians over the years. None have proven effective. Upon discovering your affiliation with the Xian Wei and your lineage, I hatched a bold idea. Song Xian replied coolly, you wish to extort a minor pill from me? Lu Xiaofeng looked up in astonishment. Your insight is remarkable, my lord. That is indeed my intention. The minor pill is a legendary remedy in the martial world, primarily held by the Xian Wei aristocracy, and is exceedingly rare. Lu Xiaofeng sighed. In the past, many martial artists sought to acquire the minor pill through assassination or abduction, seizing some from the hereditary members of the Xian Wei. However, the subsequent retaliatory violence from the Xian Wei was extremely brutal and merciless. The enforcement officers showed no regard for evidence, mercilessly slaying all local martial families and sects in a bloodbath. After several such incidents, no one dared to seize the minor pill through forceful means again. At this juncture, Lu Xiaofeng discreetly cast a glance at Song Xian, who appeared to be enjoying the unfolding narrative. He continued, if brute force is not an option, then cunning must prevail. It is rare to encounter a member of the hereditary Xian Wei family willing to be so open, and it seems we may have indeed stumbled upon some leverage, which is why I sought to test the waters and see if I might obtain a minor pill from you. Test the waters? Song Xian laughed. So you two donned the uniforms of the Xian Wei to come here and to try your luck? Indeed, It is a matter of chance. I merely wish to intimidate a little. What if, by chance, you, esteemed sir, are truly the murderer of the son of Jiang Chungjun? With such leverage, even if you were to relinquish the small Huandong, you would not dare to speak of it. But what if I am not the murderer? There's no loss either way. Lu Xiaofeng sighed and remarked that they had discovered you, sir, are barely 20 years old, and presumed your strength to be at most that of an acquired martial artist. With the prowess of myself and brother Hua, we could escape at any moment. Who would have thought that despite your youthful appearance, your strength is so extraordinarily formidable? Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu exchanged glances, then pondered, if I am not mistaken. Sir Song, you have already condensed the Qi flower and the Shun flower on your martial path, have you not? That recent sword energy contained a spiritual attack, leaving me with a splitting headache and a sense of disorientation. Had it not been for Brother Hua's timely assistance, I may have perished on the spot. Song Xian offered a non-committal smile, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. To speak candidly, ever since ascending to the innate realm, he himself could not discern his standing within the martial world. Presently, regardless of whether it is Zhua Longchan, who possesses relatively lower strength among innate warriors, or Lu Xiaofeng, who has long been renowned within the martial community, neither is a match for him. The pure Yang Wuji Tongzi Gong, a celestial-level internal martial arts technique, is exceptionally potent. As a culmination of numerous premier internal arts, with each breakthrough in his realm, Song Xian's essence, energy, and spirit undergo a transformative elevation. This enhancement, it seems, is overwhelming among peers of the same level. I dare to inquire, are all the Xianyi Wei families in the imperial capital as terrifying as you, sir? Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu were genuinely astonished today. They initially believed a mere young Xianyi Wei would come to intimidate them, hoping to grasp some leverage to obtain the small Huandong, which would be a significant gain. Even if they failed to gather any leverage, they could effortlessly depart. With their established prowess as innate warriors, a mere Qianhu So lacking any innate warriors could hardly pose a threat. Who would have anticipated that what they thought would be a straightforward journey to Jiangxia would prove more perilous than a dragon's lair or a tiger's den? Lu Xiaofeng understood very well that if the young lord seated in the Taisher chair truly harbored murderous intent, no matter how adept they were at lightness skills, one of them would inevitably perish today. Song Xian vaguely acknowledged, stating that the waters in the imperial capital run too deep and the competitive pressure is overwhelming. He preferred not to engage in the intrigues of a group of prodigies, which is why he proactively sought a transfer here for peace. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu were left in utter shock. How exaggerated! A 20-year-old who has already condensed the Qi flower and Shun flower into a top-tier, innate master still refers to others as prodigies? What kind of terrifying individuals must those prodigies mentioned by Sir Song be? Surely, one cannot enter the realm of martial arts masters in their 20s or 30s. That would be utterly absurd. Even if one began training from birth, achieving innate mastery in their 20s is already an extraordinary talent. And there are hardly a few in the entire martial world. As for martial arts masters in their 20s, Lu Xiaofeng would not believe it even if he were to be killed. Nevertheless, one thing is certain. The Xianyi Wei families in the imperial capital are indeed fearsome enough to make one's scalp tingle. Chapter 80. 3 years for a lifetime of light. Song Xian was naturally deceiving the two. The waters in the imperial capital are indeed deep, but not to the exaggerated extent he portrayed. There are indeed some young prodigies there, but to speak frankly, since his ascension to the innate realm, he has not encountered any young geniuses who could make him feel apprehensive. Esteemed sir, we have recounted the entire sequence of events. How do you intend to deal with us? Lu Xiaofeng's voice held an unusual tone, and as a friend, Hua Manlu immediately grasped his meaning. If the esteemed Sir Song were to turn hostile, Lu Xiaofeng intended to depart first, allowing him to take the initiative to hold the rear. The outcome of such a rearguard was self-evident. When facing a top-tier martial artist who has condensed the Qi flower and Shun flower, without a peer of equal standing to intervene, it is essentially a matter of life and death for whoever stands in the way. Song Xian looked at the two with a smile, his expression gradually shifting from coldness to warmth. Truth be told, this is not a major issue. Had you two approached with the intent to befriend and candidly disclose your intentions, I would not have hesitated to provide a small Huandong. I am known for my benevolence and for forging friendships. Lu Xiaofeng's heart sank slightly. He understood that the subsequent but was the crux of the matter. As expected, Song Xian's voice rang out once more. However, you two have not been entirely sincere. There was more calculation and less honesty, which detracts from the chivalrous spirit of a martial artist. Lu Xiaofeng let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging that his thoughts had been excessive, causing the esteemed sir to find amusement. In truth, when I proposed this plan, Brother Hua was opposed, but my determination was too resolute, and he had no choice but to accompany me on this adventure. If you must place blame, let it fall upon me alone. Brother Hua's character is always refined and noble. I hope Sir Song does not take offense with him. Oh, Song Xian's gaze fell upon Hua Manlu. What? Does the young hero Hua have no interest in regaining his sight? Hua Manlu shook his head, stating, if I gain it, it is my fortune. If I lose it, it is my fate. In truth, being blind is not without its merits. Though I cannot see, I can still hear, feel, and sometimes even experience more joy than others. Song Xian regarded him deeply. This individual, perhaps due to his blindness, has cultivated an exceptionally refined spiritual awareness. In terms of spiritual prowess alone, he surpasses Lu Xiaofeng by a significant margin. This explains why, when Song Xian unleashed his sword energy, Lu Xiaofeng was rendered immobile by the spiritual attack it contained, while Hua Manlu could timely extricate himself from the spiritual suppression to render assistance. Young hero Hua's blindness is not congenital, but rather a consequence of illness. This kind of blindness can indeed be treated with the small huandan from my Xian Wei. Song Xian calmly stated, smiling, so dear blind hero, do you truly not wish to accept it? Blind hero? Hua Manlu instinctively blinked. What a peculiar title. Lu Xiaofeng, however, did not focus on this and hurriedly inquired, esteemed sir, are you truly willing to provide us with a sacred medicine? Taking a deep breath, he pressed further. Might there be conditions attached? Naturally, there are conditions. Song Xian pointed to the Xian Wei uniform on Lu Xiaofeng, saying, you two have impersonated Xian Wei without authorization, which is a serious offense. It would be one thing if it were undiscovered, but should the law enforcement division take notice, your future days may not be peaceful. Lu Xiaofeng nodded. Every endeavor has its gains and losses. It is only natural to take some risks in pursuit of the small huandan. He paused, fixing his gaze intently on Song Xian. Whatever conditions you have, please state them. As long as they're not excessive, I, Lu Xiaofeng, am willing to accept some sacrifices for my brother to regain his sight. How forthright! Song Xian chuckled. Then I shall no longer keep you in suspense. Since you have donned the Xian Wei uniform, there is no need to remove it. Instead, why not serve under me directly? Lu Xiaofeng's expression shifted, about to speak, when Song Xian raised a finger, saying, I know your nature, fond of frivolity, meddling in affairs, enjoying wine, and admiring beauty, with a strong sense of loyalty. I will not make things difficult for you. For one small huandan, I require you to serve under me for 10 years. For the sake of your brother, seeing this splendid world, would you not be willing to sacrifice 10 years of your time? Lu Xiaofeng's lips parted, then he sighed and slowly nodded. Given the circumstances, if he were to refuse, it would seem as though he lacked loyalty. I would only lose 10 years of freedom, while my brother would lose the chance to regain his sight. Brother Lu, you mustn't. At that moment, Hua Manlu suddenly interjected. Though his eyes held no glimmer, Song Xian felt as if he were being scrutinized. Master Song, it was I who consumed the Shao Huan Dan to restore my sight. What concern is it of Brother Lu? I humbly believe my strength is not inferior, and I am not much weaker than Brother Lu. If you require subordinates, I, Hua Manlu, am willing to serve under your banner for a decade. Brother Lu is accustomed to a carefree disposition and cannot endure constraints. I hope you can understand and allow him to depart. Lu Xiaofeng furrowed his brows and said, Brother Hua, this matter arose because of me. Had I not dragged you here in search of fortune, we would not be in such a predicament today. Do not involve yourself in this. I shall handle it. You are aware that I cannot remain idle and have a penchant for meddling in affairs. Now that I serve as a member of the Xian Wei, I can investigate any case with legitimacy, which is not a misfortune for me. Song Xian watched the two perform their brotherly devotion with a smile until they had exhausted their words, then raised his hand to gesture. Your brotherly bond is quite moving, but let us not quarrel further. Instead, both of you shall serve under me as officials. How does that sound? Lu Xiaofeng replied, so after all this performance, you wish to include both of us? Before either could respond, Song Xian continued, I shall not make it difficult for you. You both will serve under me for 3 years, and I guarantee the restoration of Huan Manlu's eyesight. If 1 Xiao Huan Dan is insufficient, then 2. If 2 are still lacking, then 3. Should I run out of elixirs here, I shall return to the imperial capital to procure more. 3 years for a lifetime of sight. How do you both find this transaction? Is what you say true? Lu Xiaofeng felt tempted. He understood better than anyone how difficult it was to treat Huan Manlu's eyes. Having known each other since childhood, he had accompanied Huan Manlu to consult numerous renowned physicians over the years, all to no avail. Truth be told, even the so-called miraculous Xiao Huan Dan left Lu Xiaofeng doubting its efficacy. However, now that Song Xian had assured him of a cure, how could he not be intrigued? Although he appeared carefree, he was deeply loyal. The thought of Huan Manlu being blind pained him more than his own blindness. Chapter 81. This Master Song's methods are quite impressive. Song Xian's persuasion had been successful. Aside from Yu Buqian, who had yet to cultivate the Pai Xiejian Pu, he had now gained 2 seasoned innate martial artists. Though their tenure was limited to 3 years, Song Xian was unconcerned. Having previously established no rapport, he could easily entice them aboard. After 3 years of camaraderie, would they still be able to leave his ship? Even if these two were cold-hearted and disregarded their bond, would Huan Manlu not need Xiao Huan Dan for his blindness? Were their relatives suffering from severe ailments or injuries in these 3 years? Song Xian mused that such possibilities were indeed feasible. To ensure their cooperation, Song Xian initially demonstrated overwhelming swordsmanship to impress upon them the gravity of their situation. Should they fail to reach a conclusion today, they might not leave this place alive. This was his personal display of martial intimidation. Subsequently, he subtly highlighted the formidable power of the Xianyi Wei, intensifying their psychological pressure. He created an illusion that even if they managed to escape, they could not evade the pursuit of the Xianyi Wei. This was his way of using his backing as a threat. With no escape route available, Song Xian then made suitable concessions, offering to restore Huan Manlu's eyesight in exchange for a 3-year commitment from both men. Lu Xiaofeng, being a person of deep loyalty, found himself compelled to accept Song Xian's proposal amidst the blend of kindness and coercion. While they might harbor some reluctance, Song Xian remained indifferent. He cared not for their inner sentiments as long as they diligently fulfilled their roles. What he sought was their service, not their hearts. 3 years hence, Song Xian had ample means to extend their tenure further. 3 years would turn into 6, and eventually, he would ensure these two became firmly entrenched within the Xianyi Wei, unable to extricate themselves. At the Qinhu office, Lu Xiaofeng and Huan Manlu were directly promoted to the position of Zongqi by Song Xian, guided by a junior member of the Xianyi Wei to a modest courtyard. Gentleman Zongqi, at the behest of the prefect, this will be your residence henceforth. The junior member smiled warmly, assuring them that the rooms were clean and furnished, allowing them to reside comfortably. Lu Xiaofeng nodded and took out a piece of silver, saying, "Thank you for your trouble." The junior member hurriedly shook his head, as though the silver were venomous, not daring to look at it for long before hastily departing. It seems our Master Song possesses considerable skill in managing his subordinates. Huan Manlu remarked with a hint of admiration. How could he not be skilled? Lu Xiaofeng sighed. After years of wandering the martial world, we have encountered all manner of characters. Yet here we are, ensnared within the Xianyi Wei system through his deft handling of both kindness and strength. Though he had felt little at first, the more he pondered, the more he realized that Master Song's methods were indeed shrewd, having unwittingly led them into his trap. Huan Manlu entered the courtyard and lamented. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it was he who killed the son of the governor of Jiangxing. Yet, having taken the son's life, he leaves the father untouched, likely as bait to lure others into the fray. The bait may be officials, yet it seems he has ensnared us both, Lu Xiaofeng mused, plucking a blade of grass and chewing on it. While he fishes, who prompted us to charge headlong into his net? Despite feeling somewhat uneasy, the prospect of regaining his sight in exchange for a mere 3 years was still a deal worth considering. His only concern was that this man might later renege on his promise, leaving him at a loss for recourse. There's no need for such worries. Huan Manlu shook his head. At just 20, he had already condensed the essence of both vitality and energy. Such an extraordinary talent, if he survives, is bound to become the second martial arts master in the Mingzhou region. A person of such conviction and inner strength would not easily breach a promise for a mere Xiaohuan Dan. That is true, Lu Xiaofeng nodded. After all, he is destined to be a martial arts master, and thus he must value his reputation. To him, the Xiaohuan Dan may be in abundance. One cannot forsake their dignity for something they do not lack, he concluded, stretching lazily under the willow tree in the courtyard and scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was watching. He then whispered, Brother Hua, tell me truthfully, between our recent acquaintance, Shimen Chue Shui and Song Xian, who is more formidable? Hua Manlu pondered for a moment before replying. Shimen Chue Shui is stoic and values his sword above all else, taking lives in the blink of an eye. To him, killing is an art, and his swordsmanship is his very life. When we last met, his relentless sword technique had advanced further. In terms of sword energy, Song Xian and he are likely on par. Are you suggesting their strengths are comparable? Not quite, Huan Manlu shook his head. I believe Song Xian is the more powerful of the two. Although I cannot see, my other senses have sharpened. Shimen Chue Shui is indeed strong, and I can instinctively sense danger from him. However, Song Xian gives me the impression of a wisp of cloud in the sky or a secluded spring in the mountains. I cannot fathom the depths of his strength. The sword energy he directed at you earlier had already fused his true energy with his mental will, terrifyingly strong. Yet even so, I have a sense that this is far from his true capacity. Lu Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, stating that your intuition has always been remarkably accurate. If you believe he is concealing his true strength, then it is highly probable that this individual is indeed hiding his genuine capabilities. In the imperial capital, the Xuan Wei family produces a single prodigy capable of overwhelming the majority of formidable experts within the realm of Mingzhou. It is truly inconceivable to fathom the depth of their foundation. Huan Manlu chuckled lightly, suggesting that if it were not so, how could the Dazhou court maintain such an expansive territory? However, even with the existence of such a formidable organization as the Xuan Wei, the vastness of Dazhou's domain renders complete control nearly impossible. Over the course of 3 centuries, numerous factions have already grown estranged from the court. Lu Xiaofeng held little interest in the relationship between the court and the various provinces, and, pushing open the door, declared that he could not be bothered with court affairs. It was imperative to perform well under Song Xuan and prioritize healing your eyesight, for that is the most pressing matter at hand. Chapter 82. Dongfang Bubi as night fell. The cool moonlight cascaded over a courtyard. Song Xuan sat cross-legged on his bed, engaged in silent meditation. This had become a habit for him over the past 2 decades. Whenever he had a moment, he devoted it to cultivation. The Chuanyang Wuji Tongzi Gong, a profound martial art, demanded immense time investment prior to achieving mastery in the martial spirit. Fortunately, the high caliber of this technique allowed Song Xuan to emerge from a night of meditation with a mental state superior to that derived from sleep, leading him to adopt this practice as a substitute for rest. Unless under special circumstances, Song Xuan typically forewent sleep during the night. The path of martial arts resembles navigating upstream. Without progress, one regresses. To advance further along the martial path, one must possess not only talent and opportunity, but also perseverance, as all 3 are indispensable, except, of course, for Song Xian, who seems to have the heavens favoring her. Despite her lack of determination, Song Xuan never doubts her future accomplishments. The Chuanyang true energy flowed through his meridians like a stream, and with each cycle, the totality and refinement of his energy would incrementally enhance. Additionally, as the true energy coursed through him, refining his flesh and bones, Song Xuan could distinctly sense his physical strength gradually increasing, a sensation akin to possessing the might of a dragon or elephant, which left him quite entranced. Since his ascension to the innate realm, each time he cultivated, an image of the Taijutsu appeared in his mind. After contemplating this image throughout the night, his mental acuity would markedly improve. This is the advantage of a celestial level technique. A single method can comprehensively refine true energy, physique, and spirit. Especially after reaching the innate realm, this holistic enhancement of strength becomes increasingly pronounced. The way of heaven, which diminishes the excessive and replenishes the insufficient, thus reveals that the void surpasses the solid, and the insufficient prevails over the abundant. After completing 36 cycles, Song Xuan opened his eyes and exhaled softly, reciting a line from the opening of the technique. The more he practiced, the more he felt the profound depth of Chuanyang, Wuji Tongzi Gong. It seemed that while it appeared to be a martial technique, its essence was fundamentally rooted in martial arts, likely evolving beyond the confines of martiality in the future. As Song Xuan immersed himself in his cultivation, outside the courtyard, a shadowy figure glided in with remarkable stealth. This individual possessed extraordinary lightness of foot, making not a sound as they approached Song Xuan's quarters and stealthily created a small hole in the gauze window. After listening intently for a moment, and sensing that the occupant remained unaware, he produced a bamboo tube from his sleeve, preparing to blow into the tiny opening. Wisps of green smoke billowed from the tube. But just as the smoke began to escape, he felt a fierce wind rushing towards him. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Song Xuan in a white robe, gazing at the black-clad figure, who stood frozen in astonishment. "Are you not going to sleep at this hour? Don't you have work tomorrow?" The black-clad figure remained silent, swiftly retreating several paces as if a ghost, producing a pill which he hastily consumed. The gust of wind had caused some of the smoke he had released to enter his lungs, rendering his movements sluggish and stiff. "Huh!" A cold laugh resounded like thunder in the black-clad man's ears, and in his moment of shock, a chopstick shot through the window like a streak of light, piercing his chest with a soft thud. The black-clad figure grunted in pain, but disregarded it, leaping onto the courtyard wall. However, just as he prepared to escape over the wall, he felt a sudden weight on his head, as a long, powerful hand grasped him firmly. "Believe it or not, if you move again, your head will relocate." The voice was devoid of warmth, and the black-clad man trembled in fear, daring not to make another move. Remaining frozen in place, his body still poised for escape. Song Xuan casually extracted the chopstick from the man's chest, blood gushing forth, contorting his face in agony. "Oh, my apologies," Song Xuan remarked calmly, and before the man could voice his pain, he thrust the chopstick back in with a swift motion. This time, the black-clad man could no longer contain his cries of anguish. His outburst was loud enough to draw several figures rushing towards the courtyard. The first to arrive were Lu Xiaofeng and Huan Manliu. "My lord, what has transpired?" Song Xuan removed the black cloth from the man's face and tossed it aside, smiling faintly. "This individual intended to ambush me with poisonous smoke. Given your experience in the martial world, do you recognize him?" Lu Xiaofeng approached for a moment's inspection, shaking his head, stating he had no recollection. "He likely resembles an assassin trained by another." "My lord, have you recently offended anyone?" Song Xuan pondered momentarily. "Not long ago, I severed the arm of Zuoling Chan, the leader of the Songshan sect. Do you think this man could be an assassin sent by him?" "That is hard to say." Just as Lu Xiaofeng was about to say more, a sudden flash of silver gleamed in the night, resembling a thin silver thread, darting through the air in rapid succession. "Oomph!" Song Xuan snorted coldly, drawing his sword from his waist. The initial glimmer of the blade appeared as a crimson light, but quickly transformed into a red dragon. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the sword's light twisted in the air, sending silver needles scattering in all directions. After dispelling the torrent of silver needles with a single strike, Song Xuan stood atop the courtyard wall with his sword in hand, coldly surveying his surroundings. Each of those silver needles had been imbued with formidable, spiraling true energy, carrying immense force and a terrifying tearing energy. An ordinary innate martial artist would likely suffer severe injury from such a sudden ambush. It was evident that the assailant lurking in the shadows was a powerful innate martial artist, skilled in manipulation of long-range hidden weapons. In the realm of Mingzhou, the only one of such caliber adept at utilizing silver needles would likely be Dongfang Bubi, the leader of the Ryu Xinjiao. Song Xuan's mental acuity was intensely focused, perceiving everything around him as he leaped into the air, transforming into multiple fleeting shadows, darting through the dark corners. Moments later, he landed once more atop the courtyard wall, with Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu flanking him, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. "My lord, have you made any discoveries?" Song Xuan shook his head, noting that the assailant had already fled after failing to strike. This individual possesses remarkable lightness of foot and exceptional martial skills, excelling in the art of assassination. You should exercise caution in your daily affairs. As he spoke, he furrowed his brow, stroking his chin. "It seems I have not offended Dongfang Bubi, have I? What brings this fellow to Jiangxia to engage in assassination instead of embroidering at Haimuya?" Chapter 83. You had better not harbor any other thoughts. Looking up at the moonlit sky, Xuan could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. The martial world is indeed perilous, even if one does not provoke others. One may still inexplicably find themselves under attack. Song Xian surmised that the prowess of Dongfang Bubi was likely comparable to that of Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu. If they were to confront each other head-on, he estimated that he could dispatch him with no more than 3 moves. However, despite the opponent's martial skills being inferior to his own, Dongfang Bubi had managed to withstand a strike with a hidden silver needle, subsequently retreating with ease. It must be said that those who carve out a name for themselves in the Jianghu are indeed not to be underestimated. Everyone has their own hidden talents. Those arrogant individuals, if not careful, might find themselves meeting their demise at the hands of unknown foes. For instance, tonight, with the initial use of poison smoke followed by concealed weapons, any average innate master who had not reached a level of cultivation that allowed them to disregard poison could very well have fallen victim to such tactics. Brother, what has transpired? Song Qian's figure floated out from a small courtyard. Her brow furrowed as she glanced at the figure clad in black on the ground. It is nothing, merely a few insignificant rascals. You may return to your seclusion. I shall handle matters outside, Song Qian replied. Understood. Song Qian did not display any exaggerated reaction. In her heart, her elder brother, who had entered the innate realm, was invincible in Mingzhou unless he had offended the esteemed Sanfeng. Those with ill intentions would only meet their end in numbers, and the true concern lay with those lurking in the shadows. Once Song Qian emerged, Lu Xiaofeng's gaze remained fixed upon her until her departure, before he reluctantly withdrew his attention. My lord, is she your sister? He inquired. Song Qian shot him a cold glance. You already have enough romantic entanglements. I advise you against courting death. Lu Xiaofeng chuckled awkwardly. I was merely asking out of curiosity, no other intentions. Please don't misunderstand. Rest assured, my lord, I will keep watch with Brother Hua tonight. Song Qian grunted in acknowledgement, instructing the arriving Xian guards to take the fallen figure away for interrogation. He then turned and entered the room, closing the door behind him, sitting cross-legged on the bed to continue his cultivation. For others, this night represented a life-and-death crisis, but for him, it was merely a minor interruption that would not hinder his practice. As for the enigmatic Dongfang Bubi, he had noted this individual in his ledger, intending to settle the matter when time permitted. Outside the courtyard, Lu Xiaofeng's face bore a hint of excitement. He had not anticipated that the esteemed lordess sister would be so exquisitely beautiful. It was akin to the exhilaration of male students discussing beauties in a dormitory after lights out. Hua Manlu, with a calm demeanor, remarked, I cannot see her visage. But you are indeed correct. Your romantic debts are excessive. It would be prudent not to court danger. Old Hua, you too? Lu Xiaofeng protested. I merely expressed admiration for her beauty. How does that equate to courting death? You best not harbor any other thoughts. Hua Manlu's dull eyes fixed on Lu Xiaofeng. That woman gave me a strange feeling, reminiscent of the extreme danger I sensed when I first encountered Shimin Shui Shui. Such a person is a born harbinger of death. To provoke her would lead to dire consequences. Lu Xiaofeng's expression stiffened. You truly feel that way? Hua Manlu nodded slightly. I never lie about such matters. Understood. If you say we must not provoke her, then we shall heed your counsel. Lu Xiaofeng acquiesced, pulling out a wine gourd from his waist. Tonight, let's speak of nothing but wine. Will that suffice? Drinking is acceptable. Hua Manlu's expression softened as he accepted the wine gourd and took a sip. Our esteemed lord does not appear to be one who suffers losses. After tonight's disturbance, I suspect he will take significant action tomorrow. Drink sparingly. Do not let it interfere with tomorrow's important matters, Hua Manlu advised. Lu Xiaofeng waved his hand. Understood, my blind comrade. Hua Manlu's lips twitched slightly, but he refrained from further comment, savoring the cool night breeze as he silently enjoyed his drink. In a southern manner, several individuals gathered around a stone table, seemingly awaiting something. Suddenly, a man clad in brocade spoke blandly. The leader of the eastern sect has returned. As his words fell, a shadow leaped over the wall and landed in the courtyard, but upon landing, the figure let out a muffled groan, clutching the right side of his chest. Oh, Brother Dongfang has been injured? A scholar-like figure hurried forward, only to see the black-clad man remove his veil, revealing a heavily made-up face that was ambiguous in gender. It is nothing serious. Dongfang Bubi extracted a silver needle from his chest and spoke in a low voice. I have injured my lung. I shall need a few days to recover. The man seated on the stone bench let out a cold laugh. Dongfang, I have long warned you that you are no match for that person. Do you now believe me? Dongfang Bubi tore a piece of fabric from his garment to bind his wound, his voice tinged with fatigue. You are right, Yi Chengzhu. I was overly confident in testing that person's capabilities, resulting in my defeat today. And what did you discover? Yi Chengzhu inquired, sipping his tea. Dongfang Bubi scrutinized Yi Chengzhu for a moment, then pondered. It is difficult to say, but at least in the realm of swordsmanship, he should not be beneath you. My silver needles were not only completely deflected by him, but many even returned to injure me. His swordplay is so formidable that if I were to engage him in close quarters, I would have no means of defense. Yi Guqing nodded. It seems that this individual, who severed Zhuo Longchan's arm with a single strike, has indeed retained his strength. I have always maintained that we should remain in the shadows, conducting our own affairs without provoking him. Now that you have stirred up trouble, he is unlikely to let this matter rest. At this, he sneered. You have achieved nothing but to create further complications. This remark provoked Dongfang Bubi. Yi Guqing. Anyone could speak with sarcasm. If you are so capable, why not take the head of that song fellow? What merit is there in mocking a mere woman? Upon hearing the self-referential remark, Yi Guqing could only sigh at Dongfang Bubi's heavily made-up appearance. Fate has truly dealt me a poor hand. How did I end up collaborating with such a person? He ignored Dongfang Bubi and turned to a middle-aged scholar beside him. Mr. Liu, what is the stance of the Mingjiao leader? Is he willing to join forces with us in our grand endeavor? The middle-aged scholar shook his head slightly. They are still in discussions and have yet to reach conclusion. Then make an effort. Yi Guqing replied earnestly. The Mingjiao leader, Zhang Wuji, has a close relationship with Sanfeng Zhenren of Wudong. If we can secure his support, our plans will become much more stable. Chapter 84. We share a life and death bond. At dawn, after a night of cultivation, Song Xian entered his study to begin drafting a work report. Holding an official position did not mean one was free from responsibilities. Even if one had done little, the reports sent to the imperial capital must convey a sense of busyness. He selected recent tasks accomplished by the Qianhu offices in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, such as capturing several violators of the rules and solving long-standing cases, and identifying corrupt officials. Of course, he had not personally undertaken any of these tasks, but did not hinder the efforts of the subordinates eager to advance their own careers. The accomplishments of his subordinates were, after all, also a testament to his effective governance. The report to the imperial capital was merely a formality, as he had the support of Old Zhao in the inspection bureau. The promotion report was just a procedural matter. Having completed this, Song Xian took out a blank report and began to write diligently. This time, he recorded the usage of both the Xiao Huandan and the Huandan. He meticulously noted how many had been received from the capital, how many had been used, and on whom they had been administered. This report was not a mere formality, as the Adjudication Bureau would likely send personnel to verify it. Any instances of fraud discovered by the Adjudication Bureau would lead to the revocation of benefits and privileges that were exclusive to the Xian Guards families in the capital. In regard to this matter, Song Xian documented it with utmost seriousness, a necessity given the circumstances. As he spent more time within the Xian Yi system and his official rank ascended, his awareness of the court's secrets deepened. It is without exaggeration to assert that the Xian Yi has dominated the martial artists of the Jianghu for 300 years, largely due to the existence of two particular elixirs. This is the fundamental reason for the Xian Yi's sustained superiority. Thus, the allocation and usage of these elixirs are scrupulously regulated. According to the rules of the Xian Yi, the elixirs obtained by the Xian Yi families are strictly for the direct descendants of the family, prohibiting any external distribution or trade. The consequences of such infractions are severe. However, rules are static while humans are dynamic. Generally, the headquarters of Xian Yi in the imperial capital does not enforce these regulations too strictly. Occasionally, it is permissible to administer a dose to close friends or family. But such actions must be meticulously recorded and a formal written application submitted for approval beforehand. In urgent cases, as in the dire situation of Lin Rohai being poisoned and on the brink of death, it is acceptable to act with discretion and administer the elixir for life-saving purposes. However, A full account of the preceding events must be documented afterward, awaiting verification by the adjudication officials to ascertain the truth. The verification results will be reported back to the Dezhou Taizu. Indeed, this refers to the Dezhou Taizu, Jiwuming, who has unified the 9 provinces and suppressed the fortune of the Dezhou dynasty with unparalleled martial prowess for 300 years, and who is still alive today. The elixirs that the Xian Yi Wei families periodically receive are refined and distributed from the royal dojo of Dezhou Taizu. The quantity of elixirs is limited, and the shares are restricted. Besides the Xian Yi Wei families, only the royal family and the first-class Xian Yi Wei members are eligible to receive them. Even the emperor receives a fixed share annually. To acquire additional amounts, a formal request must be made to Dezhou Taizu, and unless the rationale is compelling, such requests will not be granted. Given the rarity of these 2 elixirs, even within one's own family, they are often deemed insufficient, and few would consider bestowing them upon others. This is precisely why Lin Rihai was moved upon discovering that Song Xian had saved him with a Xiaohuan Dan. Even though the emperor held him in high regard and refrained from bestowing a single Xiaohuan Dan during his illness, how could he not be touched by the generosity of a distant relative, Song Xian, who willingly offered such a rare gift? After completing the records of the usage of Xiaohuan Dan and a Huan Dan, Song Xian additionally drafted a request to bestow a Xiaohuan Dan upon his friend, Huan Manlu. It had to be designated for a friend. Simply labeling it for a subordinate would likely result in rejection. After a moment's hesitation, Song Xian prefaced the request with the words having shared life and death bonds, thereby significantly enhancing the likelihood of approval. To exchange 1 elixir for 2 seasoned innate martial artists as subordinates seemed quite advantageous to Song Xian, especially given the current shortage of personnel under his command. With Lu Xiaofeng and Huan Manlu at his side, he was determined to retain them firmly. Having completed these tasks, the day had already dawned. Song Xian sealed the 3 documents within an envelope and pushed open the door to step outside. In the courtyard, Lu Xiaofeng and Huan Manlu leaned against the wall, reeking of wine, yawning. Upon seeing Song Xian emerge, Lu Xiaofeng cheerfully inquired, "Do you have any plans today, my lord?" Song Xian nodded and replied, "Convey my orders to assemble our personnel. Today, I shall initiate a special campaign against organized crime and evil within the confines of Yangzhou City." Campaign against organized crime? Lu Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Although puzzled, he comprehended the essence of his lord's statement. To him, this somewhat peculiar terminology was likely a specialized term within the Xian Yi Wei. By the way, Song Xian raised a letter in his hand. "I possess a Xiaohuan Dan, yet it cannot be distributed freely. An application must be submitted to the Xian Yi Wei headquarters in the imperial capital. The application is prepared and will be dispatched today. Agents will soon arrive to conduct a covert verification of the situation. Only upon approval from the capital can I dispense the Xiaohuan Dan to you." Lu Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned, as even Huan Manlu, who was typically indifferent, bore an expression of surprise. "Is what you say true? I thought it would take at least 3 years in the Xian Yi Wei to obtain a Xiaohuan Dan. I didn't expect you, Lord Song, to act with such transparency, addressing matters we discussed just yesterday. I always keep my word. You must proceed with diligence. If any misconduct leads the verification personnel in the capital to deem you untrustworthy, it will become problematic," Song Xian cautioned. Lu Xiaofeng replied earnestly, "Rest assured, my lord. From now on, we shall follow your directives without question, as long as they do not violate moral principles." Song Xian smiled, satisfied. There is no need for such formality. Officially, we are superior and subordinate, yet privately, we may also interact as friends. If anyone inquires about our relationship, remember to say we are friends. Upon this, Song Xian added, "And remember, we are friends who have shared life and death bonds." Shared life and death bonds? Lu Xiaofeng's expression turned peculiar. "My lord, while I understand this will facilitate the approval process in the capital, it seems a bit exaggerated, does it not?" "Exaggerated? Not at all," Song Xian replied with sincerity. "Last night, we were ambushed by assassins, and through our combined efforts, we repelled them. Does that not qualify as a life and death bond?" Lu Xiaofeng fell silent for a moment before nodding seriously. "Indeed, it certainly qualifies as such, specifically the life of that black-clad assassin. The assassin who had deployed poison gas was now deceased, having met his end at the hands of my lord." Chapter 85. Are the scholars of Yangzhou truly this courageous? Deceased? Song Xian was rather indifferent. After all, once one enters the Xian Yiwei's prison, survival is a rare outcome. It seemed the assassin had not divulged any useful information. Lu Xiaofeng shook his head. This morning, the prison dispatched personnel, but did not wish to disturb your rest. They simply provided me with a brief overview of the situation. According to them, the assassin was merely a hired hand and had no knowledge of the mastermind behind the scheme. Song Xian was not surprised. In the world of assassins, even in today's feudal era, such individuals thrive in the shadows of society. As long as there is a demand, there will always be those willing to take money to eliminate others. After breakfast, Song Xian proceeded to the training grounds of the Qianhu office. Inside, hundreds of Xian Yiwei cavalrymen donned iron armor, poised for action. The glinting armor, under the morning sun, exuded an air of lethal intent. Upon noticing Song Xian's approach, 100 men swiftly stepped forward to salute. My lord, aside from a few cavalrymen dispatched on missions, our forces here are largely assembled. Riding atop his steed, Song Xian spoke in a solemn tone. Though I have only recently arrived in Yangzhou, I have already faced multiple assassination attempts. I am quite dissatisfied with the security in this city. Effective immediately, I will launch a special campaign against organized crime and evil in Yangzhou for a period of 2 weeks. You, being the local enforcers, are more familiar than I with who the villains are and which rats hide in the shadows. Song Xian's authoritative gaze swept across the assembly, and he declared coldly, I do not tolerate useless individuals under my command. If, after 2 weeks, you cannot present me with satisfactory results, you shall bear the consequences. With that, he waved his sleeve and commanded, Let's set forth. The thunderous sound of iron hooves pounding the ground reverberated, shaking the earth as squads of Xian Yiwei cavalry, led by their respective commanders, galloped forth into the streets of Yangzhou. Everyone understood the implications. With the previous night's assassination attempt on the pacifying magistrate, there was surely a pent-up fury that demanded release through bloodshed. Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu flanked Song Xian. Behind them, a dozen silent cavalrymen awaited further instructions. With a flourish of his sleeve, Song Xian announced, Let us go and explore. Having been here for so long, I have yet to thoroughly examine this city of Yangzhou. Lu Xiaofeng naturally had no objections. He was a restless individual, eager to roam outside every day. Brother, are you going out to play without me? At that moment, a graceful figure appeared in the distance, approaching with remarkable speed, arriving beside Song Xuan in mere moments. Have you broken through? Song Xuan scrutinized Song Qian, sensing a unique aura emanating from his sister. Song Qian cheerfully replied, It was quite easy, just like you breaking through after practicing your sword. I too achieved it while practicing. Song Xuan merely grunted in response, his expression complex. For someone like Song Qian, favored by the heavens, it was indeed challenging to restrain such a gifted individual without resorting to extraordinary measures. Young master, come in and have some fun. The lively atmosphere of Yinhua, Xiangliu enveloped him as Song Xuan found himself on a street filled with laughter and cheer. The common folk, upon seeing the attire of Song Xuan and his companions, mostly felt fear and trepidation. However, the courtesans showed no concern, and many beautiful maidens, upon catching a glimpse of Song Xuan's appearance, began tossing handkerchiefs from the upper floors. Young master, come play with us. No charge. Come my place. Not only will I not ask for money, but I will also offer you my savings from these years, just for one night of warmth. Look at me. I possess extraordinary skills that will leave you in bliss. You'll want more. Even someone as resolute as Song Xuan couldn't help but glance a few extra times at the scene of fluttering handkerchiefs. Is it appealing? Song Qian leaned beside him, mischievously smiling, only to look, not to touch. Isn't that frustrating? Song Xuan shot him a glance, uninterested in engaging. Yet Song Qian, brimming with enthusiasm, continued, Brother, you used to frequent these places. You must have seen through these people by now, right? Let me tell you, these women are not to be trusted. They are merely after your body. You mustn't be seduced by them and ruin your cultivation. I know, Song Xuan replied, somewhat exasperated. You weren't this talkative before. I used to think you were heartbroken and dared not say much. But now, I must look out for Sister Yao Yue. Song Xuan chose to ignore him, instead surveying his surroundings. Generally, such places were well informed, and since Dongfang Bubi had arrived in Yangzhou, it was surprising that the Xuan Yiwei had yet to receive any news. He intended to test his luck here and see if he could gather any tidbits of information. While he had not yet heard anything about Dongfang Bubi, he did notice some so-called literati reveling in the brothels. Perhaps hearing the commotion, they congregated on the upper floors, chatting openly. Is this the new Xuan, Yue Zhengfashi? He looks rather young and delicate, even more handsome than the lord of my household. A bunch of calamity-bringing hounds. Once I hold an official position, I will petition the emperor to strictly restrain these uncouth warriors. Well said. Clearly, it is we, the literati, who govern the nation. Yet we are overshadowed by a group of martial men. How absurd. The voices of these scholars showed no signs of concealment, and with Song Xuan and his companions' abilities, they heard every word clearly. Song Xuan stood tall, his hand resting on the sword hilt, casting a perplexed glance at Lu Xiaofeng and the others behind him. Were scholars in Yangzhou always this bold? In the imperial capital, the Xuan Yue strode with authority. It was unexpected to find the scholars here seemingly unafraid of them. This was not a good sign. When a locality begins to lose its reverence for the imperial court, it signals a decline in the court's control over the region. And if it declines to a certain extent, it heralds the onset of division. Behind Song Xuan, an official of the Xuan Yue, wearing a general's insignia, quietly remarked, "My lord, this place is quite far from the imperial capital. Furthermore, the previous Fang Qianhu and the prominent families of Jiangzhe were essentially in cahoots, and at times, the Xuan Yue even did their bidding. Over time, the people here have lost much of their fear. In the eyes of those great clans, Fang Qianhu was merely a dog they had fed. When a new lord arrived and killed their dog, naturally, they would harbor animosity towards him. I understand." Song Xuan responded to the general's explanation. "Since they lack reverence, let us instill it in them." "Understood." The general clasped his hands in salute, then gestured to his subordinates. In an instant, over 10 Xuan Yue cavalry dismounted, lightly leaping onto the second floor. Soon, 7 or 8 scholars, who had been gossiping and deriding Song Xuan, found themselves bound. "What are you doing? Do you know who we are, you dogs of the court? Without our taxes, you wouldn't even be able to eat. Are you trying to bite the hand that feeds you? Murder! Murder! The Xuan Yue are taking lives." Though they were bound, none of them softened. Some even pointed fingers at Song Xuan, hurling insults. The sheer audacity of these offspring of the affluent in Yangzhou was astonishing, as they seemingly disregarded even a Xuan Yue Zhengfashi like Song Xuan. Can't they just live peacefully? Why court death? Song Qian approached a man in his 30s, the one who had been the most vociferous in his insults, claiming her brother was a mere rabbit. Without unnecessary words, Song Qian pressed her slender hand on the man's head, and with a snap, the sound of his neck breaking echoed. After breaking his neck, Song Qian seemed unsatisfied. With a sudden pull, she wrenched the now lifeless head from his body, holding the dripping head aloft. Song Qian's expression was frosty as she coldly surveyed the other scholars pinned to the ground. "Speak, how do you wish to die?" A man dressed in a scholar's robe looked on in disbelief, fear filling his eyes as he shook his head. "I am the legitimate son of the Qian family, with the title of Jiren. How dare you? How dare you?" Before he could finish, Song Qian crushed his skull with a palm, scoffing, "Not only do I dare to kill him, but I also dare to kill you. People like you are merely a burden on this world." Song Xuan stood by, quietly observing the scene unfold. In a critical moment, it was his sister he could rely on. As for Lu Xiaofeng and Huang Manliu, the two chivalrous men displayed complex expressions. It was evident they wished to perform admirably before him, yet their principles hindered them from striking at these defenseless commoners, leaving them in a state of turmoil. Song Xuan glanced at Lu Xiaofeng and asked, "Do you find this too cruel?" Lu Xiaofeng shook his head. "My lord, do not think of me as narrow-minded. I am more aware of the true nature of these scions of noble families than you are. If they are so arrogant before you, one can only imagine the extent of their misdeeds in their daily lives." Song Xuan nodded slightly and instructed his Xuan Yue subordinates, "Kill them all." As the words fell, the sound of long knives being drawn echoed, followed by blood staining the long street, as the 7 or 8 scholars had their throats slit and fell to the ground. Song Xuan's expression remained impassive, not even glancing at the deceased. To eradicate evil, he aimed to cleanse not only the ruffians on the streets, but also those noble families who appeared glamorous on the surface while engaging in heinous acts behind closed doors. The deaths of these individuals were merely the beginning. At that moment, someone shouted, "Everyone, make way, Master Xuejing is coming." As the voice faded, an elderly man with graying hair and a slightly hunched back emerged from a brothel, accompanied by more than 10 scholars. The elderly man appeared to exude a formidable presence. Despite his advanced age, his strides were remarkably steady as he was surrounded by a throng and approached Song Xian, gazing at him with a countenance full of anguish. These individuals, were they all slain by your hand? He inquired. Indeed, it was I, the official, who did so. And who are you to meddle in this affair? The old man proclaimed, I am the Shuezhing of the Guozijian, responsible for the educational affairs of the Jiangxi province. These students are the seedlings of our Zhou's intellectual elite, the future talents who will govern the nation. How can you justify their slaughter in the streets? Do I not have the right to intervene? As the Shuezhing, a sixth-rank official, though his title was modest, he was universally acknowledged as a teacher by generations of scholars. It was no wonder he felt emboldened to speak out at this moment. Upon his utterance, the surrounding literati began to lament and plead. Esteemed Shuezhing, you must advocate for us, they cried. Indeed, Brother Zhou was only 2 years ago recognized as a Jinshi candidate, now extinguished over a mere dispute. Has our dynasty descended into such darkness? We, as scholars, govern the realm, yet are oppressed by martial figures. What a disgrace! Be cautious with your words. The old Shuezhing admonished, his expression shifting. He raised his hand to silence them, but it was too late. Song Xian regarded him with a sardonic smile, and then gestured imperiously, issuing an order. Seize this rebel who defames the Son of Heaven and slanders the court. In an instant, 2 members of the Xian Yi advanced, dragging forth a trembling scholar who cried out for mercy. Shuezhing, save me. Please, save me. The bravado he had exhibited moments ago was now replaced by sheer terror. The adage, a moment of bravado can lead to a family's ruin, held true in this era. The old Shuezhing inhaled deeply and addressed Song Xian with a solemn tone. I am aware of your origins from the imperial capital. You seized the authority of Feng Qianhu upon your arrival, employing ruthlessly cold methods. Yet, I must inform you that Yangzhou is not the imperial capital. It is not a place where your Xian Wei can act with impunity. These students are the backbone of our Zhou. I cannot stand by idly while you perpetrate your tyranny upon them. I advise you to release them at once. Otherwise, Song Xian interrupted with a laugh. Otherwise what? The old Shuezhing retorted, Song Darren, the winds of change have long swept through Zhou. The emperor now relies upon us, the literati, to govern. The age of your Xian Wei's brutality is over. You, a mere 100 household pacification envoy, should know that we scholars are never short of those willing to voice dissent. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory resolution today, there will be a multitude of officials in court ready to impeach you tomorrow. Do you believe the emperor will disregard the scholars of the realm for the sake of a mere 100 household Xian Wei? Song Xian adjusted his sleeves and remarked with a smile, no wonder the literati of Jiangxi bear no reverence for the Xian Wei. It seems you have all lost your sense of reverence for the emperor and the court. The rot is set in at its core. Given this, I shall have no reservations. With that, he raised his hand and commanded, arrest this old rebel who incites students to defame the emperor and the court. Any who dare to obstruct shall be met with lethal consequences. Witnessing his arrest, the old Shuezhing was filled with shock, trembling as he pointed at Song Xian. You brute, how dare you? Do you truly fear no repercussions from court officials? Repercussions? Song Xian sneered. What I seek is precisely your impeachment. The Xian Wei serves as the emperor's enforcers, ultimately existing to solidify his position. Offending others and facing impeachment is merely par for the course. The emperor fears not your ire, but rather your complacency with local officials and aristocrats. Song Xian's audacity in executing Feng Qianhu stemmed from his awareness that the higher echelons of the Xian Wei and even the emperor had long harbored dissatisfaction with Feng, who had allied himself with local powerful families. Brother, is that old fellow truly to be executed? Song Qian whispered, having long harbored disdain for this man who chastised her brother. However, as a court official, a suitable justification for his execution was necessary. Casting a glance at the old Shuezhing, Song Xian declared, by allowing students to defame the emperor and challenge the emperor's personal guard, he has undoubtedly harbored treasonous intentions. Bring him to the imperial prison for immediate interrogation. We must ascertain if there are any co-conspirators. Upon hearing the charge of treason, the old Shuezhing's expression changed dramatically. Song Xian, you oppress the loyal and virtuous, causing havoc in the region. I shall impeach you. I shall silence. 2 members of the Xian Wei struck him, dragging the dazed old man towards the imperial prison. Seeing even the old Xuejing apprehended, the previously audacious students finally grasped the meaning of fear. "Run!" someone shouted, and chaos erupted as everyone scattered in all directions. "My lord, shall we pursue them?" Lu Xiaofeng finally spoke, feeling uneasy about directly killing common folk. However, returning them was a task he could manage. Song Xian shook his head. "Let them flee." Lu Xiaofeng solemnly stated, "These individuals possess notable backgrounds, most being scions of influential families. If they return to inform their elders, the prominent families may unite against you, my lord, which could spell trouble." "Oh," Song Xian replied with a smile. "What sort of trouble are we discussing?" Setting aside impeachment for the moment, he and Brother Hua had traversed the realm and were well aware of the virtues of aristocratic families. Most of these families nurtured assassins, and their household guard were numerous. Some even maintained private armies disguised as farmers, blending seamlessly with ordinary folk. Yet, should an official offend them irreparably, these disguised forces could strike back under the guise of a popular uprising. The court has always been sensitive to civil unrest. Even if the chief official survives a riot, they would still face punishment, ranging from exile to execution, in an effort to quell public discontent. Such ruthless tactics the aristocracy employs, Song Xian mused, realizing that he might soon face assassination and impeachment from powerful clans, though he had not anticipated a popular uprising. How does the court usually handle rebellious commoners? He pondered. The Dezhou court had historically adopted a policy of suppression and balance towards a martial world, yet was lenient with ordinary citizens, even in cases of civil unrest. They typically punished only the instigators, leaving most unscathed. Thus, local tyrants grew ever more brazen. "My lord, it will be wise to prepare. You have surely incurred their wrath. Once their attempts to coerce, impeach, or assassinate fail, it is likely they will incite a popular uprising." Song Xian nodded slightly, unconcerned. Civil officials feared popular uprisings. But he was a military official, a member of the Xian Yi Wei whose duty was to slay. The prospect of civil unrest did not trouble him in the least. "At worst, we shall eliminate them all. A thorough cleansing from top to bottom. Let us return and deliberate on subsequent arrangements. We should also check on the progress with the other 100 households." As he rode away from Yanlu Alley, Song Xian glanced toward a corner where a slender figure, disguised as a beggar, flitted past. The silhouette seemed familiar. After some reflection, he realized it resembled Huang Rong, whom he had encountered outside the imperial capital. Could it be such a coincidence? He murmured, shaking his head slightly, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. At this stage, consolidating forces and enhancing his strength was paramount. Women had never been his primary concern. Xiao Songda rode ahead, unaware that behind him, two captains of the Xian Yi Wei were communicating through their glances. Captain A remarked, "That little beggar just now had a slender figure. She must be a girl, right?" Captain B replied, "No doubt. She is indeed a girl." Captain A continued, "I always thought our lord was indifferent to women. It seems he has unique tastes. We must have taken the wrong approach." Captain B added, "An opportunity for promotion and wealth has arrived." Captain A stated, "Anyone who catches the Lord's eye, even if she is just a small beggar, is certainly not an ordinary person. We must be cautious. Let us gather more people and prepare properly to avoid any mistakes." Song Xian did not return directly to the Qianhu Suo, but instead allowed his subordinates to leave first. He took Song Xian to Lin Ru Hai's residence. Cousin. Lin Daiyu, having received the news, eagerly greeted them at the entrance of the courtyard. Her eyes sparkled like autumn water, captivating Song Xian and his sister. "Oh, Xiao Yu, let your cousin see how much you've grown." Song Xian cheerfully approached, pulling Lin Daiyu into the yard, her hand instinctively beginning to explore her little cousin's figure. "Ah, cousin, where are you touching?" came Lin Daiyu's flustered voice from within the courtyard. "Ha!" Song Xian laughed heartily. "Indeed, you've grown stronger. You're suited to bear children. It seems you have not neglected the skills I taught you. Your body is much sturdier now, no longer resembling a frail willow. Come, your cousin has matters to discuss with your father. Let us go to the inner residence, and I will teach you some breathing techniques. Your martial aptitude is commendable. In a few years, you too could become a master." "Ah, cousin, please don't pull me." Lin Daiyu's helpless voice echoed from within. "Cousin, my father is waiting for you in the study. I'll accompany cousin for a bit. Please do not mind any shortcomings." "Oh, don't pull me." Chapter 88. Tonight, is yet another night suitable for murder. In Lin Ruhai's study, Song Xian and Lin Ruhai sat across from each other, leisurely sipping tea. You made quite a ruckus today. I heard about it in the Yin Yuan government office. Lin Ruhai remarked, blowing on his teacup. It seems you have already organized the Xian Yi. Are you planning to take action against the prominent families in Yangzhou? Song Xian nodded. Though he did not explicitly state it, he surmised that his transfer here was a directive to target the aristocratic families of Jiangsu province. The emperor may tolerate the indulgences of his subordinates, but he will never allow them to threaten imperial authority. The aristocratic families here have even infiltrated and controlled the Xian Yi Qian Husua, which has certainly provoked the emperor's ire. Lin Zuhai, note that. What is your plan? Will you purge them all, or will you strike a few to warn the rest? I have not yet decided, Song Xian replied with a smile. That is why I came to seek your counsel, cousin. A complete massacre is unrealistic. Lin Ruhai sipped his tea and said, if you were to do so, it would cause an uproar. Even if the emperor protected you, you would have to relinquish your official garb of the Xian Yi. Then what do you suggest? Song Xian inquired. Lin Ruhai replied with a faint smile, eliminate some, win over others, and suppress a few. After a moment of contemplation, Song Xian nodded slowly. Cousin, over the years, you have dealt with numerous salt merchants and have eliminated many mid-sized salt traders. Have your hidden enemies ever resorted to inciting a popular uprising against you? Lin Ruhai shook his head. In these years, they have employed methods of bribery, seduction, and assassination. But they have never dared to incite a popular uprising, as you mentioned. Although such a strategy is formidable, it cannot be used lightly. The emperor is astute and undoubtedly understands the implications. Once or twice might be tolerated, but repeated attempts would lead to certain demise. As a civil official like myself, it is not worth it for those aristocratic families to incite a popular uprising. Methods of assassination and poisoning are sufficient. However, Lin Ruhai's voice paused. I am uncertain of your martial prowess, but I imagine it is formidable. With the aid of the sacred medicine, the Shao Huan Dan, poison would not affect you. If you cannot be touched by the court's accusations, then it would be the day of a popular uprising. How do you plan to respond? Song Xian drained his teacup and slowly uttered a single word. Kill. Lin Ruhai acknowledged. The power structure of Jiangsu province must be reshaped, and it must be replaced with those who are friendly to you. This process will inevitably involve bloodshed. You may proceed with confidence. My soldiers in the Yin Yuan will assist you in quelling the unrest. Song Xian smiled. With your assurance, I am at ease. His purpose for visiting today was indeed to secure the support of the Yin Yuan's forces. Although the Xian Yi within the Qian Husua was formidable, it comprised only a few hundred men. When chaos erupts in the city, such a small force would be inadequate to maintain control over all of Yangzhou. The importance of Lin Ruhai, who commands an independent army, became evident. When do you plan to take action? Song Xian pondered. Perhaps in half a month. I will release the Xian Yi and initiate a campaign against the underworld for half a month. The prominent families will certainly not be able to move. We shall first eliminate the local criminal elements and then deal with the aristocratic families. Half a month is ample time for the aristocratic families in Yangzhou to choose sides. Eliminate some, win over others, and suppress a few. This was Lin Ruhai's strategy, and Song Xian found it quite agreeable. He set a timeline of half a month, during which those willing to align themselves with him would be worthy of allegiance. Those who openly resisted would naturally be among those to be purged. As for the remaining families who remained neutral, they would become targets of suppression in the future. It seems you have already made up your mind. Then proceed with your plans. Lin Ruhai looked increasingly satisfied with Song Xian. Whether in appearance, character, martial skill, or strategy, he was an exceptional talent of this era. Capable and composed, open to others' opinions, with a limitless future ahead. Having such a congenial junior was indeed a source of support for Lin Ruhai, especially as he anticipated entering the cabinet. By the way, the city guards of Yangzhou present a variable. Just in case, you need to prepare in advance and secure control over the military leaders. There is no need for them to participate in quelling the unrest. They merely need to remain neutral. Song Xian nodded. Your reminder is noted. I will arrange this matter. With that, he rose to leave. Stay for dinner before heading back. Lin Ruhai invited with a smile. Yu'er is unfamiliar with this place and lacks company. You are of similar age. It will be good for you to converse more. After a brief contemplation, Song Xian agreed. Very well. After dinner, the sky had darkened completely. After bidding farewell to Lin Ruhai and his daughter, Song Xian and his sister leisurely strolled through the streets on their steed, Qing Soma. Brother, our little cousin seems to have some unusual feelings for you, Song Qian suddenly remarked while gazing at the twinkling stars above. Oh, Song Qian responded nonchalantly. Song Qian was somewhat dissatisfied with his reaction. Is that all you have to say? What should I say? Song Qian yawned and replied. Lu Xiao Lu seems to have peculiar feelings for you as well. Would you consider marrying him? Song Qian shook her head. I have always regarded him as a younger brother. Song Qian shrugged. Then that settles it. Matters of affection depend on fate. I have always believed in going with the flow. Whatever happens will happen. I do not force or suppress feelings. If one likes someone, they do. If not, then they do not. I will never feel obligated to reciprocate or make promises just because someone likes me. Song Qian appeared contemplative. It seems you indeed do not fancy someone too young and currently have no thoughts about her little cousin. This statement was quite normal, yet after saying it, Song Qian instinctively glanced down at her chest, causing Song Qian's lips to twitch slightly. So, what Song Er and I meant by not liking someone too young was this. Brother, I'm hungry. Let us go eat. As Song Qian uttered those words, Song Qian's mind momentarily faltered. Had they not just dined at Lin Fu? Engrossed in conversation with Daiyu, he had hardly eaten anything. He had witnessed his cousin's refined manner of eating and felt reluctant to indulge. How could one be satiated under such circumstances? Indeed, just ahead lay Tianranju. Come, allow me to treat you to a grand feast. Let us eat freely. That evening, Song Qian displayed a rare semblance of ladylike decorum, her eating habits poised and elegant, yet she had barely consumed a morsel. For a glutton such as her, it was truly a trial. As the two arrived at Tianranju, Song Qian paused momentarily. This establishment was renowned in Yangzhou, typically bustling at this hour. Yet now it appeared desolate, with scarcely a soul in sight. Feeling the concealed presence of several martial artists on the second floor, Song Qian exchanged a knowing smile with Song Qian. Tonight was indeed a fitting night for bloodshed. Upon entering Tianranju and ascending to the second floor, the two seated themselves in a central location. With a resounding thud, Song Qian dramatically slammed her sword onto the table. Instantly, the few patrons scattered in the corners exchanged furtive glances. What may I serve you, young lady? The waiter approached with a bow and a smile. Song Qian casually produced a silver ingot from her sleeve and cheerfully declared, Bring forth the finest food and drink. Very well, please wait a moment. Your orders will be ready shortly. With that, the waiter dashed away, while the patrons on the second floor cast meaningful glances their way. Unperturbed, Song Qian poured himself a cup of tea, lifting it to his lips. The gazes around him intensified with eager anticipation, waiting for him to take a sip. However, he paused slightly, glancing at Song Qian. By the way, it seems you forgot to inform the waiter that you do not eat cilantro. Oh, indeed, Song Qian exclaimed, slapping the table and calling out, Waiter, come here. The waiter hurried back, his eyes flickering. Is there anything else you require, young hero? Inform the chef that I do not eat cilantro. Understood. I will relay that right away. The waiter sighed in relief and hurried downstairs. Song Qian chuckled, raising the teacup to his lips once more, feigning readiness to drink. The onlookers' gazes returned, some displaying impatience, eager for him to drink. Yet he suddenly halted, placing the cup back on the table and bellowing, Waiter, come here. The patrons exchanged knowing glances, some appearing on the verge of rising, yet were restrained by their companions, who subtly shook their heads in warning against rashness. Do you have further instructions? The waiter asked, his smile now replaced by a look of resignation. Glancing at the teacup in Song Qian's hand, internally lamenting, I have never encountered such a difficult patron. How long must he toy with his cup of tea? This tea is cooled. Bring me a fresh pot. Of course, please wait a moment. With a hidden sigh of exasperation, he took the teapot and headed downstairs, his gaze unintentionally brushing against the patron, to which he nodded slightly. Before long, the waiter returned briskly with a pot of tea. Young hero, I have brought you a fresh, hot pot. Allow me to pour it for you. Please sample the flavor of our new tea. Song Qian nodded, and as the waiter filled the cup, he brought it to his nose for a whiff. How is it, young hero? The waiter inquired, a hint of nervousness in his tone. Is this Longjing? Yes, it is premium Westlake Longjing. Would you care to try? Song Qian chuckled. I never drink Longjing. I only indulge in the Dahong Pao from Wui Mountain. Bring me another pot. The waiter stood frozen, realization dawning upon him, and anger began to color his face. It was clear now that he and his accomplices had been discovered. The siblings had been toying with him the entire time. "You dare serve me this?" The waiter lunged forward, the sound of his bones cracking as he raised the teapot, attempting to force it into Song Xian's mouth. But in an instant, horror spread across his face as he clutched his throat, blood seeping through his fingers. A chopstick had pierced his throat unbeknownst to him. "You are so fond of tea. Allow me to grant you this wish before your demise." With the teapot in hand, Song Xian poured the boiling tea into the waiter's mouth until his eyes rolled back, before carelessly tossing him aside. "You wretch! How can one so young harbor such a heart of malice? Today, I shall rid the world of you." A middle-aged man among the diners roared, drawing his long knife and pointing it at Song Xian, embodying the righteous hero ready to eradicate evil. Song Xian glanced at him and chuckled lightly. "Wretch, what do you find amusing?" The middle-aged man barked, slicing through the air with a terrifying force. Yet, Song Xian remained seated undisturbed. He lightly tapped the water stain on the table and flicked his fingers. A stream of tea coalesced into a small sword, shooting forth and piercing the man's throat. The tremendous force sending him flying. "Son, brother!" A companion at the same table cried out in anguish, drawing his sword to charge at Song Xian, momentarily forgetting fear in the face of his friend's demise. "Such courage!" Song Xian laughed, reaching out to grasp the man's sword, causing him to tremble. And before he could comprehend, the blade turned sharply, plunging into his chest. "You are," the man's eyes widened in terror, pointing at Song Xian, unable to articulate further, before collapsing to the ground with a cry. The remaining 5 patrons at 3 tables gasped in shock, one exclaiming, "This is a mistake. The target is a congenital martial artist. Flee." But before they could escape, Song Qian slammed her hand on the table, and in an instant, a flurry of chopsticks shot forth, piercing through flesh with a series of sickening sounds, pinning the 5 against the wall. Song Qian stepped forward, approaching a middle-aged woman whose limbs were impaled. With an icy tone, he inquired, "Do we have enmity?" The woman trembled. "No enmity, no grievance." Song Qian brandished a chopstick, gesturing menacingly. "Is it that you perceive us siblings as easy prey?" The woman hastily shook her head. "We are merely hired to resolve issues. Previously, we had no interaction with the 2 young heroes and bear no grudge. We acknowledge our inferiority in the face of your skills. We only seek a swift end." Song Xian shook his head. Seeing this, the woman forced a smile. "It appears the young hero has no intention of granting us a swift end." Song Xian replied with a smile. "Even the lowly strive to survive. Why do you all seek death so eagerly?" With a wave of his sleeve, the chopsticks embedded in them flew off. "I am of a benevolent heart, disinclined towards slaughter. You may leave." The group stood in stunned silence, the woman exhibiting a look of bewilderment at Song Xian's unexpected mercy. "What is happening? You siblings just dispatched 3 of us with ease, and now you profess a disinclination towards bloodshed?" Though bewildered and confused, she did not hesitate to bow deeply, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, young hero, for your mercy. We shall repay your kindness in the future." "Brother, are we truly allowing them to depart?" As she watched the injured individuals stagger out of the establishment into the darkness, Song Qian voiced her confusion. Song Xian's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, "If it were you, facing the target of innate warriors while holding the bounty for slaying postnatal martial artists, after witnessing the death of 3 brothers and fleeing, what would you desire most?" Song Qian pondered for a moment before gritting her teeth and responding, "I would certainly want to peel the skin off the employer." With a gentle smile, Song Xian replied, "Let's go and watch the show." Chapter 90. Song Xian. Do you know where this place is? Having narrowly escaped with their lives from Tianran residence, 5 assassins, their bodies battered, did not reach the city outskirts but instead gathered in a desolate, abandoned courtyard on the city's outskirts. Upon arriving, the middle-aged woman let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground as she gasped for breath. Alive. The others bore expressions of lingering fear, sitting on the ground to cultivate and heal while whispering among themselves. "Big sister, what is the background of the brother and sister we are supposed to kill? They are truly terrifying." The middle-aged woman wore an apologetic expression. The employer claimed they were officials from the Xianyi Way, offering a high price. "I was greedy. This cannot be blamed on the big sister." After all, the information provided by the employer indicated that the siblings were merely in their 20s. Who would have expected them to be masters of innate levels? A lean, capable man gritted his teeth. The employer deliberately misled us with their age and offered a bounty for postnatal martial artists. That scoundrel. He intended to use us to test the true strength of those siblings. Questioned a burly man. Should we just let this go? He asked. Let go. The middle-aged woman fell silent for a moment, her chest rising and falling as she struggled to contain her rage. We cannot let this go. They used the bounty for postnatal martial artists to buy the lives of innate warriors. How can we allow such deceit against our brothers to stand? After staunching her wounds, she took out some provisions to eat and drank a few sips of water, then declared with indignation, I will go and flay the Jiang family in Yangzhou. Will you join me? Upon hearing this, the others eagerly rose, cracking their knuckles in anticipation. Let us go together. If we cannot provoke those siblings, we can certainly deal with the Jiang family. After this job, we cannot stay in Mingzhou. We must find a ship and head to Songzhou. Outside the courtyard, at the top of a locust tree, the Song siblings stood quietly, observing the scene inside. Song Qian asked with curiosity, Is the Jiang family in Yangzhou our enemy? Song Qian nodded. The scholar you knocked unconscious today was a member of the Jiang family. No wonder. Song Qian laughed in realization. They are quite efficient. They arranged for assassins to deal with the people we killed during the day by nightfall. Looking up at the starry sky, Song Qian spoke slowly. The Jiang family is a prominent clan in the Jiangzhou region, boasting numerous guards and many experts. These assassins, while competent among postnatal warriors, can at most assassinate a few members of the Jiang family without shaking their foundation. Let us return and gather our forces. We must seal off the Jiang family tonight. I intend to eradicate an entire clan. Surprised, Song Qian asked, Didn't you plan to give them a half-month to align with the noble families in Yangzhou? Are we starting now? Song Qian laughed heartily. One must demonstrate authority to instill fear. Otherwise, why would they choose to stand with us? Song Qian shrugged nonchalantly. It doesn't matter who we kill. I will follow your lead. Overthinking is too exhausting. That night, the Jiang family was anything but peaceful. In the first half of the night, several bandits suddenly invaded, killing over 10 people before the guards in the estate discovered them and drove the intruders away. Before those in the Jiang family could regain their composure, Song Qian led several hundred Xian Yi cavalry, commanding, Seal both the front and back gates of the Jiang family estate. No one is allowed to enter or exit. The commotion caused by the Xian Yi was significant. In the streets, many households opened their doors, with people peering out to see what was happening. Why are so many Xian Yi here in the middle of the night? Most of the residents surrounding the estate were officials, and upon witnessing the commotion, many felt a chill of foreboding, realizing that something monumental was about to unfold. In the estate to the right of the Jiang family, an elderly man, appearing to be around 50, leaned against the courtyard wall. Upon catching sight of Song Qian, he gasped in shock. Song Qian? Someone in the courtyard quickly asked. Lord Sun, which Song Qian do you mean? Lord Sun trembled as he replied. Who else could it be? It is the Xian Yi commandant recently transferred from the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, the members of the Sun family all turned pale. My lord, does that killing star named Song have business with our Sun family? This is disastrous. We are in grave trouble. Quick, send someone to notify the governor. If Song Qian is targeting our Sun family, it will be too late. As soon as this was said, several young members of the Sun family hurriedly left through the back door, racing toward the governor's office. Meanwhile, within the Jiang family estate, the head of the family, Jiang Shui, was directing maids and servants to tidy up the place, occasionally sighing in lament. Today I lost a son, and now, in the dead of night, several members of my clan have been assassinated. Though the others may be inconsequential, I lament the loss of my newly acquired concubine, whose beauty was truly captivating. I had yet to properly cherish her before she met her untimely demise. What a waste, truly a waste. Just as he was wallowing in his sorrow, a panicked servant rushed in. My lord, something terrible has happened. Why the commotion? Jiang Shui exclaimed irritably. In this Yangzhou city, my Jiang family reigns supreme. What is there to be anxious about? Bang! At that moment, the iron gate of the Jiang family burst open, and a battalion of armored Xian Yi soldiers, wielding long blades and bearing crossbows, stormed in with an air of grim determination. The sudden influx of Xian Yi left Jiang Shui momentarily stunned. followed by a surge of anger. Perhaps due to the previous Xian Yiwei captain being regarded as a mere tool in the Jiang family's eyes. Jiang Shui showed no sign of fear. The Jiang family was not only a wealthy household in the Jiangxia region, but also a prestigious clan with a lineage spanning centuries. In the last century, numerous family members had served in official capacities, with his brother Jiang Shouqing holding the esteemed position of Left Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, wielding the power to promote and demote thousands of officials. Even the governor of Jiangxia would show utmost respect and dare not slight the head of the Jiang family. The Jiang family's influence had been built up over generations. How could a mere youth from the imperial capital, a lowly 100-man commandant, hope to shake their foundation? Reflecting on the Jiang family's south power within the court filled Jiang Shui with renewed confidence as he pointed at Song Xian, scoffing, Song Xian. Do you know where this place is?